heart-wrenching case that has sent shockwaves throughout Iraq. The focus is on the tragic story of Tiba Al Ali, a vibrant 22-year-old YouTuber whose life was cut short due to the very intolerance she should have been shielded from. This case is a recent one, unfolding in the year 2023. Tiba's roots trace back to Iraq, a country nestled in the heart of the Middle East. Her upbringing was filled with dreams and aspirations typical of any young person. However, her life took an unexpected and drastic turn when she made a life-altering decision at the age of 17. It was the year 2017 when she embarked on a family trip to Turkey, a neighboring nation to Iraq. Little did she know that this journey would become the turning point of her existence. While vacationing in Turkey, Tiba developed an overwhelming fondness for the country. As the family vacation concluded, Tiba made a courageous choice. She opted not to return to Iraq, instead electing to remain in Turkey. This decision was laden with complexity, as it meant parting ways with her family, who had to head back to Iraq. Reports suggest that strained relationships, particularly with her father and brother, influenced Tiba's choice. Her family's disapproval only worsened their already strained dynamics. Yet in Turkey, Tiba found a haven in her new surroundings. The bustling city of Istanbul, Turkey's former capital, became her refuge. She decided to share her experiences through a YouTube channel, embracing a vlog-style format. This allowed her to provide viewers with glimpses into her daily life, effectively granting them access to her world. Tiba's channel flourished, amassing subscribers and elevating her status on the platform. Her content was diverse, showcasing a range of experiences from her day-to-day life. Beyond her videos, she also curated a visual diary through photos on her social media, giving her followers a deeper insight into her world. Her content radiated vibrancy, capturing ordinary yet heartwarming moments, such as a surprise birthday celebration she orchestrated for a loved one, and their joint explorations of various places. As fate would have it, Tiba's path intertwined with Muhammad's, leading them to collaborate on content that further solidified their status as digital influencers. Although she had initially scheduled a trip for later in the year, her mother's longing voice on the phone changed her plans. Overwhelmed by the depth of her mother's emotions and how much she was missed, Tiba decided to reschedule her visit to January. The prospect of reuniting with her family excited her. During this particular trip, Tiba found herself presented with an incredible opportunity to support her nation's team in the 25th Arabian Golf Cup with one of the matches set to take place in Iraq. This prompted her to embark on her journey to Iraq in January 2023, leaving her fiancé behind in Turkey, who eagerly awaited her return. On the 31st of January, a mix of excitement and nervousness filled the air as Tiba made arrangements to meet her mother in Baghdad. They planned to meet at a close friend's house, providing a chance for them to reconnect, share memories, and create new ones. The anticipation was almost tangible. Tiba's choice to meet at her friend's house rather than her family's home was a deliberate one. Due to her complicated relationship with her father, she hoped to ensure a peaceful reunion and avoid potential conflicts. However, little did Tiba know that this seemingly innocent decision would lead to devastating consequences. Upon arriving at her friend's house, she was met not only by her mother, but by her entire extended family. Confusion and shock engulfed her as the realization dawned that she had fallen into a trap. In a sinister turn of events, Tiba's relatives drugged her against her will, rendering her powerless, and forcibly transported her over 160 kilometers to her family's home in the province of Dainoa. When Tiba eventually regained consciousness in her family's house, her world shattered. Emotions ran high, resulting in a heated argument between Tiba and her father. The exchange of words escalated rapidly, fueled by their already strained relationship. Exhausted and emotionally drained, Tiba sought refuge in her room, hoping for a moment of calm. However, the horror was far from over. In an unimaginable act driven by a twisted sense of honor and anger towards his daughter, Tiba's father entered her room. Tragically, she was defenseless against the brutal attack that followed. Her young life was cut short, a promising future stolen in an instant. In a surprising turn of events, Tiba's father made a shocking choice to surrender himself to the police. He admitted to committing an unthinkable crime, all while being aware of the legal gaps within Iraq's system concerning domestic violence. This led him to believe that he might not face the appropriate consequences for his actions. His confession centered around the belief that he needed to restore the family's honor. This assertion was rooted in his perception of Jiba's behavior as inappropriate and dishonorable. Jiba, a digital influencer, had expressed herself in ways he considered unacceptable. These views were echoed in interviews with local media, though the media took care not to reveal the father's identity out of respect for the family's privacy. The spokesperson for the Iraqi Ministry of Interior shed light on the history of disputes between Jiba and her father, noting that police had been called to their home multiple times before she moved to Turkey. Surprisingly, even though tensions had risen between them over the years, no one anticipated that the conflict would culminate in such a tragic outcome. The spokesperson didn't elaborate on the nature of these disputes or how they had been addressed previously. Despite the prevailing bias in favor of violent individuals and against women within the country's laws, the government declined responsibility for the crime. An anonymous police source revealed that these family disputes had been ongoing since 2015, when Jiba was only 15 years old. At that time, the potential consequences of these disagreements were not fully recognized by the authorities. Months after the tragic incident, conversations between Jiba and her father came to light. These recordings unveiled his anger about her living alone in Turkey. In return, Jiba accused her brother of mistreating her during her childhood. These recordings were shared on social media by a friend of Jiba's, and women's rights activists authenticated them. Hannah Edward, a human rights advocate, verified the recordings, exposing one of the reasons Jiba had chosen to stay in Turkey instead of returning to Iraq, her brother's abusive past actions. Jiba claimed that her family knew about these actions but failed to intervene. The authenticity of these recordings was further confirmed by the Iraq Observatory of Human Rights. In some of her social media posts, it was evident that Jiba had been receiving threats from her family for some time. Despite this, she agreed to meet her mother at a friend's house in Baghdad, indicating that her family had devised a trap, premeditating the crime. The case of Tiba sparked not only local, but also international outrage. The fact that she had been receiving threats from her own family in the months leading up to the tragedy only fueled the anger. This eventually led to protests in Iraq, demanding justice for Tiba. Diverse activists from various walks of life united to advocate for the enactment of laws against domestic violence and to shed light on the escalating violence faced by women within the nation. A significant demonstration was orchestrated in front of the Baghdad court, drawing attention to a pressing issue. Former Iraqi parliament member Ala Talabani highlighted that prevailing cultural norms were constraining women in Iraq, subjecting them to domestic violence due to the absence of robust legal measures and governmental actions aimed at addressing such issues. The brutal crime committed against Tiba also ignited a wave of outcry across social media platforms. The hashtag Tiba Ali rapidly gained traction within both social media circles and Iraqi communities, with people demanding justice in response to the tragic incident. Several days after the initial incident, approximately 20 activists were blocked by security forces from staging a protest outside the Supreme Judicial Council. In response, the activists opted to stage their protest on a road leading to the council's headquarters. During these protests, there were differing demands and perspectives among the demonstrators. Some protesters held signs advocating against violence towards women, while others focused on holding Tiba's father accountable for his actions. In a condemning statement, a United Nations mission in Iraq expressed strong disapproval of the heinous crime and urged the government of Baghdad to introduce explicit legislation that would criminalize violence against women. This incident also brought back memories of other instances of violence, such as the case of Malik al-Zubayti, who was coerced into self-immolation by her husband in 2020. Despite the collective outrage and demonstrations, there were those who rationalized or defended the crime on social media. This included opinions suggesting that women should conform to certain behavioral norms to avoid similar fates or criticizing Tiba for leaving her family to live with her boyfriend. Tiba was not the sole female influencer in Iraq to meet a tragic end. Iman Sami Magdid, also known as Maria, lost her life at the hands of relatives in March 2022. Similar to Tiba's case, Maria's incident was also termed an honor crime in local media. These kinds of crimes perpetrated by family members have been distressingly recurrent, reflecting a larger issue in Iraq. The United Nations criticized the crime as a saddening reminder of violence and injustice, urging accountability for Tiba's father. However, the ongoing investigation seems limited by the country's penal code, potentially resulting in the father evading justice. Despite the public image she portrayed in most of her videos, Tiba herself spoke about the threats she faced from her family members. Some videos showcased her anxieties and emotional distress regarding these family matters. Details about Tiba's funeral arrangements and the response of her fiancé, Mohammed, remain scarce. Nonetheless, smaller-scale protests continue to be organized against the crime, driven by the hope that international attention to the case will lead to fair consequences for Tiba's father, even in the face of potential impunity. In the view of these activists, the pursuit of justice is an ongoing endeavor, especially for someone who can no longer advocate for themselves.
Why was the beauty queen's life taken so cruelly? Beauty is often seen as a powerful force, capable of bringing joy and even changing the world. But sadly, beauty doesn't always guarantee happiness. In some cases, it can bring unforeseen troubles. Beautiful women, especially those with fame, often attract admiration and attention. However, they can also become targets of envy, malice, or even dangerous obsessions. This was tragically true for Kimberley Oliveira. Her story shook all of South America and became one of the most shocking cases in the region. Kimberley was a rising star, a winner of multiple beauty contests, and even a contender for Miss Brazil. She dreamed of fame and recognition, but the reality turned out to be far more cruel than she could have ever imagined. Her name became known worldwide not for her beauty alone, but for the tragic and violent way her life was taken in her prime. Kimberley's story left people both awestruck by her beauty and horrified by her untimely death, wondering about the heights she might have reached. So, who was Kimberley Oliveira? Kimberley Karen Mota de Oliveira was born on February 26, 1998, in Manacapuru, a quaint town in Brazil's Amazonas state. She was the eldest child and only daughter of Leela and José Oliveira, growing up with two younger brothers. Kimberley's heritage was Brazilian, Spanish, and indigenous, blessing her with striking looks that captivated everyone she met. She had flawless skin, thick luxurious hair, a radiant smile, and a graceful figure. Her beauty drew admiration from people of all ages, with many comparing her to an angel. From a young age, Kimberley loved dance, gymnastics, and swimming. She cared deeply about her appearance and manners, while also excelling academically. She loved reading, attended theatre performances, and studied foreign languages. By her teenage years, Kimberley had already begun participating in beauty pageants, where she won numerous titles. She also modeled for advertisements and clothing brands, quickly becoming a local sensation. Kimberley's beauty and talent seemed like the start of a bright future, but her life took a tragic turn that shocked everyone who knew her. In high school, Kimberley firmly decided to pursue a career in modeling. Her inspiration came partly from her mother, Leela, who was a celebrated beauty in her youth and won several titles, including Miss Manacapuru. However, Leela later chose to marry and dedicate herself to raising her 3 children, leaving her modeling aspirations behind. Kimberley, aware of her remarkable physical features and love for the camera, envisioned a different path for herself. Kimberley's talents were undeniable. She was frequently featured in fashion magazines, participated in numerous shows, and earned the title of the most beautiful girl in her hometown. In 2017, she reached the finals of the Miss Amazonas contest and planned to compete again, this time with her sights set on the prestigious Miss Brazil title. A victory there could have paved her way to global competitions like Miss World or Miss Universe. However, Kimberley understood that winning at such a level required more than just beauty and charisma. Contestants were evaluated on their intelligence, education, moral character, and charitable activities. Moreover, they had to meet strict criteria, such as having no criminal records or controversial photo shoots. Determined to excel, Kimberley managed her social media actively, promoting a healthy lifestyle, sports, and proper nutrition. Her posts often featured moments from her life, professional photo shoots, and motivational messages for her growing audience. By 2019, her social media account boasted tens of thousands of followers, and she aimed to inspire others with her positivity and ambition. At 19, Kimberley decided to pursue higher education and aspired to become a dentist. She moved to Manaus, the bustling capital of Amazonas, to live with her maternal uncle, Henry, while preparing for university. After successfully passing the entrance exams, she enrolled in medical school. Leaving the quiet comfort of her hometown, she quickly adapted to city life. She balanced her studies with her modeling career, participating in advertising shoots and various projects while making new friends and embracing her busy lifestyle. In her free time, Kimberley enjoyed spending time with friends, often hanging out in lively groups. Despite her achievements, her life took a darker turn when she encountered a persistent and cunning admirer, which ultimately became a pivotal and tragic element in her story. In the fall of 2019, Kimberley and her close friend were enjoying an evening at a popular club when a handsome young man, Rafael Fernandez Rodriguez, approached them. He introduced himself, offering to buy Kimberley a cocktail. Accustomed to attention and knowing how to handle such situations, Kimberley politely declined, explaining she was with her friend and didn't need anything. Rafael apologized for bothering her and walked away, but Kimberley had no idea that this seemingly random encounter was far from accidental. Rafael had been following Kimberley's social media for about a year, silently observing her posts and stories without reaching out. When he learned from her updates that she had moved to Manaus, he decided to act. At 31, recently divorced, and working as a corporate lawyer, Rafael moved to Manaus as well, securing a high-paying job and renting a luxurious apartment in an upscale area. Obsessed with the idea of meeting and starting a relationship with Kimberley, he meticulously planned his approach. After the unsuccessful attempt to connect at the nightclub, Rafael shifted his strategy. He began sending Kimberley private messages on social media, inviting her on dates, and actively liking and commenting on all her posts. Despite his persistence, Kimberley paid him little attention. She often encountered similar admirers and saw nothing unique about him. Undeterred, Rafael changed tactics. He started befriending Kimberley's classmates, friends, and even her relatives on social media, trying to integrate himself into her circle. Eventually, one of Kimberley's close acquaintances unknowingly provided him with her phone number. With this new access, Rafael began messaging Kimberley through instant messengers, suggesting they meet in person. Rafael had studied Kimberley closely, learning about her interests, favorite places, and hobbies. He even attended outdoor training sessions that Kimberley sometimes conducted. It was during one of these sessions that he finally managed to catch her attention. They spoke for the first time, and the encounter marked a turning point. After that meeting, Kimberley and Rafael began communicating more frequently, exchanging messages and calls through social networks. This marked the beginning of a connection that would soon take a dark and unexpected turn. Rafael managed to capture Kimberley's interest with his charm and careful approach. Despite their nearly 10-year age gap, they developed an easygoing friendship. Rafael courted her thoughtfully, making sure not to scare her off while constantly reminding her of his presence. His strategy worked, and by March 2020, Kimberley and Rafael officially became a couple. However, Rafael's true nature quickly emerged. What initially seemed like affection soon turned into an obsession. He began monitoring Kimberley's every move, demanding to know where she went, who she spoke to, and who messaged her. At first, Kimberley brushed it off, even finding his possessiveness slightly amusing since she had never experienced such behavior before. But as time went on, Rafael's actions became more invasive and controlling. Rafael started dictating which photos Kimberley could post on social media, when she could go live, and whom she was allowed to interact with. He demanded she block certain people and approve her activities with him first. Frustrated by his behavior, Kimberley tried to set boundaries, but Rafael would apologize after every argument, showering her with expensive gifts, romantic dates, and grand gestures like bouquets of flowers to win her back. He assured her that he would never leave her, but his behavior didn't change. Kimberley began confiding in her friends, expressing her growing frustration. She complained that Rafael controlled her life, forbidding her from speaking to male classmates, even at university. He frequently took her phone without permission, checked her messages and call logs, and created scenes if something upset him. His anger sometimes escalated to the point where Kimberley feared for her safety. Her friends were deeply concerned and advised her to have a serious conversation with him. If he didn't change, they urged her to end the relationship before it was too late. Kimberley knew she didn't want to live under such suffocating control. She had dreams of pursuing a successful modeling career, defending her university diploma, traveling the world, gracing fashion magazines, and earning recognition for her talent. The thought of sacrificing all that for a relationship with someone as controlling and unstable as Raphael was unbearable. She realized she needed to make a final decision about her future, one that would determine whether she continued chasing her dreams or remained trapped in a toxic relationship. By early May 2020, after 2 emotionally draining months in the relationship, Kimberley decided to break up with Raphael. However, she was nervous about how he would react and wanted to approach the situation carefully. She waited for the right moment but realized she couldn't delay any longer. On May 10th, Brazil celebrated Mother's Day, a holiday Kimberley usually spent with her mum. But due to COVID-19 restrictions, she couldn't travel to her hometown to see her family. Instead, she posted a heartfelt photo with her mother on social media, expressing gratitude. Her mother, Leela, was undergoing cancer treatment in the hospital at the time. After posting, Kimberley joined a group of friends, including Raphael, for a run in the park. Observers later said the couple appeared to be getting along well and didn't argue. Only Kimberley's closest friend knew she planned to break up with Raphael that evening. At noon, Kimberley called her uncle, Henry, to let him know she would spend the day with her best friend, Gabriella, but would return home later that night. She asked him to leave the front door unlocked since she had forgotten her keys. Trusting her, Henry left the door open and went to bed. That evening, while at Gabriella's house, Kimberley rehearsed what she would say to Raphael. She carefully chose her words, aiming to end the relationship without provoking his anger. Though difficult, she finally felt ready for the conversation. Around 9 p.m., Raphael arrived at Gabriella's house in his new white Audi. Kimberley stepped out with a smile, waved goodbye to her friend, and got into the car. Tragically, this was the last time anyone saw her alive. The mysterious disappearance. On the morning of May 11th, Henry noticed Kimberley hadn't returned home. Concerned, he tried calling her, but her phone was off. He then contacted Gabriella, who informed him that Kimberley had left with Raphael the previous evening and hadn't been in touch since. Henry attempted to reach Raphael, but his calls went unanswered, which was unusual. By midday, it became clear that something was wrong. Kimberley didn't attend her university classes, something she had never missed before. Worried and unable to contact either Kimberley or Raphael, Henry went to the police to file a missing person report for both his niece and her boyfriend. However, when Henry went to the police to report Kimberley and Raphael's disappearance, they brushed him off. They said Kimberley and Raphael were adults who could choose to go wherever they wanted without informing anyone. Frustrated, Henry, along with a few of Kimberley's friends, started their own search. They first visited Raphael's apartment, but no one answered the door, and his car was missing from the parking lot. This suggested the couple had left together. However, Kimberley's loved ones were certain she would never disappear without informing someone. By evening, Henry called his sister Leela, despite not wanting to stress her because of her illness. He had no choice, as she had been trying to reach Kimberley all day and was growing increasingly concerned. Henry tried to reassure her, saying Kimberley wasn't the type to get involved in trouble, didn't have bad habits, and didn't associate with questionable people. Kimberley's friends began sharing her photos on social media and in local groups, pleading for any information about her or Raphael's whereabouts. Since Kimberley was well known in her community and had a growing online presence, news of her disappearance quickly spread. Thousands of followers joined the search effort, but unfortunately, no leads surfaced. A grim discovery. On May 12th, nearly 2 days after Kimberley's disappearance, the police finally took action. A search warrant was issued for Raphael's apartment to look for any clues. What they found behind the locked door shocked everyone. In one of the rooms lay Kimberley's lifeless body. She was on the bedroom floor, partially covered with a sheet, surrounded by a large pool of blood. Bloodstains were also visible on the bed, carpets, and other areas of the apartment, revealing a chaotic and violent struggle. It was clear the perpetrator had panicked, attempting to clean up the evidence but ultimately abandoning the effort. Before fleeing, they turned the air conditioning to its maximum setting, likely in an attempt to slow the body's decomposition and avoid detection. Forensic experts discovered 4 stab wounds on Kimberley's body, 2 to the chest and 2 to the neck. The weapon, a large kitchen knife, was found in the next room. It bore clear traces of blood and fingerprints belonging to the assailant, indicating no attempt was made to dispose of it. The horrifying discovery marked the beginning of an intense investigation into what led to the tragic death of the young model. The forensic experts discovered that the weapon, a kitchen knife, had Raphael's fingerprints on it. No other fingerprints were found in the apartment, confirming that the only 2 people present during the attack were Raphael and Kimberley. The lack of defensive wounds or signs of a struggle indicated that Kimberley was likely attacked suddenly, catching her off guard. It seemed that the attack occurred on the bed, but she was ultimately killed on the floor with a fatal blow to the neck, severing her carotid artery. Raphael was nowhere to be found. His personal items, including documents, bank cards, and car keys, were missing. The condition of his apartment suggested he had left in a hurry. What had initially been considered a disappearance now became a manhunt for the prime suspect in a brutal crime. The hunt for the fugitive. The forensic examination confirmed that the fingerprints on the weapon were indeed Raphael's. No traces of other people were found in the apartment, leaving no doubt that he was the perpetrator. Alerts were sent to police stations across the state, and news of the manhunt spread widely on social media, asking the public for any information about his whereabouts. A search was also launched for the white Audi he drove. The detectives worked quickly, following up on every lead. On May 13th, news came that a white Audi had been found crashed in a ditch in the neighboring state of Kakari. Surveillance footage showed Raphael driving the car at high speed before he lost control and veered off the road. The car overturned, but it was unclear how badly he was injured or where he went after the crash. Failed escape. Investigators soon discovered that Raphael had indeed been picked up by a passing vehicle after the crash and was taken to a nearby town. From there, he took a taxi to a bank and withdrew most of the money from his account. He then took the taxi to the border town of Boa Vista, where he tried to cross the border into Venezuela on foot to escape justice. However, his attempt to flee was unsuccessful due to the tightening of border controls and travel restrictions caused by the worsening COVID-19 situation. Raphael's escape was thwarted, but he remained on the run, and authorities intensified their search for him. That she had been talking to other men. This discovery enraged him, and in a fit of jealousy he became violent. According to Raphael, he confronted Kimberley about the messages, and in the heat of the argument he lost control. He claimed that he didn't remember exactly what happened next, but when he came to his senses, Kimberley was lying on the floor, lifeless. Raphael insisted that it was an accident, claiming that he had never intended to kill her. He said the stabbing occurred during their argument, but the evidence showed otherwise. The brutality of the attack and the manner in which the crime was carried out suggested something far more deliberate than an accident. The multiple stab wounds, particularly to the neck, and the absence of defensive wounds on Kimberley's body, indicated that the attack had been swift and planned. Despite his claims, the evidence was overwhelming. The surveillance footage showed them entering the apartment together, and the forensic analysis confirmed that the knife used in the attack had Raphael's fingerprints on it. It became clear that Raphael's version of events was an attempt to justify his actions and deflect the responsibility for the cold-blooded murder. The arrest and aftermath. After his arrest, Raphael was taken into custody and charged with the murder of Kimberley Oliveira. His attempt to flee the country and evade justice only reinforced the seriousness of his crime. The discovery of his hideout in the forest and the confrontation with his hired guards further highlighted the lengths he was willing to go to avoid capture. Kimberley's family and friends were left devastated by the loss of such a young and promising life. Her mother, who was battling cancer at the time, was heartbroken over the loss of her daughter. The model had been on the brink of achieving so much a successful career, further education, and the opportunity to inspire others. Instead, her life was tragically cut short by the actions of an obsessive and controlling man. In the end, Raphael's attempts to flee and deny his guilt couldn't erase the evidence or the pain he caused. Kimberley's death left a lasting impact on those who knew her, and her story serves as a heartbreaking reminder of the dangers of toxic relationships and obsessive behavior. Raphael's defense relied on the claim that he had acted out of anger and jealousy, insisting that he never intended to kill Kimberley, but only wanted to scare her after discovering her conversations with other men. He said he had taken the knife to intimidate her, and the situation escalated unexpectedly. According to his version, the confrontation quickly turned violent when Kimberley denied talking to anyone, enraging him further. He claimed that the stabbing was a spur-of-the-moment act, something he hadn't planned but happened because of his inability to control his emotions. However, the testimonies and evidence presented by the prosecution painted a different picture. Kimberley's best friend, Gabriella, testified that Kimberley had made the decision to break up with Raphael, and she had carefully planned what to say. Gabriella insisted that Kimberley would never have provoked Raphael or joked about talking to other men, especially knowing his volatile behavior. This contradicted Raphael's claim that she had mocked him. Additionally, Raphael's ex-wife confirmed his history of uncontrollable fits of anger. She explained that his aggression had been a central issue in their marriage and was the reason for their divorce. She described him as a cruel person whose violent tendencies were well known to those close to him. Despite his defense, it was clear that Raphael's jealousy and obsession had driven him to murder. His actions were not a spur-of-the-moment act, but a calculated response to the threat of losing control over Kimberley. His attempts to justify his crime were undermined by the testimony of those who knew him and the overwhelming evidence against him. Raphael's only supporter was his mother, Fatima, who claimed he was a good person and that his actions had been caused by the circumstances. She blamed Kimberley and others for driving her son to commit such a terrible act, expressing sympathy for him rather than the victim. This defense was widely dismissed, as it was seen as an attempt to excuse the crime rather than acknowledge its brutal nature. A lenient sentence and public outrage. Despite the strong evidence and the testimony from several witnesses, there were concerns that Raphael might receive a lenient sentence. Public opinion was divided, with many people expressing outrage at the possibility of him being let off lightly. His mother's defense, along with his apparent remorse, was seen as an attempt to mitigate his punishment, but many felt it was insufficient to justify the brutality of the crime. The legal system's handling of the case would ultimately depend on the judge's decision, but the public outcry highlighted the severity of Raphael's actions and the need for justice for Kimberley. The case not only revealed the dangers of obsessive, controlling behavior, but also the tragic consequences of toxic relationships. Kimberley's death was a sobering reminder of how unchecked jealousy and anger can lead to irreversible harm. In the end, Kimberley's friends, family, and supporters hoped that Raphael would be held accountable for his crime and that justice would prevail. Her story became a symbol of the dangers of domestic violence and the importance of recognizing the signs of abusive relationships before they escalate. The aftermath of Kimberley's tragic death and the subsequent trial left an indelible mark on all those involved. Raphael's father, devastated by the reality of the monster his son had become, could not bear the shame. In an act of despair, he chose to end his life, stepping in front of a train. Although his widow claimed it was an accident due to her husband's poor health, surveillance footage painted a darker picture, revealing it was a deliberate act. This tragic event added another layer of heartbreak to an already deeply painful family story. Raphael's legal team continued to push the narrative of his insanity, hoping to avoid a life sentence by arguing that his crime was committed in a fit of rage. They requested multiple psychiatric evaluations to delay the trial, but in the end, Raphael was deemed fit to stand trial. Despite the overwhelming evidence of his guilt, the legal strategy succeeded in securing him a surprisingly lenient sentence. In October 2021, he was sentenced to 14 years in prison, a term later reduced by a year. The rationale for this light sentence was the defense's argument that he had been acting in a fit of rage, rather than premeditating the murder. This lenient punishment sparked public outrage, with many feeling that justice had not been served for Kimberley. On the very day the verdict was announced, Kimberley's mother, Leela, who had been following the court proceedings from her hospital bed while battling cancer, tragically passed away. After the verdict, her heart stopped, and the family lost both of their beloved women in a span of a year and a half. First, they lost their daughter and sister, Kimberley, and now they lost their mother and wife, Leela, to the ravages of cancer. This compounded the grief and despair that the family had already been enduring. Meanwhile, Rafael's mother, Fatima, stood by her son, vowing to wait for his release from prison. She expressed that he was the only family she had left after the death of her husband. This statement was met with mixed reactions, as many felt that Fatima's support for her son, despite his brutal crime, demonstrated a lack of understanding of the magnitude of his actions. As the story came to an end, it left a somber and unsettling legacy. Kimberley's death and the lenient sentence for her killer raised difficult questions about the justice system and the consequences of obsessive, controlling relationships. For the families involved, the pain was only compounded by the senseless loss of two cherished lives. This tragic story serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked obsession, the consequences of abuse, and the deep emotional toll it can take on those who are affected. Today, we're diving into another tragic case that shows the dark side of teenage love. Teenage romance can be one of the most intense and unpredictable feelings, often driven by hormonal changes and new social dynamics. This is a time of self-discovery, rebellion, and the desire to prove oneself, which can sometimes lead to reckless and dangerous actions to impress a partner. In the spring of 2017, a quiet town called Lorenville in Georgia was shaken by a series of brutal crimes that left 2 people dead and 4 others fighting for their lives. An elderly couple was beaten and tortured to death for money, and 2 students were severely injured but managed to survive. Thanks to quick action by the police, the violent spree was stopped before more lives could be lost. The culprits behind these horrifying acts were 17-year-old Cassandra Borger and 19-year-old Johnny Ryder. Their relationship was often compared to a twisted version of Romeo and Juliet, as the couple had plans to end their lives together. However, they preferred to see themselves as a modern-day Bonnie and Clyde, despite not knowing much about the infamous criminal duo. The most chilling detail of their crimes was that they targeted their own family members, wanting to eliminate everyone close to them. Cassandra and Johnny's story began in late January 2017 when they met through mutual friends. At that time, Cassandra was still in high school, while Johnny, who had just turned 19, had already been married and divorced. His brief marriage was rushed due to his underage girlfriend's pregnancy, but the relationship quickly fell apart after a miscarriage. This tragic case highlights how the intense emotions of teenage love, combined with a need for approval and identity, can lead to devastating consequences. When Johnny first laid eyes on Cassandra, he was instantly captivated, falling deeply in love at first sight. Despite her petite and attractive looks, Cassandra was a powerhouse of unrestrained energy. She was actively involved in various physical activities, like tango, Korean martial arts, taekwondo, and wushu, even participating in multiple competitions. However, she eventually quit, citing an inability to focus due to emotional struggles. The truth was that she preferred partying with friends and indulging in unhealthy habits that clashed with her athletic lifestyle. Cassandra was not only strikingly beautiful with a slim figure, but also knew how to grab attention. She was a master of manipulation, especially with the boys who admired her. Many now question whether she truly loved Johnny or merely used him to achieve her own dark goals. However, Johnny was clearly head over heels for her, believing he had found his true love and soulmate. He lived at home with his mother and 2 sisters, while Cassandra stayed with her grandparents, who adored her as their only grandchild. Shortly after meeting, a passionate romance quickly blossomed between Johnny and Cassandra. Eager to show their commitment, they introduced each other to their families. However, their loved ones did not approve of their relationship, which only fueled the young couple's anger and resentment, putting their families in grave danger. Individually, Johnny and Cassandra might never have committed any serious crimes, let alone considered harming their own families. But together, they became a deadly pair. Johnny, influenced by his girlfriend, shared her love for forbidden substances and was easily manipulated. Meanwhile, Cassandra was the mastermind behind their horrific plans, coming up with monstrous ideas that Johnny was all too willing to carry out without hesitation. Cassandra Borger was born on January 19, 2000, in Peachtree Corners, Gwinnett County, Georgia. Her rebellious nature, combined with a talent for manipulation, made her a dangerous influence on those around her, ultimately leading Johnny down a tragic path. Cassandra was the only child of Amanda Sterling, who had her out of wedlock. She never knew her biological father, and he was never a part of her life. Her mother, Amanda, was more focused on her own personal affairs than on raising Cassandra, which led to the young girl developing behavioral and aggression issues early on. When Cassandra was 15, her mother married a man named Stephen. Unfortunately, her stepfather started showing inappropriate interest in Cassandra, making advances toward her. When Cassandra tried to tell her mother, Amanda didn't believe her, dismissing it as another one of her daughter's lies, since Cassandra had a reputation for being a troublemaker and a pathological liar. Feeling unsafe, Cassandra reached out to her grandparents, Wendy and Randall, sharing what was happening at home. Concerned for their granddaughter's well-being, the elderly couple decided it was best for Cassandra to move in with them. In October 2015, the 15-year-old relocated to their spacious two-story home in Lawrenceville, where she was given her own room and was provided with everything she needed. Wendy and Randall rarely denied her anything, hoping that their love and support would help Cassandra turn her life around. However, Cassandra took advantage of their kindness. She quit sports, skipped school, hung out with a bad crowd, and frequently ran away from home. She even started stealing money from her grandparents to fund her new lifestyle, which included alcohol and prohibited substances. At one point, when her grandparents refused to give her the money she demanded, she threatened her grandmother's life. Between October 2015 and March 2017, the Borger family had to call the police over 30 times due to Cassandra's constant disappearances, fights, thefts, and aggressive behavior, often under the influence of substances. Despite their efforts, she became completely unmanageable. Things took a turn for the worse when Cassandra began dating Johnny Ryder. She even brought Johnny to her grandparents' house, announcing that he would now be living there with her. Her relationship with Johnny seemed to fuel her downward spiral, leading to even more reckless and dangerous behavior. Wendy and Randall were strongly against Johnny moving into their home, just as Johnny's mother and sisters refused to let Cassandra stay with them. This rejection only fueled the couple's anger. They soon decided that anyone standing in the way of their love had to be eliminated. Their plan was chillingly straightforward. They would kill Cassandra's grandparents and take all their money, then do the same to Johnny's family, seize their assets, confront Cassandra's mother and stepfather to settle the score, and finally flee to Florida to spend whatever they could steal from the three households. Cassandra knew exactly where her grandparents kept a large sum of cash. In one of the rooms on the second floor, there was a small safe hidden in a closet. However, after realizing money had been disappearing and suspecting their granddaughter of theft, Wendy and Randall had started hiding their savings more securely. Wendy, 63, and Randall, 64, had been married for over 40 years. They had raised a daughter, built their dream home, and were looking forward to spending their golden years together. Despite being unable to control their granddaughter's wild behavior, they didn't want to send her back to her mother or to a juvenile detention center. They still hoped she could change and didn't want to ruin her future. But everything took a dark turn on the night of April 2nd, 2017. After the elderly couple had gone to bed, Johnny, armed with kitchen knives and baseball bats, entered their home with Cassandra's help. She had let him in, and the two silently climbed the stairs to the second floor. The couple occupied 2 adjacent bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. Cassandra quietly entered her grandmother's room and stood by her bed, while Johnny went into Randall's room. Johnny started attacking Randall with a baseball bat as he slept. The elderly man was caught completely off guard, disoriented, frightened, and unable to defend himself. Johnny, fueled by rage, jumped onto the bed, standing over Randall, and continued to hit him repeatedly. The brutal assault on Randall was just the beginning of a night filled with unimaginable violence as the couple's twisted plan unfolded. Wendy was startled awake by the sound of dull thuds and muffled screams. In the darkness, she saw a figure by her bed and realized it was her granddaughter, Cassandra. When Wendy tried to get up, she was immediately stabbed in the shoulder. Desperate to defend herself, she raised her hands, but deep cuts indicated she was no match for her attacker. Cassandra then dragged her grandmother by the hair into the next room, where Johnny was viciously attacking Randall. The young couple tied up the elderly pair with tape and continued to beat them, demanding the code to the safe. Johnny held a knife to Randall's throat, threatening to kill him if they didn't cooperate. Despite the terror, Wendy and Randall still hoped their granddaughter wouldn't go through with it. But their hope was short-lived. On Cassandra's command, Johnny began stabbing Randall in the stomach. Wendy, desperate to save their lives, screamed and gave up the safe's code. Cassandra rushed to open it, triumphantly returning with envelopes full of cash, proudly showing Johnny that they had succeeded. But their cruelty didn't stop there. They continued to beat the elderly couple, this time demanding passwords for their bank cards to steal more money. Realizing they were not going to be spared, Wendy and Randall began to say their final goodbyes, expressing their love for each other. Cassandra later admitted during interrogation that this moment of tenderness between her grandparents amused her. After extracting all the information they wanted, Johnny finished off Randall by slitting his throat in front of Wendy. Then, they dragged Wendy into the bathroom, where the horrific assault continued. Wendy's life was brutally ended by blows to the head from a baseball bat swung by her own granddaughter. At one point, Cassandra complained to Johnny that her grandmother was still alive and had a pulse. Johnny then ensured Wendy's death by slitting her throat, leaving no chance of survival. After this brutal massacre, Cassandra and Johnny shockingly stayed in the house, living among the decomposing bodies of Wendy and Randall on the second floor. The young couple continued their lives as if nothing had happened, the stench of death filling the home they had turned into a scene of horror. After brutally murdering Wendy and Randall, Cassandra and Johnny wasted no time enjoying their stolen money. They went on a shopping spree, buying anything they wanted, including alcohol and various illegal substances. During their interrogation, they admitted that they wanted to experience everything they had been deprived of, and now finally had the means to do so. Meanwhile, Wendy's sister became concerned when she hadn't heard from her relatives since April 1st. The couple had stopped answering calls and only responded with unusual text messages, which raised red flags, especially since Wendy had poor eyesight and rarely texted. The messages claimed everything was fine and urged not to worry, but this only deepened her concern. Worried for their safety, she called the police, requesting a welfare check. A patrol officer was sent to the house to check on Wendy and Randall. Upon arrival, he found no immediate signs of trouble. The mail had been collected, and neighbors reported seeing the couple's car leaving for downtown earlier that morning. With no signs of forced entry and lacking a warrant to search the home, the officer concluded that the elderly couple had simply gone out and reported that everything appeared normal. Meanwhile, Cassandra and Johnny were using the victim's car to go on daily shopping trips. They stocked up on food, alcohol, and other luxuries, ordering restaurant deliveries and buying more than they could consume. They left uneaten and spoiled food scattered around the house, letting it rot in boxes on the floor, tables, windowsills, and every available surface. As the cash began to run out, they turned to Wendy's bank card for withdrawals but couldn't access Randall's card since they couldn't find his wallet. About a week after killing her grandparents, the couple decided to host a party at the now empty house. However, they faced a major problem. The decomposing bodies on the second floor had started to emit a horrific stench that was impossible to ignore. To cover up the smell, Johnny went to the garage and found 2 cans of construction sealant. Before sealing off the rooms, they attempted to mask the odor by buying several liters of chlorine bleach. They poured the bleach over the bodies, hoping to reduce the stench. Then, Johnny carefully sealed every crack around the bathroom door and the bedroom door with the sealant, trying to contain the smell. Despite their efforts, the story they told their friends was suspicious. Cassandra and Johnny invited their friends over, claiming that her grandparents had left town for a few days, leaving her with a lot of money. They promised a big party with plenty of alcohol and something more fun. However, their friends were wary, knowing the troubled history of Wendy and Randall frequently calling the police on Cassandra. The couple's strange behavior and the sudden abundance of money made their story hard to believe. Cassandra and Johnny's attempt to throw a party at her grandparents' house was a failure. Most of their friends were too suspicious of the strange invitation, knowing the trouble Wendy and Randall had with their granddaughter. In the end, only a small group of troubled teens showed up, mainly those willing to provide illegal substances in exchange for a reward. Even in their intoxicated state, the guests complained about the awful stench permeating the house. Cassandra dismissed it, claiming it was due to a clogged sewer. By the next day, the couple realized they couldn't stay in the house any longer. The smell was unbearable, and they were running out of cash. They had almost exhausted the money from Wendy's card and knew they needed more funds to make their escape. They had a plan to get the money, but it involved targeting more of their relatives, meaning more lives would have to be taken. A sudden twist saves lives. On Friday, April 7th, 2017, Cassandra and Johnny turned their attention to Johnny's own family. They broke into the Ryder family home early in the morning, using Johnny's set of keys. At that time, his mother and sisters were either at work or university. The house was empty, giving them a chance to ransack it and gather cash and valuables. Desperate for more weapons, they armed themselves with baseball bats and bear spray, an extremely potent aerosol used to deter aggressive bears. This spray can cause severe burns, intense pain, and respiratory distress in humans, potentially being lethal. The couple knew the approximate schedules of Johnny's family members. Their plan was to ambush and kill each one as they returned home, then escape with the loot. They figured that if the bodies were not discovered immediately, it would buy them a couple of days before anyone realized something was wrong. Melissa, Johnny's younger sister, was the first to come home that day. However, she unexpectedly brought her boyfriend along, planning to enjoy some time alone while the house was empty. This unexpected twist complicated their plan, but Cassandra and Johnny decided to go through with it, intending to add the boyfriend to their list of victims. When Melissa and her boyfriend entered the house, they were immediately alarmed by the mess and realized someone had broken in. Melissa quickly ran to call the police, but she didn't get the chance. Suddenly, the room filled with a thick, acrid orange smoke as the criminals unleashed the bear spray. The intense fumes caused their eyes to water, their throats to burn, and their skin to feel like it was on fire. As Melissa and her boyfriend struggled to breathe, two masked figures emerged from the smoke, wielding baseball bats. Without hesitation, Cassandra and Johnny began to savagely beat the young couple. The plan to rob Johnny's family took an unexpected turn when Melissa and her boyfriend put up a much stronger fight than Cassandra and Johnny anticipated. The attackers, unprepared for the intensity of their own bear spray, started choking on the fumes themselves. In the chaos of the fight, the front door suddenly opened. It was Johnny's mother, coming home early from work. She screamed at the sight of the attack and immediately called 911, forcing Cassandra and Johnny to flee through the kitchen door. In their haste, Cassandra dropped the car keys they originally came with. Fortunately for the pair, Johnny had swiped a spare set of keys to his mother's car during the earlier break-in. They escaped in her vehicle, leaving behind a major piece of evidence: their own car registered to the deceased couple, Wendy and Randall. The criminals hadn't anticipated Melissa bringing her boyfriend home, which complicated their plan. Trying to eliminate two young, strong victims at once was more difficult than they imagined. They overestimated their capabilities and underestimated the bear spray's potency. The failed attack left both Melissa and her boyfriend injured but alive, with various wounds and chemical burns. They were rushed to the hospital but were expected to recover. A grim discovery at the grandparents' house. Law enforcement arrived on the scene and quickly noticed the unfamiliar car abandoned in the backyard. A check of the license plates showed it was registered to Wendy and Randall. This raised red flags because officers had already visited their home earlier that week after a welfare check request, but left after getting no answer at the door. Acting on this new lead, police headed back to Wendy and Randall's residence. This time, after knocking and receiving no response, they forced their way inside. The stench of decay was overwhelming, especially from the upper floors. Bloodstains were immediately visible on the bed and floor of one bedroom, along with an open closet that revealed an empty safe. In the second bedroom, they found the door sealed shut with construction adhesive, which took time to cut through. Once inside, officers were horrified to find the decomposing body of Randall, hands tied behind his back, showing signs of severe torture. The bathroom door was also sealed, and once broken open, revealed the remains of Wendy. It was clear she had been beaten, tortured, and ultimately killed by having her throat slit. The house was in complete disarray. Garbage, spoiled food containers, empty alcohol bottles, and dirty dishes filled every corner. Police recognized the address. They had been called there multiple times over the past year and a half due to Cassandra's unruly behavior. As the deceased couple's troubled granddaughter, Cassandra immediately became the prime suspect. The search for the young suspects. While police were trying to piece together what happened at the Borger residence, they informed Johnny's surviving family members about the brutal events. It was clear to investigators that Cassandra and Johnny were responsible, but the question remained, where had they gone? Authorities launched an immediate manhunt, knowing that these two young and dangerous fugitives were on the loose, possibly planning their next attack. Upon hearing the story from Johnny's surviving family members, police were quick to identify Cassandra as the primary suspect and Johnny as her likely accomplice. A nationwide alert was issued for the couple and the stolen vehicle they used to escape. After fleeing the Ryder home, the pair were desperate to rid themselves of the painful residue left by the bear spray. They stopped at a store and bought 5 liters of milk, using it to wash off the irritant and ease their burning skin. Seeking refuge with an old friend. In need of a place to hide, Johnny recalled his best friend from high school, Jason, with whom he had been close during their senior year. The two had drifted apart after graduation, but Johnny hoped that Jason would still be willing to help. Desperate, and with few options, Cassandra and Johnny showed up at Jason's apartment, looking disheveled and suspicious. Johnny spun a tale, claiming that he and his girlfriend had been thrown out by his disapproving mother, who allegedly attacked them with pepper spray. Jason and his kind-hearted mother believed the story, offering the couple the use of their bathroom, fresh clothes, a hot meal, and even a place to stay for the night. The next morning, Jason's mother prepared breakfast, trying to be hospitable to the unexpected guests. But the situation took a dramatic turn when the sound of police sirens grew louder outside. Officers had tracked the fugitives to Jason's address, and soon police cars surrounded the building. The standoff. The police used a megaphone to call out to Johnny and Cassandra by name, urging them to surrender peacefully. Jason and his mother were horrified, realizing they had unknowingly harbored dangerous criminals. As panic set in, Johnny grabbed a large kitchen knife and ordered Jason and his mother to leave the apartment. Terrified, the hosts fled, leaving the criminals alone to face the police. Knowing that escape was impossible, and that a SWAT team would likely storm the apartment at any moment, Cassandra and Johnny decided on a tragic course of action that would end their lives together in a twisted version of a Romeo and Juliet pact. They retreated to the bathroom, where they inflicted deep cuts on their wrists in a suicide attempt. A final message. As they began to lose consciousness, Johnny took out his phone and recorded a voice message for his mother. In a tearful, remorseful tone, he apologized for his actions, expressing love for his family and regret for the pain he had caused. He claimed he was dying in the arms of his beloved Cassandra and that this would be his final farewell. Cassandra, however, remained silent, choosing not to send any parting messages to anyone. When the police finally broke down the apartment door and forced their way into the bathroom, they found the young couple lying in a pool of blood, unconscious but still alive. Their hands were intertwined, as if clinging to one another in their final moments. Aftermath. The couple was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Despite their severe blood loss, both survived their suicide attempt. Once stabilized, they were placed under arrest and charged with multiple counts, including double homicide, attempted murder, and robbery. The brutal crimes committed by Cassandra and Johnny shocked their communities and left families shattered. The trial that followed would reveal even more disturbing details about the couple's plans and the depths of their depravity, ensuring they would spend the rest of their lives behind bars. After their failed suicide attempt, Johnny and Cassandra were given immediate medical attention and transported to the hospital. As they regained consciousness, the couple's behavior and confessions began to take shape. Johnny was the first to speak, immediately expressing remorse for his actions. He admitted to regretting the murders and the damage caused by his actions. On the other hand, Cassandra attempted to portray herself as the victim in the situation, claiming she had been suffering from depression for years. She insisted that she had been angry with herself and had no desire to live anymore. However, during her interrogation, she inadvertently revealed that she had long harbored thoughts of killing her grandparents, something she had never openly admitted before. Cassandra's behavior during her interrogation was erratic and disturbing. She complained about the hospital food, made childish faces, and even flirted with the detectives. Her cooperation only came after she was promised fast food, which she had requested. What she revealed during her confession shocked even the most experienced officers. Cassandra coldly admitted to killing her grandparents, claiming they had lived long enough. She showed no remorse, only frustration at failing to find her grandfather's bank card. She laughed when told he had hidden it under his pillow, sarcastically calling him damn smart. The murders were fueled by resentment over their rules and interference in her life. The couple also confessed to planning more crimes. They intended to kill Johnny's family, the Ryder family, out of revenge for disapproving of Cassandra and trying to keep them apart. They saw the murders as a way to rob the family, reasoning, dead people don't need money. Their plans extended to Cassandra's mother and stepfather, blaming them for her mistreatment. They envisioned a future in Florida, living by the ocean on stolen money. After a failed suicide attempt, Johnny and Cassandra were arrested and brought to trial. By the time they appeared in court, their love had soured, and they turned on each other, hurling blame and insults. Ultimately, both pled guilty to the murders, attempted murders, and robberies. The court sentenced them to 2 life terms each, with parole eligibility after 60 years. Johnny expressed genuine remorse, apologizing to the victims and acknowledging the pain he caused. Cassandra, however, remained defiant and unapologetic, stating, "I have nothing to apologize for." Their chilling lack of humanity left the courtroom in shock, with many struggling to reconcile their youthful appearances with the brutality of their crimes. The case became a grim reminder of how love and anger, left unchecked, can lead to horrifying consequences. The phrase "when you are killed," often used jokingly by law enforcement to address citizens, sadly reflects the reality of how the state sometimes treats its people. This includes neglecting their rights to protect themselves and their loved ones from criminal threats. The story of Vera Pekova from Kovo, northern Russia, brings this harsh reality to life. Despite begging for help for hours, no one came to her aid. Let's go back to the beginning to understand why indifference can be one of the greatest sins of our time. Vera Pekova was born on September 24, 1997, in Kovo. She was a talented and artistic girl who loved dancing and singing. During her school years, she participated in regional and city events, and even won first place at the Rainbow Festival. Her parents, Oksana and Eugene, were incredibly proud of her achievements. When Vera graduated from school, her mother assumed she would pursue a career in culture and the arts. But Vera surprised everyone by applying to the Kovo State Technical University to study economic security. She excelled in her studies and dreamed of working in the Department for Combating Economic Crimes. Vera's parents divorced when she was young, but she maintained a close relationship with her father and his new family. They often spent vacations together, showing Vera examples of families built on respect and kindness. In 2017, Vera met Vlad Canis at a gathering. Vlad seemed like the perfect guy, handsome, cheerful, and polite. The two began dating, and their families, who lived in the same apartment building in Kiselev, were already acquainted. Everyone in their community knew Vlad and Vera's parents. What happened next, however, would reveal the darker side of indifference and failure within society, turning a promising young life into a heart-wrenching tragedy. Vladislav's life was marked by tragedy and hardship from an early age. His mother left him to start a new life with another man, leaving him in the care of his father. However, his father later committed a crime, and after being convicted, he tragically took his own life by shooting himself with a shotgun in front of Vlad. Witnessing such a horrific event at a young age left a lasting scar on Vlad's psyche. Many people pitied him for his tough upbringing, but Vera's parents had different feelings. They loved their daughter deeply and wanted her to have a stable and happy life, something they didn't believe Vlad could provide. Vlad had a difficult character, no clear life goals, and a troubled past. This concerned Vera's parents, who tried to dissuade her from continuing the relationship, believing no good could come from it. But Vera, blinded by love, ignored their warnings. Vera kept her relationship with Vlad low-key. She never posted pictures of them together on Instagram, and even her close friends knew little about her romantic life. Their time together was spent at house parties, hookah lounges, and other entertainment spots. Vlad, however, occasionally posted photos of the two of them on his social media, showing a different side of their relationship. According to Kira Egorova, one of Vera's close friends, the couple frequently argued but always reconciled as if nothing had happened. While her parents hoped the relationship would eventually fizzle out, Vera became more secretive. She stopped bringing Vlad to family events and avoided taking photos together, choosing to hide the relationship from her parents to avoid their disapproval. Vera's parents were deeply worried. They believed Vlad didn't genuinely love her and was only with her for selfish reasons. To them, he saw Vera as a way to secure his future because of her bright prospects. Vera was excelling in her studies and had a promising career ahead of her, with her parents planning to support her with an apartment and job opportunities. In contrast, Vlad had little direction in life and, from their perspective, was using Vera to compensate for his own lack of stability and ambition. Despite their concerns and efforts to protect her, Vera remained attached to Vlad, unable to see the potential dangers of the relationship. Vlad's lack of ambition became increasingly apparent. He dropped out of school after the 9th grade, showed no interest in further education, and avoided regular work, relying instead on small, sporadic jobs. Even the dorm room they shared for about a year was paid for by Vera. During a conversation with her mother, Vera admitted she was starting to realize that Vlad relied on her for everything and was using her. Over time, Vlad's behavior grew more controlling. He became jealous of Vera, even of her friends, and forbade her from going out alone. His possessiveness escalated into obsessive behavior as he began stalking her when she left the house. Vera tried to reason with him, explaining that trust and understanding were essential to avoid constant fights, but her efforts were in vain. By November 2019, their relationship had reached its breaking point. Vera informed her mother that she and Vlad were parting ways. Her mother felt relieved, believing her daughter had finally seen through the illusion of love and recognized Vlad's true nature. Vera moved to a new dormitory, seeking a fresh start. Vera's friend, Maria Fernanda, recalled that while Vera rarely complained about Vlad, she had recently admitted their arguments were becoming more frequent and physical. In a candid conversation with her mother, Vera revealed disturbing details of their relationship, which confirmed her mother's fears Vlad had been manipulating her for years. On January 13, 2020, 23-year-old Vera decided to end the relationship for good. Around 6 p.m., she went to Vlad's apartment at 28 Leningradsky Prospect to collect her belongings and officially cut ties. Vlad, however, had other plans. He prepared a romantic dinner, setting the table beautifully, hoping to win her back. At first, the evening was calm, with the two talking and drinking. While Vera limited herself to just a little alcohol, Vlad drank heavily, one shot after another. The mood quickly turned sour. Vlad became drunk and aggressive, yelling accusations of infidelity and calling Vera offensive names. He repeatedly claimed she had another boyfriend. Throughout the evening, Vera stayed in contact with her friend, sending voice messages to update her. However, Vlad also used her phone to send messages, telling her friend not to expect Vera and not to interfere. When Vera's messages suddenly stopped, her friend, unaware of the escalating danger, assumed nothing was wrong. What unfolded next would mark the tragic end of Vera's story. On the night of January 13, 2020, Vlad's simmering rage reached a boiling point. In his own testimony, he claimed the fight began when he accused Vera of seeing another man. According to Vlad, when Vera denied the accusations, he became angry, and the argument escalated. He alleged that Vera insulted him and hit him multiple times, kicking him and slapping his face. Although he claimed her actions caused him physical pain, his anger seemed rooted in his own insecurities and jealousy. In the early hours of January 14th, the residents of Building 28 on Leningradsky Prospect were woken by the piercing screams of a woman from Vlad's 7th-floor apartment. The desperate cries for help alarmed neighbors, who quickly began calling the police. Despite multiple calls to emergency services, law enforcement claimed there were no available teams at the moment. Disturbingly, the emergency dispatchers could hear Vera's cries in the background but failed to act with urgency. For over an hour, Vera's screams continued, growing more frantic with each passing minute. More residents from other floors joined in the effort, calling emergency services and pleading for help to be sent. The dispatcher assured them that the situation had been reported to the Lenin Department of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and police were on their way. However, no one arrived. After hours of torture, Vera's screams suddenly stopped. Those outside the apartment then heard Vlad's chilling voice, "Vera, I'm sorry. I love you very much." By the time neighbors decided to intervene, it was too late. They broke down the door and were greeted by a horrifying scene. Vera lay in a pool of blood, her body bearing the evidence of prolonged and brutal violence. Vlad's brother, who had rushed to the apartment earlier after a troubling phone call from Vlad, was the first to enter. He found Vera unresponsive, her life cruelly taken after enduring unimaginable suffering. It later emerged that Vlad had called his brother before Vera arrived, telling him of his intent to kill her. His brother hurried to the scene, but the door was locked, and he could only hear the horrifying events unfolding from outside. By the time the door was forced open, it was far too late to save Vera. The events of that night highlighted not only the monstrous actions of Vlad, but also the tragic failure of law enforcement to respond to cries for help. Had they acted promptly, Vera Pekova's life might have been spared. Instead, indifference and systemic neglect allowed a preventable tragedy to unfold. When investigators arrived at Vladislav Kanas's apartment, they found a horrifying scene. The room was in disarray, with items scattered everywhere. Vera lay motionless on the floor, her face bruised and discolored, with traces of blood around her mouth. Vlad was in the bathroom, clutching a knife and muttering to himself. Neighbors, who had called the police repeatedly, reported the murder once they saw the aftermath. Only then did an investigative and operational team arrive at the scene. Later, Vlad admitted during questioning, "I wanted the silence to come. I didn't think about her suffering. She screamed and insulted me. Striking her didn't bring me pleasure. I just wanted her to stop yelling." His chilling confession underscored the calculated and cold nature of his crime. Despite his violent outburst, he didn't attempt to flee and surrendered to the authorities without resistance. A question of negligence. While Vlad was apprehended, the spotlight shifted to the glaring negligence of law enforcement. For over 3 hours, neighbors had fought to save Vera's life, repeatedly calling emergency services as her screams echoed through the building. The inaction of the police raised serious questions about the systemic failures that allowed the tragedy to unfold. The timeline of events highlighted the breakdown in response. 4:52 a.m. The first call about the fight was made by a male resident of the building, reporting a woman screaming for help in apartment 738. At least 15 neighbors had gathered, alarmed by the desperate cries. 4:55 a.m. The report reached the duty officers, Major Mikhail Balashov and Captain Dmitry Taitin. However, they claimed there were no available teams to send due to a week-long police training exercise, which had depleted their resources. 4:58 a.m. Major Balashov contacted colleagues, asking for reinforcements, but was repeatedly told no personnel were available. In the meantime, calls from desperate neighbors continued pouring in. Dispatchers assured callers that help was on the way, but this was not true. As Vera's screams continued, frustration grew among the neighbors. Despite their repeated pleas, no officers arrived to intervene. The dispatch office of the local Ministry of Internal Affairs struggled to coordinate resources, but their efforts proved ineffective. This gross negligence by law enforcement added a layer of tragedy to an already devastating situation. Had even a single team been dispatched in time, Vera's life might have been saved. Instead, she endured hours of unimaginable torment, abandoned by the very system meant to protect her. The case would later spark widespread outrage, raising critical discussions about police accountability and the importance of swift responses to domestic violence and emergency situations. Vera's tragic death was not just a personal loss, but a glaring indictment of systemic indifference. The police's failure to act during the horrifying murder of Vera Pekova painted a stark picture of negligence and systemic dysfunction. Despite receiving numerous calls for help, the authorities remained indifferent, citing excuses ranging from a lack of jurisdiction to equipment issues. 4:52 a.m. The first call reporting Vera's screams was logged. Police officers Major Mikhail Balashov and Captain Dmitry Taitin were informed, but claimed no units were available due to an ongoing training exercise. 5:10 a.m. Major Balashov managed to dispatch a unit not to Vera's location, but to retrieve the body of an old man. Meanwhile, Vera's screams continued. 5:21 a.m. Balashov left his post, leaving Captain Tayton in charge. Tayton received updates about the situation but also failed to act. 5:28 a.m. Officer Maria Fernanda, while laughing during a phone call, dismissed the urgency of the situation, remarking that 15 people were already trying to break into the apartment. She ended the call, casually ignoring Vera's ongoing cries for help. A systematic breakdown. Even as the hours passed and neighbors made increasingly desperate attempts to get help, no police unit was sent. When Vera's neighbors finally forced the door open at 6:35 a.m., they discovered her lifeless body, blood smeared across the walls and floor. The killer, Vladislav Karnas, was inside the apartment, muttering to himself, with no attempt to escape. When the death was reported, emergency services finally responded, arriving within 15 minutes of this final call. This swift response starkly contrasted the inaction during the hours when Vera could have been saved. The trial and Vladislav's testimony. In February 2021, Vladislav Karnas stood trial, facing charges of murder committed with particular cruelty. In court, he gave a chillingly downplayed account of the crime. Vlad claimed he struck Vera 4 times and then strangled her with an iron cord, insisting he didn't mean to kill her. According to his statement, he wrapped the cord around her neck to scare her and put her to sleep, only realizing too late that she was dead. His explanation drew widespread outrage, reflecting not only the brutality of the act, but also his lack of remorse. Public outrage. Vera's tragic murder became a symbol of systemic failure. The 3-hour window when her life might have been saved was squandered by police incompetence and indifference. Her neighbors' heroic efforts highlighted the tragic irony: ordinary citizens acted with urgency, while those charged with protecting the public failed. The case sparked widespread anger, demanding accountability and reform in emergency response systems to prevent such tragedies in the future. Vera's death, though avoidable, exposed a broken system that prioritized bureaucracy over human lives. The murder of Vera Pekova and the subsequent police negligence sparked public outrage, leading to a deeper investigation and additional charges against law enforcement officers. Crime reclassification and legal developments. Initially, the case against Vladislav Karnas was not classified under the most severe charges. However, following widespread public attention and media coverage, the crime was reclassified as murder with particular cruelty under Part 2 of Article 105 of the Russian Criminal Code. This shift reflected the heinous nature of the crime and the suffering inflicted on Vera. The negligence of police officers was also addressed. Alongside the 2 officers initially prosecuted, 3 additional policewomen were charged for ignoring Vera's desperate screams during the hours-long ordeal. The brutality of the crime. Forensic experts revealed the horrifying extent of Vera's injuries. Bruises, abrasions, and lacerations covered nearly every part of her body. The majority of injuries were concentrated on her face, indicating intentional cruelty. Vladislav Karnas inflicted wounds with his hands, feet, heavy objects, and knives, taking sadistic pleasure in prolonging her suffering. 2 knives were used during the attack. After making 2 cuts with one, Vlad switched to a sharper blade, inflicting 5 additional wounds. Evidence indicated that he deliberately avoided a swift kill, choosing instead to extend Vera's pain. The brutality of the attack was so extreme that significant makeup and a high neck dress were required to prepare Vera's body for her funeral. Even with these measures, the evidence of her abuse could not be fully hidden. Accountability for police negligence. A month after the incident, the investigative committee opened another criminal case under Article 293 of the Criminal Code: negligence against Major Mikhail Bischoff, the head of the duty shift, and Captain Dmitry Tayton, the senior operational officer on duty. The charges were based on their failure to dispatch a squad to Vera's location, despite multiple reports of her screams for help. Their excuses included: resource constraints. Officers claimed their investigative team was occupied with another case involving a deceased man at a different location. Fuel issues. They pointed to problems with vehicle availability, specifically insufficient gasoline. Both Bischoff and Tayton denied any wrongdoing, refusing to cooperate with investigators and maintaining that their hands were tied due to logistical challenges. public and legal reaction. The detailed forensic reports, combined with the blatant inaction of law enforcement, fueled public anger. Activists and Vera's family demanded justice, not only for her brutal murder, but also for the systemic failures that allowed it to occur. This case highlighted the need for urgent reforms in emergency response protocols and greater accountability for those tasked with public safety. The tragedy of Vera Pekova became a somber reminder of the catastrophic consequences of institutional negligence. Developments in Vladislav Kanaz's case and the police negligence. Judicial proceedings and sentencing. In July 2020, Vladislav Kanaz was sentenced to 17 years in a strict regime penal colony, along with an order to pay 1.5 million rubles in compensation to Vera Pekova's parents. This was significantly less than the 23 years requested by the prosecutor's office. Despite the evident cruelty of the crime, the case was controversially reclassified from murder committed with particular cruelty to a more lenient charge. Officials informally claimed that the particular cruelty classification required at least 100 stab wounds, a reasoning that outraged Vera's family. In his final statement, Vladislav continued to blame Vera, claiming she provoked him and insisting he did not intend for the tragic outcome. Vera's father, dissatisfied with the sentence, vowed to appeal, seeking life imprisonment for Kanaz. Police negligence and accountability. The negligence of the police officers involved in responding to Vera's cries for help also faced legal scrutiny. In summer 2023, 5 officers were sentenced. Major Mikhail Bischoff, Captain Dmitry Taitin, and dispatcher Maria Pomara received 2-year suspended sentences. Dispatchers Maria Donava and Kristina Udintsova were given 1.5-year suspended sentences. This leniency added to the public's discontent, especially given the critical delay in their response, which likely contributed to Vera's death. Shocking turn: possible pardon of Kanaz. In an unexpected twist, Vladislav Kanaz, the convicted murderer, reportedly joined the Russian military in 2023. Vera's mother discovered a photo of him in military uniform online and contacted the Federal Penitentiary Service. She was informed that Kanaz had been sent to the Rostov region in April 2023 and may have signed a contract for military service. Later in the year, Vera's parents learned that Kanaz had been pardoned by the president, resulting in release from further punishment, removal of his criminal record. This revelation caused widespread outrage as it appeared to undermine the justice previously served. The pardon fueled debates about accountability, leniency toward violent offenders, and the appropriateness of granting pardons under such circumstances. Public reaction and continuing struggles. The case of Vera Pekova remains a stark symbol of systemic failures in law enforcement and judicial accountability in Russia. Her parents and human rights activists continue to fight for justice, though the pardon of Kanaz has left many feeling disillusioned about the possibility of meaningful reform. This tragic story highlights the need for stricter enforcement of legal consequences, better emergency response systems, and more transparent judicial processes to ensure that such failures do not repeat. The conclusion to Vera Pekova's tragic story highlights systemic failures and societal indifference, sparking conversations about justice, responsibility, and domestic violence. Financial compensation to Vera's family. In May 2024, it was revealed that the Ministry of Internal Affairs officers responsible for negligence leading to Vera's death were ordered to pay her family a mere 700,000 rubles, a fraction of the 7 million rubles originally sought by the victim's family. The drastically reduced compensation left the family feeling betrayed yet again by the justice system. Adding to this, Vera's father shared that Kanaz had been temporarily released from paying the court-mandated compensation of 1.5 million rubles during his participation in military operations. Society's role and the fear of intervening. The incident also raised broader societal questions. Why do so many people hesitate to intervene in conflicts, even when lives are at risk? Fear of involvement: many avoid stepping into situations fearing personal harm or becoming entangled in legal troubles. Indifference: a tendency to perceive domestic violence as a private matter discourages timely action. The message resonated: it is better to risk being a living fool who tried to help than a passive observer haunted by the knowledge they could have prevented a tragedy. Vera Pekova's legacy. Vera's name has been added to the grim list of victims of domestic violence, fueling calls for 1. Stronger punishments, stricter penalties for domestic violence perpetrators. 2. Police accountability, ensuring law enforcement officers fulfill their duties without negligence. 3. Public awareness, educating individuals about the importance of intervention and reporting abuse. The aftermath for Vladislav Kanas and the police officers. Vladislav Kanas, pardoned after enlisting in the military, continues to live freely, his atonement framed as service in war. Whether this truly redeems his actions remains a contentious debate. The police officers involved, with minimal sentences and little accountability, still live their lives largely unaffected. Meanwhile, Vera's family struggles to adjust to life without her. The contrast between the ongoing lives of those involved in her death and her family's enduring grief serves as a stark reminder of the failings of justice and humanity in this case. Reflection. This tragedy calls for action, both at the societal and systemic levels. Domestic violence must no longer be dismissed as a private affair, and negligence in law enforcement must face stricter consequences. Vera's story, like so many others, should not fade into obscurity. It must become a rallying cry for change. Now let's think about what we actually know about abusive relationships. If you were lucky enough to grow up in a loving home where your parents never raised their voices, your understanding of abuse might come mostly from things you've read online or heard in conversations with friends or co-workers. But the reality of abuse is often much deeper than we realize. It's about controlling and limiting another person's freedom. Today, we'll focus on one of the most severe forms of abuse, the restriction of personal freedom. Abusive individuals often feel they have the right to dictate every aspect of their partner's life: who they can talk to, who their friends are, where they can go, what they can wear, and even what time they should come home. It sounds terrible, right? But what's even more disturbing is that these abusers often believe they're being generous by allowing their partners certain freedoms that wouldn't even be questioned in a healthy relationship. Our story today is about a woman who refused to live under such controlling rules, and it ultimately cost her her life. We'll explore whether there was genuine abuse in this case, or if the public simply wanted to label the husband as an abuser to hold him responsible for his wife's tragic death. Let's set the scene in Cary, North Carolina, a perfect town for a quiet family life. It's so safe that residents, after living there for years, stop locking their cars or even the front doors of their homes. There's virtually no crime, no racial tension, great schools, open roads, and friendly neighbors. This was the town where the Coopers chose to build their family and start a happy life together. Brad and Nancy Cooper seemed to have it all. Brad was a smart, successful engineer, while Nancy was athletic, beautiful, fun-loving, and a wonderful mum to their 2 young daughters. On the outside, their life looked perfect. Brad focused on his work, while Nancy managed the home and cared for their children. Nancy, a former competitive runner, stayed in great shape and took excellent care of herself. But everything changed on July 12, 2008, a day that started just like any other. Nancy went out for her usual morning run, but never came back. What unfolded after that was disturbing, complicated, and left everyone questioning what really happened. The events that followed were so tragic that both Nancy's and Brad's families were left with nothing but questions and a faint hope for justice. That afternoon, Jessica Adam, a close friend of Nancy's, made a frantic call to emergency services to report Nancy missing. Her voice was shaky as she explained to the dispatcher that Nancy had gone out for a run at 7 a.m., but hadn't returned home. The 2 friends had plans to meet up, but Nancy never showed. Even more concerning was that Jessica had been trying to reach her for hours, but Nancy wasn't answering her cell phone or her home phone. Brad, Nancy's husband, was at work at the time and didn't seem too worried at first. He assumed Nancy had taken a longer walk than usual and would be back soon. But as the hours passed and evening came, Nancy was still nowhere to be found. To understand where Nancy might have gone, we need to dig deeper into the history of the Cooper family. Perhaps the answers we're looking for are hidden in their past. Let's go back to the 1960s. At the University of British Columbia, 2 graduates, Harry Wren and Donna Audrey, decided to get married. Over the next few years, they had 4 children: a son named Jeff and 3 daughters, Krista, Jill and Nancy. They raised their family in Edmonton, providing a loving and supportive home. In 1988, Harry and Donna started an employment agency that helped people in Alberta, Canada with life management, job training, and employment services. Nancy, one of their daughters, was born on October 25, 1973, as an identical twin to her sister, Krista. Nancy's life took a turn when she met Brad Cooper in Calgary in 1998. She was just 24 years old at the time. Brad was tall with dark hair, and he immediately caught Nancy's attention not just for his looks, but also for his calm and steady demeanor. He was reliable, like a rock, and Nancy fell in love quickly. The feeling was mutual. Nancy was tall, blonde, fit, and had a quiet charisma that drew Brad in. Their relationship blossomed, and before long, Brad received a prestigious job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina. He wanted Nancy to move with him to the United States. So to make the immigration process smoother and to stay together, Brad and Nancy got married in the fall of 2000. On the surface, it seemed like a fairy tale, but some wondered if the marriage was partly for immigration reasons. What started as a love story took a dark turn, leading to the tragic events of that summer day in 2008. So Nancy could move with Brad, but the couple had already been planning a wedding for the fall of 2002. After relocating to North Carolina, Brad quickly started building his career at one of the largest tech companies, while Nancy found herself thrust into the role of a stay-at-home mom. Brad's career at Cisco Systems took off. He became a specialist in integrating internet technologies and phone systems, working as a voice-over enterprise engineer and architect. Brad was one of only 152 experts in networking technology globally, which put him in high demand. The family lived quite comfortably. Each of them even had their own BMW parked in the driveway. But despite the outward signs of success, Nancy was slowly becoming a prisoner in her own home. As a Canadian citizen living in the US, Nancy could visit but wasn't legally allowed to work without a proper permit. In the following years, the couple had 2 beautiful daughters, Bella, born in 2004, and Katie, born in 2006. Neighbors described Nancy as a devoted, hands-on mother who was often seen playing with her kids at the local playground. But beyond being a great mom, Nancy longed for more. She couldn't get a job in the US due to her visa status, and while she could have tried to find some under-the-table work, she dreamed of having a real career, something beyond just being a wife and mother. Now, let's shift our focus to Brad. Brad Graham Cooper was born in the early 1970s in Medicine Hat, Alberta. After high school, he went on to earn a Bachelor of Science degree in computer science from the University of Calgary. His career started at TransCanada Pipelines, where he worked as a network engineer. It was in 1998 that he crossed paths with Nancy Renz, and the attraction was instant. As their relationship grew, Brad became close to Nancy's family as well. He impressed them with his tech skills, often helping out with their computers and joining in on family gatherings. Brad's talent and expertise eventually led to a job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina. By 2005, he had also started working toward an MBA at North Carolina State University's College of Management, specializing in product innovation. His professional life was on an upward trajectory as he kept adding to his skill set and credentials. While Brad's career was skyrocketing, Nancy's dreams were quietly slipping away. She had once been a competitive runner with aspirations of making it to the Olympics. But after moving to the US and becoming a mother, she had to give up her ambitions and her own career goals. Instead, she found herself living in Brad's shadow, unable to pursue the dreams she once had. A bad knee ended Nancy's dreams of competing at the Olympic level, but she didn't let that stop her love for running. She continued to participate in marathons and other races, bringing new people into the running community and making friends along the way. This social side of Nancy's life bothered Brad, who was more introverted and preferred to keep to himself. Before long, their relationship started to fall apart. According to friends, cracks in Brad and Nancy's marriage had been there from the beginning, but Nancy never spoke about their problems publicly. She tended to idealize Brad, portraying him as a perfect husband. On the outside, they still looked like the perfect family, but behind closed doors, things were different. As Brad climbed higher in his career, he became more controlling and manipulative. He saw Nancy as just a boring housewife who had lost her spark, spending her days cleaning and taking care of their children. The real turning point came when Nancy discovered that Brad was cheating on her with one of her close friends, Heather, in the spring of 2007. Brad denied the affair for months, but on New Year's Eve, he finally admitted to it. He claimed it was a one-time thing, as if that made it any better. The couple decided to try to salvage their marriage and began going to couples therapy. However, during one of their sessions, Brad confessed that his affair with Heather had actually been ongoing for a long time. This revelation was the final straw. Nancy and Brad decided to separate and put their house up for sale. Nancy planned to move back to Canada with their two daughters, Bella and Katie, to start fresh. However, Brad wasn't willing to let her take the kids to another country. In a bid to keep control, he cut off Nancy's financial resources, cancelling her credit cards and leaving her stranded in the US, with no money to survive. She was alone, in a foreign country, with two young children and no way to support herself. Now let's go back to the day of Nancy's disappearance. When news spread about the couple's troubled marriage, Nancy's friends and the authorities immediately suspected Brad had something to do with her going missing. Nancy's parents, Harry and Donna Wren, were filled with dread when they heard their daughter was missing. They immediately made plans to fly to Cary, North Carolina, to help search for her. As the hours passed and there was still no sign of Nancy, the police arrived at the Cooper home to question Brad. He told them that he had no idea where his wife was, but his calm demeanor raised suspicions. According to him, Nancy had simply gone for her morning run, as usual, and never returned. On that Saturday morning, Brad claimed Nancy got up earlier than usual to go for a run with a friend. He also mentioned that she didn't take her cell phone or keys with her, which was unusual. According to Brad, she skipped her normal routine of driving to a coffee shop to meet her running partner. Despite being an experienced runner who was training for a half marathon, Nancy supposedly changed her route that day, opting not to run on her usual trails. The police listened carefully to Brad's account, but they were puzzled. No one other than Brad had seen Nancy that morning. They needed solid evidence to back up his claim that she left the house at 7 a.m. Who else had seen her leaving? Was there anyone who saw her getting into a car or even walking down the street that morning? Unfortunately, there were no witnesses. No one saw Nancy after she spent Friday night with a friend across the street. Brad claimed that she had plans to meet her running partner later that day, but that friend confirmed they never met up. A search party was quickly organized to find the missing runner. Could Nancy have run away to escape her troubled marriage? Her friends didn't think so, especially not without taking her children with her. After several days of intense searching, the tragic discovery was made. Nancy Cooper's body was found about 3 miles from her home, off her regular running route. A man walking his dog came across her body lying face down in a drainage ditch. She was found in a stormwater drain, wearing only a sports bra, with a single diamond earring still in one ear. The medical examiner determined that Nancy's cause of death was strangulation, with a broken hyoid bone a clear sign of manual strangulation. However, there were no other injuries or signs of sexual assault on her body. Now, the police needed to find a motive because, as with every murder, there was one to uncover. As soon as Nancy's body was found, suspicion immediately fell on Brad. He was the most obvious suspect given the circumstances. Shortly after Cary investigators confirmed that her death was indeed a homicide, they conducted a thorough search of the Cooper home, seizing several items as part of their investigation. In a surprising twist, they found Nancy Cooper's phone and keys inside the house. Despite Brad's earlier claim that she had gone out without them, friends of Nancy insisted that she always took her phone and keys with her when she left the house, which only deepened the mystery. When police interviewed Brad Cooper on the day Nancy went missing, they noticed small red marks and scratches on the back of his neck. This added another layer of suspicion, as those marks could potentially be defensive wounds from a struggle. The evidence was starting to pile up against Brad, but investigators knew they needed more concrete proof to make their case. This detail was noted in the police report, but no official explanation was provided. It was also confirmed that no one, except Brad Cooper, had seen Nancy after she attended a neighbor's party alone on Friday night. Although she spoke to a friend on the phone around 10:30 p.m. that evening, no one had any contact with her afterward. As investigators continued their search for evidence related to Nancy Cooper's death, they quickly zeroed in on a prime suspect, Brad Cooper. The dynamics of the couple's relationship caught their attention, especially since Brad was the last person known to have seen Nancy alive. In most homicide cases, investigators start by looking at the spouse, ruling them out before considering other suspects. The fact that Brad was the last person to see her alive put him firmly in their sights. The evidence gathered was enough for the police to issue overnight warrants to search the Coopers' home, their 2 vehicles, and Brad Cooper himself. The urgency was clear. They treated the house and cars as potential crime scenes, looking for any clues that could connect Brad to Nancy's death. Using luminol, they checked for blood stains and other potential evidence in the house and vehicles. Additionally, they collected Brad's hair, fingerprints, and DNA to compare with any evidence found at the scene where Nancy's body was discovered. Investigators were also interested in examining any cuts, scratches, or marks on Brad's body. Given that the Coopers were married, lived together, and often shared a car, any physical evidence would need to be explained within the context of their daily family life. Still, there were some peculiar details that stood out to the investigators. One odd detail that came to light was Brad's behavior on the morning Nancy went missing. It was reported that he spent the morning doing an unusual amount of household cleaning, laundry, vacuuming, and mopping the floors. Brad admitted to buying bleach and other cleaning supplies the day before. This raised red flags for the police, as it seemed strange for him to be deep cleaning the house on the very day his wife disappeared. While buying cleaning supplies isn't inherently suspicious, the timing made investigators wonder if Brad had a more sinister reason for his actions. Was he trying to cover up evidence? Or was it merely a coincidence that he chose that particular day for a thorough house cleaning? The police had their suspicions, but they needed more concrete proof to move forward. The police collected multiple boxes and bags of potential evidence from the Cooper home, all of which needed to be examined to determine if they were connected to Nancy's death. According to the police, the information Brad Cooper provided about his extensive cleaning didn't align with what friends and acquaintances of the Coopers knew about him. In official testimony, police also mentioned that Brad had cleaned the trunk of Nancy's car but hadn't touched the interior. He claimed he spilled gasoline in the trunk, but officers noted they couldn't detect any smell of gas or cleaning fluids. At the time of Nancy's death, Brad and Nancy, both Canadian citizens, were in the process of separating, with Nancy planning to return to Canada with their children. However, in April 2008, Brad took steps to block this. He removed Nancy's name from their bank accounts and credit cards and held onto the kids' passports to prevent them from leaving the US. Investigators also searched Brad's computer for any evidence, such as documents related to killing or disposing of a body. Detective Adam Dismukes noted that certain parts of the Cooper home, like the front hallway, hinted at a possible struggle when Nancy returned from her neighbor's party. Reviewing dozens of photos taken during the initial missing persons investigation, Dismukes observed that some decorative items, like ducks on a credenza and bamboo sticks in a vase, were missing from the hallway, which could suggest a struggle. However, Brad's lawyer, Howard Kurtz, argued that if there had been a struggle, other items in the hallway, like a lamp, would also have been disturbed. He pointed out there were no scuff marks on the floor and no signs that the police searched for the missing items. Other items in the house, such as a glass coffee table, a lamp in the living room, and a computer in the home office, were untouched, furthering Kurtz's argument. In a later interview, Brad Cooper expressed his feeling that the investigators had already decided he was guilty when they first searched his home. Based on their findings, police testified that they believed Brad strangled Nancy in their Kerry home and then disposed of her body a few miles away. "I believe Nancy Cooper came home early on the morning of July 12th, and Mr. Cooper killed her," Detective Dismukes stated. With what they felt was sufficient evidence, police arrested 37-year-old Brad Cooper in October 2008, over 3 months after Nancy's body was discovered 3 miles from their home in Kerry. Brad Cooper's trial did not begin until over 2 years after his arrest, starting in March 2011. The trial lasted for 36 days, during which both the prosecution and defense presented their cases. Despite Brad maintaining his innocence throughout the proceedings, the jury ultimately found him guilty of first-degree murder. As a result, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. During the trial, The prosecution argued that Brad was having an affair and had become increasingly controlling and abusive toward Nancy. They suggested that he murdered her to free himself from their marriage and continue his affair. Evidence presented during the trial indicated that Brad had cut Nancy off from their joint bank accounts, and she had told friends about her plans to move back to Canada with their 2 daughters. Jury foreman Andy Gilbert explained that the jurors began the trial with an open mind, viewing Brad as innocent until proven guilty. However, the testimony of 2 FBI agents, Gregory Johnson and Chris Chappell, played a crucial role in swaying the jury's decision. They presented evidence of internet searches found on Brad's laptop, including maps of the area where Nancy's body was later discovered. According to Gilbert, this digital evidence made other circumstantial details more compelling and credible. The prosecution highlighted that Brad initially agreed to a divorce and the division of their assets, but he changed his mind when he realized how financially costly it would be. Defense lawyers countered that Brad's actions, like closing joint accounts, were meant to protect their finances from falling apart, not to harm Nancy. They also argued that he opposed Nancy's move to Canada because he feared losing frequent access to his children. In 2011, Brad pled not guilty, but after the jury deliberated for about 10 hours over 3 days, they reached a unanimous guilty verdict on May 5th. The jury, composed of 10 women and 2 men, concluded that Brad Cooper, driven by anger and frustration, meticulously planned and carried out his wife's murder in the early hours of July 12, 2008. The case became the longest non-death penalty murder trial in Wake County's history, with nearly 100 witnesses testifying over the course of 36 days. The prosecution painted Brad as a husband fed up with his wife, who decided to eliminate her rather than go through a costly divorce. After Brad Cooper was convicted of first-degree murder in 2011, Nancy's parents filed a petition in court, alleging that Brad had been emotionally abusive and had been involved in an affair. They also claimed that he was emotionally unstable and a danger to the couple's 2 children. Court documents revealed that Brad had attempted suicide multiple times, both as a teenager and more recently, in the winter of 2013. In 2013, Brad appealed to have his conviction overturned, arguing for a retrial. During this time, he pled guilty to second-degree murder and received a sentence of 12 to 15 years, including time already served. His guilty plea resulted in the forfeiture of his parental rights, allowing Nancy's twin sister to gain custody of their daughters. Brad's defense team continued to fight the conviction, claiming they had a strong case for an appeal. They argued that the jury had never been allowed to see evidence suggesting that Brad's laptop had been tampered with, and they claimed that the police had focused too much on Brad as the sole suspect, disregarding other potential evidence that could have pointed to a different killer. The question remained, was Brad Cooper a victim of circumstances, or was he a manipulative and controlling individual? His past suicide attempts raised questions about his motivations, as suicidal tendencies can sometimes be linked to manipulative behavior when used to exert control over others. Brad continued to maintain his innocence throughout the trial, but in 2015, he finally confessed to the murder. Brad admitted to strangling Nancy during an argument and then disposing of her body in a drainage ditch. At 40 years old, he pled guilty in Wake County Superior Court to the second-degree murder of his wife. His first-degree murder conviction was overturned by the North Carolina Court of Appeals, and Judge Paul Gessner sentenced Brad to 12 years in prison, taking into account the 5 years he had already served. Brad Cooper's sentence was reduced from life without parole to a minimum of 12 years following his successful appeal. Despite the delay in his confession, he finally acknowledged his role in Nancy's death, explaining that he had killed her in a moment of anger before abandoning her body, dressed only in a bra, in a drainage ditch. Before Brad Cooper reported his wife Nancy missing after her run, he finally admitted in court to killing her. This was the first time he acknowledged the crime, telling the judge that he had murdered Nancy, the mother of their 2 children, and hidden her body at a construction site in Cary, North Carolina, in 2008. Prosecutors revealed that Brad, now in his 50s, had been having affairs with multiple women, including a neighbor, while Nancy was trying to end their marriage and move back to Canada. Brad relinquished his parental rights to daughters Katie, 8, and Bella, 10, who were adopted by Nancy's sister, Krista, as part of a plea deal. Nancy's father, Harry Wren, expressed relief, saying they finally got the justice they sought for Nancy's death. Nancy, a 34-year-old athlete, had been in a troubled marriage. After asking Brad to leave, he refused, leading to tragic consequences. Brad served 12 years in prison and was deported to Canada in 2020, where he now lives, barred from contacting his daughters. This case is a stark reminder of the dangers of domestic violence and the need to recognize warning signs. Fatal love from the past. Kindness has the power to save the world, but it can also destroy the person who offers it. The natural urge to help, protect, and prevent harm can sometimes lead to tragedy. It's crucial to recognize who truly deserves help, and even more so, to avoid shielding those who refuse to change. The story of Cecilia Hadad is a chilling example of how trying to protect someone you once loved can lead to devastation. She feared harming her ex-lover in any way, but he had no such hesitation. He dealt her harm and then fled halfway across the world, hoping justice wouldn't catch him. A body in the river. On the morning of Sunday, April 29, 2018, a fisherman on Lane Cove River, a northern tributary of the Parramatta River in Sydney, Australia, stumbled upon a shocking sight. Floating face down in the water was what looked like a human body. At first, the elderly fisherman thought he might be mistaken, but soon the grim reality became clear. It was the body of a young woman with long, dark hair. He immediately called the police. Not far downstream, officers pulled the lifeless body from the water. It bore clear signs of a violent death. There was no identification or phone on the victim, leaving investigators to determine who she was and what had happened. An accident was quickly ruled out. The body, which had been in the water for less than a day, showed obvious signs of strangulation, and there were defensive wounds on her hands, evidence of a desperate struggle. The victim wore a t-shirt and wide pants with large pockets stuffed with stones. It was clear the attacker had tried to weigh the body down so it would sink and remain hidden. However, some of the stones likely fell out, allowing the body to float downstream. A toxicology report found no alcohol, illegal substances, or strong drugs in her system. The investigation painted a haunting picture of a tragedy driven by misplaced trust and a cruel betrayal. A tragic death and a life full of promise. There were no signs of sexual violence on the body, as initially suspected. The cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation. Cecilia Hadad had been strangled with bare hands. The victim appeared to be between 35 and 40 years old, so police immediately checked reports of missing women in that age range. By the afternoon, the body had been identified as 38-year-old Cecilia Hadad. Her relatives had reported her missing after she stopped responding to messages on April 28 and failed to attend an important work meeting. When investigators compared Cecilia's photo to the body pulled from the river, they were convinced it was her. Family members later confirmed her identity. But who could have brutally killed this young, successful entrepreneur known for her active charity work? Suspicion quickly fell on one person. By the time police identified him, however, he was already on another continent. Who was Cecilia Hadad? Cecilia Bruna Hadad was born in 1979 in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. She grew up in a close-knit middle-class family, where her parents worked hard to give their children a good education and a comfortable life. From a young age, Cecilia stood out as smart, responsible, and driven. She excelled in school and dreamed of attending one of Brazil's top universities. Cecilia also had a kind and generous nature. She couldn't ignore others' struggles and always tried to help when she could. Friends and family described her as compassionate and caring, always ready to lend a hand. After graduating from high school, Cecilia attended the Pontifical Catholic University of Rio de Janeiro, one of Brazil's top private institutions. She earned both her bachelor's and master's degrees in engineering. Cecilia's career began with a major mining company that eagerly hired her after a successful interview. Her talent quickly became evident, and within a year, she was a leading specialist. In 2007, at the age of 27, Cecilia made a bold decision to change her life. She accepted an exciting job offer in Australia and moved far from her family and friends. Aware of the challenges of living in a foreign country, Cecilia was undeterred. She embraced the opportunity, ready to face whatever came her way. A flourishing career and generous spirit. Cecilia Hadad was fluent in Spanish and Portuguese, her native languages, but had to learn English nearly from scratch after moving to Australia. She embraced this challenge and quickly became proficient. Soon, she secured a managerial position at one of the country's largest mining companies, where she excelled professionally and became well-liked by her team. Her sweet, sociable, and friendly personality helped her make many friends. Cecilia also became deeply involved in charity work and volunteering, supporting both people in need and homeless animals. She developed a love for outdoor activities, including hiking and skiing in the mountains. In 2016, Cecilia founded her own consulting company, helping individuals, both native Australians and immigrants, start their own businesses. She was passionate about giving back, inspired by her own journey of building a new life in a foreign land, and her personal life. Cecilia's career and generosity extended to her family as well. Earning a good salary at the mining company and later through her business, she brought her younger brother and sister to Australia, helping them settle, find jobs, and supporting them financially during their early days. Despite her professional success, Cecilia's personal life was less fortunate. During her student years in Rio de Janeiro, she began a relationship with Mario Marcelo Santoro, a man several years older and vastly different from her. Mario was unmotivated and aimless, while Cecilia was driven and ambitious. Yet, she loved him and tirelessly tried to inspire him to pursue success. When Cecilia received her job offer in Australia, Mario refused to follow her, unwilling to face the challenges of starting over in a new country. After long and unsuccessful attempts to convince him, Cecilia chose not to give up on her dream and moved alone. In the mid-2000s, while working in Sydney, Cecilia entered into an office romance with a colleague. The relationship led to marriage, but the union lasted less than 3 years. The couple didn't have children and parted ways amicably, even maintaining a friendly relationship afterward. A blast from the past. Cecilia's life seemed to be on a steady path of growth and fulfillment, but the past would soon resurface in a way she could never have foreseen. A reunion that changed everything. In 2016, shortly after her divorce, Cecilia Hadad traveled back to Brazil to visit her parents and reconnect with old friends. By this time, she had left her corporate job and was thriving as the owner of a growing consulting business. She appeared radiant, spoke passionately about her life in Australia, and shared her ambitious plans for the future. On the third day of her visit, Cecilia unexpectedly ran into her ex-boyfriend, Mario Marcelo Santoro, whom she hadn't seen in 9 years. Mario was stunned by Cecilia's success, a stark contrast to his own struggles to make ends meet. For Cecilia, the encounter rekindled feelings she didn't realize she still had. Over the next few days, they spent time revisiting places they had once enjoyed together. After Cecilia returned to Sydney, they kept in touch, texting and talking daily. Within a month, she decided to bring Mario to Australia, purchasing him a plane ticket and inviting him to live with her. Believing he was the one she could finally build a future with, Cecilia welcomed Mario into her luxurious apartment in an elite residential complex. Initially, she fully supported him financially. Using her connections, Cecilia even helped Mario land a well-paying job and encouraged him to grow his career. She was deeply in love again, blinded by affection and unaware that Mario was taking advantage of her generosity. A toxic relationship. Soon after moving in together, their relationship began to unravel. Mario became jealous, controlling, and domineering, attempting to monitor every aspect of Cecilia's life. However, Cecilia, being independent and strong-willed, refused to be controlled. Mario's behavior escalated as he began interfering in Cecilia's business. He demanded a share of her company, claiming he didn't like working for someone else. The couple's arguments grew more frequent, but Cecilia, ever hopeful, tried to make things work. She sought compromises and poured her energy into salvaging the relationship. Despite her efforts, Mario's behavior became increasingly toxic. He monitored her movements, took her phone and work laptop without permission, and tried to isolate her from her friends and colleagues. After nearly a year of emotional exhaustion, Cecilia decided she'd had enough. She confronted Mario, calmly expressing her desire to end the relationship. Her decision sent him into a rage. He yelled, insulted her, and refused to accept the breakup, setting the stage for the tragic events that would follow. a turning point of violence. When Cecilia tried to calm Mario down during their heated confrontation, he slapped her across the face. Though he had previously been physically aggressive, pushing her or gripping her arms hard enough to leave bruises, this was the first time he had outright hit her. For Cecilia, this was the final straw. She told him to leave her apartment. At first, Mario tried to win her back with apologies, heartfelt messages, flowers and gifts. But Cecilia stood firm, refusing to give him another chance. When he realized his attempts at reconciliation were futile, Mario's behavior turned darker. He resorted to threats and intimidation, determined not to let her go. An obsessed stalker. After the breakup, Mario rented an apartment just 10 minutes from Cecilia's home. He began stalking her, relentlessly calling her multiple times a day, bombarding her with messages, and waiting outside her apartment. Cecilia tried to reason with him, hoping he would move on, but his obsession only grew. In January 2018, late at night, Mario appeared at Cecilia's apartment. Although she initially refused to let him in, he forced his way inside. He attacked her, but Cecilia managed to escape and lock herself in another room. Mario attempted to break down the door as she begged him to stop. Desperate, Cecilia threatened to call the police. Only then did he leave. Despite the terrifying ordeal, Cecilia didn't report the incident to the authorities. She was aware that Mario's visa had expired and feared that reporting him would lead to his deportation to Brazil, where he would face an uncertain future. Her compassion for the man she once loved prevented her from taking action, even as she lived in fear. Living in fear. Cecilia understood that staying in her apartment was no longer safe. She temporarily moved in with her sister Carol before spending a month with her close friend Rita. Both women urged her to report Mario to the police, warning her of the potential danger he posed. However, Cecilia hesitated, hoping that Mario would eventually see reason and change. Her fear of causing harm to her tormentor outweighed her concern for her safety, leaving her vulnerable to the escalating danger. Despite her friends' pleas, Cecilia continued to believe that Mario would come to his senses, unaware that her trust and kindness would soon lead to devastating consequences. A dangerous miscalculation. Despite months of harassment and escalating threats, Cecilia Hadad still did not believe that Mario Marcelo Santoro was capable of seriously harming her. Her compassion and belief in his humanity clouded her judgment. When she returned to her apartment in early April 2018, Cecilia was horrified to find evidence that Mario had been there multiple times during her absence. Even more alarming, she discovered that he had a spare set of keys. Though he had returned them after their breakup, he must have taken them back when he forced his way into her home earlier. Neighbors confirmed that they had frequently seen Mario near the apartment complex and even on her floor. When neighbors urged Cecilia to contact the police, she again refused, confident she could handle the situation herself. She planned to change the locks, but decided to lie low for the time being, hoping that staying under the radar would make Mario give up and move on. Living in constant fear. For over 2 weeks, Cecilia lived as though she wasn't home. She avoided turning on the lights, stayed quiet, and only left or entered her apartment when she was certain Mario wasn't around. At the first sign of suspicion, she would spend the night at her sister Carol's or a friend's house. The stress took a toll on Cecilia, leaving her emotionally exhausted and on the verge of a breakdown. Yet, just as things seemed unbearable, Mario's behavior took an unexpected turn. A strange goodbye. On April 25, 2018, Mario called Cecilia. For the first time in months, he sounded calm. He apologized for his actions, claiming he had realized his mistakes and would no longer bother her. He told her he had purchased tickets to return to Rio de Janeiro and planned to leave on the morning of April 28th. In an apparent gesture of closure, he asked Cecilia to meet him one last time to say goodbye. Cecilia, relieved and eager to believe his words, agreed. However, she set the condition that their meeting take place at the airport. She believed the public setting would ensure her safety. Overjoyed, Cecilia called her sister Carol to share the news. But Carol was immediately suspicious. She felt that Mario's sudden change in demeanor was too convenient and begged Cecilia not to meet him. Despite her sister's warnings, Cecilia dismissed the concerns, confident that nothing bad would happen to her. She assured Carol that Mario was finally leaving, and she wanted to see him off peacefully. Unbeknownst to Cecilia, her trust in Mario and her decision to meet him would soon lead to a devastating outcome. A mysterious disappearance. Cecilia Hadad was looking forward to finally putting her ordeal behind her. On the morning of Saturday, April 28, 2018, she planned to meet Mario Marcelo Santoro at Sydney International Airport at 7 a.m. for a final goodbye. Afterward, she had important work meetings lined up for the rest of the day. The night before, Cecilia spoke with her sister Carol, once again sharing her plans. Carol pleaded with her not to meet Mario, but Cecilia insisted. She wanted to personally confirm that he had boarded the plane and would no longer be a part of her life. Cecilia promised to call her sister as soon as he left. But the next day, Carol didn't receive a call. Instead, a strange text message arrived from Cecilia, stating that she was heading to the mountains for a couple of days to reflect and clear her mind. Carol immediately sensed something was wrong. She tried to call her sister, but the phone was already turned off. It wasn't just Carol who received this message. Several of Cecilia's friends and colleagues received similar texts. That same day, Cecilia failed to show up for her scheduled meeting, something completely out of character for her. Concerned, her family and friends reported her missing to the police and provided Mario's details as a potential suspect. While they hoped for the best, their worst fears were confirmed the following morning when Cecilia's body was pulled from the Lane Cove River. Her sister was called in to identify the body, shattering any remaining hope. The investigation unfolds. On April 29th, police began searching the area around the Lane Cove River, combing the riverbank for evidence. Their efforts led them to a discarded pair of soaked men's shoes hidden in the grass. Investigators theorized that the perpetrator, wanting to avoid leaving tracks, discarded the shoes after committing the crime. Back at Cecilia's apartment, detectives discovered dried footprints left by wet socks. This raised a chilling question: why had the suspect returned to her apartment after the murder? Since Mario didn't own a car, investigators determined he had used Cecilia's vehicle to transport her body. Inside the car, they found sand, fragments of coastal vegetation, and puddles of river water, clear evidence tying the vehicle to the disposal site. The investigation pointed squarely at Mario, but by the time authorities pieced everything together, he had already fled the country. The evidence piles up. The investigation into Cecilia Hadad's murder continued to uncover damning evidence against Mario Santoro. Numerous fingerprints belonging to Santoro were found, along with critical tracking of his movements via cell phone signals and surveillance cameras. These clues painted a detailed picture of his actions. Authorities discovered that Mario took a taxi to the airport after the crime. The taxi driver, who cooperated with the police, revealed an unsettling detail during the ride. Mario requested a significant detour to a small bridge over a quiet river, far from the city's main roads. He asked the driver to stop, got out, and threw a bag into the water, along with what appeared to be a set of keys. Afterward, he returned to the car and continued the trip calmly. Following the driver's directions, police arrived at the bridge and brought in divers to search the riverbed. Hours of searching paid off when they recovered both the bag and the keys. The bag contained Cecilia's phone, work laptop, documents, wallet, and personal items, everything needed to construct the illusion that Cecilia had voluntarily disappeared. It was clear Mario wanted people to believe she had gone to the mountains, as implied in the messages sent to her family and friends. Additionally, by discarding the duplicate apartment keys, he made it harder for anyone to connect the crime scene to his intrusion. The escape to Brazil. By the time Cecilia's body was found, Mario had already landed in Rio de Janeiro, confident he had left no trail behind and would escape justice. However, the evidence against him was overwhelming. Australian authorities worked tirelessly to ensure Santoro could not evade prosecution. Once they gathered irrefutable evidence linking him to the murder, including physical proof and witness testimonies, they officially declared him a wanted criminal. The case gained international attention, and Interpol was called in to help track Santoro, making it clear that his actions had consequences beyond borders. The international manhunt begins. Retrieving a fugitive from another continent is no small task, but the global effort to bring Santoro to justice gained momentum. As media coverage grew, the manhunt intensified, putting pressure on Brazilian authorities to act swiftly. The arrest of Mario Santoro. On July 7, 2018, Brazilian police apprehended Mario Santoro at a friend's apartment in Rio de Janeiro, where he had been hiding since fleeing Australia. He did not resist arrest but immediately requested legal representation. During initial interrogations, Santoro denied any wrongdoing. However, under the weight of overwhelming evidence, he eventually confessed, but not without attempting to shift the blame. Santoro alleged that it was Cecilia Hadad who had been stalking him after their breakup, claiming she wouldn't allow him to live in peace. He stated that he had planned to leave the country to escape her, but accused Cecilia of stealing his passport to prevent him from leaving. On the morning of April 28, 2018, he claimed he went to her apartment to retrieve his document, where an argument ensued. According to his story, this altercation accidentally resulted in Cecilia's death. He maintained that he tried to resuscitate her with CPR and chest compressions but panicked when he realized she had passed away. Desperate to cover his tracks, he decided to dispose of her body and belongings in the river, believing this was his only option. Reconstructing the crime. Investigators worked meticulously to piece together the events of that tragic day. Despite Santoro's attempts to confuse them with ever-changing testimonies, he played on emotions during interrogations, even trying to cry, but his behavior only further convinced authorities of his guilt. Testimonies from Cecilia's family, friends, and colleagues painted a consistent picture of a man who had made her life a nightmare. They recounted how Santoro had stalked, intimidated, and terrorized Cecilia for months. The investigation revealed that Santoro had carefully planned the murder in advance. By the time he purchased his plane tickets, he had already decided to take Cecilia's life and was methodically preparing the details. The morning of April 28th. Around 5:30 a.m., Santoro arrived at Cecilia's building and rang the intercom. Cecilia, who had planned to meet him at the airport, was caught off guard. Feeling uneasy, she hesitated to let him in. A few minutes later, Santoro used a spare key he had secretly kept to unlock the main door and climbed the stairs to her apartment. It's believed Cecilia eventually let him inside voluntarily to avoid a scene that might disturb her neighbors. The sequence of events that followed remains chilling. Investigators found evidence suggesting that Mario overpowered Cecilia during a confrontation, ultimately strangling her. The aftermath revealed a calculated attempt to erase his crime, but his actions and evidence trail ensured he couldn't escape justice. The aftermath and trial. After committing the crime, Mario Santoro meticulously planned his escape, confident that returning to Brazil would shield him from prosecution. Due to his Brazilian citizenship, extradition to Australia was not an option. However, diplomatic and legal cooperation between the two countries ensured that justice would be pursued. The investigation, trial preparations, and navigating the differences between Australian and Brazilian legal systems were complex and time-consuming. The trial finally commenced in June 2023 in Rio de Janeiro, with Australian investigators and legal experts present to provide evidence and testimony. Mario's defense strategy. Throughout the trial, Santoro portrayed himself as remorseful, shedding tears and claiming he didn't understand how the situation had spiraled out of control. He tried to frame the events as a tragic accident, insisting that he had no intention of taking Cecilia Hadad's life. However, the prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of premeditation, including the spare key he had kept, his deliberate actions to stage Cecilia's disappearance, the methodical disposal of her body and belongings, his attempt to flee the country immediately afterward. Verdict and sentence. On July 1, 2023, the court found Mario Santoro guilty of premeditated murder, tampering with evidence, and attempting to mislead the investigation. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison without the possibility of parole. Despite numerous appeals from Santoro and his legal team, the verdict was upheld, ensuring that he would serve his time in a Brazilian prison. Cecilia Hadad's tragic story serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of abusive relationships and the importance of seeking help in such situations. Her family and friends continue to honor her memory, advocating for greater awareness and stronger measures to protect victims of domestic violence. About 60 miles south of Melbourne, there's a vast landfill site. Like any large dump, it has towering piles of household waste, with birds circling above and a terrible smell spreading for miles. This place is usually deserted, but in May 2004, hundreds of police officers were combing through the trash. The scene looked like something out of a disaster movie, with investigators and officers dressed in protective suits and heavy-duty masks to guard against asbestos-contaminated dust. The ground was covered with thousands of blue trash bags. Every day of searching was grueling. The officers had to inspect each bag, which made the investigation drag on painfully. After 3 long weeks, they were drained both physically and mentally. On the last day, they had one final chance to find a missing mother and daughter. Nurul Fraser, a young woman working in the missing persons department, had been dedicated to the search from day one. Every time she opened a new blue bag, it was with a mix of hope and dread. Around 10 a.m., during yet another day of sifting through the garbage, an excavator brought up a fresh batch of bags from deep within a massive pile. Fraser spotted a blue bag stuck at the top of the excavator's bucket. Just as she had done hundreds of times before, she stopped the search to carefully inspect it. Climbing up the pile, she opened the bag but found only a kitchen glove. She was about to move on but felt something wasn't right. Her instincts made her check the bag again. This time she realized that what she thought was a kitchen glove was actually a bloated, decomposing human hand. She screamed she had found them. Today, let's journey to the fascinating land of Australia, specifically Mornington Island, where despite the beautiful nature, mild climate, and welcoming atmosphere, dark secrets can still lurk. In May 2004, a real-life nightmare unfolded, resembling something straight out of a horror movie. John Sharp appeared on television, holding a photograph and tearfully begging for help. He pleaded for anyone with information about the disappearance of his wife, Anna Sharp, and their 18-month-old daughter, Gracie, to come forward. The two had been missing from their home since March, leaving the community in shock. Let's go back to the beginning to uncover the story of what really happened to Anna and Gracie Sharp. We'll explore where they went, who might be responsible, and whether John Sharp could have truly harmed his own family or if someone else was involved in their mysterious disappearance. Anna Kemp was born on September 27, 1962, in Dunedin, New Zealand. As an adult, she moved to Melbourne, Australia, with dreams of building a successful career, finding love, and living her best life. Meanwhile, John Miles Sharp was born on February 28, 1967, to Valerie and Miles Sharp, a couple who owned several pastry shops in Mornington, Victoria. John grew up in a peaceful household, surrounded by a large, happy family, including 4 older sisters, with another brother joining later. John's early years were quite uneventful, but he faced social challenges and was highly dependent on his parents. He struggled with low emotional intelligence, had difficulty managing stress, and often avoided dealing with his own problems by letting others make decisions for him. Though he completed 12th grade, he failed his final exams, which only added to his insecurities. After high school, John took a job at the State Bank, where he eventually met Anna Kemp. At the time, Anna was 31, and John was 27. They were polar opposites in personality. John was a loner, shy since childhood, with no friends outside his immediate family. He was reserved and struggled to connect with others. Anna, on the other hand, was full of life, cheerful and warm, always attentive to those around her. Despite their differences, John was drawn to Anna's vibrant personality. He did everything he could to show her affection, although it took time for her to notice him. Initially, Anna wasn't interested, but over time she saw how he transformed around her. The shy, quiet man she first met gradually opened up, becoming confident and engaging in conversations whenever she was around. This change in him caught her attention, and eventually they began a relationship. As we delve deeper into their story, we'll uncover the events that led to their tragic end and explore the dark twists that might reveal the true nature of their fate. Anna eventually warmed up to John, and the two began dating in October 1994. Their relationship quickly progressed, leading to a modest wedding ceremony attended by close family and friends. Anna's relatives from New Zealand were also there, but they were quietly skeptical of her choice, believing she was too good for him. However, out of respect for Anna, they kept their opinions to themselves and supported her decision. Yet even during their honeymoon, Anna started to have second thoughts. In a phone call with her mother, Leela, she confessed that she felt she had rushed into marriage. She admitted there was no deep, passionate love between her and John. But, being a devout Catholic, Anna chose to accept her decision. She resolved to make the best of her marriage, hoping to build a solid family life with John. For the next 7 years, the couple lived in various places along the Mornington coast. Outwardly, they appeared to be a happy family, but behind closed doors, their lives were separate and distant. By the end of 2001, everything changed when Anna discovered she was pregnant. She was thrilled since she had always dreamed of becoming a mother. However, John was not on board with the idea. Before getting married, they had agreed not to have children. Ignoring John's objections, Anna chose to keep the baby, and in August 2002, she gave birth to their daughter, Gracie Louise Sharp. Gracie's early life was challenging. She was born with hip dysplasia, a congenital condition where the hip joint is improperly formed. To correct it, Gracie had to wear a special brace that kept her legs bent at the knee and hip joint. This brace had to be worn all the time, which made it difficult for her to sleep comfortably and disrupted her early months of life. The brace caused significant discomfort, leading to many sleepless nights for both the baby and her parents. Though doctors were optimistic that Gracie's condition wouldn't cause long-term issues, her infancy was marked by pain and distress as she struggled to adapt. Despite these challenges, Anna was determined to be a devoted mother. However, the strain of caring for a newborn with special needs added further tension to their already fragile marriage. The differences between Anna and John grew more apparent as they navigated this new chapter in their lives, setting the stage for an even darker turn in their story. Despite Gracie's struggles while wearing the brace, Anna dedicated herself completely to caring for her daughter. Gracie was frail, had a poor appetite, slept little, and needed constant attention. Anna's life revolved around her child's needs, leaving no time for anything else. This created tension in her marriage, as John grew increasingly frustrated that Anna was so focused on their daughter. However, Anna paid little attention to John's dissatisfaction, fully immersing herself in caring for Gracie. Even after Gracie's brace was removed, her sleep issues worsened, leading Anna to seek professional help. The whole experience was exhausting for her, so much so that she quit her job to focus solely on her daughter's well-being. Fortunately, the Sharps were financially stable. John had started a successful business in property staging and flipping, which gave them a comfortable financial cushion. By late 2003, they had bought a new house on Prince Street, not far from John's parents. Shortly after moving into their new home, Anna surprised John by announcing her second pregnancy. Anna was overjoyed, as she had always dreamed of having 2 children. However, John was far from pleased. He even went so far as to question the paternity of the baby, casting doubt on whether the child was his. Despite these differences, outwardly, their relationship seemed stable. On March 21, 2004, the Sharp family, Anna, John, and little Gracie attended a family celebration. They appeared happy and normal, with no signs of trouble. But just 2 days later, Anna suddenly vanished. John's reaction to her disappearance was unusual. He didn't report her missing to the police, nor did he try to find her among friends and relatives. It was almost as if he already knew where she was. In a phone call to Anna's mother, John confidently claimed that Anna had run off with another man, leaving without a trace. He insisted that he had no idea where she was, or who she was with, but mentioned that she had taken her mobile phone. Strangely, John also kept little Gracie, which baffled Anna's relatives. They knew that John had shown little interest in Gracie, and they couldn't imagine Anna leaving her vulnerable daughter behind. Anna's family was deeply suspicious of John's story. They couldn't believe that Anna, who was devoted to Gracie's care, would ever abandon her, especially given the child's ongoing needs. Then, on March 28, John called Anna's parents again with another twist. He claimed that Anna had returned home by taxi, taken Gracie with her, and left for good. He added that she had no intention of coming back and insisted that the unborn child she was carrying was not his. These inconsistent and bizarre explanations only deepened the family's concerns, making them increasingly doubtful of John's claims. To them, it was clear that something was terribly wrong, and they feared the worst for Anna and little Gracie. The news John shared devastated the Kemp family. They knew it was out of character for Anna to leave, especially while 20 weeks pregnant. Anna's mother was certain her daughter would never abandon her family like that. So, who was John Sharp? Was he a heartbroken husband and father, or was he involved in the mysterious disappearance of his own family? Shortly after Anna and Gracie vanished, Anna's family received a letter via social media, supposedly from Anna. The letter claimed that she had moved to another city to start a new life with a new lover and requested not to be contacted until she had settled in. In it, she wrote that she was unhappy in her marriage to John, exhausted, and ready for a fresh start. However, Anna's relatives were immediately suspicious. They knew that if Anna were truly unhappy, she would have called them, spoken to them directly, and not vanished like a fugitive. Additionally, the letter's tone and writing style didn't match how Anna usually expressed herself, raising serious doubts about its authenticity. Their suspicions grew stronger when Anna stopped answering phone calls and was completely unreachable. Convinced that something was wrong, her family decided to involve the police. Following standard procedures, the New Zealand police reached out to John Sharp, but he repeated the same story Anna had left him for another man. These inconsistencies were enough to escalate the case to the authorities in Mornington, Australia. The local police contacted John, but his explanations failed to convince them, prompting them to refer the case to Victoria's Missing Persons Unit. Within hours, an investigative team was dispatched to his home. Despite his suspicious behavior, John cooperated fully with the investigation. He seemed genuinely distressed, recounting how Anna had left with Gracie, getting into a blue car. He claimed that they had moved to Chelsea, taking all their belongings to start a new, happier life without him. When the police arrived at the Sharp residence, John willingly allowed them to inspect the house. The ground floor appeared normal, but things took a strange turn when they reached the second floor. The master bedroom was missing its mattress, and the nursery no longer had a crib. John explained that he had sold the mattress, and that Anna had taken the crib to their new place. The investigators were not entirely convinced by John's explanations, so they decided to take a closer look at Anna's phone records. They hoped that her phone might offer clues, especially since she had supposedly taken it with her when she left. What they found next would challenge John's story and cast a dark shadow over the events that had transpired in the Sharp household. The last calls made from Anna's phone offered the police some initial clues, though not enough to confirm her whereabouts. One of her final calls was to an insurance company, where she had inquired about adding a new family member to their policy. Another call was traced to an unknown number, which turned out to belong to a local TV repairman. According to this repairman, Anna had scheduled an appointment with him on March 24th to fix their long-broken living room television. However, when he arrived, it was John who answered the door, informing him that the repair was no longer needed because the TV was already working. The police continued their investigation by searching through Anna's social media accounts, but they found nothing unusual. It was clear that Anna wasn't active on social networks, which meant there were no leads there. Despite their efforts, the investigators could not find any evidence suggesting that Anna had another man in her life. John had claimed that Anna had returned home in a taxi to pick up Gracie, but no local taxi companies could confirm any such trip on the dates in question. A small but significant lead emerged when Anna's mother received a bouquet of flowers on her birthday, accompanied by a card. However, the message on the card didn't sound like Anna's usual way of expressing herself, which made her family even more suspicious. The police traced the purchase of the flowers back to Anna's bank card, which confirmed that they were paid for using her account. Yet this only deepened the mystery, as there were still no clear signs that Anna had willingly left her life behind. Adding to the growing list of inconsistencies, there were no witnesses to confirm John's story of Anna getting into a blue car the day she supposedly left. There were no records of bus or plane tickets, no hotel reservations, and no evidence of any significant travel. Anna's friends were equally baffled, insisting that she had never mentioned another man or plans to leave John. Everything pointed to the fact that something was terribly wrong. By June 10th, the pressure was mounting. The police brought John Sharp in for questioning again, hoping he would slip up or provide new information. However, John stuck to his story, repeating his claim that Anna had left him to start a new life elsewhere. With no concrete evidence to hold him, the police had no choice but to release him after the interrogation. But this was all part of the investigators' strategy. They suspected that John was hiding something and decided to put him under surveillance. They hoped that by watching his every move, they might uncover a clue that would break the case open. John, known for being a loner, rarely made phone calls or had visitors, which made their task challenging. The undercover officers kept a close eye on him, tracking his movements day and night, in the hope that he would eventually lead them to the truth about what had really happened to Anna and Gracie Sharp. John Sharp's emotional facade began to crack after a suspicious TV interview where he tearfully begged Anna to return, clutching a photo of their daughter Gracie. However, his display of grief seemed insincere to those watching closely, including the police surveillance team. They had been monitoring John ever since they suspected his involvement in his family's disappearance. A breakthrough came shortly after the interview. The surveillance team followed John to Chelsea Beach, where he acted in a way that raised more red flags. He moved cautiously, constantly checking over his shoulder to ensure he wasn't being watched. John then approached a specific bush near the shore, from which he retrieved a hidden white plastic bag. Inside the bag was a phone, which he used to make a call before driving to a nearby ATM to withdraw cash. Afterward, he returned the items to the plastic bag and buried it back under the bushes. All of these actions were secretly filmed by the investigators. Not long after this incident, John called the Missing Persons Department, claiming that Anna had contacted him and withdrawn money from their joint account. However, the surveillance footage painted a different picture. The police now had evidence of John retrieving a phone and a credit card that belonged to Anna, leading them to believe he was fabricating his story to mislead the investigation. With this damning evidence in hand, John Sharp was arrested. During the initial questioning, he continued to insist on his fabricated narrative, but he struggled to explain why he was in possession of Anna's phone and bank card, which he had supposedly buried. Faced with a barrage of questions he couldn't answer, John eventually fell silent. Realizing they needed a new strategy, the detectives called in John's parents, showing them the incriminating video footage of their son's suspicious activities on Chelsea Beach. They were then allowed to speak with John privately. Whatever was said in that conversation had a profound effect, as an hour later, John Sharp was ready to talk. At first, John stuck to his previous claims but soon broke down and confessed to a horrifying truth. He admitted to the brutal murders of his 41-year-old pregnant wife, Anna Marie Kemp Sharp, and their 20-month-old daughter, Gracie Louise Sharp. He revealed that he had killed both of them using a spear gun. John's reasoning was shockingly cold. He claimed that Anna was a tyrant with a difficult personality, and he saw her as an obstacle to his happiness. In his mind, eliminating her was his twisted solution to what he perceived as an unbearable situation. Even after John's confession, the police continued their investigation, determined to find solid evidence to corroborate his story. A more thorough search of the Sharp household was conducted, this time with detection dogs. In the bedroom and Gracie's room, traces of blood were discovered, further confirming the heinous acts John had committed. Throughout the ordeal, John's behavior had been bizarre and erratic. During press conferences, he would frequently break down, interrupting conversations to leave the room, often claiming to feel ill. His unnatural reactions, like rolling his eyes and bursting into tears at odd moments, hinted at a man struggling to maintain a facade. Ultimately, John Sharp's shocking confession and the mounting evidence against him revealed a tragic case of familial betrayal. His actions left a community reeling and shattered the lives of everyone who once believed in the illusion of a happy family. The police investigation into John Sharp took a chilling turn when they discovered discarded notes in the trash. These notes contained detailed scripts of what John planned to say during police interrogations. The authorities also found a torn photo with the name Francis written on it. Anna had intended to name their unborn son Francis, a tragic detail that underscored the brutality of what was to come. During subsequent interrogations, John Sharp gave a disturbing account of how he meticulously planned the murder of his pregnant wife Anna and their young daughter, Gracie. The events began on the night of March 23rd, following a heated argument between the couple. After Anna went to bed, John stayed up, stewing in resentment and self-pity over what he believed was an unhappy marriage. It was in this state of mind that he decided to put his grim plan into action. He retrieved a spear gun from the garage, a purchase that was suspicious from the start, given that John had no history of interest in spearfishing or related activities. To further cover his tracks, he had paid cash for the spear gun and its 2 spears, ensuring no paper trail linked him to the weapon. With Anna asleep, John loaded the spear gun and entered the bedroom. Standing just inches from her, he aimed at her left temple and fired. The initial shot did not immediately kill Anna, leaving her suffering. Determined to finish the job, John reloaded and fired a second spear into her skull. Horrified by the sight of what he had done, he covered Anna's lifeless body with towels, unable to look at her face. He then went downstairs and, shockingly, slept on the couch as if nothing had happened. The next morning, John carried on with his daily routine. He dropped Gracie off at daycare and returned home, where he encountered a TV repairman who had been scheduled by Anna. All the while, her body lay upstairs in their bedroom. After the repairman left, John faced the gruesome task of removing the spears from his wife's skull. When he found it too difficult to extract the spearheads, he decided to unscrew the shafts, leaving the tips embedded in her head. He then dug a shallow grave in the backyard and buried Anna's body, callously disposing of her remains before picking up Gracie from daycare. John's deceit didn't stop there. He concocted a story about Anna leaving him for another man, even going so far as to call Anna's mother in New Zealand to relay this fabricated tale. On March 27th, Sharp's deception escalated to an even darker level. That evening he put Gracie to bed as usual. However, fueled by several glasses of whiskey mixed with coke, he retrieved his spear gun once more. He had just bought additional spears after using the previous ones to kill Anna. Now, he intended to use the same brutal method on his daughter. Intoxicated and possibly filled with a twisted resolve, John loaded the spear gun and approached Gracie's crib. He aimed the weapon at her small head. Whether due to alcohol or a moment of hesitation, his aim was off. The shot did not end Gracie's life instantly. In a horrifying act, John repeated the attack to silence her once and for all. The brutality of John Sharp's actions left a deep scar, not only on the families involved but on the community as a whole. His calculated cruelty, methodically eliminating his wife and daughter, showed a complete lack of remorse. Even after confessing, he tried to manipulate the narrative, portraying himself as a victim driven to extremes. But the evidence uncovered by the police, from hidden weapons to the shallow grave, painted a clear picture of premeditated murder, shocking everyone who had once believed in the facade of a happy family. In his confession, Sharp revealed that the moment he killed Anna, he knew he would have to kill Gracie too. The chilling premeditation was evident in the way he took Gracie with him to a sporting goods store to purchase additional spears, knowing what he intended to do. After the murders, Sharp could not face the lifeless body of his daughter. He covered her face with a towel, removed the spears from her head, and wrapped her tiny body in garbage bags, securing them with duct tape. Gracie's body, along with her toys and the weapons used to kill her, was thrown away like trash into a landfill. The depravity did not stop there. Sharp then dismembered Anna's body with a chainsaw, wrapping the parts in trash bags, which he also secured with tape. He loaded the remains into his car and disposed of them in the same landfill where he had discarded Gracie. The police were building a strong case against Sharp but still needed solid physical evidence to secure a conviction. Knowing that the bodies were somewhere in the landfill, they faced a daunting task. The city of Mornington's waste was regularly transferred to another larger landfill, adding to the challenge. However, thanks to meticulous record-keeping and waste management at the landfill, investigators were able to narrow down the search area to about 100 square meters at a site near the Devil Bend Reservoir. In late June, police began a relentless search for Anna Kemp and her daughter Gracie's remains, following a chilling confession from John Sharp. For 3 grueling weeks, officers sifted through tons of garbage under harsh Australian winter conditions, enduring rain and cold while wearing protective suits. Despite the physical toll, the search team was driven by a sense of duty to bring closure to the grieving family. Officers even gave up their days off, determined to find the evidence needed to convict Sharp. Their perseverance paid off when Officer Neural Fraser made a breakthrough. After 19 exhausting days, she discovered a bundle containing part of Anna's body, followed by personal items like photographs that had spilled out when the trash bags tore. The grim find was bittersweet while it brought some relief. It also meant Gracie's remains were likely nearby. Fraser later described the emotional impact, saying it felt as if Anna was calling out to be found. The sorrow intensified with the thought of Gracie's body still missing. By the end of July, after tireless efforts, police recovered all the bags containing the dismembered remains of Anna and Gracie, securing the final pieces of evidence to convict Sharp. During the trial, John Sharp confessed to the premeditated murders of his pregnant wife, Anna Kemp, and their daughter Gracie. He coldly admitted that Anna had been getting on his nerves, which led him to purchase a spear gun days before the attack. One night, while Anna slept, he shot her in the head, later burying her in their backyard. But his cruelty didn't stop there. The next day he bought duct tape, tarps, and an electric chainsaw, and after drinking heavily, he shot Gracie multiple times, killing her as well. Over the next few days, Sharp dismembered Anna's body, disposing of the remains in garbage bags, just as he did with Gracie's. To cover his tracks, Sharp threw away blood-stained mattresses and other evidence, sending fake emails from Anna's account to convince her family she had left him. He even went on television, tearfully pleading for his wife's return, saying, "Anna, our marriage is over but I still love you," in a bid to gain public sympathy. For 3 months he maintained this facade, disposing of Gracie's belongings and using Anna's bank card to bolster his lies. Eventually, Sharp's deception unraveled and he was arrested. On August 5, 2005, he was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms for the murders of Anna and Gracie, with no chance of parole for 33 years. His calculated brutality shocked the nation, earning him the nickname Mornington Monster. His horrific acts remain one of Victoria's most shocking cases of familicide, revealing a man who chose murder over simply walking away from a marriage he no longer wanted. Anna and Gracie were laid to rest in Anna's hometown, with their shared headstone also bearing the name of their unborn son, Francis, whom Sharp had also killed. The case left a lasting scar on the community, serving as... Today, we're diving into another tragic case. This isn't a love story like Romeo and Juliet. Have you ever noticed how often talented, kind, and promising individuals pass away at a young age? Some barely make it into their 20s or 30s before their lives are cut short, often without warning. They live, work, and plan for the future like everyone else, but misfortune, illness, or crime can strike suddenly. Those who once showed such potential and determination are taken from us. People often try to find comfort by saying, "The heavens take the best" when faced with these heartbreaking losses. Sadly, this kind of tragedy struck for Jimmy and Peter James, who could never have imagined they'd face the nightmare of burying their beloved daughter. It all began on October 26, 2023, at about 4:30 a.m, when the principal of St Andrew's Cathedral School in central Sydney sent an email to students and parents. The message announced that the school would be closed for the rest of the week due to a serious incident. 2 hours later, families received another update, assuring them that no students were involved. However, the reassurance did little to ease concerns, especially when it was revealed that this closure didn't apply to graduating students taking exams. To support those affected, the school set up a round-the-clock psychological consultation centre in the library. Forensic teams thoroughly searched the school building and surrounding areas. The gym was restricted, and the adjacent shower area was marked for demolition. What exactly had happened within those walls? Around midnight on October 25, 2023, the body of a 20-year-old woman was found in the school's gym shower. She was last seen alive at 7 p.m. Surveillance footage showed her entering the shower, followed by someone else at 8 p.m. The person was later seen leaving alone, exiting the school. This shocking discovery left everyone searching for answers about the terrible events that unfolded that night. Lily's parents were the first to raise the alarm about her disappearance. She had been unreachable all day, and around 10 p.m., she sent a message asking to be picked up from work. Fortunately, the police were already aware of the situation and took over. Later that night, a security guard making his rounds stumbled upon a horrifying scene. A woman lay in a pool of blood, her head severely injured. Overwhelmed by shock, he immediately called emergency services. Detectives later brought in a family friend to identify the body. Sadly, her face was so disfigured that it was almost impossible to recognize her as Lily James. When news of her tragic death broke, her home was soon filled with friends, neighbors, and acquaintances offering support to her grieving family. Local residents also showed their sympathy, leaving flowers and toys around her house, turning it into a heartfelt memorial. However, Lily's mysterious death was not the only tragedy in this case. The following day, on October 27th, at 8 a.m., another grim discovery was made just 11 miles from where Lily's body was found. The remains of a man were located on the rocks at Diamond Bay Reserve, near Vaucluse, an eastern suburb of Sydney. Vendors working nearby spotted the body and called the police. A rescue operation was immediately launched, involving a bomb squad, marine unit, and a rescue helicopter. By 3:30 p.m., the man's body was recovered and sent for forensic identification. Due to the severe injuries caused by a high fall, visual identification was impossible, so experts relied on fingerprint analysis. Initially, investigators suspected the man's identity, but they needed confirmation. Eventually, he was identified as 24-year-old Paul T., who had been a suspect in Lily James's murder. Now, investigators faced the daunting task of connecting these two tragic deaths and uncovering the events that led to such devastating outcomes. A few days earlier, before tragedy struck, Lily James was living a life filled with promise and joy. Born in May 2002 in the coastal town of Sans Souci, New South Wales, she was the beloved first child of the close-knit James family. Lily shared a special bond with her maternal grandmother, Barbara, who adored her deeply. She spent her childhood by the ocean with her younger brother, Max, developing a love for swimming and an active lifestyle. Lily's father, a water polo coach at an Anglican girls' school in Hurstville, encouraged her passion for the sport. Friends described Lily as sociable, friendly, and always ready to help others. Her strong academics, athletic abilities, and community involvement earned her admiration from many, ensuring she was never without company. In her later school years, Lily excelled in academics, sports, and extracurricular activities, earning recognition as one of her school's best students. She had a remarkable talent for thriving in everything she took on. Her interest in the performing arts led her to join the theatre and dance club, where her natural charisma and skill stood out. This talent took her to the renowned Woodford Folk Festival, one of Australia's largest annual events, drawing around 125,000 attendees. From December 27th to January 1st, the festival features a mix of performances, including circus acts, comedy, workshops, and debates. Lily performed a unique rendition of a monologue from Shakespeare's Macbeth, showcasing her confidence and dramatic flair. Her performance captivated the audience and judges, earning her second place in the theatre category and a significant monetary prize. In 2018, Lily added another milestone to her achievements by passing her beginner's driving test. Her athletic accomplishments were equally impressive. Inspired by her father, she pursued water polo professionally and was crowned swimming champion in the under-17 category. Her parents were incredibly proud of her successes, celebrating each milestone with joy. Lily's bright future and boundless potential made her loss even more devastating for those who loved and admired her. By her senior year, Lily had a clear vision for her future. She decided to pursue a career in sports and in 2020 enrolled at Sydney Technological University to study for a bachelor's degree in sports business management. A fateful encounter. In early 2021, a new chapter unfolded in Lily's life. To add variety to her college routine and gain practical teaching experience, she accepted a job as a water polo coach at St Andrew's Cathedral School. With her youthful energy, vibrant personality, and passion for sports, Lily quickly built strong connections with her colleagues, the school administration, and her students. Her approachable and encouraging nature made her popular among the students, who were inspired to live up to her high standards. Lily, in turn, took a personal interest in each student, striving to highlight their unique strengths. It was during this time that she met Paul T., the school's new cricket and hockey coach. Paul's professional skills and striking appearance made him a noticeable figure on campus. Beyond his primary role, he also worked part-time at another institution and was a member of the University of New South Wales hockey team. Paul's charm and ambition made him popular, particularly among female colleagues, though opinions about him were mixed. Some described him as confident to the point of arrogance, while others noted his charisma and dedication. Initially, Lily and Paul's interactions were casual, limited to friendly greetings. But over time, their connection deepened. According to Lily's friends, Paul eventually asked her out on a date. His charm and confidence left a strong impression, and Lily couldn't resist saying yes. That first date was a turning point, and the two began seeing each other more often. Lily's kind and open-hearted nature led her to fall for Paul, who appeared to return her feelings. He showered her with compliments, surprised her with flowers, and planned romantic evenings. Despite their growing affection, the couple agreed to keep their relationship a secret, especially from the students and staff at the school. At that moment, Lily had no idea how deeply this relationship would impact her life. The need for secrecy in Lily and Paul's relationship stemmed from both the school's policy and Lily's personal beliefs. She valued her privacy and never wanted her personal life to become a topic of gossip. At work, the couple remained cautious, but over time, whispers about their relationship began to circulate. These quiet murmurs eventually grew into open discussions. Lily was heartbroken when she discovered the source of the rumors. Paul had broken their agreement to keep things private. Worse, the way he spoke about Lily to others cast her in a negative light, leading to unwarranted criticism from her colleagues. Feeling betrayed and humiliated, Lily confronted Paul and ended their relationship. Despite Paul's attempts to apologize and reconcile, Lily stood firm. She saw the breakup as a blessing in disguise, having uncovered his true character in the process. The short-lived relationship left her determined to move forward, focusing on her goals and leaving the past behind. Fortune's favorite Paul T. Paul was born in 1999 in the Netherlands to a wealthy and well-connected family. In 2015, the Thetans family relocated to Australia when Paul's father was offered a prestigious job. As an only child, Paul was doted upon, shaping him into a confident, and times, self-centered individual. Paul excelled academically and athletically. His natural physical fitness made him stand out, and he quickly became a prominent figure after enrolling at St Andrew's Cathedral School. He joined the cricket team, where his skills earned him respect, and eventually the role of captain. Beyond sports, Paul actively participated in school events and festivals, often helping to organize them. However, opinions about Paul were divided. Some of his male peers found his confidence excessive, accusing him of arrogance, especially when he claimed he could charm any girl he wanted. On the other hand, many girls admired his charisma and approachable demeanor. After graduating in 2017, Paul was offered a position as an assistant coach for the school's cricket and hockey teams. By 2018, he had taken over managing these sections, establishing himself as a capable leader. Yet, for reasons unknown, Paul resigned abruptly and returned to the Netherlands with his family. Back home, he pursued further education, eventually earning a master's degree in sports management. Paul's charm and ambition had always opened doors for him, but his character remained a point of contention, as those closest to him often saw another side. Paul's return to his old role at St Andrew's Cathedral School in early 2020 seemed like a fresh start. Settling into a shared apartment in Kensington, an eastern Sydney suburb, he initially enjoyed living with a friend. They spent evenings unwinding at bars, but the harmony didn't last long. A few months later, a heated argument led Paul to move out and live on his own. Despite staying busy with work and maintaining an active social circle, Paul's parents revealed that their son often felt isolated. They knew little about his romantic life, suspecting he hadn't experienced any meaningful relationships. Then, in March 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic struck. Australia went into a strict lockdown for 18 months, cutting Paul off from his family and limiting his social interactions. Left to navigate the challenges of isolation alone, Paul found himself struggling with the disruptions to daily life. By mid-2021, as restrictions eased, Paul returned to his coaching duties and rejoined the sports world. He became a prominent player on a local hockey team, even appearing in advertisements. However, the isolation had left its mark. Acquaintances began noticing changes in Paul's personality. He developed a tendency for sudden, uncontrollable outbursts of anger behavior that seemed out of character. More troubling were rumors about his interactions with female students. Witnesses claimed Paul often flirted with teenage girls, staring at them for extended periods and making them visibly uncomfortable. Despite these allegations, Paul remained a respected figure in the sports community. His skills and dedication played a significant role in his hockey team's progression to the finals of the Australian Hockey League. This recognition bolstered his confidence, but it also amplified his ego. When Lily decided to end their relationship, the blow to Paul's pride was immense. Her rejection not only hurt his feelings but also challenged the image he had cultivated of himself, a confident and charming individual who could seemingly win over anyone. As Paul dealt with the aftermath of their breakup, his behavior became even more unpredictable, setting the stage for a series of events that would take a tragic turn. When investigators delved into the case, it quickly became apparent that Paul was involved in Lily's death. Surveillance footage from inside and outside the school played a key role in piecing together what had happened. Paul was caught on camera at multiple points, providing crucial evidence. In addition, the police contacted cell service providers to track both Paul's and Lily's phones. They wanted to establish his last known location and locate Lily's phone, hoping the messages on it might reveal more about the events leading up to the tragedy. Using GPS data, investigators soon pinpointed the locations of both devices. Their efforts also uncovered that Paul had purchased a hammer at a hardware store just days before the attack. This chilling detail indicated premeditation. It seemed Paul, consumed by anger, had decided to confront Lily violently, despite her innocence in their situation. A tragic sequence of events. On the morning of October 25th, Lily attended her university classes before heading to work. Meanwhile, Paul, with no scheduled commitments, rented a silver Lexus and drove to the school. Instead of entering, he waited outside in the car. As the school day ended and students left the building, Paul walked toward the gym. To conceal the hammer, he hid it beneath his jacket. Inside, he observed Lily as she wrapped up her training. When Lily went to the showers to freshen up, Paul seized the moment. He followed her, and an argument broke out. In a fit of rage, he attacked her, striking her with the hammer. The impact was so severe that pathologists later confirmed Lily died instantly and did not suffer. After waiting for an hour, Paul gathered Lily's belongings into a backpack and left the scene. He returned to the car and drove to Diamond Bay Reserve. There, he disposed of the hammer in a garbage container. Surveillance cameras captured him at the reserve at 8:47 p.m. Paul's final movements. The last location investigators traced Paul to was the Gap, a well-known cliff at South Head in Vaucluse, an eastern suburb of Sydney. The spot is popular among tourists but is also infamous for its connection to suicides. At approximately 10 p.m., Paul's trail went cold, marking the end of his known movements. This chain of events painted a harrowing picture of premeditated violence and a tragic ending, leaving investigators and the community grappling with the senseless loss of two young lives. Using Lily's phone. After the tragic attack, Paul used Lily's phone to send a message to her mother, likely intending to guide someone to discover Lily's body. This act could have been an expression of regret, a hope that she might still receive help, or simply an acknowledgement of what he had done. The James family, deeply worried about Lily's silence, had already made dozens of calls to her phone. Approximately an hour later, Paul made a brief emergency call, but he hung up before saying anything. This hesitation hinted at the inner turmoil he must have been experiencing. Soon after, he made a decision he had likely been considering for some time. He stepped off the edge of the gap, ending his life. Final clues. When police arrived at the cliff, Paul was nowhere to be found. However, they discovered the belongings of both Paul and Lily, as well as the rented car parked nearby. The evidence strongly suggested that Paul had taken his own life, perhaps overwhelmed by guilt or unwilling to face the consequences of his actions. On October 26th, at 9 a.m., a large-scale search began. Helicopters and boats patrolled the coastline, while the area around Diamond Bay was cordoned off. Despite extensive efforts, Paul's body was not located on the first day. By chance, his remains were washed onto the rocks of the reserve the following day. An autopsy confirmed his identity, and forensic evidence linked him unequivocally to Lily's death. Though formally declared responsible for the crime, Paul could not be held accountable, and the case was closed. His parents chose to cremate his body and scatter his ashes in Sydney rather than repatriating him to the Netherlands. Farewell to Lily. Lily James' funeral took place on November 17, 2023, at her former school in Hurstville. Approximately 500 people attended to bid farewell to a cherished daughter, friend, and coach. The school administration arranged for a live broadcast of the ceremony to accommodate those who couldn't attend in person. The James family requested attendees to wear bright colors instead of dark clothing, reflecting Lily's lively and creative spirit. During the service, heartfelt tributes celebrated Lily's vibrant life, highlighting her energy, kindness, and unique presence. In turn, her family expressed their gratitude to all who supported them through this heartbreaking time. Lily's legacy as an inspiring and beloved member of her community will be remembered by all who knew her. Memorial and reflections. In the aftermath of the tragedy, students and colleagues created a heartfelt memorial at the school entrance to honor Lily James. The makeshift tribute included flowers, handwritten farewell letters, and mementos of her time at the school. To further commemorate her life and talents, the school's website published a video of Lily performing her celebrated monologue from Macbeth. Official response. Once the details surrounding Lily's untimely death were fully uncovered, the school administration issued a formal apology to the students and their families. In an email, they expressed their deep sorrow for the tragedy and emphasized the unexpected nature of the crime. They reassured the community that such an incident would not be repeated and took steps to reinforce safety protocols. Recognizing the need for healing, the school organized a session with renowned forensic psychologist Tim Watson-Munro, who analyzed the circumstances of the crime and Paul's behavior. Psychological analysis. Watson-Munro described Paul as a narcissistic individual with psychopathic tendencies. He noted that Paul's inability to handle rejection led to the premeditated and calculated act. According to the psychologist, Paul showed no remorse for his actions, and his decision to take his own life reflected an unwillingness to face the consequences or the shame of his deeds. The tragedy, he observed, echoed a distorted version of Romeo and Juliet. However, unlike Shakespeare's star-crossed lovers, Lily and Paul's story was marked by deceit, betrayal, and the consequences of unchecked pride. A legacy of sorrow. This heartbreaking event left an indelible mark on both families. Lily's light was extinguished far too soon, leaving her parents and community to grapple with profound grief. Paul's actions not only devastated the James family, but also left his own loved ones burdened with regret and unanswered questions. The incident serves as a somber reminder of the importance of understanding mental health, addressing toxic behaviors, and fostering environments where safety and mutual respect are paramount. In Almaty, a lively city where life moves fast, a wedding was about to take place, a celebration that everyone expected to be the highlight of the season. Leela and Timo were the admired couple, with friends and acquaintances praising their seemingly perfect relationship. The day marked the end of months of planning and excitement, but no one knew this wedding would soon turn into a tragedy. Leela was born in 1990 into a middle-class family, where her parents were strict about her upbringing and education. From a young age, she was used to order and discipline, which shaped her into a responsible, goal-driven person. After finishing her studies in finance, she landed a job at one of the city's top banks. Her life was carefully planned. She always knew what she wanted and how to achieve it. On the outside, she seemed beautiful, successful, and independent, but inside, she hid her fears and insecurities behind a confident facade. Timo, who was the same age as Leela, had a very different upbringing. Raised in a wealthy family, his father was a powerful businessman, and his mother was active in charity work. After completing his education in London, Timo returned to Kazakhstan and quickly became involved in the family business. He was successful and charismatic, gaining popularity in Almaty's business circles. His confidence sometimes came off as arrogance, a trait that would play a role in what was to come. Their meeting wasn't planned but felt almost fated. One evening, after a long day at work, Leela decided to meet friends at a small cafe in the city centre. Timo was there with mutual acquaintances, and as often happens in such settings, they exchanged glances. At the time, there was no indication that this brief encounter would lead to something much bigger. A few days later, with the help of friends, Timur found Leela's phone number and called her. And that's how their story began. From the very beginning, Timur was persistent, never letting Leela out of his sight. Used to being independent, Leela was cautious at first. But soon, Leela allowed herself to relax. She was drawn to Timur's confidence, his ambition, and how he seemed willing to do anything for their future. 6 months into their relationship, Timur proposed, and Leela said yes, even though she still had some lingering doubts she tried to ignore. And so, in 2017, they began planning a grand wedding, which was meant to mark the beginning of their perfect life together. Leela threw herself into the wedding preparations, not paying much attention to the small signs that were becoming more noticeable. Timur started spending more time away from home, often saying he had business meetings or gatherings with partners. Leela noticed but brushed it off as him just being busy. Sometimes she felt he was growing distant, but she didn't want to spoil the dream of their perfect wedding and happy future. Her best friend, Ida, who had been by her side since childhood, was also deeply involved in planning the wedding. They had known each other since kindergarten and had shared all of life's highs and lows. Ida was someone Leela could trust with her deepest thoughts. Unlike Leela, Ida was more carefree. She wasn't tied down by a career, lived in the moment, and often changed her interests. Perhaps this difference made their friendship so strong as they balanced each other out. When the wedding day finally arrived, Leela woke up with an unshakable sense of unease. She couldn't forget a strange phone conversation she had accidentally overheard a few days earlier. At the time, she thought it was just one of Timur's routine business calls, but something deep inside her was unsettled. The feeling of anxiety grew, but with all the wedding chaos, she didn't have time to think about it. As usual, she pushed her worries aside and focused on the ceremony, telling herself everything else could wait. The ceremony began on time, and everything seemed to be going according to plan. Leela, dressed in a stunning white gown, stood next to Timur, listening to the toasts and congratulations. Timur, as always, looked perfect, charming everyone around him with his magnetic personality. He was the center of attention, and his charm captivated the entire room. Yet Leela couldn't help but notice Timur's glances toward Ida. They were subtle, unnoticed by most guests, but not by her. Instinctively, Leela felt something was off, though she couldn't quite figure out what it was. As the reception went on, she felt increasingly disconnected. She watched as Timur repeatedly slipped out of the room, either to take phone calls or just step away from the noisy celebration. Each time he returned, his expression shifted from cheerful to tense. At one point, Leela saw Timur leave the room again, and her patience finally ran out. She got up from the table and followed him through the long hallways of the banquet venue, her heart racing. As she approached a door, she heard Timur's hushed voice. She couldn't make out every word, but she didn't need to. His tone was far too intimate to be a business call. In that instant, Leela understood everything she needed to. A line had been crossed, and there was no going back. As she walked back to the hall, something inside her shifted. She was no longer the same Leela who had woken up that morning. Her thoughts turned cold and distant, and she knew her old life was over. Everything would change now. The guests, still laughing and celebrating, were completely unaware of the dark cloud looming over the evening. It soon became clear that Timur had been exchanging texts and calls with Ida, who had also been slipping away to the restroom throughout the evening. When Timur returned to the hall, he didn't realize that Leela knew everything. He smiled at her slightly, trying to hide his nerves, but his eyes betrayed his tension. Leela met his gaze and slowly walked toward him. Their eyes locked, but all the emotions that had once connected them were gone. Everything had shattered. The guests, still caught up in the joy of the celebration, had no idea what was unfolding behind their backs. The lively music drowned out the tense silence between Leela and Timur. Though they stood close, they felt miles apart. Leela continued to play the role of the perfect bride, but inside, everything had changed. Now, she was simply waiting for what she knew was coming. Timur noticed the change in her demeanor, but he was too distracted by his thoughts and constant phone calls to fully grasp what was about to happen. Timur chalked up Leela's change in behavior to exhaustion or pre-wedding jitters. Confident and self-assured, he had no idea that every misstep, every word, and every gesture was already forming a final picture that would soon be revealed to everyone. Meanwhile, Leela couldn't take her eyes off him, sinking deeper into her thoughts about how much had changed in just a few hours. How could the two people she trusted the most, especially on such an important day, betray her so cruelly? She continued to watch Timo, but in her mind he was already a stranger. Her heart clenched with every move he made, yet she kept a cold expression, hiding the emotional storm raging inside her. Timo had always been by Leela's side, always supporting her, but lately something had shifted between them. It started with small things, occasional late nights at work, strange phone calls late in the evening, but Leela always found excuses for him. She wanted to believe these were temporary, that once the wedding was over, their relationship would return to normal, and they'd be happy again. Now, she realized she had been blind. Her best friend, Ida, the person she trusted most, who had always been there for her, who had been so deeply involved in the wedding preparations, suddenly felt like a stranger. Every time Leela thought about Ida's support during the wedding, it made her feel sick. How long had this been going on? How long had they been hiding their connection? She couldn't trust anyone anymore. After a brief but tense moment, Timur slipped away again. Leela saw him exit quickly through a side door. She already knew who he was talking to and what was happening behind her back. In that moment, she felt she couldn't endure the pain any longer. Her heart was drained, her mind cold. She had made up her mind. Leela moved swiftly through the back hallways, away from the guests. She walked with determination, driven by the inner impulse that pushed her forward. Beyond the long, empty corridors was the service room where Timo had gone. She knew that this was the moment she needed to see everything with her own eyes. Standing at the door, Leela paused. She didn't knock, didn't hesitate. She simply grabbed the handle and opened the door. Inside the room, it was silent. Timur stood by the window, talking on the phone. His voice was low, but Leela heard every word. "Why did you leave so early, babe? Just hold on for one night, I'll be yours again tomorrow." He was speaking to Ada. There was no longer any doubt in his words. This wasn't something new. It had been going on for a while, hidden behind her back, deceiving her all along. When Leela stepped into the room, Timur turned sharply, but he couldn't hide his phone in time. At that moment, everything became crystal clear. Leela stood in the doorway, staring at the man she had once loved. But there was no pain or regret in her eyes anymore. All she felt was a cold calm. She knew this was the end, and it had to end this way. Leela didn't say a word. She turned and walked out, leaving Timur in that room. She no longer had plans for the future. Her thoughts weren't tomorrow. Every action she took now had one purpose: to bring this story to its inevitable conclusion. When she returned to the banquet hall, the celebration was still in full swing. People were laughing, drinking, and dancing, oblivious to the dark cloud that had already settled over the event. Once again, Leela wore the mask of the perfect bride, smiling and pretending to be happy. But inside there was chaos. Her plan was now crystal clear and precise. As the evening wore on, the guests gradually began to leave. The celebration was winding down, and the night was coming to an end. Calm and composed, Leela stood by the exit, bidding everyone farewell with polite smiles. Everything was going according to her plan, and no one had any idea what she had in mind. When the hall was nearly empty, Leela returned to the center of the room and looked around. Only her closest friends remained, those who wanted to stay with her until the very end. She clenched her fists to hide her intentions, but outwardly, she remained cool and collected. Her goal was clear. Timur walked up to Leela, wrapping his arm around her waist and suggesting they leave. At that moment, any lingering doubts she had vanished. Leela turned to him and nodded, her eyes empty, but Timur didn't notice. He was still confident, believing everything was under control, that the wedding was just a formality before his own plans would take over. They left the hall together, unaware of how close they were to the final act of the story. Leela walked alongside Timur, her heartbeat slowing, as if preparing for something inevitable. They headed to the car, and in that moment, everything Leela had been suppressing for months began to rise to the surface. She knew there was no turning back, and everything from this point forward would unfold according to the plan she had carefully crafted. Without emotion, she coldly ordered Timur to get in the car. There were no extra words, no explanations, just a firm command that he obeyed, still not fully understanding what was happening. His eyes searched her face for any sign of emotion, but Leela was like a steel wall, impenetrable, unmoving, indifferent. As Timur started the car, Leela gave him an address: Ida's apartment. He froze for a moment, looking at her in surprise, but then pressed the gas pedal and drove toward her friend's home. They rode in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Leela stared out the window, her heartbeat steady, her mind focused on one objective. Timo could sense the tension in the air, but had no idea just how serious the situation was. Leela silently unlocked the door and stepped inside, still gripping the keys in her hand. Timo followed, realizing that the situation was slipping out of his control. The apartment was quiet, with only faint streetlights filtering through the curtains, casting shadows on the walls. Leela walked straight to the kitchen, opened one of the drawers, and pulled out a large kitchen knife. The metal gleamed in the dim light. Timo froze, finally understanding that Leela was about to do something drastic. The confidence he once had was gone, replaced by a growing fear. He sat down, tense, unsure of what to expect. Time seemed to crawl until the door creaked open and Ida walked in. She froze the moment she saw Leela and Timo together. Her eyes darted between them, trying to understand the situation. As she took a hesitant step forward, Leela was ready. "Your turn," Leela said, her voice calm, pointing the knife toward Ida. Panic flooded Ida's face, twisting in terror. She tried to speak, but no words came out. Leela was unmoved, her expression emotionless as she pointed to the chair opposite Timo. Trembling, Ida complied. Leela paused before she began speaking, her voice cold and steady, as if she were leading a business meeting rather than preparing for violence. "You both knew this would come out eventually. I want to know how long it's been going on. I want the truth," she said, her gaze shifting between Timo and Ida. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Leela realized they both knew there was no way back. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, Timo began to speak, his voice trembling. He tried to explain, but the words came out weak and unsteady. Leela listened without a word, her expression unchanged. She didn't ask any more questions. She didn't need further explanations. She had heard enough. With cold determination, Leela moved closer to Timo. Her movements were swift and precise. Without hesitation, she raised the knife and plunged it. Timo screamed, but Leela didn't stop. Her face remained cold. She then turned to Ida, who was frozen in terror, paralyzed on the chair. Leela said nothing, simply stepped forward and struck Ida with the knife. Aida's scream was short-lived, as Leela continued, just as methodical and cold as before. When both were lifeless, Leela began to dismember their bodies, her movements meticulous. The only sound that of her work, the silence broken by the knife cutting through flesh. Leela stood over their bodies, her hands now covered in blood, her mission complete. Leela's face remained cold and detached, showing no sign of fear, horror, or regret. Every action she took was methodical, as if it had all been pre-planned. She knew this wasn't enough, this was just the beginning. The act itself didn't complete her plan. She had to see it through to the very end. She crouched down next to Timo's body, noticing his outstretched arms, as if he had tried to defend himself. Leela looked at him coldly, remembering how she had once loved this man. Now, there was nothing left of that love, only hatred driving her forward. Slowly, she leaned down and grabbed his hand. Her muscles tensed as she began cutting it off. The knife struggled to slice through, but Leela was relentless. To her, this was no longer a person, but merely an object that needed to be destroyed. Leela then moved on to the rest of Timo's limbs. Each motion was slow and steady, her hands working mechanically without hesitation. Blood pooled on the floor around the bodies, but Leela stayed focused on her task, cutting through the limbs until she had severed all of them. Once she was done with Timo, she stood up and walked over to Ida's body. There was no anger, no pain, just emptiness. She had ended the life of her best friend without hesitation, and now it was time to finish what she had started. Leela picked up the knife again and resumed her grim task, dismembering Ida's body with the same cold precision she had used on Timo. Leela paid no attention to the blood covering her hands, face and clothes. She moved like a surgeon, cutting apart the body and carefully placing the pieces into bags she had found earlier in the apartment. It became a mechanical routine for her. Each severed piece went into a bag, her hands moving steadily without faltering. When she finished, Leela sat down on a chair, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes for a moment. Now, she had to decide what to do next with the bodies. Leaving them, there wasn't an option. She knew she had to erase all traces, to eliminate any chance of her crime being discovered. A plan quickly formed in her mind. The first thing she did was change into clean clothes from Ida's closet. Then, she took the bags containing the body parts and moved them to the bathroom. Leela knew she had to get rid of the remains, but she wasn't in a rush. Every move was deliberate and calculated. She searched Ida's apartment and found large trash bags stored on the balcony. Her plan was to use those bags to dispose of the remains, but it required time and extreme caution. Leela pulled out the bags and began placing the body parts inside, carefully wrapping each limb, each piece, ensuring nothing was left exposed. Once the bags were filled, Leela paused for a moment, feeling her mind stir from its detached state. She realized what she had done, but there was no going back now. The next step was to move the bags out of the apartment. She knew this wouldn't be easy, and she had to avoid drawing any attention. She meticulously planned her actions, deciding to take the bags out in small batches to avoid alerting the neighbors. Ida had an old trash cart on the balcony, which Leela found and used. She loaded it with the first set of bags and quietly began moving them downstairs. Every step she took in the hallway was cautious, her movements precise and silent. She wheeled the cart slowly, making sure not to make any unnecessary noise. The elevator was nearby, making the task easier. Leela took it down to the first floor, slipped out through the back exit, and loaded the bags into the trunk of Timo's car. She then returned for the second batch and repeated the process. Once all the bags containing the remains were loaded into the car, Leela got behind the wheel. She started the engine, her hands trembling slightly, but she forced herself to stay focused. She needed to find a place to dispose of the remains without leaving a trace. Leela drove out of the city, heading toward a remote area where people rarely ventured, a desolate patch of land where she could cover up the evidence. When she arrived, Leela got out of the car and began unloading the bags. She laid them out deep in the woods, positioning them in a way that no one would stumble upon them accidentally. When the last bag was hidden in the bushes, she drove back to Ida's apartment to clean up more thoroughly, making sure to erase any signs of what had happened. By the time Leela left Ida's apartment, it was almost 5 a.m. The streets of Almaty were mostly empty, with the city just beginning to wake up. Leela knew she was running out of time. Her thoughts were focused on one thing: leaving the country as soon as possible. She understood that the absence of Timo and Ida would soon be noticed, and her only hope was to disappear before the police started asking questions. On the way home, Leela felt an inner tension, but her mind remained cold and clear. When she returned to her place, she quickly took a shower, washing off the blood and dirt. Then, she gathered her essentials, her passport, money, and a few important documents. The plan was simple: get to the airport and leave the country on the first available flight. Leela used her phone to find the nearest international flight. Fortunately, there was a flight to Moscow departing at 10 a.m., and she knew this was her chance. She had to get to the airport quickly without wasting any time. Leaving her apartment behind, she made sure there was nothing left that could draw attention to her. While she knew it was impossible to completely erase the traces left in Ida's place, she hoped to buy herself enough time before anyone realized something was wrong. No one had heard any screams that night. She had acted quietly, efficiently. To those around them, Ida and Timo's sudden disappearance wouldn't immediately raise alarms. If she could get out of the country before anyone started searching, her chances of avoiding justice would increase. Leela arrived at the airport around 8 a.m. She parked the car far from the main entrances and headed toward the terminal. Dressed to avoid attention, she wore dark sunglasses, a scarf, and a simple coat. On the outside, she appeared calm and composed, though inside her mind was racing. The check-in process went smoothly since her ticket was electronic. No questions, no suspicions. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. However, while waiting to board her flight, a strange feeling started to creep up on her. Her instincts were telling her that something might not go as planned. To be safe, she decided to change her destination. Instead of Moscow, she bought a ticket for a flight to Istanbul, scheduled to depart around noon. This gave her more time to prepare and also provided an alternate route in case her situation became more complicated. Leela spent the next few hours in the airport's waiting area, trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible. She monitored the news on her phone, but nothing suspicious had come up yet. It seemed like everything was still under control. Her phone, however, was buzzing with calls and texts from concerned friends and family members, but she ignored them. By 10 a.m., Timo's absence was noticed at work when he failed to attend important meetings scheduled for the day after the wedding. At first, his colleagues were just puzzled, but when neither their calls nor messages were answered, concern started to grow. Around the same time, Ida's neighbors began to notice strange occurrences. Some had heard noises late at night but dismissed them at first. However, when Ida didn't answer her door despite repeated knocks, concern grew. One neighbor, increasingly worried, called the police around noon to report unusual activity at Ida's apartment. The police arrived at the scene around 1 p.m. and found the apartment empty, but the bloodstains on the floor and other surfaces immediately indicated something terrible had happened. Within a few hours, investigators began piecing together the details and quickly discovered Lila's connection to both Timur and Ida. Friends and family, who were questioned, mentioned the wedding, after which none of them had seen Timur, Ida, or Lila. By evening, the police had started searching for Lila. A task force reached out to airports, and by around 6 p.m., they received information that she had been spotted at Alma International Airport. Unaware that she was already being tracked, Lila calmly waited to board her delayed flight to Istanbul. She began to regret not taking the direct flight to Moscow and opting instead for a more complex escape route. Exhausted and emotionally drained, she thought she had managed to evade the inevitable consequences. However, as her flight was finally announced, two men in plain clothes approached her. They showed their badges and asked her to come with them. At that moment, Lila realized her plan had fallen apart. The police had moved faster than she had anticipated. She was apprehended right in the airport's waiting area, and without any attempts to escape or make excuses, she simply followed the officers in silence, understanding that the end had come. Evidence linking her to the crimes. Even in the interrogation room, sitting across from the investigator at a cold metal table, she refused to speak. Despite their efforts to make her talk, the confession didn't come immediately. For several hours, Lila resisted answering any questions, her face unreadable, as if still holding out hope for a miracle. But when they showed her the crime scene photos, the bloody traces, the dismembered bodies of Timur and Ida, and the neatly packed bags containing their remains, Lila understood there was no point in denying it any longer. The cold reality of her actions hit her, and the weight of her choices began to settle in. She exhaled and finally broke down. Her confession was cold and precise. Lila recounted everything, from the moment she discovered the affair to the night of the crime. Her voice was calm, devoid of any emotional inflection. She described how she had planned it all from the moment she uncovered Timur and Ida's betrayal. She explained how she acted in the apartment, how she forced them to confess, and then methodically ended their lives, dismembering their bodies to cover her tracks. Lila spoke as if it was a ritual that needed to be completed, stunned that the police had found the bodies so quickly. She didn't realize that her entire journey transporting Ida and Timur's remains to the woods had been captured on surveillance cameras. When the interrogation was over, the investigators were shocked by her lack of emotion. Lila showed no hint of remorse or regret. To her, everything that had happened was inevitable. Her confession became a crucial key in closing the case. The trial began a few months later and garnered significant media attention in Kazakhstan. The courtroom was packed, not only with friends and family of Timur and Ida, but also with curious onlookers. The case drew widespread coverage, and the public was stunned by the brutality and cold-blooded nature of Lila's actions. No one could believe that this woman, who appeared so calm and composed, could commit such a heinous act. Yet there were those who sympathized with Lila, genuinely moved by her story and claiming that such betrayal should not have gone unpunished. During the trial, Lila remained as composed as she had been during the interrogations. She did not deny her guilt, nor did she try to make excuses. Her attorney attempted to argue that she had been under severe emotional distress caused by the infidelity and betrayal of those closest to her, but this did little to soften her image in the eyes of the public. Her cold demeanor unnerved everyone who followed the trial. Testimonies from friends and family only added to the atmosphere of horror surrounding the case. The motive of betrayal was clear, but the brutality of her actions went beyond comprehension. The judge listened to both sides carefully, weighing the evidence against the backdrop of public outrage and the desire for justice. As the trial progressed, it became evident that Leela's actions would not be easily forgotten, regardless of the outcome. The courtroom became a battleground of emotions, with Leela at its center, a figure both reviled and strangely understood. But the trial felt more like a formality. Everyone knew that Leela would be found guilty. After several weeks of proceedings, the verdict was delivered. Leela was found guilty of committing double homicide with extreme cruelty. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As the judge read the sentence, Leela stared straight ahead with the same calm, indifferent expression on her face. She didn't flinch or say a word. It was as if she accepted everything without question. Once the sentence was announced, she was escorted out of the courtroom under strict security. The entire process ended just as it had begun, cold and emotionless. Leela was taken to prison, where she would spend the rest of her life in isolation, far from those she once knew. Her story quickly faded from the headlines, overshadowed by new events, but her case remained a stark reminder of how betrayal can lead to the most tragic outcomes. In the confines of her cell, Leela was left to confront the reality of her actions, a chilling reflection of the chaos that had unraveled her life and the lives of those she once held dear. In her solitude, she became a ghost of her former self, an embodiment of the pain and loss that betrayal can inflict. The whispers of her story lingered in the halls of justice, a cautionary tale of love turned to hatred, and the dark places one can go when trust is shattered. Leela's life became a haunting echo of what once was, serving as a somber reminder of the thin line between love and revenge. It was a sunny day in Wiltshire County, just like any other, when Victoria Sears, a skilled and experienced skydiver, decided to take another jump. For her, the adrenaline, the wind on her face, and the endless sky were nothing new. But this time, something went horribly wrong. Moments after deploying her parachute, she discovered the lines were tangled. To make things worse, the reserve parachute also failed. As Victoria plummeted toward the ground at a terrifying speed, her heart raced. Her only thought was about her children and how they would grow up without her. How could someone as seasoned as Victoria make such a mistake? And why did it happen? The answers would unravel a chilling mystery, one that would forever change her life. Who is Victoria Sears? Victoria Sears was born in 1977 in Edinburgh, Scotland, to a retired military officer. From an early age, she was full of energy and determination. During her school years, she threw herself into various sports, and at 16, she tried skydiving for the first time. She fell in love with it immediately. After finishing high school, Victoria enrolled in the University of Glasgow's medical program, where she balanced her studies with athletic pursuits. She earned her degree in physical therapy and followed in her father's footsteps by joining the British Army as a physical therapist. Alongside her medical career, she excelled in skydiving, becoming a certified instructor and completing over 1,500 jumps. Victoria was a true professional, a free-fall coach, mentor, and member of the Army National Parachuting Association. By the time she turned 30, Victoria had built a successful career. She became a captain in the Army, worked as a physical therapist at a military hospital, and balanced those duties with her passion for skydiving. Despite her professional achievements, her personal life was less stable. In 2008, she married a fellow medical professional, but the marriage ended within a year. In mid-2009, her life took a dramatic turn. A tall, charismatic officer named Emil Cilias came to the hospital where Victoria worked, recovering from a skiing accident. He became one of her patients, and before long, he swept her off her feet. Emil became her second husband, and the love of her life, a love that would nearly destroy her. Emil Cilias, a dangerous charmer. Born in 1980 in South Africa to a wealthy family of British expatriates, Emil Cilias had a magnetic charm. But behind his captivating exterior lay a darker, more dangerous side. Nicoline's arrival at Emil's doorstep turned his carefully constructed life upside down. Emil, now living with his British wife Carly Taylor and their young son with another baby on the way, was forced to face the consequences of his lies. Carly, unaware of Nicoline or her two children, was blindsided. Emil immediately tried to take control of the situation. Switching to Afrikaans so Carly couldn't understand, he told Nicoline it was over between them and that she had no place in his life anymore. Nicolene, however, was determined to make Emil take responsibility for their children. She refused to leave without confronting the situation. Carly, sensing something was wrong despite not understanding the language, demanded answers. Emil brushed her off, claiming Nicolene was just an ex who was trying to cause trouble. But the tension in the household was undeniable. Caught between two worlds, Emil continued his deceitful ways. While Nicolene tried to build a life for her children in the UK, Emil remained unfaithful and manipulative, juggling his relationships with lies and empty promises. His charm allowed him to evade accountability for a time, but cracks began to show. Carly grew increasingly suspicious, and Nicolene's patience wore thin. As the truth about Emil's double life began to unravel, his web of lies became harder to maintain. His manipulative behavior, infidelity, and lack of responsibility would eventually lead to consequences far beyond what he could have anticipated. What Nicolene, Carly, and even Emil himself didn't realize was that his actions would set off a chain of events that would have devastating and far-reaching effects on everyone involved. Nicolene's sudden arrival at Emil's home shattered his carefully curated image. Faced with his pregnant wife Carly and his ex with 2 children in tow, Emil acted quickly. Speaking in Afrikaans to keep Carly from understanding, he coldly told Nicolene that their relationship was over and that he had no intention of being involved in their children's lives. Nicolene, devastated, left in tears. Left with no choice, Emil had to explain Nicolene's presence to Carly. As always, he twisted the truth, portraying Nicolene as a troublemaker who was trying to disrupt their lives. Carly believed him, though unease lingered. Despite Emil's efforts to control the narrative, his marriage to Carly was far from perfect. Over their 6.5-year union, Emil repeated the same behavior that had ended his relationship with Nicolene: constant infidelity and emotional manipulation. Even after having 2 children together, Emil showed little regard for Carly's well-being, particularly during vulnerable times like childbirth. Nicolene, Carly, and later Victoria all shared similar stories of how Emil demanded intimacy, even when it caused them pain, revealing his selfish and unempathetic nature. Shortly after marrying Carly, Emil enlisted in the British Armed Forces, joining the Army Physical Training Corps. As a fitness instructor with a military rank and a stable salary, his career appeared respectable, but his personal life remained chaotic. Emil and Victoria: a new chapter. In 2009, Emil broke his ankle in a skiing accident and ended up in a hospital where Victoria worked as a physical therapist. Sparks flew immediately. Victoria, 3 years older, was recovering emotionally from a divorce, and Emil wasted no time in comforting her. His charm was irresistible, and she quickly fell for him. At the time, Victoria had no idea Emil was still married. Meanwhile, Carly was unaware that Emil had already met with a divorce attorney and was preparing to end their marriage. When the truth eventually surfaced, Emil tried to shift the blame, claiming Carly was the reason their marriage had failed. In retaliation, Carly revealed to Victoria that Emil had a history of deception: his relationship with Nicolene, their 2 children, and his pattern of infidelity. Victoria was stunned. The man she thought was her perfect partner had a messy and complicated past. Yet Emil didn't back down. He declared his undying love for Victoria, insisting that she was different, that he had never felt this way about anyone else. Despite her shock and the lies she had uncovered, Victoria had already fallen deeply for Emil. Against her better judgment, she chose to forgive him, convinced their love was genuine. Little did she know, Emil's dark tendencies and manipulative nature would soon put her life and the lives of those around her in grave danger. Despite Emil's flaws, Victoria chose to embrace him as he was, forgiving his past and moving forward with their life together. Over time, Carly and Victoria not only became civil but developed a genuine friendship. Their bond grew so strong that Carly even trusted Victoria to look after her children, a testament to the trust and understanding that had formed between the 2 women. In 2010, Emil finalized his divorce and quickly proposed to Victoria. She accepted with joy, and the 2 celebrated with a grand wedding. They moved into a spacious home in Wiltshire, which Victoria had purchased using an inheritance from her late parents. Their life together seemed full of promise. In 2011, the couple welcomed their first child, a daughter named April. By 2015, their family grew again with the birth of their son, Ben. From the outside, Emil and Victoria appeared to have it all: two beautiful children, a loving relationship, and a happy family life. Victoria's passion for skydiving even brought Emil into the sport. He earned his own instructor certification and became skilled in packing both main and reserve parachutes, providing an additional source of income for the family. To friends and family, their life seemed perfect. Victoria was deeply in love with Emil, who had recently been promoted to sergeant. They spent quality time with their children and maintained a picture-perfect image. But behind closed doors, Emil's restlessness resurfaced. Bored with domestic life, Emil began having affairs again. While he didn't go to great lengths to hide his infidelity, he would always fall to his knees, begging Victoria for forgiveness. He promised that she was the only one he truly loved, and that his flings were meaningless. Time and again, Victoria forgave him, determined to hold her family together and maintain the illusion of a perfect life. The jump that nearly ended it all. Victoria's love for skydiving had been a constant in her life. By 2015, she had completed over 2,500 jumps without a single incident. She worked as an instructor with the Army Parachute Association and was known for her professionalism and expertise. However, her second pregnancy meant taking a break from the sport she loved so much. She longed to get back into the sky. In early March 2015, Victoria gave birth to Ben. Shortly after recovering, she returned to skydiving, eager to feel the wind on her face again. But what should have been a routine jump turned into a nightmare. The sport she loved and trusted almost cost her life, pulling her into a chilling mystery that would unravel the truth about the man she thought she knew. On April 1st, Emil surprised Victoria with a special plan. He had booked a tandem skydive for the two of them. Victoria was overjoyed, seeing it as a thoughtful way for Emil to add some excitement to their routine. The jump was scheduled for April 4th, and the couple, along with their young daughter, headed to the skydiving base. They suited up, ready for the adventure, but their plans were thwarted by bad weather. Strong winds and heavy clouds rolled in, grounding the plane and postponing the jump to the next day, Easter Sunday. When they returned home, Emil suddenly announced that he wouldn't be able to join Victoria for the jump. He claimed urgent matters required his attention and suggested that the children stay home since they might get restless with no one to watch them. On the morning of April 5th, Emil wished Victoria luck and stayed behind with their 4-year-old daughter and newborn son as she left in high spirits. At the skydiving base, Victoria faced another delay due to poor weather. The group waited for hours before finally receiving clearance to take off around 3 p.m. The plane climbed into the sky with 12 skydivers on board. One by one, they made their jumps, each savoring the thrill of freefall. Victoria, a seasoned skydiver, was the last to jump, eagerly anticipating the familiar rush she loved so much. But her descent quickly turned into a nightmare. When she pulled the cord to deploy her parachute, she realized something was horribly wrong. The lines were tangled. Despite her efforts, she couldn't untangle them. Acting swiftly, she cut away the main parachute and deployed her reserve chute, only to face another catastrophe. The reserve parachute partially opened but failed to fully inflate, leaving her spinning uncontrollably through the air at terrifying speed. In that heart-stopping moment, Victoria's mind didn't dwell on the fear of death. Her thoughts were with her husband and their 2 small children, waiting for her at home. Desperate to survive, she used every ounce of her training to slow her fall, positioning her body to minimize the impact. The deafening wind and spinning sky disoriented her, and eventually everything went black. Victoria regained consciousness lying in a freshly plowed field. Remarkably, she was alive, but her body was broken, battered by the violent landing. Help arrived quickly, and she was rushed to the hospital, where doctors were stunned by her survival. Little did she know her brush with death was no accident. The mystery surrounding the failure of her parachutes would unravel a web of betrayal, deceit, and danger, turning her life upside down. Victoria was disoriented, struggling to understand what had happened or why people were frantically moving around her. Her colleagues, who had rushed to the scene, never expected to find her alive. But when she opened her eyes and asked for help standing, they were stunned. She had been incredibly lucky. The soft, freshly plowed soil had cushioned her fall, saving her from life-threatening injuries. Despite surviving the harrowing incident, Victoria suffered a broken leg, collarbone, and several ribs on the side she landed on. Remarkably, her spine, internal organs, and head were mostly unharmed. Emergency responders quickly airlifted her to the nearest hospital, where she received critical care and was stabilized. A suspicious accident raises questions. In the skydiving world, the failure of a parachute is a rare event, and for both the main and reserve parachutes to fail is virtually unheard of. This immediately raised red flags. The lead instructor at the skydiving base, upon hearing about Victoria's near-fatal accident, decided to personally inspect her parachutes. Upon inspection, the lines of the main parachute were indeed tangled, but whether this was due to an oversight or intentional tampering wasn't clear. The real alarm came with the reserve parachute. Two critical pieces of equipment were missing. These components hadn't torn away during the jump, they had simply never been there. This omission prevented the reserve parachute from deploying properly and nearly cost Victoria her life. What made this even more suspicious was the fact that the parachutes had undergone multiple checks by experienced professionals. For such a glaring issue to go unnoticed during routine inspections seemed implausible. Concerned, the lead instructor reported the matter to the authorities, suspecting foul play. Caroline raises alarm. Around the same time, Victoria's best friend, Caroline, also contacted the police. She was deeply disturbed by the details of the accident and didn't hesitate to name a suspect, Victoria's husband, Emil. According to Caroline, the marriage appeared perfect to outsiders, but behind closed doors, Emil was manipulative and toxic. Caroline told investigators that Emil's behavior had often raised concerns. While he was outwardly charming, those close to Victoria knew about his frequent lies, infidelity, and controlling tendencies. Victoria had confided in Caroline about Emil's darker side, though she had always tried to maintain an image of a happy family. With suspicions growing and both parachutes exhibiting signs of tampering, the investigation took a sharp turn. The question was no longer about whether Victoria's accident was intentional, it was about who wanted her dead, and why. Emil, with his complicated past and manipulative nature, quickly became a person of interest. Victoria, still recovering at home, was shocked when officers shared some of the peculiar findings of their investigation. She was already struggling to reconcile the near-fatal accident with her belief that Emil was a loving and devoted husband. What the police revealed next would challenge everything she thought she knew. A growing web of lies. Detectives informed Victoria that Emil had admitted to a string of extramarital affairs, including a recent 6-month-long relationship with an Austrian ski instructor named Stephanie Galler. To make matters worse, Emil claimed he had been planning to leave Victoria and marry Stephanie soon. Victoria was devastated but still found it difficult to believe Emil could have been involved in her accident. Yet, as investigators delved deeper, the picture of Emil they presented was far from the devoted husband Victoria thought she knew. Haunting financial troubles. The police also uncovered Emil's severe financial difficulties. He owed significant amounts to multiple creditors and was under pressure from several high-interest loan companies. Detectives learned he was a compulsive gambler who had racked up debts from frequent, reckless bets. Some of his creditors had begun issuing threats, and Emil had even suggested to investigators that the parachute tampering might have been a message meant for him, not Victoria. This explanation, however, only added to the suspicions against him. It seemed like an attempt to deflect attention from his potential role in the incident. A critical misstep. What made investigators especially wary of Emil was his own admission he had personally checked Victoria's parachutes before the jump and had kept them with him at all times, even taking them with him when he went to the restroom. While he framed this as a gesture of care and diligence, it came off as an incriminating detail, suggesting he had the opportunity to tamper with the equipment. This revelation, combined with the fact that Emil had abruptly cancelled his own participation in the jump, left detectives questioning his motives. Victoria's dilemma. At home, Victoria struggled to process the mounting evidence against Emil. She wanted to believe in his innocence, clinging to the image of the man who had cared for her so tenderly during her recovery. But the police insisted the signs pointed to something darker. They emphasized Emil's gambling debts, his pattern of deceit, and the precise knowledge he had of the parachute's condition. As the investigation deepened, the police were convinced that the incident was no accident and Emil's web of lies was quickly unraveling. A key detail emerges. As Victoria recounted the events surrounding the ill-fated jump, she remembered a critical moment. On the day of the initial attempt, when weather conditions forced a delay, Emil had taken their daughter to the restroom while carrying Victoria's backpack. This backpack contained her parachutes. When the jump was cancelled for the day, all equipment was supposed to be returned to the gear check-in station per standard safety protocol. However, Emil had suggested they leave the gear in a locker instead, claiming it would save time the following morning by avoiding long lines at the equipment window. This deviation from procedure struck investigators as highly unusual. By keeping the equipment overnight, Emil could have had an opportunity to tamper with it away from the prying eyes of trained staff. Financial motive and future plans. Detectives pieced together Emil's possible motive. While Victoria had taken precautions to ensure her assets would bypass Emil in the event of her death, leaving the house and savings to her sister, there was still the matter of her life insurance policy. If Victoria died, Emil would receive a payout of nearly $200,000, a sum that could help him pay off some of his debts and start a new life. Additionally, Emil's relationship with Stephanie Galler was advancing rapidly. He was already making plans to move abroad with her, and Victoria's continued presence, as well as her suspicions about his fidelity and finances, had become an obstacle. A second look at the parachutes. Investigators began reconstructing the timeline and chain of custody for Victoria's parachutes. The lead instructor at the skydiving base confirmed that the gear had been inspected and packed by experienced staff prior to the scheduled jump on April 4th. Any tampering, therefore, had to have occurred after the parachutes left the facility. The missing components in the reserve parachute were also suspicious. Experts confirmed that these vital parts didn't simply fall off, they had to have been deliberately removed. Coupled with Emil's odd insistence on holding onto Victoria's gear overnight, this pointed toward premeditated sabotage of Victoria's inner conflict. Despite the mounting evidence, Victoria found it almost impossible to believe that Emil, the father of her children, would intentionally try to harm her. She admitted to investigators that while her marriage was deeply flawed, she had never imagined her husband would go to such lengths. However, as more details surfaced, she began to question everything she thought she knew. Emil's gambling addiction, his infidelity, his plans with another woman, and the life insurance policy all painted a chilling picture. Arrest and charges. On the strength of the evidence, Emil was arrested and charged with attempted murder. Investigators believed they had enough proof to argue that Emil had tampered with Victoria's parachutes in an attempt to stage her death as a tragic accident. Victoria, meanwhile, was left grappling with the realization that the man she had trusted and loved for years might have wanted her dead. Shocking betrayals. Victoria was devastated as investigators presented overwhelming evidence of Emil's infidelity and duplicity. Not only had Emil been unfaithful to her with Stephanie, but he had also rekindled an affair with his ex-wife Carrie. This revelation hit particularly hard, as Victoria had trusted Carrie enough to leave her children in her care and even considered her a friend. Emil's betrayal extended beyond his relationships. He was active on multiple dating apps and had attended speed dating events while still married to Victoria. These actions made it clear that Emil had no intention of maintaining their family life and was already planning his next move. It's a pattern of manipulation. Victoria learned that Emil had a history of manipulating the women in his life. He often used charm to gain forgiveness and access to their finances while hiding his darker motives. Investigators painted a picture of a man who saw relationships as stepping stones for his own gain, often discarding partners once they were no longer useful. The gas leak incident from the prior week now took on a more sinister tone. Investigators suggested it wasn't an accident, but a deliberate act by Emil. The evidence, a tampered valve with scratch marks and traces of his blood, was too damning to ignore. The failed explosion seemed to have been Emil's first attempt to rid himself of Victoria and their children. Victoria's response. Despite these revelations, Victoria continued to defend Emil. She struggled to reconcile the evidence with the man she thought she knew. She cited his affectionate care during her hospital stay and his apparent love for their children. However, as more damning details surfaced, her confidence in his innocence began to waver. Emil's arrest. The police moved forward with charging Emil with attempted murder, citing both the parachute tampering and the gas leak incident as evidence of premeditation. The life insurance payout and Emil's plans to leave for Austria with Stephanie provided clear motives. Emil maintained his innocence, claiming the parachute failure was a tragic accident and that the gas leak was a coincidence. However, his calm demeanor, history of deceit, and mounting financial troubles only worked against him. The aftermath. Victoria faced an unimaginable emotional battle. The man she had once believed to be her partner and the father of her children was now accused of plotting to kill her. Her faith in Emil's innocence was shattered as she reflected on his actions and their marriage. She took steps to protect herself and her children, cutting off contact with Emil and focusing on their safety and well-being. The case drew significant public attention, with many stunned by the lengths Emil had allegedly gone to in pursuit of his own desires. It served as a chilling reminder of how appearances can mask deep-seated malice. A new beginning. Victoria's recovery, both physical and emotional, was grueling, but she emerged stronger. She resumed her work as a skydiving instructor, determined not to let her passion be tainted by Emil's actions. Her story became an inspiration for resilience and strength in the face of betrayal. The case against Emil unfolded in court, where he faced justice for his alleged crimes, with Victoria standing as a powerful voice for truth. The impact of Emil's deceit. As the trial unfolded, Victoria's internal struggle became increasingly apparent. Despite overwhelming evidence against Emil, she continued to defend him, caught in the psychological grip of his manipulation. In court, she even repeated his claims, suggesting that her own emotional struggles, including postpartum depression, could have led her to inadvertently sabotage her parachute. Victoria's defense of Emil shocked those around her, shedding light on the psychological abuse she had endured throughout their marriage. Despite her loyalty, the evidence against him was overwhelming. Investigations revealed Emil's calculated attempts to endanger his wife and children, including sabotaging a parachute and staging a gas leak, alongside his long history of infidelity and manipulation. Testimonies from Victoria, friends and colleagues left no doubt about his guilt. In June 2018, Emil was convicted of attempted murder and endangering the lives of his family. He was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 18 years. For Victoria, the verdict brought a sense of justice, but couldn't erase the years of trauma. She made the courageous decision to divorce Emil, breaking free from the toxic marriage that had dominated her life. With time, she recognized the extent of his manipulative control and the environment of fear and dependency he had created. Determined to rebuild her life, Victoria focused on healing and raising her children. She became a passionate advocate for survivors of psychological abuse, using her story to inspire others to recognize the warning signs of toxic relationships and find the courage to leave. Though the scars of her marriage remained, she emerged stronger, reclaiming her life and her future. Meanwhile, Emil's life in prison stood in stark contrast to his former image of control and freedom. Stripped of his manipulative power and isolated from his family, he faced the reality of his actions. His story became a warning about the dangers of unchecked selfishness and the devastating impact of abuse. Victoria's journey from victim to survivor served as a beacon of hope, showing the strength it takes to overcome even the darkest chapters of life. What keeps a marriage going when there's no love, trust, or basic respect? Some couples stay together for the kids, others fear what people will think, and some are held back by their beliefs. Often, it's a mix of these reasons. But trying to save a marriage at any cost can sometimes lead to tragedy. Take the story of Jacqueline and Paul Crimble. It may not be unique, but it grabbed attention due to its cruelty, greed, and heartlessness. Jacqueline, later known as the Black Widow, ended up in prison. But even there, she continued to wreak havoc, as her daughter revealed in a candid interview. Jacqueline, or Jackie Mary Bennett, was born on December 18, 1974, in County Armagh, Northern Ireland. She was the youngest of two children in a regular middle-class family. From a young age, she was erratic, spoiled, and at times aggressive. Her teenage years only made things worse. Despite her behavior, her family brushed it off as a phase. In high school, she met Paul Crimble, who was 3 years older and her complete opposite. Yet, as the saying goes, opposites attract. Paul was a modest, shy young man from a religious family. He was a bright student with a lot of potential. Jacqueline's bold and confident nature drew him in, and she became the first and possibly the only girl he truly cared for. Jackie's parents were happy with her choice and welcomed Paul, thinking he could help calm her down. In fact, it seemed like her family treated Paul better than they did Jackie, accepting him as part of the family right away. On the other hand, Paul's parents were more cautious, but they didn't stop their relationship. Friends from school also noticed the couple didn't seem to match. Jackie often started fights and was quick to resort to physical confrontation, while Paul preferred to solve problems calmly and peacefully. He was kind, reliable, and always willing to help. At 17, Jacqueline got pregnant by Paul, and she told him right away. She was in her final year of school, while 20-year-old Paul was in college. As soon as he found out, Paul immediately offered to marry her. Paul took full responsibility for Jacqueline and their child, even though she wasn't ready for family life or raising a baby. Terminating the pregnancy wasn't an option, as Paul and his religious family saw it as a grave sin. So Paul bought a ring and proposed to Jackie, and she accepted. They had a small wedding in 1992, surrounded by close family and friends. Interestingly, just days before the wedding, Paul confided in his best friend that he felt unsure. He admitted that he and Jacqueline were too different in almost every way. He doubted her feelings for him and was even afraid of her temper. He also questioned whether he truly loved her or just felt obligated because of the pregnancy. Having never been in a relationship with anyone else, he had nothing to compare. His friend listened and tried to convince Paul not to marry her, warning him that it could be the biggest mistake of his life, leading to lifelong unhappiness. But Paul was determined. He felt he couldn't leave a woman carrying his child and believed that motherhood would soften Jacqueline's character, making her calmer and more reasonable. He hoped for the best, but had no idea how wrong he was. In early 1993, the couple welcomed their first child, a daughter named Danielle. 6 years later, Jacqueline gave birth to their son, Adam. Paul became the sole provider for the family, making sure they had everything they needed. After Adam was born, they decided to move into a bigger home and bought a cozy 3-bedroom townhouse in Armagh, moving there in 2000. By this time, Paul had a good job as a senior mechanical engineer, earning a decent income. However, Jacqueline didn't work, claiming she preferred to manage the household and raise the children. In reality, she didn't do much of either. Jackie was selfish, lazy, and had a short temper, often showing aggression, even toward the kids. When the children got older, Jacqueline attempted to find work, but her confrontational attitude meant she couldn't hold down a job for long. She spent most evenings at bars drinking, while Paul stayed home with the kids. Even when sober, Jackie wasn't the most pleasant person, but when she drank, she turned into a nightmare. Jacqueline not only started conflicts but also got into physical fights, used foul language, and acted inappropriately with men. Any attempts to ask her to behave better were met with aggression, and her actions became unpredictable. Neighbors and friends of the family were well aware of her behavior and felt sorry for Paul and the children, who suffered the most. Living in a small, quiet town, many people knew about Jacqueline's wild ways and tried to avoid her. Her bad reputation also hurt Paul and the kids, with the children facing bullying and isolation at school. Jackie's reckless lifestyle was no secret. She frequented bars and other entertainment venues, where her presence made people uncomfortable, including the staff, who knew her arrival meant trouble. She often caused fights and chaos wherever she went. At home, she kept her family living in constant fear, as she could explode at any moment. Paul rarely complained, but his discomfort around his wife was obvious to his friends, family, and co-workers. They frequently advised him to leave her, but Paul feared losing access to his children. Whenever they argued, Jacqueline would threaten to keep the kids away from him. She also hinted at using her shady acquaintances, men she met at bars, to harm him. Paul usually gave in to his wife's threats and remained silent, enduring the toxic situation. Then came a mysterious incident on Sunday morning, June 20th, 2004. A panicked Jacqueline called emergency services, claiming that 3 strangers had attacked her and her husband at their home. She said they were beaten, tied up, and robbed, and that the attackers drove away with their car, taking Paul with them. Police and medics arrived at the scene quickly. They found Jacqueline with her hands tied behind her back with a plastic cable tie, but her legs weren't bound, which raised suspicions that she had freed herself. What stood out was that Jacqueline showed no signs of injury, even though she had claimed they were both beaten. Luckily, the children were not at home that day, as they had been staying with their grandparents. According to Jacqueline, the attackers had burst into their home, but there were already questions about her story. The night before the incident, Jacqueline and Paul had gone out to a bar to relax, returning home after midnight. As Paul was unlocking the front door, 3 figures suddenly emerged from the shadows and forced them inside. According to Jacqueline, the intruders, one armed with a gun, tied them up, beat them, and demanded money and drugs. Paul allegedly tried to reason with the attackers, pleading for their release and promising not to involve the police. But this only enraged them, leading to more violence. They hit Paul repeatedly, then began suffocating him with a plastic bag right in front of a terrified Jacqueline. When it became clear there was no money or drugs in the house, the intruders decided to steal the couple's car. For unknown reasons, they took Paul with them and left Jacqueline behind, still tied up. After they drove off, Jacqueline claimed she managed to reach the phone with her tongue and called the police. She was adamant that her husband might still be alive and begged authorities to find him immediately. Despite her distress, detectives noticed Jacqueline remained unusually calm, though they didn't yet have reason to suspect her. By Sunday, police had issued a county-wide alert for the couple's missing car and started gathering evidence at the crime scene. Jacqueline described the attackers as 3 masked men, but she couldn't provide any specific details, no clothing description, speech patterns, or other distinguishing features. She only emphasized there were 3 men. Less than a day after the search began, the Kimberley family car was found abandoned just 3 miles from their home, parked in a deserted alley near a long vacant house. Inside the trunk, investigators made a gruesome discovery: Paul's mutilated body, showing clear signs of torture. His hands were tied behind his back, his legs bound with a cable tie, and his body covered in bruises from the savage beating he had endured. When Jacqueline was informed of Paul's death, her reaction was oddly emotionless. She tried to act surprised and upset, but failed to shed a single tear. Her concern seemed more focused on when she could get the car back. This cold behavior immediately raised red flags, leading law enforcement to scrutinize the young widow more closely. At first, Jacqueline's version of events wasn't questioned, and her story was the only account police had to go on. But her lack of grief, combined with the suspicious circumstances, made detectives consider her as a possible suspect. Jacqueline's strange behavior soon led investigators to suspect she wasn't telling the truth. As police dug deeper, they uncovered that her marriage to Paul had been deteriorating for quite some time. Jacqueline was far from the image of a loving wife and mother. Neighbors, acquaintances, and even her own children and parents spoke poorly of her. It was also revealed that Jacqueline had been seeing another man, Roger Ferguson, for several months. Roger, a farmer living in Armagh with his mother, was often seen with Jacqueline at bars, drinking and socializing. He would even visit her at home while Paul was at work and the kids were at school or daycare. The day after Paul's body was found in the car, Jacqueline transitioned from a supposed victim to the main suspect, with Roger being eyed as a possible accomplice. She didn't seem to be a grieving widow, showing more interest in retrieving her car than mourning her husband's death. Her story of an armed gang attacking them sounded far-fetched. Such violent incidents had never occurred in their quiet town, and the attackers had seemingly vanished without leaving any trace. No witnesses saw any suspicious strangers around that night either, which added to the doubts surrounding Jacqueline's story. As investigators continued, they discovered an important piece of information: Paul had a life insurance policy that would pay out Ps $300,000 in the event of his death. Suddenly, a clear motive for the crime appeared, potentially explaining the brutal murder. As the investigation deepened, Jacqueline's claims about how she had dialed the phone with her tongue up were also questioned. Though traces of her saliva were found on the phone, the device had been discovered face down on the coffee table. With her hands tied behind her back, there was no way she could have turned the phone over to make the call after dialing for help. Adding to the suspicion, investigators examined the couple's home computer and found searches related to life insurance payouts and the process for claiming them after a policyholder's death. These searches had been made over several months. When confronted, Jacqueline denied knowing anything about it and suggested that perhaps Paul had been researching life insurance on his own. By this point, it became clear to authorities that Jacqueline's story was falling apart and her motives were becoming more evident. Roger Ferguson, initially considered a potential accomplice in Paul's murder, had an alibi. His elderly mother testified that he had stayed home that night due to illness. She claimed to have searched for medicine for his stomach issues around 1:30 a.m. Although her testimony seemed convincing, police didn't clear Roger from the suspect list. To verify his whereabouts, they tracked his phone signals, revealing that he had actually been at the Crimbles house for several hours the night of the murder, contradicting his mother's account. Roger's connection to Jacqueline deepened suspicion. The day after Paul's funeral, they were seen together at a bar, and they had even visited a car dealership to look at SUVs, discussing installment plans for a large purchase. Roger's mother was with them during this visit, raising suspicions that she might have known about their plans. Investigators began to believe that Jacqueline and Roger were already planning how to spend Paul's life insurance payout and that Roger's mother might have been aware of their scheme. When questioned, Jacqueline continued to insist that she had never cheated on Paul and didn't wish him harm, but her lies were unraveling. It came to light that Jacqueline had recently started working as a caregiver at a nursing home but was fired after only a few weeks due to constant conflicts and dishonesty. She hadn't told Paul about her job loss and pretended to go to work or night shifts while she was actually spending time at Roger's house. Paul eventually discovered the truth when he ran into one of Jacqueline's former colleagues who revealed that she had been fired. Confronting Jacqueline led to a heated argument in which she threatened to leave him, take the children, and forbid Paul from seeing them. This threat played on Paul's greatest fear, so he agreed to stay silent and overlook her infidelity. He confided his worries to his closest friend, who later testified in court, recounting Paul's concerns and suspicions. As the investigation progressed, it became clear that Roger wasn't particularly clever, but he was easily manipulated by Jacqueline. She had quickly gained control over him, and he was deeply infatuated, believing everything she said. Jacqueline painted Paul as a cruel, abusive husband, and Roger, driven by his feelings for her, seemed willing to do anything for her, including participating in a deadly plan. Jacqueline's stories and complaints about Paul were all fabrications, but Roger believed her and came to despise Paul, convinced that he was abusive and stood in the way of their happiness. Jacqueline planted the idea in Roger's mind that eliminating her husband would solve all their problems and give them access to the life insurance money, ensuring they could live comfortably together. 2 weeks before Paul's murder, Jacqueline even tried to hire people to kill her husband. But after considering a few options, she and Roger decided they could do it themselves without leaving evidence or witnesses. On Friday, June 18th, Jacqueline dropped off her children at their grandparents' house for the weekend. The next day, she suggested to Paul that they go out for drinks, and Paul, seeing this as a chance to improve their strained relationship, agreed. What he didn't realize was that this night out was a prelude to his death. At the bar, people noticed Jacqueline pushing drinks on Paul, who was not a heavy drinker. She bought him several shots, practically forcing him to drink. After midnight, they were seen on surveillance cameras leaving the bar, with Paul staggering from intoxication. This footage was the last time Paul was seen alive. There was a critical time discrepancy in Jacqueline's story. The bar was only a 10-minute walk from their home, and according to Jacqueline, the attack happened immediately after they arrived home, with her husband supposedly kidnapped right after. Yet, it was over an hour and a half later when she called the police. Investigators believed this gap in time was used by Jacqueline and Roger to stage the crime scene, making it appear as though strangers had attacked them. It became clear that Jacqueline had intentionally gotten Paul drunk so he wouldn't be able to defend himself. According to her, the attackers had kicked Paul when he was down and then suffocated him with a plastic bag, taping it around his head. While the nature of Paul's injuries supported this version of events, the police were convinced that the attackers were Jacqueline and Roger all along. Detectives gathered significant evidence linking Roger Ferguson and Jacqueline to the crime. A partially erased footprint matching Roger's shoe tread was found at the scene, though this was considered circumstantial. More compelling evidence came from a cigarette butt with Roger's saliva found in the kitchen trash, as well as a partial fingerprint of his on the cable tie that bound Jacqueline's hands. Even more damning were the fingerprints found on the ties used to bind Paul's hands and feet, along with sweat and oil traces from both Roger and Jacqueline on the plastic bag used to suffocate Paul. The investigation also uncovered another accomplice, a miner named Colin Robinson, who was acquainted with Roger. Roger had called Colin on the night of the murder, asking him for a favor. Colin, unaware of the full extent of what was happening, arrived at the house on foot to avoid drawing attention. When he realized they had murdered Paul, he wanted to leave, but Roger, wielding a knife, forced him to help move Paul's body into the car and drive it to a deserted location, where they abandoned it. Initially, Colin denied his involvement but eventually confessed during a second interrogation. Investigation took several months, and by the time the trial started in the spring of 2007, the authorities had gathered overwhelming evidence. On May 7, 2007, Jacqueline and Roger were found guilty of the premeditated murder of Paul Kimble, motivated by the desire to collect his life insurance payout. Jacqueline received a 20-year prison sentence, while Roger was sentenced to 18 years. Colin Robinson, due to his role in assisting in covering up the crime, was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Roger's elderly mother, who had falsely provided an alibi for her son, was also held accountable. However, due to her advanced age and serious health issues, she was sentenced to 1 year of probation for perjury and obstructing the investigation. Even in prison, Jacqueline Kimble continued to wreak havoc on her family. She was furious that no one stood by her during the trial, and everyone, including her own mother, felt relief when she was imprisoned. Her mother even stated that people like Jacqueline should be isolated from society for good to prevent further harm. After Paul's funeral, Jacqueline destroyed all of his belongings and photos so there would be no reminders of him. Danielle, their daughter, managed to secretly save a few photos of her father, keeping them hidden in her bedside table. The PS $300,000 insurance payout, the motive behind Paul's murder, was given to his children, Danielle and Adam. Despite losing both parents in one night, their suffering didn't end there. Jacqueline, from prison, fought to keep the children from being raised by either her own parents or Paul's, leading them to be placed in foster care. At the time of Paul's murder, Danielle was only 11 years old and Adam was just 5. Jacqueline retained her parental rights and attempted to manipulate her children, pressuring them to declare her innocence. She used manipulative tactics, like promising to sign permission slips for school trips only if they visited her in prison. Once they visited, however, she refused to sign the documents unless they testified in her favor. This resulted in Danielle and Adam missing out on school trips with their peers. Moving on. Now, at 31, Danielle lives in Basingstoke, works at a daycare, and is in a relationship with an engineer named Simon Bryce. Adam, now 25, has a solid education and lives in London. With Jacqueline's release from prison set for next year, both Danielle and Adam are deeply concerned that their mother will once again try to manipulate and disrupt their lives.
No one can ever truly know what happens behind another family's closed doors. However, one story unfolded so unexpectedly and intensely that it shocked even seasoned detectives. In the early hours of September 22nd, 2020, a frantic call was made to emergency services. A man, breathless with fear, reported finding his wife, Maria Munoz, unconscious and unresponsive. Paramedics arrived within minutes, but there was nothing they could do. Maria had already passed away. What seemed like a sudden tragedy was, in reality, a dark and complicated story far more disturbing than anyone could have imagined. Maria's life began like a fairy tale, with every sign of a happy ending. She was successful in her career, a devoted wife, and a loving mother. But something went terribly wrong. At some point, her husband began an affair and refused to let go of either woman. Maria endured this heartbreak for years, trying to save her marriage for the sake of their children. Tragically, it all ended in heartbreak. Maria Abel Munoz was born on August 18, 1989, in Peñuelas, a small town in southern Puerto Rico. She was the youngest child in a humble family. Maria excelled in school and dreamed of a career in medicine, driven by a desire to save lives and help others. After graduating, she enrolled in a prestigious medical university. During her studies, Maria met Joel P., a young doctor completing his residency. Despite being nearly 11 years older, the two quickly developed a deep connection, and their romance blossomed. They moved in together, and Joel proposed to Maria, who happily said yes. In 2011, the couple relocated to Laredo, Texas, near the Mexican border. Both found work at the same hospital, Maria as a nurse anesthetist and Joel as a surgical assistant. They continued their studies to advance their careers, earning a comfortable income that allowed them to buy a spacious home in a good neighborhood and 2 cars. By 2015, their life seemed picture perfect, but appearances can be deceiving. The couple had their first child, a boy named Alejandro, and in 2018, Maria gave birth to a daughter, Valentina. After their children were born, Maria decided to take a break from work to focus on raising them and managing the household. She planned to return to her career and renew her medical license once the kids were older. To everyone around them, Maria and Joel seemed like a perfect, happy family. They loved each other, raised their children together, and enjoyed financial stability, living a comfortable life without any apparent struggles. But beneath this facade of an ideal life, a hidden drama was unfolding, one that no one suspected. On the early morning of September 22, 2020, an anxious man called emergency services, reporting that he had found his wife unconscious. He said he had tried to revive her, but she wasn't responding. The caller was Joel, and he pleaded for a medical team to arrive as quickly as possible to save her. Within 10 minutes, a patrol car and ambulance reached their home. Joel, dressed in blue surgical scrubs, opened the door and urgently led responders upstairs to the bedroom. There, 31-year-old Maria lay on the floor, unconscious, not breathing, and without a pulse. Her body was still warm, and Joel claimed he had performed CPR and chest compressions for 20 minutes, but nothing had worked. Paramedics also tried to resuscitate her, but were unsuccessful. Maria was pronounced dead at the scene. When authorities asked Joel what might have happened, he suggested that Maria could have taken a large dose of medication, which might have been fatal. The paramedics questioned if she had a history of substance dependency, but Joel denied this, insisting she had never used any such substances. However, he admitted that Maria had recently been struggling with severe depression and anxiety. A doctor had prescribed medication for her, and Joel speculated she might have accidentally taken too much, or perhaps deliberately overdosed. Joel added that Maria had mentioned feeling overwhelmed and had even brought up thoughts of self-harm in a conversation just the day before. However, he confessed that he hadn't taken her words seriously at the time. When the police asked to see the medication Maria had been prescribed, Joel complied, handing it over for investigation. Joel walked into the bathroom and returned with a nearly full bottle of pills. This immediately raised suspicions. In cases of overdose, it's unusual for the pills to be neatly put away afterward. There were no empty bottles, blister packs, or containers near Maria's body or anywhere else in the room. The nearly full bottle suggested that if she had taken any pills, it was a very small amount, unlikely to be fatal. However, nothing could be confirmed without an autopsy and toxicology report to identify what was in her system. While paramedics worked to revive Maria and police examined the scene, 5-year-old Alejandro and 2-year-old Valentina remained peacefully asleep in a nearby room, unaware of the tragedy unfolding. Joel explained that he had already contacted relatives who were prepared to temporarily care for the children until the situation was resolved. Despite their efforts, the medical team couldn't save Maria. The true cause of her death remained unclear, but Joel, as the only person present at the time, became the prime suspect. Grieving or not, the police needed to question him thoroughly. Joel was taken to the station, and everyone who saw him that day noticed his odd and erratic behavior. At first glance, it could have been attributed to shock or grief, but almost everything about him seemed off. He was sweating profusely, so much so that his clothes were soaked and clung to him. He was wearing surgical scrubs, an unusual choice for the middle of the night, especially since he wasn't scheduled to work. His movements were frantic and exaggerated. He repeatedly jumped up from his seat like a puppet on strings. His statements were scattered and inconsistent, adding to the growing suspicion. Joel's behavior also suggested he might have been under the influence of something. Excessive sweating, agitation, and nervous energy are often signs of substance use. What made things even stranger was the small crinkly object Joel was unconsciously fidgeting with in his hand. When officers asked him what it was, they discovered it was packaging from a catheter needle, the type used for injecting substances into veins. The discovery only deepened the mystery, leaving investigators to wonder what role, if any, Joel had played in Maria's untimely death. Joel casually brushed off the crinkly packaging as just trash, but his behavior only grew more suspicious. At one point, he discreetly pocketed the pill bottle he had earlier shown the police, the same one prescribed to Maria. When officers noticed it was missing and asked where it had gone, Joel feigned surprise, claiming he had no idea. However, the officer's body cameras had recorded the moment he quietly took the bottle and slipped it into his pocket. Confronted with the footage, Joel looked embarrassed and reluctantly handed it over, explaining that he might have taken it unconsciously due to the shock. Joel then began revealing details about their marriage, admitting that he and Maria had been struggling for months and were on the verge of divorce. According to him, they had been living apart, but few people in their circle knew about it. Joel claimed this was due to Maria's mental health struggles, which had strained their relationship. He said he visited the house often to see the children and had been trying to reconcile with Maria. On the night before Maria's death, Joel said he had come to spend time with the kids and stayed after they went to bed. He claimed that he and Maria had a deep conversation, clearing the air and reconciling. He also mentioned that they were intimate later that evening. Joel stated that after taking a shower, he returned to the bedroom and found Maria unresponsive. At first, he thought she had fallen asleep, but when he realized she wasn't breathing, he called emergency services and tried to revive her. When asked why he had been wearing surgical scrubs at home that night, Joel had no reasonable explanation. The autopsy report, meanwhile, revealed no immediate cause of death. There were no visible injuries, no signs of a struggle, and no indications of trauma on Maria's body. She had died shortly before the paramedics arrived, as her body was still warm. The lack of clear answers left investigators with three possibilities: Maria's death was either a voluntary act, a tragic accident, or a deliberate crime. At this stage, none could be ruled out. Joel's story about being intimate with Maria shortly before her death was also called into question. Forensic experts found no evidence on Maria's body to support his claim, raising further doubts. Why had Joel lied about such a detail? Was he trying to portray their relationship in a certain way? Or was there a deeper, more sinister motive behind his actions? The truth remained shrouded in mystery. Joel's claim about reconciling with Maria seemed aimed at portraying their relationship in a positive light, but it may not have reflected reality. The autopsy revealed that Maria's stomach was empty, which didn't align with Joel's account that she had taken medication while he was in the shower, a shower that, by his own estimation, lasted no more than 10 minutes. Even if Maria had consumed pills during that time, no medication could dissolve and act so rapidly to cause her death. Despite this inconsistency, experts determined that Maria's death resulted from poisoning by an unknown substance. The poisoning led to severe intoxication, respiratory failure, and paralysis of the heart muscle. During the autopsy, the medical examiner found a small puncture mark on the inside of Maria's right arm, near the elbow. The mark appeared to be from a precise injection with a very fine needle, but the location was one that Maria would have struggled to reach herself, raising suspicions. A detailed toxicology analysis was ordered to identify the substance that caused Maria's death, but this process would take time. Meanwhile, investigators searched for clues at the scene. When the police informed Joel they needed to search the house and asked for his consent, he became visibly uneasy. He claimed that Maria was a private person and would not have wanted strangers going through her belongings. He also argued that a search was unnecessary, insisting that she had simply taken her own life. The authorities disagreed, pointing out that the cause of death remained undetermined and foul play could not be ruled out. They added that they would obtain a search warrant if needed, urging Joel to make the process smoother by giving his consent. Realizing he had no other choice, Joel reluctantly agreed, though his anxiety was evident. His behavior suggested he might have intended to return home after questioning to clean up or hide evidence, as he had already tried to conceal the pill bottle earlier. When investigators began their search, inconsistencies in Joel's account quickly emerged. He had claimed everything happened while he was in the shower, but the shower stall was completely dry, as if it hadn't been used recently. This discovery raised further doubts about his story and left investigators wondering what else might not add up. The inconsistencies in Joel's story continued to pile up. The bathroom showed no signs of recent use, no puddles, no steam, and no droplets on the walls. There wasn't even a damp towel in sight that Joel might have used to dry himself. Adding to the implausibility, the medicine cabinet where Maria's pills were kept was in the same bathroom where Joel claimed to have been showering. For Maria to have taken a fatal dose of medication, returned the bottle to the cabinet, and collapsed in the bedroom, all without Joel noticing, seemed highly improbable. As the search progressed, investigators made a startling discovery: a small intravenous butterfly catheter tucked behind the leg of the bed. This type of catheter is typically used for administering medication into peripheral veins. It looked as though someone had hastily discarded it in an attempt to hide it. The officers immediately connected this to the crinkly packaging Joel had been nervously fidgeting with earlier at the station. It appeared likely he had pocketed the catheter's packaging at the scene, and under stress, unconsciously played with it later. However, the most significant find was Maria's personal diary. She had been keeping it for years, recording her private thoughts, emotions, and struggles. This diary became a critical piece of evidence in unraveling the complex case. The diary of a betrayed wife. The pages of Maria's diary painted a heartbreaking picture of a woman deeply afraid of losing her husband. She wrote about her desperate attempts to keep the family intact and her concerns over the harmful environment their strained relationship might create for Alejandro and Valentina. Maria adored her children. They were the center of her world. But she also expressed profound doubts about whether she could ever forgive Joel for his betrayal and the way he had treated her. As investigators read further, they uncovered a shocking revelation: Joel had been seeing another woman for years. It wasn't just a casual affair. Joel was effectively living a double life. He was unwilling to choose between his wife and his lover, leaving Maria trapped in a painful and emotionally exhausting situation. Maria's entries revealed the toll Joel's actions had taken on her mental health. She struggled with the unbearable emotional pain of trying to hold her family together while enduring his infidelity. The diary shed light on Maria's inner world, making it clear that her anxiety and depression were closely tied to Joel's actions. Maria chose not to push Joel away, hoping he would eventually come to his senses and return to her and the children. However, the strain became too much for her to handle alone, so she sought professional help. A specialist prescribed her antidepressants, but Maria rarely took them, worried about side effects and the potential for dependency. Despite her struggles, Maria was determined to rebuild her life. She was preparing for exams to renew her medical license and planned to return to work as a nurse anesthetist after her maternity leave. Her diary showed that she was focused on the future, making it hard to believe she would suddenly choose to end her own life. In the last month of her writings, Maria's tone shifted. She no longer dwelled on her pain or her hopes of fixing her marriage. Instead, she wrote about letting go of the past and moving forward for herself and her children. She seemed ready to give Joel a divorce and let him go, but wanted to maintain a positive relationship for the sake of their kids. A friend's account. In the neighborhood where Maria and Joel lived, a woman named Adriana, who was close friends with Maria, noticed the sound of sirens late that night. Feeling uneasy, she approached the house the next morning when she saw police cars parked outside. When she learned about Maria's sudden passing, Adriana was in shock. She immediately asked to speak with investigators, saying she had information to share. Adriana confirmed that Maria and Joel had been living apart for about 5 months, although Joel often visited to see the children. She said that the family had once seemed happy, but about 2 years ago, things took a dramatic turn. Joel, now 40 years old, began to change noticeably. He lost a lot of weight and started working out obsessively. Soon, he bulked up significantly, and Adriana suspected he might be using performance-enhancing substances. As Joel transformed physically, his personality also changed, but not for the better. Adriana described him as becoming arrogant, self-centered, and aggressive. She even suspected he might be using banned substances, though Maria avoided talking about this whenever Adriana brought it up. Joel's changes were also reflected on his social media. Once a humble, family-oriented man who posted pictures of his wife and children, his account gradually shifted to feature images of his new physique, luxury items, and activities that painted a very different picture of his life. Joel seemed increasingly obsessed with himself, frequently posting photos on social media that flaunted his muscular body, often with captions implying he was open to new relationships. According to Adriana, their family troubles began when Maria was pregnant with their second child. Joel was often absent, irritable, and vocal about feeling trapped in family life. Maria, trying to remain hopeful, thought he might change after their baby was born. However, her hopes were shattered when she discovered that Joel was seeing someone else. The other woman. Joel's new romantic interest turned out to be Janet Aronda, a young surgical nurse who worked at the same hospital and was familiar with Maria. While Maria was at home caring for their newborn daughter in 2018, Joel had taken a vacation to spend time with Janet. Eventually, Maria discovered the affair but chose not to give up on her marriage, leading to a tense love triangle that lasted 2 years. Janet's statement. Janet willingly came to the police station when asked to give her statement, appearing calm and cooperative. She admitted to being in a relationship with Joel for 2 years and confirmed that he had been living with her for the past few months. She acknowledged knowing about Joel's marriage and his 2 children, as well as being personally acquainted with Maria. Janet claimed to have been confident from the start that Joel would ultimately choose her over his wife. She stated that Joel had never spoken ill of Maria, nor had he expressed any intent to harm her. Janet's composed demeanor and willingness to cooperate contrasted sharply with Joel's increasingly suspicious behavior. This testimony added another layer of complexity to the case, as investigators now had to consider how the affair and love triangle might have contributed to Maria's tragic death. Janet's testimony. Faced with the deal for immunity, Janet disclosed shocking details about Joel's behavior and actions leading up to Maria's death. She revealed that Joel had a habit of stealing potent substances from the hospital, including those used for surgical anesthesia. He would bring these drugs to her apartment, injecting himself to achieve a euphoric state. Janet admitted that she had repeatedly urged him to stop, fearing both for his safety and the potential legal consequences if he were caught. However, Joel assured her that his knowledge of the drugs made his use safe, and that he was confident he would never be discovered. Janet described how Joel's drug use often caused dramatic mood swings, making him unpredictable and increasingly paranoid. When asked about the night of Maria's death, Janet stated she knew Joel had visited Maria's home earlier in the evening, but claimed she had no idea of his intentions. However, she did admit that in the weeks leading up to the incident, Joel had spoken about Maria as an obstacle to his happiness and their future together. He expressed frustration that Maria wouldn't agree to a divorce and confided in Janet that he felt the only way to resolve his situation was if Maria were out of the picture. A calculated plan. Janet's testimony further revealed that Joel had allegedly experimented with mixing the drugs he used, learning their effects and dosages meticulously. Investigators believed that this experimentation indicated Joel's premeditated intent to use these substances against Maria. Moreover, Janet stated that Joel had mentioned Maria's fear of medication and her reluctance to take even prescribed antidepressants. This knowledge, she suggested, might have led him to opt for intravenous administration, ensuring Maria would not suspect anything. Final charges. With Janet's testimony, the toxicology report, and evidence from the scene including the butterfly catheter found in the bedroom and the substances Joel had access to at the hospital, authorities felt they had a compelling case. Joel was formally charged with premeditated murder, as the evidence strongly suggested he had intentionally poisoned Maria with a lethal cocktail of drugs. Janet's cooperation and immunity meant she was not implicated as an accomplice, but her revelations painted a picture of Joel as a manipulative and dangerous individual willing to go to extreme lengths to escape his marriage. The trial would later become a focal point of public attention, as it involved betrayal, calculated actions, and the tragic loss of a young mother who had been trying to rebuild her life. The trial and verdict. The trial against Joel began in March 2023, drawing significant public interest due to its dramatic twists, intricate evidence, and the tragic circumstances surrounding Maria's death. The prosecution relied heavily on a combination of toxicology reports, Janet's testimony, and the diary entries that painted a vivid picture of Maria's emotional struggles and Joel's questionable character. The prosecution's case. Prosecutors argued that Joel had methodically planned Maria's death to escape the financial and emotional consequences of divorce. They presented 1. Toxicology evidence, the deadly cocktail of 7 substances found in Maria's system, all of which Joel had access to and expertise in administering. 2. The injection site, the puncture mark on Maria's right arm, in a position almost impossible for her to have done herself, indicated foul play. 3.
Janet's testimony, Janet's detailed account of Joel's drug use, his manipulative tendencies, and his dissatisfaction with Maria's refusal to divorce. 4. Behavior and evidence. At the scene, Joel's inconsistent statements, the dry shower stall despite his claims, and his attempts to hide the pill bottle and butterfly catheter. The prosecution reconstructed the timeline, suggesting Joel poisoned Maria during their conversation, then administered a lethal injection when she began to feel unwell. The defense's argument. Joel's defense team tried to discredit Janet's testimony, painting her as a spurned lover seeking revenge. They argued that Maria's death could have been a tragic suicide, citing her struggles with depression and Joel's claims that she had taken pills that night. However, the lack of any residue or evidence of pills in Maria's stomach and the overwhelming presence of injected substances undermined this theory. The verdict. After weeks of deliberation and testimony from medical experts, investigators and character witnesses, the jury found Joel guilty of first-degree murder. The court emphasized Joel's access to the substances, his expertise, and the overwhelming evidence of intent and premeditation. The sentence. Joel was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, with the judge describing his actions as calculated, cold, and motivated by greed and selfishness. The ruling brought some closure to Maria's family, who expressed relief that justice had been served. Aftermath. Janet faced significant public scrutiny despite her immunity, with many questioning her role in enabling Joel's behavior. She later relocated to a different city to escape the media spotlight. Maria's children were placed under the care of her parents, who vowed to keep her memory alive and ensure the children grew up in a loving environment. The case highlighted issues around domestic abuse, manipulation, and the potential misuse of medical knowledge, sparking broader discussions about safeguards in the healthcare system to prevent similar tragedies.
Today, we're diving into the story of Tatsuya Ichihashi, a case filled with strange and unsettling details. At the age of 22, Lindsay Hawker embarked on a journey to Tokyo to teach English. What was supposed to be an exciting adventure turned into something unimaginably horrific. This story became the focus of a best-selling memoir and later, a movie. Lindsay's killer, in his desperate attempts to avoid identification, gained a near-cult hero status. Get ready for the chilling tale of Tatsuya Ichihashi. Before we jump in, our thoughts go out to the loved ones of Lindsay Ann Hawker, whose life was tragically cut short in a senseless manner. Let's set the scene. Our story unfolds in Tokyo, Japan, a mega city with 35 million inhabitants. Tokyo is renowned for its blend of ultra-modern and traditional elements, boasting anime, manga, electronic megastores, and more Michelin stars than London and Paris combined. It's a 24-hour metropolis where ancient traditions coexist with futuristic technology, neon-lit skyscrapers standing beside historic temples. Now let's talk about Lindsay's journey. In October 2007, 22-year-old Lindsay Hawker arrived in the Edogawa ward of Tokyo. She was ready to start a new chapter by working at the Tokyo branch of Nova, Japan's largest private English school. Lindsay, hailing from a town near Coventry in Warwickshire, England, grew up in a tight-knit family with parents Bill and Julia and two sisters. Lindsay was known for her boundless enthusiasm, brightness, and ambition. She graduated with first-class honours in biology from the University of Leeds in the summer of 2007. After years of studying, Lindsay was ready for a change. She planned a world trip with her boyfriend of 4 years, Ryan Garside. Lindsay set off to Tokyo first to teach English, with her boyfriend planning to join her the following summer. Adapting quickly to life on the other side of the globe, Lindsay formed strong bonds with her two roommates in their shared apartment. Her employers at Nova praised her dedication to her new role. Lindsay stayed in regular communication with friends and family, sharing her Tokyo experiences. In an email to her sisters, she described how Tokyo felt safe and secure, even safer than Britain. words that would linger in the minds of her family for days to come. On the morning of March 25th, she packed her tote bag with teaching materials, bid farewell to her roommates, and pedaled away on her bike. Little did she know, it was a goodbye she'd never return from. March 26, 2007, 2:30 p.m. The day things took a dark turn. Lindsay's father got a call from a staff member at the Nova Language School. Lindsay had vanished, absent from her classes for 2 consecutive days. Her roommates had tried reaching out to the police the day before when she didn't return home from work, but the message got lost in the bureaucratic shuffle. Distraught, Lindsay's father swiftly booked a flight to Tokyo, accompanied by Lindsay's boyfriend, Ryan. At Lindsay's apartment, investigators pieced together the puzzle of her last moments. Insights from roommates and Ryan painted a vivid and unsettling picture. 6 days prior, on March 20th, after a night out at a bar named Hippy Dippy Doo, Lindsay encountered a peculiar man on her train ride home. This man, older than her by several years, claimed to be one of her students. Lindsay, sharp as ever, knew he wasn't one of hers. Politely excusing herself, she disembarked at her station. To her dismay, the man who had followed her from the train jogged up to her doorstep. Persistently, he asked if she recognized him. A bit unnerved, Lindsay maintained she didn't. His story changed. He wanted English tutoring, claiming a fervent desire to study abroad. Seeking nothing more than a glass of water, Lindsay, thinking him merely eccentric, invited him in, her roommates present. Inside, he sketched a picture of Lindsay, signing it with the name Tatsuya Ichihashi, along with a phone number and an email address. As investigators combed through Lindsay's room, they discovered the sketch, a chilling memento from the stranger who had disrupted her life. Lindsay, according to her roommates, had agreed to meet a man for an English lesson at a cafe. Despite their warnings, Lindsay saw no harm and, on March 20th, headed to the Duo Tour Cafe. Unfortunately, that was the last time her roommates saw her. Lindsay's final Facebook message, dated March 20th, reassured her loved ones, mentioning a guy who had followed her home, calling it crazy in Japan. She expressed her love and longing for them. In the meantime, police had obtained surveillance footage from the Duo Tour Cafe on the morning of March 25th, 2007. The footage showed Lindsay and a mysterious man named Ichihashi ordering drinks. Lindsay seemed uneasy, frequently adjusting her hair. They sat together for about 50 minutes, with Lindsay giving him a language lesson. When they left, Ichihashi pretended to search for money. At 10 a.m. they departed, getting into a taxi together. By 5:20 p.m. on March 26th, 2 officers had located Tatsuya's apartment in Ichikawa. This man, whom Lindsay had taken a taxi with, had been watching her for months. Tatsuya Ichihashi, 28 years old, lived in a 3-bedroom apartment, a gift from his parents. Despite their professional success, Tatsuya lacked ambition and academic prowess. His interests lay in violent manga, and he exhibited troubling behavior for years. Tatsuya's mental health deteriorated by 2007. He had a history of assaulting a woman and stalking another. Despite having a stable relationship, signs of instability emerged. He fixated on Lindsay, a random stranger, stalking her for months before approaching her on a train. Identifying the logo on Lindsay's tote bag, Tatsuya used it to connect with her. Claiming to have no money, he lured her to his apartment in Ichikawa, a short drive away. Lindsay, waiting for him to gather money, asked the taxi driver to wait. After 7 minutes passed with no sign of Lindsay, the taxi driver left. Sadly, he became the last person, aside from her killer, to see her alive. Outside Tatsuya's apartment, the police waited patiently for him to come out. According to Japanese law, they couldn't knock without a good reason. Given Tatsuya's history of stalking and robbery, 9 officers gathered by 8 p.m., stationed both on the ground floor and outside his 4th-floor apartment. Finally, after 2 hours, Tatsuya burst out barefoot, carrying a rucksack. Several officers chased him as he quickly descended the building's fire escape. Tatsuya skillfully dodged them, vaulting the last stairway to the ground and sprinting into the street. Despite being spotted again, he managed to evade the police by zigzagging through the streets, marking the beginning of more than 2 years on the run. Meanwhile, the discovery of Lindsay's location happened much sooner. On Tatsuya's balcony, the police noticed a bathtub filled with a mix of sand and compost. Next to the bath was a potted plant, indicating an interrupted task. A small white hand protruded from the mixture in the bathtub. The night before, neighbors reported hearing a heavy scraping sound, presumably Tatsuya dragging his bathtub onto the balcony. Inside the bathtub, the police uncovered Lindsay's naked body. She had been gagged with a scarf, and her hands and feet were bound with gardening ties. Bruises on her upper body suggested a brutal and prolonged attack. Despite her martial arts training, Lindsay couldn't match Tatsuya's strength. Egg-sized bruises on her face indicated repeated fist strikes, while other marks suggested collisions with furniture. The violence escalated to the point where the cartilage in her neck was broken. Lindsay had been whipped and strangled. Lindsay's parents received the devastating call at 3 a.m. on March 27th. Their daughter's body had been found, turning their planned trip to search for her into a journey to identify her remains. Bill, Lindsay's father, expressed the heartbreak of recognizing his daughter's battered form. Wanted posters of Tatsuya flooded Tokyo, with over Rauren distributed nationwide. Some posters depicted chilling images of Tatsuya in possible disguises, including one where he appeared as a woman. His pictures were shown on TV across Japan and other countries. People said they saw Tatsuya in Kabukicho, a part of Tokyo known for nightlife. The police checked all the information, but they couldn't find him. There were rumors that he left the country or did something to himself. Days passed, then weeks, and finally months. By October 2008, 140 officers were trying to find him, but with 8,000 reported sightings and lots of news, they still couldn't find Tatsuya. The situation was getting worse. The family of the victim, the Hawkers, started a website asking for help. People began to suspect Tatsuya's parents too. His mum spoke on TV, asking him to surrender. She said, "It's Mum Tetsuya." She wanted him to go to the police. Later, his parents apologized on TV for what their son did. Before the second anniversary, the police made big pictures of Tatsuya to get people's attention. The Hawkers went back to Tokyo, asking for help to find their daughter's killer. The police raised the reward from 1 million yen to 10 million yen, about $121,000. But something strange was happening. On Lean, people started to like Tatsuya. They made fan clubs and blogs about him, calling him Japan's most handsome criminal. They even gave him nicknames like the fugitive sullen prince. Young guys liked him too. No one knew that Tatsuya looked very different now. In his book, he said he had no money, no cards, and no passport. He hid with homeless people near Tokyo. When he discovered his face on wanted posters, the man grasped the enormity of the search for him. Choosing a life on the run, he shielded his face with a hat, donned glasses, avoided cameras, and never stayed in one place for long. Without contacting friends or family, he became more desperate as the nationwide search intensified. His attempts to disguise himself took extreme turns. Realizing the need for a new look, he took matters into his own hands. Using a box cutter, he removed distinctive moles from his left cheek that stood out in wanted pictures. A bold move to alter his lower lip with scissors followed an attempt to make it thinner. The initial effort was abandoned due to excruciating pain, but he completed the transformation a few days later in a public bathroom. To further obscure his identity, he used a thread and needle to bind his nose, making it appear narrower. During the healing process, he wore multiple surgical masks while traveling by train and bus. Heading south, he engaged in a temple pilgrimage in the southwestern island of Shikoku, seeking atonement for his actions. During shrine visits, he prayed for a reversal of the tragic event, inspired by a novel where the dead return when someone touring temples thinks of them. Fear of recognition haunted him, leading to drastic measures. Consulting a plastic surgeon under a false identity, he secured a job at a construction company in Osaka, using the name and address of a deceased man named Kosuke Inoue. Over 13 months he amassed funds, saving about 1 million yen. The money primarily funded 2 cosmetic surgeries, one for a longer and narrower nose, and the second to heighten the nose bridge. Providing false information at the clinics, he avoided follow-up appointments. According to colleagues, he rarely socialized, spending most of his time secluded, reading comics and watching videos in his dormitory. In public, he never removed his red cap or black-rimmed glasses. Even during a company bowling trip in April, he remained hidden, positioning himself behind a colleague in group photos. We heard rumors that he was a bit strange, but I never imagined he could be the one. A former colleague shared with the Yomiuri Shimbun newspaper. Looking back, it seems like he was saving money for cosmetic surgery. But in the end, his efforts to hide his identity backfired. Tatsuya went to a clinic in Fukuoka in mid-October, asking to change the shape of his mouth. Later, on October 24th, he visited a clinic in Nagoya, where he had his nose uplifted. However, the clinic staff noticed odd scars on his left cheek where he had removed moles. They reported it to the police, providing several pictures of the man who visited them. The police identified this man as Tatsuya. On November 4th, 2009, they released images to the press, revealing his plastic surgery. His new look was all over Japanese news. No more prominent moles, a thinner bottom lip, a higher nose bridge, and double-folded eyelids. Tatsuya, as mentioned in his memoir, was shocked seeing himself on TV. To evade capture, he quickly got a haircut and bought a disguise set, including a beard, sideburns, and a mustache. On November 10, 2009, just before sailing to Okinawa, a passerby at the Osaka ferry terminal noticed a tall, suspicious youth wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a paper surgical mask. After more than 2.5 years of being one of Japan's most wanted, Tatsuya Ichihashi was finally arrested for the tragic incident involving Lindsay Hawker. This has been a tough journey for the Hawker family. The battle is over now. As a family, they've worked relentlessly, never giving up for their daughter. They sought justice, and finally they got it. Speaking of justice, it's essential to express gratitude to the Japanese police. Despite a rough start to Lindsay's case, they persevered and eventually caught the man. The chief officer assured Lindsay's family that they would get the suspect sooner or later. The family is immensely relieved that this chapter of their life is closing. They can now visit Lindsay's grave with a sense of closure and gratitude. The Hawker family also wants their case to inspire hope in other families facing similar challenges. They extend thanks to the Japanese press and the people for their support. It's a testament that they never gave up. Every sleepless night, every moment of not eating, and all the tears shed were worth it. They got what they wanted: justice for Lindsay. The reaction to Tatsuya's arrest was varied. Some found him cool, admiring his disheveled black hair and the line along his neck to his jaw. Bloggers expressed their admiration for his physique, talent for illustrating, and ability to converse in a foreign language. Lindsay's family pushed for Tatsuya's execution through Japan's death penalty, but his lawyers argued for his life, suggesting he could reform during his trial. In court, Tatsuya admitted to the crime but claimed it was accidental, an attempt to muffle her screams. He also asserted that he tried to resuscitate her and called for an ambulance, though no evidence supported this. In early 2011, Tatsuya published a book about his time on the run, titled Until the Arrest. The book, skipping over the details of his crime, focused on his life as a fugitive, living in constant fear. Surprisingly, the book became a bestseller in Japan and Britain, leading to a film adaptation called I Am Ichihashi, Journal of a Murderer. On July 21, 2011, the Chiba District Court sentenced him to life imprisonment for Lindsay Hawker's murder. Lindsay's father expressed relief, saying, "We wanted justice, and we finally got justice."
Kaya was born in 1993 in Turkey. She came from a family of 3 daughters, and she held the position of the youngest sibling. The bond between the sisters was described as exceptionally strong by acquaintances, relatives, and friends. The elder sisters acted as protectors, ensuring that Kaya was never harmed, and their unity was a heartwarming sight. This closeness extended to their mother as well. Following her father's path, Kaya pursued her education at Istanbul University, focusing on architecture, industry, and design. After successfully graduating, she delved into the world of design, catering even to high-profile clients, such as Nike. Notably, she crafted a design for Nike in Istanbul. Kaya's journey led her to the charming island of Malta, where she decided to settle for good. Drawn by the allure of the island, she recognized its potential to further her career. Embracing Malta's beauty and opportunities, Kaya became enamored with the city she called home. Flourishing in her design career, she accumulated substantial earnings. Her aspirations encompassed constructing a house in Turkey for her parents, envisioning a space to reunite her entire family. Tragically, these dreams remained unrealized. Although her family missed her dearly, they stood behind her decision, even amidst the challenges they faced without her physical presence. While they encouraged her return, Kaya's heart was set on Malta. Kaya's passion for learning and improvement remained steadfast. She dedicated 2 years to mastering the English language, which played a pivotal role in her success. Colleagues and friends attested to her cheerful and uplifting nature. Her enthusiasm was infectious, leaving a positive impact on those around her. The team she built consisted of like-minded individuals who shared her goals, creating an environment of growth and camaraderie. However, the story takes a dark turn, with a series of unsettling events that shook everyone who knew Kaya. The shocking events were particularly devastating for her family, amplifying the contrast to the celebration planned for her 30th birthday. On the night of January 16, 2023, an unsettling incident unfolded. Palin, accompanied by her friends, had a cheerful dinner at a local restaurant to celebrate her birthday. Amid laughter and well-wishing, she made a wish and blew out the candles on her cake. As the evening concluded, they all left around 1 o'clock in the morning. Palin started her journey homeward with plans to meet her boyfriend and extend the festivities. Tragically, this birthday celebration took a dark turn. While walking past a gas station, Palin was struck by a speeding black BMW X6 on Stoverat Street. The impact launched her into the air, and she fell unconscious on the pavement. Instead of stopping, the driver's actions turned horrifyingly sinister. He crashed the BMW into a nearby KFC restaurant and then unleashed a barrage of broken bricks and debris at Palin, despite her unconscious state. Witnesses rushed to intervene, but the assailant's fury was relentless. He seemed driven by an inexplicable rage, a twisted desire for attention. He pelted not only Palin but also anyone who tried to intervene with rocks and insults. Amid the chaos, one courageous individual managed to temporarily subdue the attacker. However, even this didn't deter the aggressor. He continued his disturbing outburst, resisting the arriving police officers and making audacious claims of seeking fame through his actions. He seemed fixated on the idea of appearing on television and even threatened those who dared to stop him. Eventually, the authorities subdued the unruly attacker with a stun gun, though not without considerable effort. The scene was chaotic, and the extent of Palin's injuries was horrifying. The medics who arrived on the scene attended to her battered and unconscious form. Miraculously, she was alive but in a grave condition. Nearby, Palin's boyfriend had been searching for her, unaware of the tragedy that had unfolded. He had seen the crowd and approached the police to inquire about Palin's whereabouts. Worried, He dialed her phone number and heard it ring nearby, close to her injured body. At that moment, a realization dawned upon him, causing his world to crumble. You see, Palin's boyfriend hailed from Turkey, living miles away. They nurtured their relationship across distances, often meeting sporadically. The day in question marked his arrival in Malta, a mere few hours prior to the unfortunate incident. His purpose, to celebrate his beloved's birthday. As the clock neared 2:30 a.m., emergency responders rushed to assist the victim, yet her condition was dire. The loss of blood proved insurmountable, rendering the efforts of the medical team futile. The assailant, identified as Jeremy Camilleri, a 33-year-old local resident, emerged under the influence of illegal substances and copious alcohol. Forensic tests underscored the extent of his intoxication, an amalgamation of alcohol and various substances coursing through his veins. It was baffling how he remained upright, devoid of support or medical aid. During questioning, Jeremy admitted to a day laden with narcotics and alcohol. Curiously, he'd spent time in a hospital, showing keen interest in heinous local crimes, voicing aspirations for televised recognition, though his true menace escaped comprehension. In the aftermath, a police investigation ensued. Despite ample evidence and numerous witnesses, the gravity of the crime warranted meticulous examination. Security footage became a crucial puzzle piece, painting a comprehensive picture of Jeremy's day. Operating his mother's vehicle, he traversed familiar routes, occasionally flouting speed limits. An intriguing twist came to light. Jeremy's driving pace hadn't been excessive until he spotted Palin. His velocity had been tempered, seemingly scouting for an unsuspecting victim. It was a twist of fate that placed Palin precisely where danger loomed. Jeremy's car veered towards her with newfound purpose, velocity escalating upon impact. It was quite clear that the incident at hand was a premeditated assault, leading authorities to anticipate a first-degree murder charge. However, the motive behind the initial attack on Palin remained obscure. There was speculation that the assailant might have had some personal connection with her, but the evidence pointed in a different direction. Interviews were conducted with friends, acquaintances, and witnesses, all of which seemed to suggest that the victim and the perpetrator were not acquainted. Interestingly, the investigators' focus shifted when they delved into the digital trail left by both parties. Surprisingly, there was no history of communication between them, no calls, no messages. This led the detectives to conclude that Jeremy, the alleged killer, had seemingly chosen his victim randomly. This revelation shifted the narrative from a targeted crime to what appeared to be a senseless act of violence against an unsuspecting individual. Digging deeper into the perpetrator's background, law enforcement decided to explore Jeremy's living situation. What they encountered was shocking and appalling, a dwelling that resembled a chaotic and unsanitary environment. The house was filled with refuse and detritus, but the most distressing discovery was the presence of human waste smeared across the floors and walls. The living conditions were exacerbated by the unwelcome presence of rodents, some deceased, that freely roamed the space. Additionally, the environment was tainted with the stench of alcohol and illegal substances, indicating a troubling lifestyle. As the investigation continued, efforts were made to track down the perpetrator's cell phone. Eventually, they located it on his bed. Upon examining the contents of the phone, they stumbled upon a peculiar note. In the early hours, Jeremy had messaged his girlfriend, labeling himself a criminal and a psychopath destined for infamy due to his heinous actions. This revelation left many questioning the authenticity of these claims, as neighbors and acquaintances confirmed that he had made similar statements to them. Strangely, nobody had taken his words seriously. Although Jeremy Camilleri hailed from France originally, his family had relocated to Malta. As authorities delved into his background, they found that he was not well regarded within his community. Reports from neighbors painted a picture of an individual with a volatile temperament, often venting his aggression towards his mother. Interestingly, Jeremy had no notable achievements to his name and lacked stable employment. The vehicle he used to perpetrate his crime belonged to his own mother, highlighting his dependence. The investigation also unearthed a history of run-ins with the law, mostly for minor offenses such as petty theft and minor injuries. Before the event took place, He hadn't been found guilty of these incidents and had been given probation with the idea that it could teach him a lesson and provide an opportunity for him to change his ways. Regrettably, this leniency resulted in the unfortunate death of Palin. The challenge in this investigation wasn't centered on proving his guilt, but rather on structuring a coherent set of charges. The extensive list spanned about 4 pages when written out, encompassing prior breaches of probation, multiple instances of reckless driving, aggressive driving, substance and alcohol misuse, and previous instances of causing harm to others that led to fatalities. He vehemently opposed arrest, even going so far as to threaten both police officers and bystanders, all while under the influence of alcohol and drugs. During the trial, Jeremy declined responsibility for his actions, maintaining his innocence, and insisted on a psychological evaluation. He had never undergone such an assessment before, and requested a fresh evaluation of his mental state. However, his plea for a psychiatric examination was rejected by the specialist, who deemed him mentally sound and fit for trial. The prosecution's argument was that Jeremy had premeditated the entire sequence of events, having disclosed his intentions of achieving fame just a few days prior to the tragic incident. This wasn't a result of a spontaneous lapse in judgment. Instead, it appeared that alcohol and illicit substances played a role in his poor judgment. Nonetheless, these appeals for treatment didn't go unnoticed. The correctional facility ensured Jeremy had access to the necessary medications. Aside from the family of the deceased, there were numerous witnesses present at the initial hearing in court. Among them was a woman who had suffered a head injury at the hands of the assailant, as well as a worker from a nearby store who closed up shop to seek medical treatment at a hospital. The pain experienced by the family and friends of the victim is beyond imagination. In one of the breaks when the court proceedings paused, there was a striking incident involving the perpetrator. As he was being escorted out of the courtroom, Palin's father expressed his intense desire for the perpetrator to face damnation. It took significant effort from the other family members to restrain Palin's father. Meanwhile, the mother of the deceased couldn't bear the strain of the trial and collapsed, overcome by the emotional weight of the situation. The atmosphere in the courtroom was somber and tense, with hardly anyone taking the event lightly, except for the defendant himself. Curiously, he displayed a disturbing sense of pride in his actions. The courtroom was packed with more than 30 of Palin's family members and close friends. In fact, the attendance was so overwhelming that the court staff had to request those inappropriately dressed to leave. Among those who remained, they stood in 2 rows, each adorned with small portraits of the deceased girl. While the parents chose to lay their daughter to rest in her homeland of Turkey, they acknowledged that Palin had a deep affection for Malta. They believed a part of her essence would forever reside there. Despite the heinous act committed, the perpetrator's demeanor has shifted. He no longer exudes the same pride, frequently requesting a second psychiatric evaluation. This peculiar behavior, seemingly an attempt to evade imprisonment, contrasts starkly with his initial arrogance. The trial is ongoing. I'll diligently follow the trial's progress.
Today we're going to look at a tragic case of love under pressure. There's a saying that a broken vase can never be fully repaired, symbolizing how damage or betrayal can leave lasting scars. Even if a broken vase is pieced back together, the cracks are always visible, changing its look and purpose forever. This analogy is all too real for survivors of intimate exploitation. In the past, society often downplayed the pain of such experiences to avoid discomfort. However, our culture and legal systems have changed. Now those who have suffered are bravely sharing their stories and getting the support they need, driven by shocking incidents that can no longer be ignored. One such heartbreaking story is that of Antonia Barra from Chile. Her case brought the entire nation together to demand justice for her. The tragedy unfolded on the evening of October 13, 2019. Her family could never have imagined the devastating end to that day. Antonia's sister, Carla, had been visiting their parents' house. She went upstairs to say hello to Antonia, expecting a casual chat. Finding her seemingly asleep, Carla decided not to disturb her and was about to leave when Antonia suddenly asked about their mother and requested that the light be turned off. She then told Carla she loved her and turned away. Carla thought maybe Antonia was just tired or not in the mood to talk, unaware that her sister was struggling with deep, distressing thoughts and saw no way out. By 7 p.m., when their mother didn't get a response from Antonia's room, she walked into a horrifying scene. Antonia was motionless, hanging above the floor. Marcella, her mother, rushed to her but found no signs of life. Overwhelmed with shock, she called for help from neighbors. Friends of the family helped bring Antonia down and called emergency services. Shortly after, Antonia's father, Alejandro, spoke to the media, promising to uncover the reasons behind his daughter's tragic decision and to fight for justice. Antonia was known for her lively spirit and intelligence, making her loss even more devastating for those who knew her. It was clear that something had deeply affected Antonia. The autopsy confirmed that she had taken her own life through self-strangulation. Her death needed urgent attention, so her parents didn't wait for official investigations. Instead, they hired private detectives to piece together the last days of Antonia's life. Their efforts led them to a troubling discovery. Martin Penas was the person who pushed Antonia to despair. Alejandro and Marcela quickly reported him to the police, suspecting him of exploitation. Little is known about Martin Penas. He was born and raised in Temuco, Chile, the same city as Antonia. He came from a large family with parents, a sister, and a brother, but not much is known about his family dynamics. When he was younger, he had a child with a woman named Daniela Alvarez, but their relationship ended shortly after their child was born. The detectives found that Martin and Antonia had been communicating on social media between 2015 and 2017. At that time, Antonia was still a teenager. They exchanged messages and commented on each other's posts, keeping their interactions strictly online. But eventually they met in person, which sadly led to tragic consequences. Antonia was born in the late 1980s into a loving and tight-knit family. The Barra family lived in a large, spacious home, perfect for a family of their size. Her parents, Alejandro and Marcela, were devoted and caring, raising 5 children, 4 daughters and 1 son. It was a warm household where the children were well-mannered and didn't cause trouble. But even among her siblings, Antonia stood out. She was exceptionally perceptive, responsible, and ambitious from a young age, becoming a source of immense pride for her parents. She excelled academically, had good relationships with her teachers, and was full of dreams for her future. Antonia wanted to travel and live a meaningful life. After finishing high school, she got accepted into her dream university, choosing a highly competitive major. As a freshman, she dove into her studies, focused on mastering the basics of her chosen field. She also actively engaged in academic and social activities, quickly making new friends and embracing university life. Antonia's friends shared her interests and dreams, especially her close friend, Consuelo Uribe, who was studying law. They would often shop, go out, and attend parties together, growing very close over time. When Antonia went through a tough breakup with her boyfriend, Rodrigo, Consuela encouraged her to distract herself and move on. Eager to forget her heartbreak, Antonia took her friend's advice. They decided to celebrate Chile's Independence Day on September 18th with a trip to the tourist town of Pucón. Coincidentally, this was where Antonia and Martin crossed paths again. Martin was headed there for an electronic music festival at a popular club called Black Room, where a DJ friend of his was set to perform. On September 17th, at around 6:30 p.m., Antonia, Consuela, and 3 other friends, including Consuela's boyfriend, set off for Pucón. The journey went smoothly, and upon arrival, they stayed in separate accommodations. The girls stayed at a summer house owned by the Uribe family. After 8 p.m., the friends started getting ready for a night out at Black Room, a venue known for unforgettable parties. Before leaving, Antonia exchanged messages with her father, who reminded her to be careful around strangers. She reassured him, saying that being cautious was her strongest trait. Law enforcement officials interviewed Martin Penas multiple times, but he denied any wrongdoing related to Antonia. He claimed that their relationship was consensual and insisted he had nothing to do with her tragic end. However, detectives had their suspicions and evidence to suggest otherwise. The investigation revealed that Martin had left Temuco on September 17th around noon with a group of friends, planning to return the next day. Upon arriving in Pucon, they rented a house where they held a lively party filled with conversations, jokes, and alcohol. Meanwhile, Antonia and Consuela were getting ready to head to the club. Once there, they secured a table, ordered food and drinks, and enjoyed the evening by dancing and chatting. The Black Room became the unexpected setting for Antonia and Martin's reunion. This chance encounter was a surprise to both of them, and it seemed to lift their spirits, at least temporarily. Antonia and Martin spent the rest of the night at the club, talking and dancing together. It was clear that they enjoyed each other's company. Antonia occasionally left Martin's side to check on her friend Consuela, who was also having a good time, or to greet some male acquaintances she had traveled with. Moving between bars, she lost track of how much alcohol she was consuming, likely affected by the long drive and an empty stomach, something she normally would have avoided. Around 6:45 a.m., Consuela found Antonia chatting happily with a mutual acquaintance, Emilio. At that point, Consuela told her it was time to leave, but Antonia refused. She was in high spirits and wanted to keep the night going. Consuela urged her to stop drinking and reconsider, but Antonia was firm in her decision to stay while Consuela left. This choice would soon prove to be regrettable for Antonia. Emilio later became an unexpected witness to what happened next. He detailed his observations during the investigation and in court, noting that Martin approached Antonia, engaged her in conversation, and then took her by the hand, leading her towards the exit. Emilio noticed that Antonia seemed confused, possibly due to the alcohol, but she didn't resist being led away. He assumed that Martin had invited her to join him and that she had agreed. However, surveillance footage painted a different picture. Martin's friends later reported that they all left the club in 2 cars, but neither vehicle had space for Martin and Antonia. As a result, the two walked away on foot. Along the way, surveillance cameras caught them multiple times. They stopped at a store, where the footage revealed Martin coercing Antonia inside. She appeared unsteady, barely able to stand, and seemed unable to resist. Martin, who was less intoxicated, appeared to be in control of the situation. Throughout the night, the cameras captured Martin being overly affectionate, attempting to kiss Antonia, who did not reciprocate and even tried to pull away. Eventually, they reached the house Martin had rented with his friends. The group, still partying, paid little attention to the new arrivals. Only 19-year-old Barbara, who was a recent addition to the group and had not been drinking, noticed how intoxicated Antonia and Martin were when they arrived. Shortly after, Martin and Antonia went upstairs around 9 a.m. What happened next would be the focus of intense investigation, as it would later be linked to Antonia's tragic fate. Consuela received a voice message from Antonia, but at first she couldn't understand what was being said. After replaying it, she realized that Antonia was pleading for someone to pick her up. Unsure of her friend's exact location, Consuela used GPS to track it down. She and her boyfriend, Jose, hurried to the address provided. When they arrived at the house, they were greeted by a naked Martin, hastily covering himself with a pillow. Consuela urgently asked where Antonia was, but Martin claimed he had no idea. They quickly searched the house and found Antonia upstairs in one of the bedrooms. She was lying on a bed in her underwear, quietly crying. Jose gently picked her up and carried her to their car. Despite Consuela's attempts to find out what had happened, Antonia could only sob, unable to speak. Back at the summer house, Antonia broke down and revealed the horrifying truth: Martin had exploited her against her will. She felt utterly powerless to stop him. Her memories of the night were blurry, but one thing was clear: he had violated her. According to Antonia, this happened after they went upstairs together. Afterward, Martin had left her alone and disappeared. Jose and Consuela were shocked and immediately urged Antonia to report the incident to the police and seek justice. However, Antonia refused. She was terrified of her parents and the public finding out. The shame and fear of being judged made her decide to keep silent. She begged her friends not to tell anyone and said she would try to recover from the trauma on her own. During this emotional conversation, Antonia received a text from her father. He was checking in on her, jokingly asking if she had been drinking too much. Determined to hide her distress, she responded in her usual cheerful way, trying not to raise any suspicions. This effort to maintain a normal facade only highlighted her inner turmoil. The following day, Antonia met with Martin, hoping to talk about what happened. Instead of remorse, she was met with arrogance. Martin dismissed her accusations, insisting that everything between them had been consensual. At that moment, Antonia realized she would never get the truth from him or receive any apology. This cold response crushed any hope she had for closure. Antonia knew she had to find a way to move forward, but the pain was overwhelming. Later, during the court hearings, psychotherapists would testify that she was suffering from intimacy trauma syndrome. This condition disrupts physical, emotional, cognitive, and social behavior, often appearing immediately after a traumatic event or surfacing months or even years later. Antonia was enduring the acute phase of this trauma all by herself. She couldn't escape the distressing feelings, waves of anxiety, confusion, and moments of hysterical crying. She was plagued by a compulsive need to cleanse herself, often feeling nauseous or even vomiting. For 3 weeks, Antonia kept her suffering hidden, trying to go about her life as if nothing had happened. A childhood friend later admitted that she hadn't noticed anything unusual about Antonia's behavior. However, her university classmates noticed changes. They couldn't overlook her memory lapses, disorganization, and declining academic performance, unusual for someone who had always been a diligent student. When they asked if she was okay, she would simply blame poor health. During the trial, many witnesses came forward to defend Antonia, including friends, acquaintances, and classmates. They all tried to make sense of what had driven her to such a tragic end. What exactly was the turning point that led to her fateful decision? It's possible that, given time, Antonia might have sought professional help and healed, but a series of events pushed her over the edge. Somehow, her painful secret was leaked to an ex-boyfriend. However, the information he received was twisted and exaggerated, painting a very negative picture of her. When he confronted Antonia, she tried to explain that she was not at fault for what had happened, but Rodrigo didn't believe her. This betrayal deeply hurt her. To make matters worse, the day before her death, Martin called her. It's unclear what they talked about, but it's suspected that he may have made threats or pressured her in some way. The next day, Antonia was gone. Just a few hours before taking her life, she sent a farewell message to her current boyfriend. In a family group chat, she shared a childhood video of herself dancing and laughing, a bittersweet reminder of the joyful person she used to be. It was as if she was saying goodbye, not just to her loved ones, but also to the happy, carefree version of herself she could never return to. The trauma had stolen her ability to live, think, and act as she once did, leaving her feeling like there was no other way out. This tragedy left a profound impact on Chile, largely due to Antonia's father, Alejandro, who found the courage to share his daughter's heartbreaking story with the nation. Her tragic experience resonated deeply with the public, and soon her name was everywhere on posters, social media hashtags, and even spray painted on building walls. The outpouring of public support had an incredible effect. Within just a week, 6 more women came forward with similar accusations against Martin Penas, covering incidents from 2010 to 2019. It turned out that Martin was a serial offender, and he was swiftly taken into custody. However, as the case gained media attention, Martin's family became concerned for their own privacy. They claimed that their personal information had been leaked online, leading to a flood of insults, threatening messages, and false accusations. Citing their constitutional right to privacy, they filed a petition to protect their family's honor. On June 12, 2020, the court in Temuco granted their request, ruling that Antonia's family should refrain from sharing information about Martin's family on social media or making any public statements that could compromise them. This decision sparked outrage across the country, as many Chileans felt it was protecting Martin rather than supporting the victim. The backlash was swift. On July 21st, the Barra family appealed to the Supreme Court, but their appeal was rejected. To make matters worse, later that same month, Martin's lawyer filed for additional protective measures for his client. In an unexpected twist, the court changed Martin's detention to house arrest on July 22nd, effectively allowing him to go free. The judge clarified that this change did not mean he would escape punishment, but the public was not convinced. The prosecutor had initially charged Martin with 5 counts of assault, but the court only acknowledged 2 of them. This decision fueled massive protests across Chile. Outraged by the court's leniency and the dropping of certain charges, thousands took to the streets, demanding justice for Antonia and all victims of violence. The public outcry grew so intense that even the authorities took notice, and they sent an urgent request to the appeals court to reconsider the case. The judicial system responded quickly, aware that the entire nation was watching. The case, now known as the Antonia case, became a powerful symbol of the fight for justice and accountability. It empowered many other women to come forward with their own stories of abuse, no longer afraid to seek justice. The movement for change had begun, and the country was no longer willing to turn a blind eye to such injustices. The court ultimately overturned Martin's previous house arrest and ordered him back into custody. This same court also removed the statute of limitations for 2 cases involving intimate violence, ensuring that these offences could be prosecuted regardless of how much time had passed. At the same time, Alejandro, Antonia's father, collaborated with feminist organizations to draft a new law aimed at punishing such crimes more severely. He emphasized that no one should remain passive when they see a woman being taken away by a man, especially if she's intoxicated. Alejandro stressed that these situations make women vulnerable to becoming victims, underscoring the need for legal and societal protections. The investigation into Martin continued, and in February 2021, the police discovered his phone. A forensic analysis uncovered disturbing photos where Martin proudly displayed women's underwear, seemingly keeping a record of his conquests. The police report eventually spanned nearly 400 pages, filled with statements from victims, witnesses, and acquaintances of both Martin and Antonia. Even a teacher from Martin's childhood described him as a smart and cheerful boy, yet disturbingly curious about intimate matters. Some women revealed that he had inappropriately touched them when they were children, but back then, it was dismissed as innocent behavior since they were all just kids. The criminal trial began on June 14, 2022, in Temuco, and was expected to last over a month. The prosecution presented a comprehensive body of evidence, including expert testimonies, witness statements, and video footage that clearly showed Antonia struggling to control the situation. On August 26th, Martin was found guilty and sentenced to 20 years in prison for crimes involving intimate assault and abuse. However, the case took another turn on December 29th, when the Supreme Court accepted an appeal from Martin's defense, challenging the verdict. This decision led to a new trial being scheduled for the spring of 2023. In the meantime, the relentless efforts of Antonia's family led to significant legislative changes. The initiative known as Antonia's Law began to take shape, aiming to strengthen existing laws so that anyone whose violent actions drive a victim to take their own life would face mandatory imprisonment. On March 16th, Martin's legal team abruptly resigned, leaving his defense in the hands of the Public Defender's Office. This change suggested that the upcoming retrial might take yet another unpredictable path, but the fight for justice was far from over, with Antonia's legacy continuing to inspire calls for greater protections for victims of violence. On April 24, 2024, Martin Prenis faced a second trial for 5 cases of violence and 2 cases of forced intimacy. During this trial, he chose not to stay silent and instead offered his version of events, claiming that his actions were driven by severe alcohol intoxication. The prosecutor, however, argued that by drinking with these women, he deliberately made them more vulnerable. On July 7, 2023, Prenis was found guilty, and the federal prosecution pushed for a 41-year prison sentence. By July 28, 2023, the court sentenced the 31-year-old to 17 years in prison for 7 offenses related to sexual violence against 6 victims. Considering the time he had already spent behind bars, his remaining sentence was reduced to 14 years. Antonia Barra's tragic story was instrumental in revealing the predatory behavior of Martin Prenis. It's uncertain how many more women might have fallen victim to his actions if not for her case. The thin line between flirtation and harassment is unpredictable, and crossing it can have devastating consequences. Antonia's case sparked societal change, transforming how victims of violence are perceived. Today, there is a broader awareness of the risks tied to unchecked impulses and lack of self-control, emphasizing that a person's body and soul are as delicate as crystal valuable and deserving of respect. On Sunday, December 4, 2016, 32-year-old Rosemary Silva and her 30-year-old fiancé, Udeli Damiano, were eagerly preparing for their wedding. The ceremony was set to take place in a beautiful rural area near Sao Paulo. Rosemary had planned a breathtaking surprise. She would make a dramatic entrance by helicopter to amaze the guests and her soon-to-be husband. However, just moments before the ceremony was about to begin, an unexpected tragedy turned their joyous day into a heartbreaking nightmare. Rosemary, a 32-year-old nurse assistant, was born and raised in Sao Paulo in a big, loving family. From a young age, her parents taught her the importance of kindness and compassion, guiding her toward a career dedicated to helping others. Her colleagues admired her for her hard work, patience, and warm personality. Patients often felt they had her undivided attention. Outside of work, Rosemary was full of life. She loved spending time with friends, taking part in charity events at her church, and ensuring the people she cared about were happy and secure. Rosemary had dreamed of her wedding day since she was a child. She imagined walking down a flower-filled aisle, surrounded by the smiles of friends and family, wearing a beautiful white dress. These dreams inspired her to save up for the perfect celebration. One of the special touches she planned was her grand helicopter entrance, a surprise she knew would leave everyone in awe. Udeli, then 30, was a mechanic from Sao Paulo. Growing up in a hard-working family that valued honesty and simplicity, he developed an early passion for mechanics and built a solid career. Known for being calm, reliable, and hard-working, Udeli had a reputation for doing his job with integrity. He had been married before, but the relationship ended in divorce. Despite this, he maintained a close bond with his daughter, spending as much time with her as possible. Rosemary and Udeli met at an evangelical church. Their connection was not instant, and they began as cautious acquaintances. But as they got to know each other, their relationship blossomed, revealing they were a perfect match. They started dating in 2015, and within a year, Udeli proposed. Rosemary happily accepted, and together they began planning their dream wedding. Rosemary was determined to make her wedding day perfect in every way. She meticulously planned every detail, from the flowers and music to the seating arrangements and venue decor. This day was meant to feel like a fairy tale, and she imagined her guests looking back on it with joy. But there was one detail that stood out above the rest: her grand entrance by helicopter. It had always been her dream to descend from the sky like a vision, creating a moment no one would forget. To fulfill this dream, Rosemary arranged for a Robinson R-44 light commercial helicopter and coordinated with pilot Peterson Pinho. She kept this plan a secret, sharing it only with 6 people, including her brother, Silvano Silva, and photographer Neila Cristina Neves, who would capture the unforgettable moment. The final hours before the flight. On the morning of her wedding, Rosemary woke up early, too excited to sleep. At the beauty salon, stylists worked on her hair and makeup as friends and staff showered her with smiles and congratulations. All the while, she pictured her dramatic entrance, imagining the awe on her guests' faces as she descended from the sky in her wedding gown. This vision had fueled her excitement for months. It was to be the highlight of the day. By 2 p.m., dressed in her stunning white gown, Rosemary left for a nearby town where the helicopter awaited. Her brother Silvano, her constant support, joined her despite his unease about flying. At 40, he was a steady and loving presence in her life. Photographer Neila, who was also pregnant, accompanied them, ready to document the beautiful moments to come. At 3:30 p.m., the helicopter took off. The flight began smoothly, with Rosemary sitting beside her brother, holding his hand and smiling as she thought about the moment she would see her fiancé, then the gathered guests. Neila captured every glance, smile, and laugh, ensuring each memory would be preserved forever. Or the shift in the skies. But the skies soon began to change. Clouds thickened, followed by fog and rain. Despite the worsening weather, the pilot remained confident in his ability to navigate. Below them stretched dense forests and winding roads. Unaware of the growing danger, the passengers chatted calmly, their spirits high as they anticipated the ceremony. Moments leading to tragedy. Meanwhile, at the wedding venue, a sense of restlessness began to spread among the guests. They had all gathered and were eagerly waiting for the event to begin, unaware that a heartbreaking tragedy was about to unfold.
The officiant calmly informed Uderli that his bride was running slightly late due to the weather conditions. Standing by the arch, Uderli fidgeted nervously with his suit, his heart racing. He didn't know exactly where Rosemere was but felt certain she would arrive at any moment. The officiant, aware of the surprise helicopter entrance, remained composed and spoke with the organizers to ensure everything was still on track. But as the minutes passed, concern began to grow. By 4 p.m., the continued absence of the helicopter started to feel ominous. Tension on board. Inside the helicopter, the worsening weather created a tense atmosphere. Visibility had plummeted, forcing the pilot to rely on his instruments to navigate through the dense fog. Silvano, already uneasy about flying, became visibly anxious, gripping Rosemere's hand tightly. She tried to calm him, offering reassuring smiles despite her own growing unease. Photographer Naila continued to record, but her camera occasionally wavered, reflecting the tension inside the cabin. As the helicopter approached the venue, the pilot attempted to descend in search of a safe landing spot. However, with visibility so poor, the maneuver became perilous. Suddenly, the helicopter's tail struck a tree, triggering a devastating chain reaction. Just over a mile from the wedding site, the helicopter spiraled out of control and crashed, bursting into flames upon impact. Growing concern at the wedding. Back at the wedding venue, the organizers began to sense that something was wrong. Carlos Eduardo, the wedding coordinator who had helped arrange the flight, called the helicopter company to check its status. He was told the flight had taken off as scheduled and should have already arrived. This news only heightened his concern, prompting him to call the pilot directly. Every attempt to reach the pilot failed. The calls went unanswered, and Carlos's worry deepened. As whispers spread among the guests, they began to notice the organizers' increasingly anxious demeanor. No one wanted to raise alarm prematurely, but unease filled the air. Carlos and the organizers scrambled to find alternative ways to track the helicopter, while the company staff also tried unsuccessfully to contact the pilot. The moment of realization. 15 more minutes passed, and the situation grew dire. Organizers decided to reach out to local authorities to check if there had been any incidents reported nearby. That was when they received the devastating confirmation the helicopter had crashed. Their worst fears had come true. News of a helicopter crash near the wedding location sent shockwaves through the organizers and those in on the surprise. While it was not immediately confirmed if the flight was the one carrying Rosemere, the report alone was chilling. Carlos Eduardo, the wedding coordinator, grappled with how to share this alarming development with the groom. Seeking support, he confided in the pastor, and together, they approached Uderli. They gently told him what they knew: there had been a helicopter crash just a few miles away. At first, Uderli struggled to process the information. He hadn't even known Rosemere planned to arrive by helicopter. The pastor explained it had been a surprise she arranged for him and the guests, but the words felt surreal. Stunned, Uderli stood in silence, his mind unable to fully grasp the situation. Slowly, the weight of the revelation began to sink in. Rosemere could have been on that helicopter. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd as all eyes turned to the groom. The lively anticipation of moments earlier dissolved into tension and fear. Nobody knew how to react. The once joyful day was now overshadowed by uncertainty and dread. The arrival of the news. Within minutes, further reports confirmed that emergency responders had reached the crash site. Initial details were sparse as authorities worked to assess the situation. Police quickly cordoned off the area to secure the scene and began their investigation. Word of the crash trickled back to the wedding venue, deepening the unease among the guests. Carlos and the other organizers advised waiting for official confirmation before assuming the worst, but hope was fading fast. Whispers spread throughout the venue as anxiety mounted. The groom, though surrounded by concerned friends and family, felt increasingly isolated, knowing that the truth was being withheld until it could no longer be avoided. What had started as a day of celebration now teetered on the brink of tragedy. The scene at the crash site. At the crash site, emergency responders faced a harrowing scene. The helicopter had gone down in a wooded area near a highway. The impact had caused the fuselage to ignite, and flames quickly engulfed the wreckage. Firefighters battled the blaze, gradually gaining control and pushing through the debris to reach the remains of the aircraft. The intensity of the fire left little hope for survivors, but the responders pressed on, determined to uncover the truth of what had occurred. Meanwhile, back at the wedding venue, the growing tension was almost unbearable as everyone awaited definitive answers. It soon became tragically clear that none of the passengers aboard the helicopter had survived. This revelation sent waves of grief and despair through those trying to piece together what had gone wrong. Police officers began collecting evidence from the site, combing through the scattered debris for any clues that might explain the crash. Among the wreckage, an officer discovered a camera that had continued recording even after the impact. The footage could hold valuable insights into the final moments of the flight, but for now, the exact cause of the tragedy remained unknown. Returning to a harsh reality. When the official confirmation of the crash reached the wedding venue, the fragile hope for a miracle was shattered. With a heavy heart, the pastor approached Outrage to deliver the devastating news. The pain in the groom's expression was unmistakable as he tried to process the incomprehensible loss of the woman he was about to marry. In that moment, it felt as though the world around him had collapsed. The guests, who had come to celebrate love and joy, now stood in stunned silence. They struggled to find words or actions to address such overwhelming sorrow. The event, so carefully planned to be a day of happiness and togetherness, had transformed into a scene of disbelief and heartbreak, a stark reminder of how swiftly life can change in an instant. Investigative efforts begin. In the aftermath of the crash, investigators from Brazil's National Civil Aviation Agency ANAC and local authorities began their work. Their task was twofold: to determine the technical reasons behind the crash and to understand the circumstances surrounding Rosemary's decision to make such a high-risk entrance on her wedding day. Witnesses, including those at the wedding who were aware of Rosemary's plans, became key to the investigation. Aviation safety experts and police meticulously examined the wreckage. One of their priorities was retrieving and analyzing the flight data, along with reviewing any recordings from the recovered camera. Each piece of evidence was crucial in piecing together the final moments of the flight and determining what had gone wrong. While answers were sought, the community mourned the loss of not only Rosemary but also the other lives aboard the ill-fated flight. The tragedy left an indelible mark, a somber reminder of how fleeting and fragile life can be. Investigating the cause. Determining why the helicopter veered off course and lost control was crucial to understanding the tragedy. While the dense fog and worsening weather were likely contributing factors, investigators also considered other possibilities such as pilot error or mechanical failure. The pilot, Peterson Pinheiro, was a seasoned professional with an excellent reputation. Known for his cautious and responsible approach, Pinheiro had successfully completed numerous flights in challenging weather conditions. Colleagues described him as meticulous, always assessing risks thoroughly before taking off. This made the crash all the more puzzling for those who knew him. The fact remained, however, that in heavy fog and rain, the helicopter had clipped a tree, leading to an uncontrollable descent. Investigators worked diligently to piece together the final moments of the flight to see if a safe landing might have been possible. For a family in shock. As investigators combed through evidence at the crash site, the families of Rosemary and Outrage were left grappling with profound grief. Rosemary's family, especially her sister, one of the few who knew about the surprise helicopter entrance, struggled to reconcile the excitement Rosemary had felt with the devastating outcome. Her sister recalled their conversations leading up to the wedding, full of enthusiasm and anticipation, never imagining that this flight would be Rosemary's last. Outrage's heartbreak. Outrage, still standing near the wedding arch, was consumed by an overwhelming sense of loss and helplessness. Guests and organizers tried to console him, but their words offered little comfort. The knowledge that Rosemary had planned the surprise without his awareness weighed heavily on him, leaving him feeling as though he had failed her. What should have been the happiest day of their lives was now a memory he could hardly bear to face, a day marked by love turned to unbearable sorrow. Initial findings. Shortly afterward, investigators released a preliminary report confirming that weather conditions were a critical factor in the crash. The heavy fog had severely limited visibility, making navigation and safe landing nearly impossible. This initial finding provided some clarity but did little to ease the pain of those mourning the lives lost. A tragic end. What began as a day of celebration had turned into a nightmare. For Rosemary's family and friends, the loss was immeasurable. Outrag's dreams of a future with his bride were replaced with grief and unanswered questions. As the investigation continued, one thing was certain: the memory of this day would leave an indelible mark on all who had gathered to celebrate, a poignant reminder of the unpredictability of life. The investigation deepens. The initial findings revealed that dense fog severely limited visibility during the flight. Pilot Peterson Pinheiro had attempted an emergency landing but struck a tree with the helicopter's tail, leading to the tragic crash. However, this raised further questions: why was the helicopter flying so low, and why couldn't the collision be avoided? Investigators focused on analyzing the recovered camera footage, hoping it would provide crucial insights into the critical moments before the crash. Painful as it was, this step was essential for reconstructing what went wrong. Aftermath at the ceremony. As news of the crash spread, the wedding venue, once filled with joy and anticipation, became eerily silent. Guests, in shock and sorrow, quietly began to leave. Outrag's friends and family tried to support him, but no words could ease his grief. The organizers coordinated with authorities while lingering questions haunted everyone. Why did this happen? Could it have been prevented? Rosemary's family was overcome with grief. Her mother, who had shared an excited conversation with her daughter earlier that morning, was devastated. Rosemary had described her helicopter entrance as a gift from the skies meant to amaze her guests. No one could have foreseen that her dream would end in such a heartbreaking tragedy. Questions and theories. In the days following the crash, deeper concerns arose about the flight's safety. Investigators discovered that the helicopter did not have authorization for charter services. Its license allowed only private flights, raising serious questions. Why had the company agreed to provide the helicopter for the wedding? Who was responsible for evaluating the weather conditions before takeoff? These revelations shifted the investigation's focus, sparking scrutiny into the company's practices and the decision-making process that led to the flight. Witness accounts and weather warnings. Some witnesses recalled that weather forecasts leading up to the wedding had warned of poor conditions, yet little attention seemed to have been paid to these warnings. Pilot Peterson Pinheiro, known for his cautious approach, would have been aware of these forecasts. Why, then, was the flight approved? Investigators worked to understand if external pressures, such as the tight schedule or Rosemary's desire for a dramatic entrance, played a role in the decision to proceed despite the risks. The path forward. As investigators sifted through evidence and interviewed witnesses, they sought not only to determine what caused the crash, but also to ensure accountability. The tragedy underscored the importance of adhering to safety regulations and respecting the unpredictable nature of weather. For the families left behind, however, these answers would never fully heal the wounds of that day. The responsibility debate. As the investigation unfolded, a key question emerged: who had the final authority to approve the flight despite the evident risks? The helicopter company insisted that the decision ultimately rested with the pilot, Peterson Pinheiro, who was known for his professionalism and caution. They claimed he assessed the weather conditions and deemed the flight safe. However, this explanation did little to ease the mounting anger and grief of the victims' families. Outrag's overwhelming grief. For Outrage, every moment without Rosemary felt unbearable. His mind was consumed by memories of her, their shy beginnings at church, the laughter they shared, and their plans for the future. The wedding hall, once planned as a place of celebration, now held only the soft murmurs of condolences and quiet cries. Friends and family tried to comfort him, but no words could ease the void left by Rosemary's absence. The final aviation report. A month after the tragedy, Brazil's National Civil Aviation Agency released its final report. It confirmed that severe weather conditions and limited visibility were the main causes of the crash. The helicopter was not authorized for charter flights. Its registration permitted only private use. The report highlighted the decision to use the helicopter for a wedding as a violation of aviation safety regulations. The findings left families reeling with a sense of injustice, legal fallout, and accountability. Further investigations revealed glaring oversights by the helicopter company. Despite warnings of poor weather, the company proceeded with the flight, failing to prioritize safety protocols. This negligence spurred several lawsuits from the victims' families, who demanded accountability. The family's legal team argued that the company bore responsibility for not cancelling the flight, even if the pilot had initially approved it. The lawsuits targeted both the company and its owners, seeking justice for the preventable loss of their loved ones. The company's defense. In its defense, the company maintained that the pilot was solely responsible for the decision to proceed. They argued that Pinheiro, with years of experience, was well equipped to assess the risks. However, this stance did little to absolve them of public criticism or legal scrutiny. A legacy of loss. The crash not only claimed the lives of Rosemere, her brother Silvano, photographer Naylor, and pilot Peterson, but also left a permanent scar on their families and the community. The tragedy served as a somber reminder of the importance of strict adherence to safety protocols in aviation. For Udeli and Rosemere's family, the legal battles and investigations provided some answers, but could never fill the void left by the devastating loss. Their grief became a lasting testament to a love story cut tragically short. The company's consequences. Following deeper scrutiny, evidence confirmed that the helicopter company had been operating outside the scope of its authorized services. Its license allowed only private flights, yet it had knowingly facilitated a commercial arrangement for the wedding. These revelations prompted regulatory authorities to temporarily suspend the company's operating licenses and conduct a full audit of its practices. This audit uncovered other irregularities, fueling calls for broader industry reforms. A grieving community. As the investigation continued, the focus shifted to honoring the victims. The families prepared for the funerals, each struggling to face the heartbreaking reality. The service for Rosemere and her brother Silvano was especially emotional, drawing hundreds of mourners from their community. In the church where she and Udeli had met and planned to marry, sorrow hung heavy in the air. Rosemere's mother clung to memories of her daughter's vibrant personality, while Silvano's children stood quietly, too young to fully grasp the loss. Udeli's unimaginable pain. Udeli stood beside Rosemere's casket, his face etched with anguish. Words failed him as he tried to process the magnitude of his loss. He had imagined a future filled with love and family, but that vision had been cruelly taken from him. Unable to say goodbye, he lingered at the casket, clutching her wedding bouquet. Friends and family stood by, offering support in silence, understanding that no words could mend his shattered heart. Eager to see for change. Determined to transform their pain into action, Rosemere's family spearheaded a campaign advocating for stricter regulations in private aviation. They pushed for mandatory oversight, weather compliance checks, and enforcement of safety protocols to prevent future tragedies. This effort resonated with the public, and support for legislative reforms grew. Advocacy groups called on aviation authorities to prioritize passenger safety, citing the tragedy as a preventable outcome of systemic failures. Honoring the victims. Rosemere's family worked with their local church to establish a permanent memorial for her, Silvano, and the other victims. A plaque bearing their names was unveiled during a solemn ceremony, reminding everyone of the fragility of life and the importance of safety. Despite his deep sorrow, Udeli found a way to honor Rosemere's legacy. He established a fund to assist families affected by aviation tragedies, offering financial and emotional support to those navigating similar losses. A lasting impact. While the tragedy left a scar on all involved, it also served as a wake-up call for Brazil's aviation industry. The reforms prompted by the crash led to stricter enforcement of regulations, ensuring greater accountability for private aviation companies. Did you know that along with criminology, the study of crime, there's also a field called victimology? Victimology combines criminology, psychology, and sociology to study crime victims. Research shows that some people are more likely to become victims due to factors like social status, life experiences, and personality traits. Poor social conditions increase the risk of victimization, while people with higher social status are more likely to face crimes like fraud, extortion, or even kidnapping. Personal experience also matters. People who know how to handle their surroundings are often safer. But personality traits seem to be one of the biggest factors. The kind of character a person has can influence their likelihood of becoming a victim. A tragic case from New York in 1995 highlights this.
It's a story of kindness and openness that turned fatal for 21-year-old Kimberley Antonakos. Kimberley was a kind-hearted, beautiful young woman with a bright future. Her father, Thomas Antonakos, a successful businessman and devoted parent, learned of her disappearance from her co-workers. They became concerned when Kimberley didn't show up for work on March 1st. She was known for her punctuality and reliability, so her absence worried everyone. Thomas was already anxious since he hadn't been able to reach his daughter since the night before. He had gifted her a rare cell phone so she could stay in touch, but she wasn't answering. He reached out to her friends, but none had seen her since she left a party early that morning. Growing increasingly worried, Thomas decided to go to the police, even though officers typically advise waiting 24 hours before filing a missing persons report. It's possible Kimberley just stayed at someone's house and would be back soon, they told Thomas. After all, she was an adult, free to make her own choices. This casual approach didn't sit well with Thomas, so he started his own investigation. Surprisingly, a psychic ended up revealing key details about Kimberley's disappearance. Her mother, desperate for answers, flew in from Florida and on a friend's advice visited a psychic. Looking at Kimberley's photo, the psychic claimed Kimberley was alive but very weak and dehydrated. She had been kidnapped by people she knew and had tried to escape multiple times. The psychic warned that Kimberley was in grave danger from several people, and that one of them had a name starting with J, likely the leader of the group. This information, when it went public, stirred up a lot of attention and serious consequences. But let's go back to the start. Kimberley was born in New York in 1974 as an only child. Though she was raised with love and comfort, her parents were humble in their backgrounds. Her father, Thomas, had worked hard to build a successful computer business and was happy to support his daughter. After her parents divorced, Kimberley stayed with her mother, but remained close to her father, who spent weekends and holidays with her. When Kimberley's mother remarried and moved to Florida, Kimberley faced a tough choice. Though she adored both her parents, she chose to stay in New York with her father, where she felt at home. They shared a strong bond, and she grew up to be a polite, social young woman. Over time, Kimberley blossomed into a striking beauty with a bright smile that could lift anyone's spirits. Kimberley had a natural sense of humor and a positive outlook on life. She was cared for and shielded from troubles, so she saw the best in everyone and knew little of life's darker side. Sadly, an open and trusting nature can sometimes lead to heartache. In 1994, Kimberley started at the College of Staten Island and soon told her father she felt ready to live on her own. Mr. Antonakos was concerned but respected her choice and promised to ensure her safety as much as possible. To support her independence, he bought her a beautiful apartment in a nice part of the city, complete with an alarm system. Not wanting her to park far from home, he even rented a garage space nearby. He made sure she had a cell phone and a pager to stay in touch. His precautions came from a genuine concern. He knew his daughter's limited experience with life's risks and his wealth might make her a target. Kimberley balanced college with a part-time job, even turning down her father's offer to join the family business because she wanted to make her own way. She worked as a part-time accountant at a reputable firm, and in her free time, enjoyed a typical college life, attending parties and socializing. Though her father often suggested she move back home, she insisted on her independence. In early 1995, Kimberley extended her kindness by letting her friend Liz Pace and her family stay with her while their apartment was being renovated. Kimberley enjoyed their company, and the friends shared many fun evenings together. One evening, Kimberley and Liz decided to go out to a party. They spent time getting ready, carefully choosing their outfits, styling their hair, and putting on makeup before heading out. According to Liz, the two had a great time dancing and enjoying themselves at the party. After the party, Kimberley drove herself and Liz home in her white 1994 Honda Accord. However, she didn't go up to the apartment, saying she had other things to do. The friends hugged goodbye, not knowing it would be their last time seeing each other. After reporting her missing to the police, Mr. Antonakos decided to check the garage near her apartment, but her car was gone. On the garage floor, near the wall, he noticed something shiny, a small gold earring. Remembering that he had given Kimberley similar ones, he picked it up, just in case. He then went to her apartment, but Kimberley wasn't there either. Only guests were present: a friend, her boyfriend Joshua Torres, and their 2-year-old child. Thomas knew Kimberley had let them stay but hadn't been pleased with the arrangement. The guests were as worried as he was. Joshua mentioned that he had been looking for Kimberley too and offered his help. Unsatisfied with the police's response, Thomas returned to the station, insisting his daughter was in danger. Officers, however, remained unconvinced. Frustrated, he met with Liz, who had been the last person to see Kimberley. When he showed Liz the earring he found, she confirmed it was Kimberley's, as she had worn it on the night she disappeared. Thomas then began visiting places his daughter frequented, speaking to many people but learning nothing helpful. Joshua, meanwhile, suggested that they should search not just for Kimberley but also her distinct white car, which would be easier to spot. Determined to push further, Thomas made his third trip to the police. This time he refused to leave until someone agreed to search for her. Finally, a detective decided to break protocol and take on the case. His first step was to piece together Kimberley's movements on February 28th. She had attended college that morning, worked a few hours afterward, and then returned home to have dinner with friends before going out to a party with Liz. Around 4 a.m., Kimberley and Liz returned to her apartment, where Kimberley dropped off Liz before heading back out. When Kimberley and Liz arrived home, Kimberley went to the parking lot alone. No one could explain what business she might have had at that early hour. Both her apartment and garage were searched thoroughly, but no evidence of a struggle was found. There were no unfamiliar fingerprints, suggesting either a careful cleanup or that the person involved had worn gloves. Her car and Kimberley herself seemed to have disappeared without a trace, leaving only the earring as a clue. Detectives examined Kimberley's bank account and found her last transaction had been the evening before she vanished, ruling out the possibility that she ran away. This led detectives to suspect kidnapping. With limited leads, the investigation expanded, and other officers joined the case. Unofficially, law enforcement decided to consider the information provided by the psychic, as police sometimes do quietly involve psychics in missing person cases with occasional success. The first witnesses interviewed were Liz and Joshua. Detectives discovered that 65 calls had been made from Kimberley's landline on the morning of March 1st, which seemed odd. Joshua explained he made the calls to friends and acquaintances, trying to find out where Kimberley had gone and why she hadn't come home. He claimed Kimberley was like a little sister to him. Thanks to Liz's testimony, detectives were able to create a description of what Kimberley was last wearing. She had two distinctive tattoos, one of a scorpion, her zodiac sign, and another infinity symbol on her waist in the form of two nude figures. In parallel, the search continued for Kimberley's car. Police checked scrap metal yards, dismantling sites, and other places where the vehicle might have been taken for parts or resale, hoping it might turn up and offer a new lead. Despite extensive efforts, no new leads emerged. The police also checked Kimberley's cell phone records, but they provided no helpful information. Officers advised Thomas to stay alert for any ransom letters or calls, as kidnappers might contact him, but no such messages came. The family remained in painful uncertainty until March 4th, when, around 2 a.m., emergency services received a report of a fire at a large abandoned house on Woodhaven Avenue in Queens. Several fire crews arrived to tackle the blaze, and once it was under control, they made a horrifying discovery: a charred body in the basement. Forensic experts determined that the victim was a young woman between 20 and 25, with long, partially burned black hair. Her legs were bound and her hands tied behind her back, with traces of tape remaining. The most tragic finding was that she had been alive during the fire. Her lungs were filled with smoke, indicating she had been burned alive. Detectives suspected the remains might be Kimberley's, but dental records were required to confirm it. Examining the ashes, investigators also detected the smell of gasoline, clearly indicating arson. It appeared someone had set the fire intentionally to erase evidence of a violent crime. Besides the body, no other traces were left. Specialists found tattoos on the body that matched Kimberley's, a scorpion and the infinity symbol. Dental records then confirmed their worst fears: the remains were indeed Kimberley's. Further details came to light after her identification. A witness who frequently walked his dog nearby noted the animal had been behaving oddly in recent days, barking and showing unusual distress near the house. Only after the fire and discovery of the body did it become clear what might have been disturbing the dog. Kimberley had tried to free herself and called for help, sounds which the dog, with its sharp hearing, had apparently detected from the basement, even though humans couldn't hear them. The officers questioned the property owner, who revealed that he had been to the house several times in recent days. He'd put the property up for sale and regularly checked on it, collecting mail and receipts but never going into the basement. The man, visibly shaken, said he'd heard nothing unusual otherwise. He would have investigated further. Detectives decided to question Joshua again. Something about him seemed off, and his name starting with J matched the psychic's description of someone involved. This time, Joshua mentioned a young man he'd been unable to contact the day Kimberley went missing, a Russian known as Psycho, who had once dated her. Investigators followed this lead, discovering that Psycho had moved to the US as a child and later joined a gang, with several prior run-ins with the law. They brought him in as a suspect. When the detectives informed him of Kimberley's death, Psycho's reaction surprised them. He was visibly devastated, showing signs of genuine grief. He denied any involvement, and to test his reaction, detectives even brought him to the scene of the fire. Seeing his reaction, they became convinced they had the wrong person, and soon his alibi was confirmed. The investigation was back to square one. Out of options, Kimberley's family consulted the psychic again. This time, she described seeing 4 people involved in the crime, claiming they had tried to contact someone but failed. She believed the kidnapping hadn't originally intended such a tragic outcome, but she sensed a resolution was approaching soon. Just a couple of days later, desperate for answers, Kimberley's father offered a $10,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest of those responsible. Mr. Antonakos couldn't shake the words of the psychic from his mind. He was never the kind of person to rely on fortune tellers, but in his grief, he found himself thinking deeply about her prediction that Kimberley's kidnappers had wanted to contact him. He wondered what that could mean and what might have stopped them. Sitting at home, he remembered something odd on the day Kimberley vanished. He had listened to his answering machine, hoping she had left a message. But there were only 2 blank messages with silence on the other end, which he had dismissed as a technical glitch. Then, 5 days after Kimberley's body was discovered, the police found her car parked in a quiet area near the crime scene. Investigators hoped to find fingerprints, but the car had been meticulously cleaned. Inside, they found only Kimberley's hair and a second earring on the passenger seat. Disappointingly, it wasn't the breakthrough they had hoped for. Meanwhile, rumors circulated suggesting Mr. Antonakos might be tied to organized crime, as some people implied that Kimberley's tragic fate was connected to her father's dark dealings. Heartbroken and under scrutiny, Thomas denied any such connections, and detectives, after a thorough background check, confirmed his innocence. He was not involved with the criminal underworld. In July 1995, police arrested a young man on unrelated burglary charges in New York City, and unexpectedly, he provided a crucial lead in Kimberley's case. He claimed that an acquaintance had boasted that his friends had kidnapped and burned Kimberley. The name he provided was shocking. It was Joshua Torres, the same man who had stayed in Kimberley's apartment and even helped in the search for her. Detectives brought Torres in for questioning again. Though he denied any involvement, his demeanor changed during the lengthy interrogation. At one point, he blurted out, "If I had been the kidnapper," which only deepened detectives' suspicions. Torres' slip-up about feeding Kimberley had set off alarm bells for detectives. How could he have known details about her suffering unless he was involved? Although his criminal history and knowledge of Kimberley's routines made him a prime suspect, investigators needed more than suspicions to make an arrest stick. They examined the calls Torres claimed he had made to Kimberley's friends on the morning after she disappeared, finding that most numbers were random with no connection to her. Analysis of his pager messages from March 1st revealed cryptic notes, further linking him to a hidden agenda. Detectives pressed Torres by revealing they no longer considered Kimberley's ex-boyfriend as a suspect, and they subtly shifted their questions, pushing him into a corner. Finally, Torres admitted partial involvement. He confessed to helping acquaintances kidnap Kimberley, claiming he never anticipated they would actually harm her. He stated the plan was simply to demand ransom and then release her, but the scheme unraveled when Mr. Antonakos didn't respond to the kidnappers' calls. It turned out that the kidnappers had tried to contact Kimberley's father and had even recorded a ransom message, but somehow the message failed to save on the answering machine. Frustrated by what they perceived as silence from Kimberley's father, the captors waited, hoping he'd eventually respond. Adding to their anxiety, media reports had mentioned that a psychic claimed the name of one of the kidnappers started with a J, fueling their fears of exposure. These unforeseen twists left them in a panic, eventually leading to Kimberley's tragic end.
Despite Torres' confession to being an accessory, the investigation was far from over. With mounting evidence and the growing public interest, the police released Torres on bail, keeping a close watch on him as they pieced together the remaining threads of the case. The tangled web of deceit began to unravel as investigators connected the dots, revealing that 4 men were involved in Kimberley's kidnapping: Joshua Torres, Julio Negron, Jose Negron, and Nicholas Brett, known as Jay. The chilling backdrop to this crime lay in the fact that Julio had previously dated Kimberley and had even proposed to her, but she had turned him down. This past, combined with their shared criminal histories, forged a bond that led them down a dark path. As details of the crime emerged, it became clear that Joshua had orchestrated the entire plan. He was the mastermind behind the abduction, coordinating his friend's actions after Kimberley returned from the party that night. The group had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. When Kimberley was alone in the parking lot, they pounced. Using a firearm to intimidate her, they overpowered her when she resisted. In a brutal act of control, they bound her hands and covered her mouth, eyes and ears with duct tape before stuffing her into the trunk of their car. The men drove her to an abandoned house, where they took her to the basement and tied her to a chair. To minimize the chances of detection, they removed her shoes, hoping she wouldn't draw attention by making noise. They told Kimberley that her father owed them money and that they would release her once he paid the ransom. Joshua, seizing the opportunity to further manipulate the situation, had Julio assigned to keep an eye on Kimberley, bringing her food and water twice a day. However, when Julio realized the severity of the crime and the potential repercussions, fear overwhelmed him, and he abandoned his responsibility. Left alone in the dark, Kimberley faced a harrowing ordeal. Without food or water for 3 days, she grew weaker, and the cold of the basement took its toll. In a moment of desperation, the perpetrators informed Joshua that they had left her alone, which he used to his advantage. He recorded a chilling audio message demanding a ransom of $775,000 from Kimberley's father. The fear in Joshua's voice was palpable, but when he tried to reach out to Mr. Antonakos, he left 2 messages that ultimately turned out to be nothing but empty silence. As the investigation deepened, detectives worked tirelessly to piece together the puzzle of Kimberley's final days. The urgency grew, and they began closing in on the suspects, driven by a mix of forensic evidence and testimonies. The case was complicated, but the truth was emerging, and justice for Kimberley was within reach. As the investigation continued to unfold, the harrowing details of Kimberley's final moments came to light. The kidnappers, frustrated by the lack of communication from Mr. Antonakos, grew increasingly anxious. Unbeknownst to them, Kimberley had been fighting for her life, battling dehydration and the despair of her situation. When they finally descended into the basement, they found her unconscious, having passed out from her ordeal. In a chilling miscalculation, they believed she was dead and decided it would be best to eliminate all evidence, including their hostage. Meanwhile, Liz, Joshua's roommate, was interviewed by the police. Her testimony revealed that Joshua had been using her as an alibi during the time of the kidnapping. While she cared for their child, he orchestrated the abduction and manipulated his accomplices. Initially, she had no idea that her boyfriend was involved in such a heinous act. However, when Joshua confessed to her after the police interrogated him, he threatened her life and physically abused her to keep her silent. Fearing for her safety, Liz eventually testified against him in court, providing crucial evidence against her boyfriend. After a series of confrontations between the investigators and the suspects, Joshua was apprehended, and the details of his crimes began to unravel. During the trial, it became evident that he had consistently tried to mislead the authorities to avoid facing justice for his actions. His former accomplice, Julio, upon learning that Joshua was denying any involvement in Kimberley's murder, decided to cooperate with the investigation. His testimony proved pivotal, implicating Joshua and the others in the gruesome crime. As the court proceedings progressed, the severity of their actions was laid bare: kidnapping, murder, and arson. The jury took approximately 10 hours to deliberate before delivering their verdict. Joshua Torres and Nicholas Brett were both sentenced to an astonishing 58 years in prison for their roles in the crime. Julio Negron, on the other hand, was found guilty only as an accessory after the fact and received a lighter sentence of 2 to 6 years. Tomas Antonakos, Kimberley's father, expressed a complex sense of satisfaction with the verdict, feeling that the sentences handed down,
while not as severe as he might have wished, were a necessary step toward justice. He believed that the death penalty would have been too lenient a punishment for the pain they inflicted on his family. In the years that followed, the repercussions of their actions continued to unfold. Nicholas Brett faced a brutal existence in prison, becoming a target for violence and ultimately succumbing to AIDS after 2 years behind bars. Julio Negron, however, managed to serve his sentence and was released after just 2 years. In contrast, Joshua Torres faced a much longer road ahead, with the possibility of release not coming until 2053 at the earliest. The long shadows of his crimes would haunt him for decades to come, a stark reminder of the lives shattered by his choices. Kimberley's tragic story left an indelible mark on those who knew her and the community at large. Despite the justice served through the trials, the emotional scars remained, particularly for her family. Tomás Antonakos, her father, fought bravely against cancer, but the grief over losing his daughter weighed heavily on him. In 2005, he succumbed to the illness, a loss that many in the family believed was exacerbated by the trauma of Kimberley's death. The heartache was palpable. It seemed that the shadows of the past were inescapable, haunting their lives until the very end. The life of Kimberley Antonakos, once filled with promise and potential, was cut short in the most brutal of ways. Some pondered whether her trusting nature and kindness had made her vulnerable to the darkness that ultimately led to her demise. If she had been more cautious in her relationships and surroundings, could her life have taken a different trajectory? It's a question that lingers, prompting reflections on the choices we make and their far-reaching consequences. Yet, even in the face of such darkness, there is a notion that good ultimately prevails over evil. The trials that followed Kimberley's murder highlighted the determination of law enforcement and the justice system to hold the perpetrators accountable for their heinous acts. The severe sentences imposed on Joshua Torres and his accomplices served as a stark reminder of the gravity of their crimes and the pain they inflicted on an innocent life. As we close this chapter of Kimberley's story, it's essential to recognize the resilience of those who continue to fight for justice, ensuring that such tragedies do not fade into obscurity. The memory of Kimberley Antonakos lives on, not just as a victim, but as a catalyst for change, prompting conversations about safety, trust, and the importance of surrounding oneself with those who uplift and protect. Hey everyone. Today we're going to talk about another shocking case. There's an old saying, if you want to lose a friend, lend them money. Often when it's time to pay back, you'll hear countless excuses and reasons for not doing so. But what happens when the money wasn't even borrowed, but entrusted for safekeeping, and when it's time to return it, most of it is already gone? In such cases, people sometimes take drastic and cruel measures to handle the situation. This brings us to the 2017 case of Taylor Wright, which rocked the peaceful town of Pensacola, Florida. Her disappearance gained widespread attention and inspired many detective shows and documentaries. Taylor was missing for over a month before her body was found. From the start, there was no doubt about who was responsible. The killer, due to their line of work, had tried to cover all their tracks. However, in trying to create the illusion that Taylor was still alive and had simply left town, they overlooked one crucial detail. This detail ultimately unraveled the truth. Early life and background. Taylor Harper Wright Nee Johnson was born on April 23, 1994, in Jacksonville, North Carolina. She was the youngest of 2 daughters and was full of energy from a young age. To channel her liveliness, her parents introduced her to sports. Taylor excelled in swimming, athletics, and martial arts, earning significant achievements. After high school, Taylor attended a prestigious college and later the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, a highly selective institution. Despite the competition, she scored enough to get accepted. After graduating, she returned to Jacksonville and became a police officer in 2003. While in college, at age 19, Taylor met Jeffrey Wright, who was a couple of years older than her. They shared many common interests, and their relationship progressed quickly. Within a year of meeting, they decided to move in together and start building a life as a couple. 2 years later, Jeffrey proposed to Taylor, and she happily said yes. However, by 2009, their marriage started to show cracks. Hoping to fix their relationship, they decided to have a child, a plan they had discussed for a long time.
In 2010, they welcomed a son, but instead of bringing them closer, the tensions in their relationship only grew worse. The young parents often argued, and their connection seemed beyond repair. Despite their struggles, the marriage lasted nearly 5 more years. In 2015, Jeffrey filed for divorce, citing Taylor's infidelity, an accusation she didn't deny. The divorce process was long and difficult, especially due to disputes over the custody of their son. A new chapter in custody battle. After separating from Jeffrey, Taylor moved to Pensacola, Florida, with her son and began a new life with her girlfriend, Cassandra Waller. Jeffrey's accusations of infidelity weren't baseless. Taylor had started a romantic relationship with Cassandra in 2014. By that time, Taylor had left her job as a police officer and transitioned to working as a private detective, a career that provided her with a much higher income. Jeffrey's career was also thriving, and both parents were financially stable enough to provide a good life for their son. However, their interactions were limited to courtroom meetings, where all disputes were settled. Early in the divorce process, Taylor withdrew around $100,000 from their joint bank account, refusing to share it with Jeffrey. She allocated portions of the money, some to her sister, some in cash to her parents, and nearly half to her former colleague and friend, Ashley MacArthur, for safekeeping. Jeffrey contested Taylor's actions in court, but the legal proceedings dragged on. Meanwhile, a bitter custody battle unfolded. Jeffrey accused Taylor of taking their son to another state without his consent and making it difficult for him to meet or communicate with the child. This escalated the tension between the former couple, turning the custody dispute into a full-blown war. Taylor's behavior toward Jeffrey grew increasingly hostile during their custody battles. She often yelled, caused scenes, and even resorted to physical aggression. In mid-2016, when Jeffrey arrived to pick up their son for a pre-arranged weekend visit, Taylor tried to stop him. She began with verbal abuse, using foul language, but when Jeffrey placed their son in his car and drove off, Taylor chased after them in her vehicle, nearly causing an accident. This reckless incident was presented in court as evidence, and ultimately, full custody of their son was awarded to Jeffrey. Money troubles and betrayal. Taylor was deeply unhappy with the court's decision and went to great lengths to challenge it. She filed counterclaims and appeals, consulted with lawyers, and searched for strong legal representation. However, these efforts required significant funds, and she began using the money she had withdrawn from her and Jeffrey's joint account. Among this money was $40,000 that Taylor had entrusted to her close friend, Ashley MacArthur, for safekeeping. Ashley had promised to secure the funds in a safe deposit box under Taylor's name and even claimed she'd written a cashier's check. In reality, Ashley forged Taylor's signature, transferred the funds to her personal account, and spent the money on herself. When Taylor eventually asked for her money back, Ashley offered endless excuses. She claimed she was too busy, had health issues, or faced technical problems at the bank. As time passed, it became clear to Taylor that the money was gone. Initially, Taylor tried to resolve the issue diplomatically, relying on the trust she had in her longtime friend. But when Ashley's excuses persisted for months, Taylor began making threats, warning Ashley that she could use her connections from her police and private detective work to take legal action. However, Taylor soon realized her threats carried little weight since Ashley was married to a local sheriff's deputy, giving her a layer of protection. A fatal meeting. On September 7, 2017, Ashley unexpectedly called Taylor, suggesting they meet the following morning to go to the bank and sort everything out. Suspicious of Ashley's intentions, Taylor agreed but remained wary. They planned to meet on the morning of September 8th, a day that would change everything. The night before her meeting with Ashley, Taylor went out with Cassandra to a local bar. Over drinks, she confided her growing fears about Ashley. She felt uneasy and suspected that something might go wrong, but Cassandra tried to reassure her that everything would be fine. The last meeting. On the morning of September 8th, Taylor and Cassandra were having breakfast when Ashley arrived at their house in her car. Taylor quickly got ready, said goodbye to Cassandra, and mentioned she was heading to work from the bank. She promised to be back in the evening. However, Cassandra couldn't shake a strange, uneasy feeling, even though she couldn't explain why. Sadly, that morning was the last time she saw Taylor alive. Taylor had promised to call Cassandra and update her on how things went, but by noon, there was still no word. Worried, Cassandra tried calling her, but Taylor didn't answer, and the calls were repeatedly rejected. Later that evening, Cassandra received a text from Taylor's phone saying she needed to leave town for a few days to clear her mind. The message also claimed the money issue had been resolved and asked not to be disturbed. Cassandra found the message deeply unsettling. It didn't sound like something Taylor would do, especially given how close she was to her son. Despite her suspicions, she waited until the next day, September 9th, before going to the police to report Taylor missing. A slow start to the search. When Cassandra approached the authorities, they didn't take her concerns seriously. The text messages from Taylor's phone were enough for them to assume she had left voluntarily. The police delayed starting a search, deciding to wait for a few days before taking any action. It wasn't until September 14th, after Taylor's parents and sister contacted the police out of desperation, that she was officially declared missing. Her family, unable to reach her for nearly a week, was frantic. They were adamant that Taylor wouldn't just vanish without a word, especially not without contacting her young son. Her 7-year-old son had been calling her repeatedly, only to receive no response. This unusual silence convinced everyone that something terrible had happened. A full-scale search. With mounting pressure from Taylor's family, the police finally launched a large-scale search to find her. The circumstances of her disappearance, combined with her loved one's insistence that she wouldn't leave voluntarily, suggested foul play might be involved. The hunt for Taylor had officially begun. Key findings and early suspicions. When Taylor was reported missing, investigators discovered that most of her personal belongings, including her documents, were still at home. No transactions had been made on her credit card since the night of September 7th. It was evident she hadn't packed or prepared for a trip. On September 9th, Taylor's phone stopped responding to messages, though it remained logged into her profile file for part of that day. It soon became clear to Taylor's loved ones that someone else was likely using her phone. Investigators searched the house Taylor shared with Cassandra and found all her essential documents, making it unlikely she had traveled far. They also uncovered a permit to purchase a firearm, though the gun itself was missing. Cassandra explained that Taylor had bought the gun for self-defense and had taken it with her the day she disappeared. First suspects. Early in the investigation, Cassandra sensed that the police suspected her of being involved in Taylor's disappearance. Detectives questioned her thoroughly and sought evidence to support this theory. However, Cassandra was able to provide a solid alibi. She had been at work all day on September 8th, where her presence was confirmed by multiple co-workers. With Cassandra ruled out, the focus shifted to Taylor's ex-husband, Jeffrey. He had a clear motive. Taylor and Jeffrey were still locked in a heated custody battle over their son. The police also noted the lingering tension over the significant sum of money Taylor had withdrawn from their joint account before their divorce. However, this theory didn't hold up for long. Jeffrey had an airtight alibi. He had been in Jacksonville, North Carolina, taking care of his son and working the entire time Taylor was missing. Ashley MacArthur, a shocking turn. After exhausting other leads, detectives finally turned their attention to Ashley MacArthur, Taylor's friend and the last known person to see her. Cassandra had pointed to Ashley from the beginning, but the police were slow to act. When questioned, Ashley behaved oddly. She appeared unusually cheerful, even flirtatious, and seemed unconcerned about the gravity of the situation. According to her account, she had given Taylor the full amount of money she owed on September 8th. After that, they had taken a short drive around town before parting ways. Ashley claimed Taylor seemed upset and mentioned wanting to leave town for a few days to clear her head. She insisted she hadn't seen or spoken to Taylor since. Ashley's behavior raised suspicions. Her lack of concern and overly casual demeanor stood in stark contrast to the seriousness of Taylor's disappearance. Investigators began to question whether she was hiding something. Suspicious behavior. Ashley MacArthur initially dismissed any concerns about Taylor's safety, pointing out that Taylor was a trained martial artist, physically strong, and always carried a gun. However, her behavior during and after her first police interview raised suspicions. While there was no concrete evidence to hold her at that point, the inconsistencies in her story and her carefree attitude left detectives uneasy.
Further investigation revealed that Ashley had extensive experience as a forensic technician. She had worked numerous crime scenes and knew precisely how to avoid leaving incriminating evidence. This knowledge made her an especially challenging suspect, as she would have been well versed in how investigators approached cases. Cell phone records between Ashley and Taylor showed frequent communication in the months leading up to Taylor's disappearance. The messages revealed a clear tension. Taylor was increasingly anxious about her money, while Ashley seemed to avoid resolving the issue. Adding to the oddity, Ashley started calling the police station daily after her initial questioning, ostensibly to check on the case's progress. Detectives suspected her real motive was to gauge whether they were closing in on her. Second interrogation. Roughly a week after her first interview, police called Ashley back in for further questioning. This time her demeanor had changed significantly. Gone was her earlier confidence and carefree attitude. She appeared nervous, realizing the investigation was beginning to focus on her. Ashley tried to redirect suspicion onto Taylor's ex-husband, Jeffrey, claiming he could have hired someone to harm her. When detectives informed her that Jeffrey had been thoroughly cleared of any involvement, Ashley shifted tactics. She then claimed that Taylor had been deeply upset on the day she disappeared. According to Ashley, the two had gone to the MacArthur family farm to ride horses and help Taylor unwind. While there, Taylor allegedly confessed that she was losing control of her emotions and planned to travel to another city to buy illegal substances to manage her stress. Ashley further claimed that Taylor's struggles with her ex-husband had driven her to this desperate plan. When detectives pressed her on why she hadn't shared this information earlier, Ashley gave an unconvincing excuse, saying she hadn't wanted to get Taylor into trouble. This sudden and dubious recollection only deepened investigators' suspicions. Mounting questions. MacArthur's shifting stories and her apparent attempts to mislead investigators painted her in a highly suspicious light. Detectives began piecing together a more detailed timeline and scrutinizing her every statement. The inconsistencies in her behavior made it increasingly clear that Ashley MacArthur might be hiding the truth about what really happened to Taylor Wright. The main suspect. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, Ashley MacArthur remained the primary suspect in Taylor Wright's disappearance. She had a clear motive: avoiding repayment of the substantial amount of money she owed Taylor. Since the transaction wasn't formally documented, Ashley could claim she had already returned the funds. A new lead. Investigators decided to track the movements of Ashley and Taylor on the day of Taylor's disappearance using cell phone data. The records contradicted Ashley's account. Instead of heading to the MacArthur family horse farm, their phones pinged much farther outside Pensacola. Afterward, Ashley's phone signal abruptly vanished, likely because she had turned it off. A few hours later, a text was sent from Taylor's phone saying she was leaving town to sort herself out, but shortly after, Taylor's phone signal also disappeared. By the morning of September 8th, Ashley's phone was back online in Pensacola. Investigators suspected she had turned off both devices to avoid tracking and make it appear as though Taylor had willingly left. When asked about her phone being off, Ashley claimed it had simply run out of battery. However, investigators traced the location of the last messages sent from Taylor's phone. The coordinates pointed to a vacant house with surrounding land owned by Ashley's parents, something she had neglected to mention. A grisly discovery. Detectives quickly obtained a search warrant and went to the MacArthur family property. The house appeared abandoned, but a patch of the backyard stood out. A fresh flower bed had been planted over ground that was still loose. Suspicious, the investigators began digging. Just a few shovelfuls down, they struck something hard. Beneath the soil was a concrete slab filling a shallow pit. When the slab was removed, they made a horrifying discovery: a woman's skeleton lay beneath, with a gunshot wound to the back of the skull. Dental records confirmed the remains belonged to Taylor Wright. Due to the advanced decomposition of the body, the exact cause of death couldn't be determined, but the bullet wound suggested she had been executed. Evidence mounts. The discovery of Taylor's body, buried in a location connected to Ashley MacArthur, turned the case against her. Investigators now had circumstantial evidence tying Ashley to Taylor's disappearance and murder. They shifted their focus to building a case strong enough for an arrest and key evidence. On October 17th, Ashley MacArthur was arrested, and a search of her home uncovered a key piece of evidence, a bank check with Taylor Wright's forged signature. Ashley had used this forged document to transfer money from Taylor's account to her own, and then spent it. When confronted with the forged check, Ashley became visibly nervous, changed her statements, and insisted she had returned the money in cash from her own savings. The murder weapon and timeline reconstruction. Ashley and her husband Zachary owned several firearms, but none matched the weapon used to kill Taylor. However, investigators discovered Taylor's revolver, the one she had brought with her for protection, hidden in an outbuilding on the MacArthur family property. Ballistics testing confirmed that this gun was the murder weapon. Ashley denied involvement, claiming she was being framed and pointing fingers at Taylor's ex-husband or girlfriend. She argued that someone had deliberately hidden the body and the weapon on her family's land to implicate her. Despite her denials, her inconsistent testimony raised doubts. Investigators pieced together a rough timeline of events from cell phone data, surveillance footage, and Ashley's behavior. A chilling sequence of events. On the morning of September 8th, Ashley picked up Taylor, likely with a plan already in mind. Taylor, sensing danger, brought her gun along. Cell phone data showed the two women driving around Pensacola before heading out of town. It is believed Ashley persuaded Taylor to visit the vacant country property, under the pretense of returning her money. Once there, Ashley likely incapacitated Taylor with a blow to the head. While Taylor was disoriented, Ashley used Taylor's own gun to shoot her in the back of the head. The next day, on September 9th, surveillance cameras caught Ashley at a Home Depot, purchasing concrete and soil supplies she later used to bury Taylor's body in a shallow grave on her family's property. Trial and conviction. During the trial, Ashley's defense team argued that all evidence was circumstantial. They claimed the prosecution couldn't definitively prove that Ashley was responsible for Taylor's death. However, the timeline of events, forged check, surveillance footage, and burial on her family's property painted a damning picture. Ultimately, the jury found Ashley MacArthur guilty of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Legacy. The tragic case of Taylor Wright serves as a sobering reminder of how greed and betrayal can escalate into unimaginable violence. Her loved ones continue to honor her memory, advocating for justice and safety for others. Trial developments and additional charges. Despite the defense team's arguments that no direct evidence linked Ashley MacArthur to Taylor Wright's murder, a combination of circumstantial evidence, incriminating behavior, and witness testimony painted a damning picture. The defense suggested that Ashley might have had an accomplice, as disposing of the body and covering her tracks alone would have been challenging. This led to Ashley's husband, Zachary MacArthur, becoming a suspect. During the investigation, it was revealed that Ashley had a young lover, Brandon Bay, with whom she had been romantically involved for several years. Astonishingly, the money Ashley had embezzled from Taylor had been spent months earlier on purchasing a yacht for Bay. Zachary MacArthur ultimately cooperated with authorities, providing testimony that highlighted Ashley's obsession with money and her capacity for extreme actions to maintain her lavish lifestyle. Witness testimony. A key witness, Audrey Warren, a bartender at a local club, further strengthened the prosecution's case. Audrey testified that Ashley was a frequent visitor to the bar and would often discuss her problems with Taylor Wright while intoxicated. Ashley had allegedly made alarming statements, including expressing a desire for Taylor's death and even speculating on methods to eliminate her. Financial fraud and arson. As the investigation into Taylor's murder unfolded, further evidence of Ashley MacArthur's financial misconduct surfaced. She had a business installing slot machines, where she was supposed to split profits evenly with her clients. Instead, Ashley kept about 75% of the earnings. When her clients confronted her, Ashley invited them to her office to review the financial records. That same night, a fire broke out, destroying all documents. Investigators later determined the fire was an act of arson, likely orchestrated by Ashley to cover up her fraudulent activities. Conviction and sentencing. In August 2019, Ashley MacArthur was found guilty of first-degree murder. She received a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Additionally, she was sentenced to 7 years in prison for financial fraud and the arson of her office. Conclusion. The case of Ashley MacArthur serves as a grim reminder of how greed, betrayal, and manipulation can culminate in tragedy. Taylor Wright's loved ones continue to mourn her loss, advocating for justice and the protection of others from similar fates. Today, we're diving into a troubling story. Imagine a scene from a movie where the main character escapes danger, only for the villain to stop the closing door at the last moment, turning the hero into a helpless victim. A young woman's tragedy began just like that. She found herself trapped. We all know that laws should always protect human rights and freedom, not religion or tradition. However, some old attitudes and childhood stereotypes shaped by society still affect women. Under these silent rules, some women continue living with tyrants, enduring violence. Even in today's modern world, these outdated mindsets remain and continue to impact people's lives. Today, we're going to look at Kyrgyzstan, a country in Central Asia with ancient traditions and stunning natural beauty. About 3/4 of Kyrgyzstan is covered in mountains, and the majority of the population are Muslims, though there are also Christians, Orthodox believers, Catholics, and various Protestant groups. Despite this, Kyrgyzstan is a secular state, meaning religion is separate from government affairs. The country's laws are based on civil, not religious, norms. Authorities even punish religious leaders who break the country's laws by performing certain rituals. But when one fragile young woman begged the state for protection, she was met with complete indifference. Asal Nur was born in 1986 in Tokmok, a city in Kyrgyzstan's Chui region. After finishing school, she took hairdressing courses and moved to Bishkek to work in a salon. In the big city, it can be easy to feel lost, but meeting new people can also happen by chance. One day, a man named Azamat came into the salon where Asal worked for a haircut. He was immediately taken by her beauty and invited her out for coffee. This meeting changed both their lives. Azamat seemed like a simple, hard-working man raised in a good family. Asal's family approved of him, seeing that he was religious and respectful of Muslim traditions. They didn't notice any red flags and gave their blessing for the marriage. At just 19 years old, Asal was married. Asal entered the marriage with hopes for a happy future, but the reality turned out to be very different. Shortly after the wedding, Azamat's true nature began to show. He became controlling and verbally abusive. Over time, the abuse escalated into physical violence. Despite the pain and suffering, Asal felt trapped. In Kyrgyz society, there is often immense pressure for women to maintain their marriages, no matter what happens behind closed doors. Divorce is seen as shameful, and women are expected to endure hardships for the sake of their family and reputation. Asal's situation was no different. She kept silent about the abuse, fearing judgment from her community and even her own family. She was constantly told that it was her duty to be a good wife, and many people around her believed that it was normal for a husband to discipline his wife. This toxic mindset made it impossible for her to find support or escape from the nightmare she was living. Azamat, who once appeared to be caring and kind, used his religious beliefs as a tool to justify his violent actions. He told Asal that it was his right as a husband to control her and that she was obligated to obey him. This manipulation, combined with societal expectations, left Asal in a state of helplessness. Despite living in a country with laws designed to protect women from violence, she found no protection or justice. Kyrgyzstan's legal system, while outwardly progressive, often fails to protect women like Asal. Many women in similar situations are turned away when they seek help, with authorities telling them that these are family matters that should be resolved privately. Asal herself tried to seek protection from the state, but her pleas were ignored. Instead of receiving help, she was sent back to her abusive husband, with officials urging her to work things out for the sake of her family. The situation reached a tragic climax when Azamat's abuse went too far. One night, during a violent argument, he brutally attacked Asal, leaving her severely injured. Despite her condition, Arsel once again sought help from the authorities, but by this point, it was too late. Her body had endured too much, and she passed away from her injuries shortly after. Arsel's death could have been prevented if the system designed to protect women had acted when she first cried out for help. Her story is a heartbreaking example of how deeply rooted societal norms combined with an ineffective legal system can destroy lives. Today, Arsel's name is remembered as a symbol of the many women who suffer in silence, with little to no support from the world around them. Azamat was no longer the kind, attentive man he once appeared to be. He was consumed by anger and hatred. Arsel, despite the abuse, had resigned herself to living under his total control for the sake of her children. After all, she had given birth to another son. But the beatings continued relentlessly. Arsel's mother, fully aware of her daughter's suffering, could no longer bear it. She took Arsel and the children back to her own home, hoping to give her daughter a safe space. But Azamat didn't stop. He repeatedly came back, begging for forgiveness and promising that he would change. Tradition played a cruel role here. Kyrgyz customs dictated that a son must grow up with his father. This deeply ingrained belief led Arsel to return to Azamat 5 times, each time hoping things would improve. But life became nothing short of a nightmare for her. The abuse was unbearable. After every brutal beating, Arsel would go to the police, hoping for help. However, Kyrgyzstan's legal system failed her. There was no criminal punishment for domestic violence. The most Azamat ever faced was 3 days in a detention center before being released to continue his violent behavior. This horrifying cycle lasted 6 long years. Azamat refused to consider divorce, threatening to kill Arsel, her children, and her family if she even thought about it. Desperate to escape, Arsel's family helped her move to Italy, where she stayed with her brother. In Italy, Arsel had big dreams. She worked 3 jobs, nurse, cleaner, and dog walker, without taking any days off, determined to save enough money to become financially independent. Her goal was to buy an apartment and start a small business, finally freeing herself from Azamat. After 3.5 years of hard work, Arsel had saved enough money to achieve her dream. During her time in Italy, she met many new people, experienced new things, and slowly started to heal from the trauma. However, her heart ached for her children, whom she had left behind in Kyrgyzstan, knowing that her sacrifice was for their future. She found comfort in the fact that Azamat never physically harmed the children, so she felt somewhat reassured. But when Arsel returned home, the sight that greeted her was devastating. Her children were living in horrible conditions. They shared a small room where they ate, slept, played, and even used the bathroom. They were not attending school, nor did they go outside to play. They were malnourished. Under the guise of raising strong Turkic men, Azamat had subjected them to harsh living conditions. Instead of a proper education, the boys were attending a madrasa, a religious institution where they only learned about Islam and the Quran. This was not the future Arsel had imagined for her children. Arsel managed to take her children with her, and for a moment, it seemed like she was finally free from Azamat's cruelty. But Azamat didn't give up. He began stalking her again, calling her and trying to arrange meetings. Arsel was firm and made it clear that if he continued harassing her, she would report him to the police. Despite her warnings, Azamat was relentless. One evening, Arsel went out to buy dishwashing detergent from a nearby store. On her way, she encountered Azamat again. This time, he grabbed her, threatening her with a knife, and dragged her to a dark, secluded area. There, he brutally beat her and sexually assaulted her. Thankfully, passers-by heard strange noises and called the police. On September 1st, 2022, Arsel filed a police report against Azamat for rape. He was arrested, and a criminal case was opened. Arsel's family felt some relief, believing this nightmare would finally end with Azamat being sent to trial. However, things took a terrible turn. Azamat's family sprang into action, unable to accept that their son was a violent abuser.
His mother and sisters repeatedly pleaded with Aysel to withdraw the charges, exploiting another harmful tradition. In Kyrgyz society, it is considered a great shame for a woman to report her husband to the authorities, but not shameful for a man to humiliate, beat, or even rape his wife. Azamat's family did everything they could to pressure Aysel, and eventually they succeeded. Under deceptive promises, Aysel withdrew the charges in exchange for Azamat giving up his parental rights, though he still remained the children's father legally. The Sokoluk District Court dismissed the case, citing the victim's withdrawal and the supposed reconciliation between the two parties. Azamat was released, and his harassment resumed with even more intensity. He began sending Aysel threatening messages daily, changing his phone number to evade detection. He openly said in voice messages that if he caught her, he would kill her. He waited for her outside her home, at her workplace, and followed her everywhere. For 3 months, Aysel's relatives took turns staying with her and the children, trying to protect her from Azamat's threats. But their efforts couldn't shield her from the escalating violence. On January 31st, 2023, Aysel went to the police again, reporting that her ex-husband had assaulted her once more. A criminal case was opened, and Azamat was detained again. After the investigation, the case was sent to court, and Aysel's family expected that this time Azamat would face a real prison sentence, at least 5 years. However, on the day of the trial, something shocking happened. Aysel was summoned to a separate office by the judge and 2 prosecutors. To her disbelief, Azamat was there, and in front of her, they removed his handcuffs. Instead of sentencing him to the expected 5 years in prison, they reduced it to a mere 3 years of probation. Once again, Aysel was left without justice. In fact, Azamat remained free. The court had deemed this decision appropriate due to his elderly mother with a disability and his 2 children from his marriage to Aysel. To clarify, probation is meant to correct behavior and prevent future crimes, but in this case, it offered Aysel no protection. She was devastated. The despair and fear that had once taken over her life returned with full force. She felt trapped, as though there was no escape from the nightmare Azamat had created. But this time, Aysel refused to wait for new attacks. She no longer trusted anyone, not even Azamat's family, and decided to take matters into her own hands. She documented all the beatings, hired a lawyer, and filed an appeal with the Chui Regional Court. Her legal team presented all the evidence, threatening messages, voice recordings, to the court, and the case was set to go to trial. However, a series of delays kept pushing the hearing further and further. The first hearing was postponed for a month because the lawyer fell ill. The second and third hearings were delayed for unclear reasons. At the fourth hearing, Aysel pleaded with the court to stop postponing the case, telling them that she no longer feared beatings, but feared for her life. Azamat, still walking free, continued to threaten her. Just before the trial, he sent her a picture of a black backpack containing a knife and a rope with the message, "I am ready to meet you at the bottom." Yet, because Azamat refused to work with a state lawyer and hired a private one, the case was postponed again, indefinitely. With the justice system showing such indifference, Aysel had no real chance to protect herself. On September 20th, 2023, the day began like any other. At 6:30 a.m., Aysel woke her children, and they had breakfast together. Afterward, she walked her eldest son to school, wishing him a good day. She returned home and was about to leave again, so she didn't close the door behind her. As she finished getting ready and brushing her hair, the front door suddenly flew open. Azamat stormed in aggressively. Before Aysel had time to react or hide in the bathroom, he hit her twice on the head. After the blows to her head, Aysel was in a state of shock, barely able to comprehend what was happening. Azamat grabbed her by the throat and began to strangle her until she lost consciousness. When she briefly regained her senses, she could hear his voice, but hoped it was all just a nightmare. It wasn't until the desperate cries of her son pierced the air that reality hit her. Her son, terrified and hiding under a blanket, begged his father to stop, but Azamat coldly ordered him to stay silent,
or else he would kill him too. Asıl couldn't recall how she ended up in the kitchen after trying to hide in the bathroom. Azamat threw her to the floor like she was nothing, only to pick her up and continue his abuse. In a horrifying moment, he leaned her against the wall and started stabbing her face and neck with a clerical knife, slicing her skin in cold blood. When Asıl came to again, she saw blood everywhere but didn't fully grasp what had happened. Weak from the massive blood loss, she asked for water. In a twisted act, Azamat brought her a bucket of dirty rags soaked in water and blood. He had become so consumed by violence that he started picking through the kitchen knives, testing each one to see which would best reach Asıl's heart. Just as he was about to continue his assault, the door burst open and police officers rushed in. A neighbor, who had heard the terrifying screams and knew about the troubled history between Asıl and Azamat, had called the authorities just in time to save her life. Azamat resisted and even attacked the police with a knife, adding to the chaos. The entire apartment was drenched in blood, the scene of a horrific torture session. Azamat had started his brutal assault in the bathroom and dragged Asıl through the hallway to the kitchen. He had mutilated her, cutting off her nose and ears and leaving multiple deep wounds on her face and neck. If the police hadn't arrived when they did, the outcome would have been even more tragic. Azamat brutally slashed Asıl's throat, cut her face, and beat her severely. When the district police arrived, they immediately called an ambulance. Upon examining Asıl's injuries, they began frantically searching for her severed ears and nose, only to find them in Azamat's pocket. Racing against time, the officers took Asıl to the 4th City Hospital in Bishkek. However, the hospital refused to provide her with first aid, stating that her medical case didn't belong to their jurisdiction. Incredibly, not only did the doctors fail to help her, but they didn't even stop the bleeding. It wasn't until Asıl reached a second hospital that she finally received the emergency care she desperately needed. From there, she was transferred to the National Hospital where doctors operated on her for 9 hours. 6 skilled surgeons worked meticulously to reconstruct her face. The police had carefully delivered the severed organs, her ears and nose, to the hospital, and the doctors worked to reattach them, though it was delicate work. Azamat had used a special knife to sever the earlobes and nerve nodes completely, and her nose had also been fully cut off. Asıl remained unconscious for a long time after the operation, but she miraculously survived. Psychologists warned that her recovery would be long and emotionally difficult, and her injuries posed significant health risks. Once a young, beautiful woman, Asıl was now permanently disfigured. A criminal case was opened under the charge of causing grievous harm to health, as per the Kyrgyz Republic's criminal code. Azamat was detained and sent to a pre-trial detention center. On September 27, 2023, his sentence was changed to 8 years of imprisonment, following a presidential decree. 9 judges, including Kelbek Totomamatov from the Sokoluk District Court, were dismissed from their posts for their roles in releasing Azamat under probation supervision earlier. The president's decree specifically noted that Toto Mamatov was dismissed for violating the standards of judicial behavior. In addition to these dismissals, President Sadir Japarov issued another decree on November 1st, which led to the premature termination of several other judges who had similarly violated the standards of their roles. 6 investigators were assigned to further examine the incident. They reviewed all of Azamat's previous cases and uncovered additional facts, resulting in 11 charges being included in the new indictment. By the end of December 2023, all investigative work was finished, and the first court hearings began on January 9, 2024. Azamat Esteso denied guilt for any of the 11 charges against him, often avoiding the judge's questions. In some instances, he claimed that a demon possessed him, which prevented him from speaking. He displayed aggressive behavior toward witnesses, resulting in the trial being postponed multiple times. On January 26, 2024, the final closed court session took place, where Judge Tulkadir Kulova, after considering all the details of the complicated case, sentenced Azamat Esteso to 20 years in prison without the possibility of probation. He was also ordered to pay 2 million sums to his ex-wife and an additional fine of 880,000 sums to the state. The judge ruled that 1 day spent in pretrial detention would count as 2 days toward his sentence. Although Azamat appealed the decision in the spring, the 20-year sentence remained intact. Asel Nuurbayeva expressed her determination to continue fighting, aiming for a life sentence for her ex-husband and demanding that all those who supported his actions be publicly removed from their positions and face punishment. She stated, "Let this be an example to everyone. I want no woman in Kyrgyzstan to endure the pain that I and my family are carrying. Thank you to all who do not stand by the victim." Arsel's family and activists echoed her call for a life sentence for Azamat. Despite being imprisoned, he continued to send threatening messages to Arsel, warning her that he would eventually find her. The case of Arsel Nur highlighted the vulnerability of women in the face of the law and how a once-beloved partner can suddenly transform into a cold-blooded monster. The case garnered widespread public attention throughout Kyrgyzstan. Arsel's sister, Diana Yellen, reached out to lawmakers, urging them to enact legislation addressing domestic violence. She warned that if they failed to act, she would force them to confront her sister's face, still bearing the scars of her ordeal, and reflect on the consequences of their inaction. Diana also launched a petition calling for a life sentence without parole for Azamat, emphasizing that Arsel had divorced him 5 years prior due to his abusive behavior.
Despite their separation, he continued to stalk and abuse her. Azamat Esteso is a danger to society, she argued. Obsessive people like him belong behind bars. We demand a life sentence for this monster. As he has already destroyed Azel's life, Diana stressed that domestic violence transcends borders and should unite women globally. Azel now faces a long and painful recovery, with significant surgeries ahead. She recounted the shock of seeing her disfigured face for the first time, which caused her to faint. The estimated cost for her reconstructive surgeries is $445,000, and funds are still lacking. Turkish surgeon Miki Shurer has offered to perform the surgeries for free. However, the extensive procedures required to restore her ears and nose are not available in Kyrgyzstan. Diana Yellen, Azel's sister, is leading efforts to raise the necessary funds, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. If we cannot raise the money soon, I will release images of my sister without bandages to show the world the real face of violence, Diana declared. She blames the lenient judicial system for allowing the abuse to escalate, calling it a failure of justice. Despite the trauma, Azel dreams of opening a foundation to help other women who have faced abuse. She urges all women to never tolerate abuse and to leave toxic relationships before it's too late.
20 people shot, several at point-blank range. Many of the survivors are being treated behind me here at the University Medical Center. And now authorities want to know what caused the alleged gunman, Jared Lee Loughner, to snap.
Before we start, we want to send our thoughts and prayers to all the families affected by this tragedy. Let's learn a bit about Tucson, Arizona. It's a beautiful city in the southwestern United States, close to the Mexico border. Despite its desert location, Tucson is known for its great weather and stunning mountains. The culture is influenced by the Mexican population, making it unique with delicious Mexican food and Latino music. Although it has grown in recent years, it still has a small-town feel, and most people describe it as a safe place. On January 8, 2011, at 10 a.m., Gabrielle Giffords, a recently re-elected senator, was ready to start a Congress session called Congress on Your Corner. This program allowed politicians like her to meet supporters, discussing various issues in person. Gabby, as she was known, preferred informal meetings, believing in accessibility and staying connected to the community's needs. The people of Tucson looked forward to meaningful discussions with their senator. On a sunny Saturday morning, a crowd gathered, unaware of the danger among them. In a fraction of a second, their lives would be torn apart. At precisely 10:10 a.m., the peaceful town of Tucson was shattered by 22-year-old Jared Lee Loughner. In a brutal 17-second killing spree, he took 6 lives and wounded 13 others, with Congresswoman Giffords as his main target. What drove Loeffner to commit such terrible actions? Were his motives justified, or did he suffer from a mental illness? These questions lingered in the aftermath of a tragedy that changed lives in an instant. Let's dive into who Jared Lee Loeffner really is. Born on September 10, 1988, he grew up as the only child in a working-class part of the city. His mother was a respected parks and recreation manager in Prima County, while his father worked in car restoration. In his early years, Loeffner had a close circle of friends. Leela Chavis, a former friend, shared that they bonded over music when they were about 12 or 13. They even started a band, with Jared playing bass. Another friend, Tyler Zwern, remembered their teenage years filled with mischief, typical of rebellious teens. However, as Loeffner entered his late teens, things took a dark turn. A turning point came when he had a crush on a high school classmate. After a brief romance that ended abruptly, Jared felt betrayed, leading to isolation. He withdrew from school and stopped talking to friends, eventually dropping out in 2006. His retreat into a private world went unnoticed until January 8, 2011. 5 years after dropping out, he checked into a Tucson motel at 12:29 a.m. On that fateful day, he made short trips to a convenience store, picked up developed photos of himself, including ones wearing female underwear, and a picture of a gun on a U.S. textbook. Returning to his room at 4:12 a.m., he logged onto his computer, delving into his familiar subversive online world. He posted bizarre images and spent the night sending goodbye emails to his online friends. 10 hours later, the nation would witness the horrifying killing spree that would shock Tucson and the world. In the months leading up to the tragic event, Jared Loeffner distanced himself from friends and family in the real world, preferring the company of an online community. His MySpace records revealed an interest in revolutionary literature, including Mein Kampf. He frequented a site for conspiracy theorists and skeptics, hoping to find understanding for his bizarre views. Loeffner's online posts became increasingly absurd, focusing on topics like currency, the U.S. Constitution, his belief that high schools were illegal, and advocating for gold and silver as the only true currency. Concerns grew among his online friends, some suggesting he seeks psychological help. During his time at Pima Community College, Loeffner's behavior raised red flags. He laughed and made inappropriate jokes about sensitive topics like abortion and war. Confronted by teachers or peers, he maintained a smug attitude, dismissing everyone as idiots who didn't understand. Witnesses at the college noticed a disturbing change in Loeffner's demeanor. One staff member expressed a strong gut feeling that he might bring a gun to class one day, foreseeing a potential tragedy. The tipping point for college authorities came when Loeffner posted a disturbing video online, criticizing Pima Community College and expressing discontent with American education. In response, college authorities held a meeting with Loeffner and his parents, warning of potential expulsion if things didn't change. He was suspended from classes until he sought psychiatric evaluation and returned with proof of mental well-being. Unfortunately, Loeffner couldn't produce the required documentation, foreshadowing the dark path that would unfold on January 8, 2011.
How's it going? Thanks for the beat. I'm pissed off. What's that? We're looking at students who have been tortured. This is Pima Community College, one of the biggest scams in America. The students are so illiterate that it affects their daily lives. It is so illegal to sell this book under the Constitution. We are also censored by our freedom of speech. They're controlling the grammar. All the teachers that you have are being paid illegally and have a legal authority over the Constitution of the United States under the First Amendment. This is genocide in America.
At 7:04 a.m. on January 8, 2011, just 3 hours before his killing spree, Lochner left his motel room, attempting to buy ammunition for a recently purchased handgun. The sales clerk, alarmed by his erratic behavior, refused to sell him 9mm ammunition. Undeterred, Lochner succeeded in purchasing 400 rounds from another store at 7:31 a.m. With only hours remaining before his target, Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords arrived. Lochner made his way home. As he approached his front door, a confrontation with his father ensued. Tensions had risen in recent months, leading his parents to take away his car keys in an attempt to discipline him. The strained relationship and Lochner's confused state were evident in their verbal argument. Unable to use his car, Lochner grabbed a black bag from the trunk and walked away. The standoff with his father continued in the front yard. In need of transportation, Lochner called a cab, setting the stage for a shocking killing spree that would devastate Tucson at around 10 a.m. on January 8, 2011. An hour before the tragedy unfolded, Tucson, Arizona, was enveloped in peace, a calm before the storm. Early January in southern Arizona is a cherished time, with temperatures around 70 degrees, making it perfect for outdoor activities. But this serene morning would soon be shattered. On this beautiful Saturday, residents were about to unknowingly connect with Senator Gabrielle Giffords. The Safeway was hosting a Congress on Your Corner event, a program initiated by Giffords. It was an opportunity for her to meet constituents, listen to their concerns, and understand the political issues on their minds. Calls were made to inform her supporters about the event, a seemingly low-key and relaxed gathering. However, unbeknownst to Gabrielle Giffords and her team, a very real and present threat lurked. Jared Lee Lochner harbored a burning hatred for the Congresswoman, stemming from an incident that had unfolded years ago. The unsuspecting constituents were on the verge of an unforeseen and tragic encounter with a disturbed individual with a dark agenda. Jared Lochner's encounter with Gabrielle Giffords began at a previous rally, similar to the scheduled one on January 8th. During a meet and greet, he posed a puzzling question to the Congresswoman. What is the government if words don't have a meaning? The question lacked context, leaving Giffords unsure of how to respond. A dismissive reaction from one of her associates further fueled Lochner's growing resentment. The seeds of hatred took root that day and continued to grow over the months and years that followed. Another point of contact intensified his animosity when he wrote a letter to Giffords' office. In response, her representatives mistakenly addressed the letter to Mr. Lochner instead of Lochner. This error further fueled his belief in his intellectual superiority, deepening his disdain for those in power. His lack of respect extended beyond politicians to include teachers and authority figures. However, the heinous act he was about to commit couldn't be solely explained by these beliefs. While many share criticism of politicians, this killing spree was not a political act. It emerged from a disturbing psychopathology, revealing a tragedy rooted in mental health rather than political dissent. On the fateful day, January 8, 2011, as the scheduled meet and greet unfolded at the Safeway, little did anyone know the dark intentions harbored by Jared Lochner. Having previously encountered Gabrielle Giffords, his distorted resentment simmered beneath the surface.
As Congresswoman Giffords engaged with constituents, Jared approached, ready to unleash his violent plan. The burning hatred that had festered over the years was about to erupt in a shocking act of violence that would scar Tucson and the nation. In moments, the calm morning turned into chaos as gunshots echoed through the air. The peaceful gathering became a scene of horror, with innocent lives caught in the crossfire of a disturbed mind. The tragedy that unfolded that day would leave an indelible mark on the history of Tucson, Arizona, and the nation as a whole. Despite the appearance of a well-organized event, an unsuspecting witness not particularly interested in politics noticed a man with a strange look on his face as she entered the grocery store nearby. Little did she know, this man was the killer who would soon shatter the tranquility of that day. At 10:10 a.m., Loeffner's violent spree commenced. In the midst of Congresswoman Giffords addressing the crowd, he charged through, brandishing his weapon. Chaos ensued as gunshots rang out. Loeffner aimed directly at Giffords, striking her in the head. Gabe Zimmerman, witnessing the tragedy up close, rushed to aid the Congresswoman, only to become another victim in the line of fire. The sudden eruption of gunfire startled those who weren't attending the meeting, marking the beginning of a devastating event that would claim multiple lives on that fateful day. Amidst the chaos, confusion and panic, many bystanders were initially unsure of the unfolding tragedy. Some even admitted they didn't recognize the sound of gunshots, making it difficult to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Witnesses outside the immediate vicinity saw a rush of people entering a nearby store, screaming that the Congresswoman had been shot. Panic swept through the crowd. A woman who was close to Giffords during the incident described a figure moving among the people like a shadow. Jared Loeffner, undeterred, redirected his gunfire, targeting the shocked attendees in the queue. One man dropped to the ground just as a bullet grazed the back of his head, miraculously avoiding serious injury. The frenzied attack continued as Loeffner turned his gun towards the then District Director, Ron Barber. Judge John Roll, displaying immense bravery, leapt in between Loeffner and Barber. Roll pushed Barber out of harm's way, sacrificing himself as a bullet claimed his life on the spot. Another bystander attempted to save Roll, performing CPR, but the judge's life could not be restored. In the ensuing seconds, a courageous bystander seized a chair and struck Loeffner across the back. The impact caused Loeffner to lose balance, enabling another man to grab his wrist and attempt to immobilize him. As the struggle unfolded, people screamed for someone to get the gun. Loeffner, desperate, tried to reach for a fully loaded magazine to continue his deadly rampage. Amidst the struggle, another person wrestled the magazine and gun away from Loeffner, rendering him unarmed. The man who disarmed him pointed the gun at Loeffner, threatening him while the crowd subdued the criminal. With the situation somewhat under control, someone called the police. Loeffner was swiftly taken into police custody, and news of his identity began to circulate. Emergency calls were made to inform authorities about the shooting involving Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords. In the aftermath, questions arose about what could drive a lifelong Tucson resident to commit such a devastating act. The ruthless spree, lasting only 17 seconds, saw Loeffner empty a 33-round magazine into an unsuspecting crowd. The brutal attack resulted in 6 deaths and 13 injuries. 5 minutes after the last bullet was fired, police arrived on the scene. Loeffner was immediately handcuffed and removed from the devastating aftermath of his killing spree. His first words to law enforcement were a declaration that no one else was involved, emphasizing that this was his act alone. Whether seeking notoriety or driven by other motives, Loeffner's actions had left a community in shock and mourning. In the aftermath of the devastating shooting, the community rallied together to help the victims. Among the casualties, a heart-wrenching discovery was made: a lifeless 9-year-old child lying on the ground. Witnesses were haunted by the memory of witnessing CPR attempts on the small child, ultimately unable to save her. Tragically, she passed away on the way to the hospital. In the midst of the chaos, Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords was found critically wounded, with a serious gunshot wound to her head. Miraculously, Giffords survived the gunshot. The bullet had struck just above her left eye, and while the exact trajectory remained unknown, doctors confirmed that it didn't cross from one hemisphere of the brain to the other. In the days and weeks following the shooting, Giffords displayed remarkable progress. She immediately responded to commands, advanced to scrolling through her iPad, and even ventured outdoors. At the Institute for Rehabilitation and Research in Houston, Giffords underwent daily sessions with a team of specialists, including speech, occupational and physical therapists, along with a neuropsychologist who worked on rehabilitating her cognitive functions. Within 2 months, Giffords was mouthing the words to "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" and "Happy Birthday," engaging in phone conversations, walking up and down halls using a shopping cart, and gradually regaining her balance and strength through squats. Her remarkable recovery journey became a testament to resilience and determination in the face of adversity. In early June, over 5 months after the shooting, the first photos of Gabrielle Giffords were released, taken on May 17th. The images featured Giffords with her mother, showcasing the same bright smile she had before the tragic incident. Just 7 months after the shooting, Giffords made a triumphant return to the House of Representatives to cast a vote on the debt ceiling deal. Her yes vote was met with a standing ovation, and her return was celebrated by all. However, she eventually resigned from office in 2012 to focus on her recovery and became a prominent advocate for gun control. The trial for Jared Lee Loughner began on March 9, 2011 at the Arizona Superior Court, where he faced initial charges on 49 counts, potentially leading to the death penalty if found guilty. However, during his first court hearing in May 2011, Loughner exhibited erratic and violent behaviour, appearing disconnected and confused. This prompted his removal from the court, and he was deemed unfit to stand trial, remaining in custody. As time passed, his mental health deteriorated further, with episodes of psychosis and hallucinations. By June 26, 2011, Loughner was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, leading the trial judge to rule that he should be forcibly medicated with antipsychotics. Struggling with open sores on his feet, Loughner's mental state seemed to worsen. It's plausible that, due to his mental illness, he genuinely believed he was targeting evil individuals during the shooting. The complexities of his mental health became central to the legal proceedings surrounding the tragic event. After 14 months on medication, Jared Lee Loughner was deemed competent to stand trial. Facing the possibility of the death penalty, his defense convinced him to plead guilty to 19 of the original 49 charges, including attempted assassination of a congresswoman, the murder of 2 federal employees, causing the death of 4 others, attempted murder of 2 federal employees, and injuring 10 others with a pistol. In a plea deal, Loughner received 7 consecutive life terms plus 140 years in prison. This effectively meant he would never be released from prison under current law. The case reignited debates on mental health and gun control laws in America, prompting a renewed focus on these issues. Jared Lee Loughner's story is one of a once talented musician and rebellious teen who, overnight, transformed into a cold-blooded killer. The case remains a chilling reminder of the complex intersection of mental health and violence. If you have thoughts on this case, feel free to share them in the comments below.
From the tangled web of a love quadrangle. If Dave Cooper had known how things would unfold from his online dating adventure, he would never have signed up. He likely would have kept his steady life with his longtime girlfriend Amy Flora and their 2 kids. Maybe he would have even made their 12-year relationship official. Even after their breakup, Dave and Amy remained close friends. They continued to co-parent with dedication, even taking family vacations together. By the summer of 2012, Dave felt ready to date again but wasn't looking for anything serious. He just wanted casual connections, seeking women who were also interested in a no-strings-attached setup. This led him to join a dating site where everyone seems to be after something different. Modern technology made it easy for people to connect from a distance, avoiding the awkwardness of first meetings and the fear of rejection. Now, anyone could browse for a potential match based on a profile and a few set characteristics, all from the comfort of home. But behind every profile picture lies an unknown person, and their real intentions often emerge only as things progress. On the other side of this story is Carrie Leafava, born on November 30th, 1974, in Macedonia, Nebraska.
Carrie had already been through difficult relationships and was raising her son Max on her own. Her life had its ups and downs, though she adored her son. She once slipped into a deep depression, leaving her mother, Nancy Rainey, to care for Max. Carrie's rocky relationship with her son's father and unstable living conditions led her to experience severe mental health challenges. Doctors later diagnosed her with bipolar disorder, a condition that caused intense mood swings from periods of extreme happiness and energy to bouts of depression and exhaustion. The illness made Carrie's life challenging, but in the early 2000s, her doctor found a treatment that helped her live more normally. Whether she wanted to settle down was a complex question. Like many women, she likely dreamed of a caring partner, but she also questioned if it was worth it to risk the potential heartache and worry. Carrie grew up in a warm, loving family, was active in sports, and even dreamed of a career in medicine. But her plans changed when, during her first practical experience in medical college, she fainted at the sight of blood. Realizing this career might not be right for her or her future patients, she switched paths and became a programmer. In the fall of 2012, Carrie got a good job offer in Omaha, a nearby city, and the opportunity was too promising to pass up. Her son Max, who was in middle school, chose to stay with his grandmother in Macedonia so he wouldn't have to change schools. Carrie's friend Amy often remembered how Carrie's presence lit up a room, with everyone noticing her radiant smile. This could have been what drew Dave Cooper to her when they met by chance at the auto repair shop where he worked. Carrie was there to get her Ford Explorer checked, and while showing Dave something in her car, they found themselves standing close, feeling a spark of chemistry. There was some tension, Dave would later recall. It wasn't long before they had their first date, which ended with them heading back to Dave's place. But their evening was disrupted by constant calls and messages from someone named Liz. She even dropped by to pick up something she'd left behind. Dave explained to Carrie that Liz Gore was his ex-girlfriend, someone he'd met on a dating site about 6 months earlier. They had dated for a while, but he broke it off due to Liz's clingy behavior. Carrie took things in stride, even when she saw another woman, Liz, at Dave's apartment. She knew everyone has a bit of baggage from the past, and didn't let it bother her. However, Liz was visibly upset to see a new woman in Dave's life. 2 weeks after meeting, Carrie and Dave began dating casually. They had already discussed keeping things light, and Carrie was fine with just a simple, short-term relationship. Liz, full name Shanana Elizabeth Gula, was the first person Dave had met online in 2012. Born in 1975 in Michigan, Liz initially made a good impression, claiming she wasn't looking for anything serious. She was a mom and said her children were her main focus. Coincidentally, both she and Dave had kids around the same age. But over time, Dave realized that Liz wasn't likely a long-term match for him. They didn't share similar interests, and their conversations lacked depth. Despite their casual arrangement, Liz began to get curious, almost possessive about Dave's whereabouts and who he was spending time with. Dave often reminded her that they were in an open relationship, so she shouldn't be concerned about what he was up to, and that she was free to date others too. But Liz wasn't satisfied with this. Her jealousy grew, especially toward Dave's close relationship with his kids and their mother, Amy, which she struggled to understand. Liz's behavior became more intrusive, and eventually, Dave started distancing himself. Then, Carrie entered his life. Unlike Liz, Carrie was intelligent, stylish, and easy to talk to, someone Dave felt he connected with on every level. "I felt like I hit the jackpot," Dave later shared. Sensing Dave was slipping away, Liz became even more persistent. She sent texts, emails, and called frequently, but Dave had no plans to stop seeing Carrie or other women because of Liz's attempts to hold on to him. Soon, Carrie and Dave were spending almost every night together. It was convenient for Carrie's commute, and Dave genuinely enjoyed her company. Carrie seemed relaxed, going with the flow and not pushing for anything serious, which suited Dave just fine. Then, in December 2015, Liz was shot. Although she survived the attack, she had suspicions about who was behind it. This incident only heightened her anxiety about Dave and his other relationships. On November 13th, 2012, Carrie kissed Dave goodbye before heading to work, promising to see him later. Little did Dave know, this would be the last time he'd see her in person. That morning, at 9:45 a.m., Dave received a surprising text from Carrie saying she wanted to move in with him permanently. Confused, Dave wondered about Carrie's sudden change of heart, especially since they'd previously agreed to keep things casual. He gently responded that he wasn't ready for such a step. Carrie's reply was explosive, filled with profanity and anger, leaving Dave shocked and uncertain of what had triggered this reaction. When he got home later, he found all of Carrie's belongings were gone. That same day, she even unfriended him on Facebook, which seemed like an abrupt end to their relationship. However, this was only the beginning. Dave soon began receiving a flood of texts and emails from Carrie filled with insults, threats, and angry words, all day, every day. Her messages grew increasingly intense, with constant demands and accusations. At the same time, Carrie didn't show up for work, which was out of character, as she'd always been known for her punctuality. Carrie's disturbing messages weren't just aimed at Dave, she also began texting her mother and her teenage son, Max. She claimed she'd found a job in Kansas and wanted to bring Max with her eventually, though she needed some time alone. Carrie's mom and son were puzzled, as this behavior didn't match the Carrie they knew. In May 2013, Carrie posted a long, emotional message on Facebook, saying she'd had enough of answering questions about her whereabouts and life choices. "You can either believe I am the daughter, mother, sister, and friend you've known your whole life, or just leave me alone," she wrote. Her family and friends were left bewildered, unable to understand what was happening to the once steady, reliable Carrie. Carrie's social media posts emphasized her frustration. "I left of my own free will, and I'm tired of everyone pressuring me. I don't miss it, and I don't want to go home right now. When I'm ready, I'll come back. I'm a grown woman." Her message sounded final, but time passed, and she never returned. Her mother became deeply worried as Carrie missed important events: her own birthday, her son Max's birthday, and even family gatherings. The final alarm was Carrie's absence at her father's funeral. Soon Liz Gula started receiving disturbing messages from Carrie too. The texts were filled with insults, humiliation, and even threats, warning Liz to stay away from Dave. Disturbed by the messages, Liz reached out to Dave. He admitted he was dealing with the same strange messages and accusations from Carrie. She bombarded him with curses, calling him a liar and promising revenge for the pain she claimed he'd caused. Some messages were so eerie they described what Dave was doing in real time, as if Carrie was watching him. This shared experience pulled Dave and Liz closer together. Dave felt guilty for the turmoil Liz was going through, even though he had no idea how to stop it. But the messages only escalated. Carrie's tone became more menacing, with increasingly disjointed and error-riddled text that didn't seem like the Carrie everyone knew. Carrie's mother insisted this behavior was uncharacteristic. Her daughter had always been polite and careful with her words. Carrie was meticulous about grammar and spelling, so these chaotic messages didn't fit. People began to wonder if Carrie's bipolar disorder had worsened or if she was dealing with something even more serious. Could she be experiencing a split personality or another severe mental break? A dissociative identity disorder, or DID, is marked by separate, distinct identities within one person, each with unique memories, thoughts, and behaviors. Some wondered if this could explain Carrie's sudden, alarming shift in personality. The unsettling mystery continued, leaving everyone guessing about what had happened to the once steady and kind Carrie. The disturbing nature of Carrie's messages and her abrupt change in personality led authorities to believe she was unstable rather than missing. Despite efforts to track her location via her cell phone, all attempts failed, as her signal kept being blocked. Meanwhile, Liz and Dave continued to receive countless hateful messages. Even while they were together, their phones would buzz with new insults and threats. Although Liz and Dave were still dating, their relationship was tense. Liz became increasingly clingy and demanding, despite her earlier claims of being fine with a no-strings relationship. Whenever Dave tried to break things off with Liz, Carrie's messages would escalate, reinforcing Liz's idea that they were both victims and drawing them back together time after time. In January 2013, something unusual happened. Carrie's missing car turned up right in Dave's front yard. Police found the vehicle oddly spotless, and the fingerprints on the steering wheel didn't match Carrie's. With no additional clues, they eventually returned the car to her parents. But the messages didn't stop, they only grew more disturbing. Carrie began sending photos of Liz and Dave's children, threatening to harm them if Dave didn't leave Liz for good. Dave felt overwhelmed by both Carrie's harassment and Liz's intensifying jealousy,
especially as he continued to date other women. Then, in August 2013, a tragic event shook the case. Liz reported a fire at her home, which killed her pets, a snake, a cat, and 2 dogs. She claimed Carrie was behind it, pointing to the ongoing threats in Carrie's messages. This incident marked a turning point. Police placed Carrie on a federal wanted list, deciding to review the tens of thousands of messages in detail to investigate any clues they might hold. They also seized cell phones from both Dave and Liz for analysis. Dave, feeling genuinely threatened by the bizarre incidents, even bought a gun for self-protection. Someone had vandalized the auto repair shop where he worked and thrown a brick through his window, suggesting that Carrie's threats had taken a more dangerous turn, targeting anyone close to Dave's life. After some time, even Amy Flora, the mother of Dave's children, began receiving threatening messages from Carrie. Since Dave regularly spent time with his kids, he saw Amy often, adding to the strange turn of events. The police grew more suspicious. Why would Carrie, who had only dated Dave for 2 weeks, still be stalking him and his exes after 3 years? It didn't make any sense. Carrie's family had never stopped searching for her and were constantly trying new ways to locate her. Finally, in the spring of 2015, their persistence paid off. Detectives Ryan Avis and Jim Doty took on Carrie's disappearance case and began digging into the situation. They found no proof Carrie was alive, and as one detective shared with the BC News, it's not normal for adults to just disappear without a trace, without spending any money or making contact. Carrie had a good job and a stable life, and there was simply no evidence she was out there anywhere. With the help of Anthony Carver, a digital forensics expert from the Potawatomi County Sheriff's Office, the detectives examined data from Dave and Liz's phones. In 2013 alone, Carrie or someone pretending to be her had sent over 50,000 texts and 15,000 emails to Dave. According to Carver, whoever was impersonating Carrie was getting better at covering their tracks, hiding their IP address, and concealing their true identity. This person clearly had advanced knowledge of technology and access to certain computer programs. In December 2015, Liz contacted the police again with a shocking report. She claimed she had been shot in the leg right on her doorstep. But this time, Liz didn't blame Carrie. She said she recognized Amy Flora as her attacker. Dave's gun had recently gone missing, and Liz suggested Amy might have access to it. Could it be that Amy, rather than Carrie, was behind these events, including Carrie's disappearance? The investigation finally found a lead that might explain why everyone connected to Dave Cooper was being harassed. The suspicion was that Amy, perhaps upset over not being able to rebuild her relationship with Dave after their breakup, was targeting all other women in his life. With Dave and Amy still on good terms because of their children, it was plausible that she might see these other women as obstacles to her family's reunion. However, when police questioned Amy about her alleged involvement, things took an unexpected turn. Amy had an airtight alibi for the day of Liz's shooting, backed up by multiple witnesses. With Amy ruled out as a suspect, the case grew even more perplexing. Meanwhile, as experts continued analyzing Liz's phone, they uncovered new and startling evidence. Digital forensic specialist Anthony Carver found multiple fake email accounts created under variations of Carrie Farver's name. Additionally, he discovered that Liz had been using a scheduling app to send messages at specific times. This explained how Carrie's messages could be sent to both Dave and Liz simultaneously. Detectives began to suspect Liz Gula herself. Their suspicions were confirmed when they matched fingerprints on Carrie's car steering wheel to Liz's prints. Suddenly, it all made sense. Liz had been orchestrating the harassment and deception for years, manipulating everyone around her. Realizing the need to catch Liz in the act, detectives decided to carefully approach their next move. They developed a strategy to keep her off guard, creating a story that the police still considered Amy as the main suspect. This way, they could keep Liz from fleeing or becoming more cautious, hoping they could catch her red-handed before she caused any more harm. Liz Gula had fallen right into the detective's trap, convinced that she could finally eliminate Amy as a perceived rival for Dave's attention. She handed over an email supposedly written by Amy, in which Amy confessed to kidnapping and murdering Carrie Farver. The message contained gruesome details about how Carrie had allegedly been stabbed in the stomach or chest and had her body disposed of, alongside details about Carrie's car and home that had never been made public.
The chilling specificity in the email left no doubt for investigators it contained information only the killer could know. Liz had unwittingly revealed herself as the true culprit. This new evidence prompted investigators to re-examine Carrie's vehicle. When they removed the seat covers and fabric, they uncovered a bloodstain that matched Carrie's DNA, confirming that a violent crime had indeed taken place in the car. As detectives dug deeper into Liz's life, a startling discovery emerged. Liz had been leading a double life, not only dating Dave but also a man named Garrett. Messages that were supposedly from Carrie had been sent from Garrett's IP address, revealing that Liz had likely used his location to conceal her involvement. Garrett had generously invited Liz and her children to live with him after her house fire, unaware that Liz was spending hours secluded in her room, obsessively impersonating Carrie and harassing Dave, Amy, and others connected to them. By late December 2016, investigators obtained a search warrant for Liz's apartment. Although the room was chaotic, they located several cell phones and electronic devices that Liz had used to torment her victims. Shanna Liz Goliar was ultimately charged with first-degree murder, a case so complex that the county prosecutor noted its surreal nature, describing it as a crime that might be difficult for people to believe. Goliar had shown an extreme willingness to divert suspicion, even going as far as setting her own house on fire, allowing her pets to die in the blaze, and shooting herself in the thigh. Despite the defense's argument that the case was based largely on circumstantial evidence, given that Carrie's body and the murder weapon were never found, significant digital and forensic evidence built a strong case against Goliar. In a strategic move, her defense team opted for a bench trial, having the judge, rather than a jury, determine her guilt. During the trial, investigators presented massive amounts of electronic evidence, including texts, emails, and deleted photos. A critical piece of evidence came from a memory card in a tablet once used by Goliar. It contained a recovered image of a foot with a Chinese symbol tattoo, which matched a tattoo Carrie had. Carrie's mother confirmed the tattoo, establishing a direct connection to her daughter. After a careful review of the overwhelming evidence, the judge declared Goliar guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced her to life in prison without parole. The judge noted that Carrie Farver's disappearance was not voluntary. It was, tragically, a calculated and senseless murder. The authorities concluded that Shanna Goliar murdered Carrie Farver, allowing her body to decompose before burning the remains to eliminate any evidence. Motivated by jealousy, she sought to eliminate her rival and then took Carrie's cell phone to frame her as unstable in an effort to win back Dave's affection. However, her manipulation spiraled out of control, leading to a deadly web of deceit and ultimately trapping herself in her own schemes. In addition to the murder conviction, Goliar was also found guilty of setting fire to her own home in August 2013, an act she attempted to blame on Carrie. This fire not only destroyed her house but also claimed the lives of her pets, resulting in an additional 20 years added to her sentence. She is currently serving her time at the Nebraska Correctional Center for Women, maintaining her innocence throughout the proceedings. Dave Cooper, who had been entangled in this tragic love square, remarked that while he received thousands of messages purportedly from Carrie over the years, he never perceived her as a stalker. In contrast, he had first-hand experience of Shanna's manipulative behavior. He expressed a desire for her to cease her actions and not inflict harm on anyone else. Carrie Farver's name, once tarnished by accusations, has now been cleared, allowing her to be remembered as the vibrant and talented woman she was. Her mother wished for people to recall her daughter's joyful spirit. As for Carrie's son, Maxwell Farver, he followed in her footsteps, becoming a computer programmer after graduating from the University of Iowa. He has started a family of his own, suggesting a pursuit of peace despite the shadows of his past. Dave Cooper has chosen to retreat from the public eye, eschewing social media to live a quieter life. The chilling events of this case serve as a stark reminder of the complex and often perilous nature of human relationships, highlighting how easily manipulation can escalate to tragic consequences. It underscores the vulnerability people can face even in their most familiar settings, unaware of the true motives of those around them. Also known as the blue-eyed butcher from Texas. Anger is a powerful and dangerous emotion. It can drive people to hurt themselves or others around them. As the English playwright John Dryden once said, Beware the wrath of a patient man, for he will exact revenge when you have forgotten both the man and the very cause of the wrath. Pent-up emotions like pain and resentment eventually need an outlet, and even the most forgiving person can turn into a relentless executioner when pushed too far. The case of Susan Wright shocked the world in the early 2000s with its sheer brutality. The court judged and punished her severely, but as the years passed, the story revealed deeper complexities. What seemed like a straightforward tale of cruelty was, in fact, a tragic story of long-term suffering and silence. From the outside, Susan's family appeared picture perfect. But behind closed doors, things were far from what they seemed. Today, we'll uncover the story of the blue-eyed butcher and try to understand what drove a young mother of two to commit such a horrifying act. So, who was Susan Wright? Susan Lucille Wright nee Witch was born on April 24, 1976, in Houston, Texas, to Velma Sue and Jimmy Lawrence Witch. She was the oldest of two siblings, growing up with her sister Cindy. Susan was a lively, creative child, known for her bright personality and talent. In school, she was deeply involved in dancing and dreamed of becoming a choreographer. With her striking looks and slender figure, Susan often found herself in the spotlight, surrounded by admirers. After high school, she faced setbacks, unable to get into college. However, she didn't give up. Determined to fund her education, Susan worked as a dancer at a popular nightclub in Houston for several months. This was just the beginning of a life that would later spiral into tragedy and infamy. Let's start from the beginning to uncover how a seemingly normal young woman became known as the Blue-Eyed Butcher. Susan's journey took an unexpected turn when she worked as a topless dancer at a nightclub. Though the job brought her some local attention, she was ashamed of it and decided to leave that chapter behind. Using the money she had saved, Susan enrolled in evening nursing courses, aiming to build a stable and independent life. Alongside her studies, she worked as a waitress to support herself. But as time went on, Susan realized that medicine wasn't her passion. Financial struggles made it even harder to stay in school, so she dropped out and focused on her job instead. A romance with Jeffrey. In the summer of 1997, Susan, then 21, met Jeffrey Andrew Wright, the man who would become her husband. Their paths crossed at the restaurant in Galveston, where Susan worked as a waitress. Jeffrey, immediately drawn to her beauty and bright smile, became a frequent customer, leaving generous tips and always finding reasons to come back. It took Jeffrey some time to work up the courage to ask Susan out, but once he did, their romance quickly blossomed. He started calling her every day, sometimes multiple times, arranging romantic dates and leaving sweet surprises like flowers and notes at her workplace. In the evenings, he would meet her and walk her home. Although Jeffrey was 8 years older, their age gap didn't seem to matter. He was charming, caring, and attentive, quickly winning Susan's heart. However, cracks in Jeffrey's perfect image soon began to show. He had a history of substance abuse and admitted to struggling with alcohol. He assured Susan that he had left drugs behind and promised to stop drinking entirely. Believing in their love and his promises, Susan remained optimistic. She felt they could tackle any obstacles together. Before long, Susan found out she was pregnant and eagerly shared the news with Jeffrey. While he appeared happy about becoming a father, his actions told a different story. He didn't propose, and the couple continued living separately. Confused and hurt by his lack of commitment, Susan decided to take matters into her own hands. She insisted that they marry before their child was born. Jeffrey agreed without much enthusiasm, and by the time they officially tied the knot, Susan was already 8 months pregnant. Susan and Jeffrey's wedding was a simple, quiet affair. There was no white dress, tiered cake, or celebration with friends and family. They married without any guests or witnesses. Around this time, they purchased a modest home in Harris County, Texas, moving in just weeks before their first child was born. The perfect family. In December 1998, the couple welcomed their son, Bradley. By 2001, Susan was pregnant again, and in the spring of 2002, they had a daughter, Kay. Their little family also included a small dog named Buck, a comfortable home, and a family car. From the outside, they seemed to be living the American dream. Jeffrey worked for a local construction company, while Susan stayed home to raise their children and manage the household. It was a mutual decision, and Susan embraced her role as a homemaker. Neighbors described her as friendly, caring, and sociable, a devoted mother and a loving wife. But behind closed doors, things were far from ideal. The strains of perfection. Susan's life revolved around maintaining the household to Jeffrey's exacting standards. He was highly demanding, expecting a spotless home, fresh meals prepared daily, and an overall perfect environment. Leftovers or reheated meals were unacceptable, and Susan couldn't prepare food for more than one day at a time. The constant chores were overwhelming, especially with two small children. Jeffrey's clothes had to be washed daily, as he refused to wear the same outfit twice. If Susan failed to meet his expectations, it led to insults, humiliation, and, at times, physical abuse. Financially, Jeffrey was incredibly stingy. The romantic man who once showered Susan with gifts was gone. Instead, he gave her just $100 a week to cover groceries, household expenses, and the needs of their children. Susan was expected to provide receipts for every purchase. Jeffrey also broke his promise to quit drinking. Worse, he resumed using drugs. Although he dismissed it as light doping to handle work stress, the drugs made him increasingly aggressive. Under the influence, he lashed out, both verbally and physically, turning their once pictured perfect life into a private nightmare. Jeffrey's aggression wasn't limited to Susan, it occasionally extended to their young son. Susan often begged him to seek professional help or enter rehabilitation to address his substance abuse and violent behavior. However, her pleas were met with explosive anger. Jeffrey insisted there was nothing wrong with him, claiming that Susan had married him fully aware of his issues and should learn to live with them. Even Jeffrey's parents recognized his problems. While they sympathized with Susan, they felt powerless to intervene. The last straw. According to Susan, Jeffrey's aggression began shortly after they moved in together. It started with physical, emotional, and intimate abuse. At first, Jeffrey would apologize, promising never to hurt her again. Desperate to believe him, Susan forgave him each time. But soon, the apologies stopped, and violence became a normal part of their life. Jeffrey regularly visited the gym to practice boxing, claiming it helped him blow off steam. He often mentioned that he planned to take their son with him when the boy was older. On Monday, January 13, 2003, Jeffrey went to the gym as usual after work. When he returned home, he seemed unusually agitated. While Susan prepared dinner, Jeffrey began demonstrating boxing techniques to their 5-year-old son, Bradley. At one point, he misjudged his strength and accidentally hit the boy, making him cry. Jeffrey tried to calm Bradley, hoping Susan wouldn't notice. Though Susan pretended not to, the incident was the final straw for her. That evening, after putting the children to bed, Susan returned to their bedroom where Jeffrey had retreated. He had taken another dose of drugs, leaving him unpredictable and volatile. What happened next is shrouded in conflicting accounts. Susan later claimed that when she entered the room, Jeffrey attacked her, physically assaulted her, and threatened her life with a knife. She stated she managed to wrestle the weapon away and acted purely in self-defense. However, her version of events changed several times, and the court ultimately accepted a different narrative based on evidence and testimony. Seduced, immobilized, and brutally ended. Investigators presented a chilling version of the events. Susan, they argued, decided to end the abuse once and for all. Using her past dancing experience, she seduced Jeffrey to lower his guard. She entered the bedroom wearing a short silk robe and nothing underneath, performing an alluring dance to entice her husband. Jeffrey, unaware of her intentions, was drawn in by the act. Susan's plan to escape her nightmare unfolded in a twisted, calculated manner. After enticing Jeffrey into a role-playing game, she suggested tying him up. He agreed without hesitation, thinking it was part of the fantasy. Using 3 of his neckties, she bound his hands and one leg to the bed, securing his other leg with the silk belt from her robe. To complete the illusion, she gagged him with her underwear. To set the mood, she dimmed the lights and lit candles, giving the room an intimate glow. Jeffrey, bound hand and foot and gagged, was helpless. At first, Susan's actions still seemed like part of the game. She took a candle and dripped hot wax onto his chest. Although painful, Jeffrey played along.
But when she poured wax onto his most sensitive areas, the pain became unbearable, and he realized something was horribly wrong. He struggled against the restraints, trying to scream, but the gag silenced him. That's when Susan revealed a small, sharp kitchen knife she had hidden. Without hesitation, she began her attack. The brutal ordeal. She started with Jeffrey's groin, methodically cutting and stabbing as she voiced years of pent-up anger and pain. With each strike, she recounted the insults, abuse, and humiliation she had endured. Slowly and deliberately, she slashed at his legs, abdomen, chest, arms, neck, and face. As her emotions spiraled out of control, her attacks became faster and more frenzied. By the end, forensic experts would count 193 wounds on Jeffrey's body. Most of these were shallow and non-lethal, meaning he remained conscious for much of the horrific ordeal. Susan's actions reflected a state of extreme emotional turmoil. Her lawyers later argued she was in a state of affect, a psychological condition where overwhelming emotions override rational thought. Even when Jeffrey ceased to show signs of life, she couldn't stop. A grave in the backyard. After the attack, Susan sat on the bedroom floor for hours, staring at Jeffrey's lifeless body. Blood covered the room, and she knew she needed to act quickly before dawn. Looking out the window, she scanned the backyard. Her eyes landed on a shallow pit Jeffrey had dug days earlier to install a fountain. An idea formed: the pit would serve as his grave. Determined, Susan used a garden wheelbarrow to transport Jeffrey's body from the bedroom to the backyard. This detail puzzled investigators, as Susan was petite and Jeffrey significantly larger. Nonetheless, she managed to move him, leaving a trail of blood along the way. She placed his body in the pit, hastily covering it with dirt. Exhausted and in shock, she returned inside to clean the gruesome scene and figure out her next steps. But her attempt to cover up the crime would soon unravel. Susan's ability to single-handedly transport her husband's body, despite his significantly larger size, raised suspicions of an accomplice. However, no evidence of assistance was ever confirmed. Her surprising strength during the act became another point for her defense to argue that she was in a state of affect, claiming that intense emotions gave her extraordinary physical capacity. Under the cover of night, Susan buried Jeffrey in the shallow pit. However, she barely covered the body, leaving it loosely concealed. Back inside, she quickly tried to clean the evidence. She removed the blood-stained curtains and bed linens, stuffing them into trash bags, which she disposed of in various locations. The blood-soaked mattress was simply flipped over as she couldn't figure out what to do with it. Susan spent the rest of the night scrubbing blood off the floor, walls, and carpet. A stubborn stain on the carpet wouldn't come out, so she doused it in bleach, hoping the chemicals would erase any trace of the violent incident. Salted and fled. The next morning, Susan called Jeffrey's parents, who lived in Austin, Texas. Sobbing, she claimed that Jeffrey, under the influence of drugs and alcohol, had assaulted both her and their young son. She added that he had gone on a rampage, spilling bleach on the carpet before storming out, declaring he was done with their family. Jeffrey's parents were shocked. They were aware of his flaws but were especially appalled to hear he had hit his son. They immediately offered to take Susan and the children into their home. However, Susan declined their offer, insisting she would file a police report and expose everything that had been happening in their household. 2 days later, Susan went to the police. With Jeffrey's sudden disappearance raising questions, she needed to cover her tracks. At the station, she reported herself and her children as victims of domestic violence, requesting protection. She managed to obtain a restraining order against Jeffrey, barring him from coming near her or the children, though she knew this was unnecessary, as he would never return. As evidence of abuse, Susan presented bruises and cuts on her arms, further solidifying her story. For a moment it seemed her plan might succeed. Susan explained her bruises as injuries caused by Jeffrey during a struggle, claiming he used his keys when she tried to defend herself. There was also a small bruise on Bradley's face, and the boy confirmed that his father had hit him. Initially, Susan's tearful story seemed convincing. Her husband, intoxicated by drugs and alcohol, had assaulted them and then fled in fear of what he'd done. But as time went on, Jeffrey's absence raised doubts. He had left behind his belongings, documents, and even his phone. He hadn't shown up for work, visited his parents, or contacted friends or neighbors.
his complete disappearance was alarming, and his behavior didn't align with someone guilty of a lesser offense like domestic violence. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. The horrifying truth. Living in the house became unbearable for Susan. She felt haunted by what she had done and began imagining Jeffrey rising from his grave for revenge. Her paranoia worsened as their dog, Buck, frequently barked and tried to dig up the burial site in the yard. Unable to cope, on January 17th, Susan took her children and went to her mother Velma's house. Velma had suspected something was wrong, but when she saw her daughter's state, she realized the full extent of the situation. Calmly, Velma asked, "You killed your husband, didn't you?" Overcome with emotion, Susan broke down and confessed. She told her mother everything, including where Jeffrey's body was buried, repeatedly saying she didn't know what to do next. On her mother's advice, Susan sought legal counsel. The following day, she contacted Neil Davis, an experienced defense attorney. Susan confessed the full details of the incident to him, including her attempts to cover it up. Davis carefully assessed the case and advised her on the next steps. On January 19th, Davis informed the Harris County District Attorney's Office of Susan's confession. He reported that she had killed her husband, buried him in the backyard, and was prepared to give a full statement. On January 24th, 2003, Susan Wright turned herself in at the police station, setting in motion a legal process that would shock and divide the public. Susan's confession. Susan went to the police voluntarily, agreeing to confess everything. However, her story was inconsistent. She struggled with details, contradicted herself, and sometimes spoke about Jeffrey as if he were still alive. She claimed she feared him and even asked for protection. Due to her erratic behavior, Susan underwent a psychiatric evaluation. Doctors determined she was suffering from depression and a nervous breakdown, but they concluded that she was mentally competent and understood her actions. The gruesome discovery. When investigators exhumed Jeffrey Wright's remains from the shallow backyard grave, they were horrified by the sheer brutality of the crime. Forensic experts counted 193 knife wounds on his body, 8 in the groin area, 30 on the legs, 23 on the shoulders and arms, 22 in the abdominal area, 46 on the chest, 23 on the neck, 41 on the face. Only one head wound was identified as potentially fatal, suggesting that the majority of the injuries were superficial. These cuts, while not individually life-threatening, prolonged Jeffrey's suffering as they were inflicted while he was conscious. The marks on his wrists and ankles showed that he had desperately tried to free himself from the ties and belt binding him, but he was unable to escape. These restraints were still in place when his body was recovered. Investigators also found traces of candle wax on Jeffrey's chest and groin. Susan claimed this was accidental, saying a lit candle had been knocked over, but the prosecution argued it was deliberate torture meant to inflict pain. A gag, made from Susan's underwear, was still in Jeffrey's mouth when his body was found, ensuring that he could not scream or call for help during the ordeal. Toxicology and crime scene. Toxicology reports showed Jeffrey had alcohol and multiple controlled substances in his system. The combination of these substances likely affected his behavior, possibly making him more aggressive and erratic. The crime scene, the couple's bedroom, seemed relatively normal at first glance. However, investigators noted a large bleach stain on the carpet, a sign of Susan's attempt to clean up the evidence. Despite her efforts, forensic teams uncovered significant traces of blood on the floor, walls, and other parts of the room, painting a chilling picture of the violent confrontation that had unfolded. The trial begins. The trial of Susan Wright began in late February 2004, over a year after her arrest. During this time, her children were cared for by her parents and sister, Cindy. Her defense lawyer, Neil Davis, had spent months preparing her case, presenting Susan as a victim of years of abuse who had reached her breaking point. Susan's testimony. In court, Susan appeared distraught and frequently cried while recounting her version of the events that led to her husband's death. According to her, Jeffrey had been abusive throughout their marriage, but his violence against their children was the tipping point. On the night of the killing, she claimed Jeffrey had returned from the gym,
in an agitated state, and had begun demonstrating boxing moves to their 5-year-old son, Bradley. When Bradley showed fear and refused to participate, Jeffrey allegedly hit him in the face. Susan put the children to bed and tried to confront her husband, pleading with him to seek professional help for his substance abuse and violent tendencies. Her account of the subsequent events became fragmented and inconsistent. She alleged that Jeffrey became enraged during their conversation, grabbed his keys, and attempted to leave. When she tried to stop him, a physical altercation ensued, during which she sustained injuries to her palms and wrists. Susan claimed Jeffrey struck her, causing her to fall and lose her bearings. When she regained consciousness, she said Jeffrey was holding a knife. She could not clearly explain how the knife ended up in her hands, a detail her lawyer attributed to a state of affect and uncontrollable emotional and psychological response to stress. Defense strategy. The defense argued that Susan's actions were a result of years of physical and emotional abuse culminating in a single moment of uncontrollable rage. They maintained that Susan was in a dissociative state during the killing, unable to think rationally or stop herself once she began stabbing Jeffrey. When questioned about why Jeffrey was bound, Susan claimed she had tied his limbs using neckties and a belt during a consensual intimate scenario earlier in the evening. Her attorney attempted to frame this detail as irrelevant to the act of self-defense, portraying the restraints as coincidental rather than premeditated. The prosecution's challenge. The prosecution was quick to challenge her version of events. The extent of the injuries minus 193 knife wounds and the methodical nature of the stabbings were presented as evidence of rage, not fear or self-defense. The candle wax and gag reinforced the idea of torture, rather than an impulsive act. Forensic evidence contradicted parts of Susan's testimony, including her claim of a sudden struggle. The case began to hinge on whether Susan's actions could be justified as a response to years of abuse, or whether they revealed a calculated effort to kill her husband and cover it up. The prosecution's case and verdict. The prosecution's version of events painted a starkly different picture from the defense's claims of self-defense. Using forensic evidence and testimony from experts, they dismantled Susan Wright's narrative piece by piece, presenting her actions as deliberate and premeditated. Key points of the prosecution's argument. 1. Binding and immobilization. Forensic experts concluded that the deep wounds and abrasions on Jeffrey's wrists and ankles occurred while he was alive, suggesting he was restrained as part of an intimate role-play scenario. The presence of Susan's underwear in Jeffrey's mouth, acting as a gag, was seen as intentional and designed to prevent him from calling for help. 2. Injury patterns. All 193 knife wounds were consistent with being inflicted while Jeffrey was lying on his back, securely restrained. The uniform angle and placement of the wounds indicated that the attacker Susan was positioned over him, likely sitting astride his body, contradicting claims of a chaotic struggle. 3. Premeditation. The prosecution argued that Susan deliberately seduced and immobilized her husband, knowing she intended to kill him. While it was unclear whether Susan had originally intended to use the backyard pit as a grave, the existence of the pit and her subsequent actions strongly implied forethought. They suggested financial motives, as Susan stood to gain from her husband's life insurance policy. 4. Public perception and media frenzy. The case attracted significant media attention, and Susan was sensationally nicknamed the Blue-Eyed Butcher and the Blonde Meat Grinder. While her neighbors expressed pity for her, citing her frequent bruises and signs of possible abuse, Jeffrey's family strongly pushed for the harshest possible sentence, describing Susan as manipulative and calculating. Verdict and sentencing. In March 2004, after a highly publicized trial, Susan Wright was found guilty of the murder of her husband, Jeffrey Wright. Initially, the prosecution sought a life sentence, but later adjusted their recommendation to 45 years of incarceration. The jury ultimately agreed, sentencing Susan to 25 years in prison. Post-trial developments. Susan's case continued to generate debate about domestic violence, emotional trauma, and the limits of self-defense.
Some viewed her as a battered woman driven to desperation, while others believed she had carefully planned the act out of malice or greed. Legacy of the case. The Wright case remains a topic of discussion, serving as a chilling example of how domestic violence and toxic relationships can escalate to unimaginable violence. It also highlighted the challenges of distinguishing between self-defense and premeditated murder in cases involving claims of abuse. The aftermath and appeals. After Susan Wright was sentenced to 25 years in prison, she displayed little emotion, seemingly detached from the gravity of her punishment. Despite the severity of the crime, she made no immediate attempts to engage emotionally with her conviction. In 2008, Susan's legal team introduced pivotal testimony from Misty Makel, Jeffrey Wright's former fiancée, who recounted harrowing abuse and cruelty during their relationship in the 1990s. These revelations shed light on Wright's violent tendencies and played a crucial role in reducing Susan's sentence from 25 to 20 years. Despite becoming eligible for parole in 2014 at the age of 38, her requests were denied twice, in 2014 and again in 2017. In the winter of 2020, after serving 16 years, Susan was released from prison at age 44. Her release attracted widespread media attention, with reporters and photographers swarming the scene as she exited the prison gates. Overwhelmed by the frenzy, Susan broke down in tears, begging the media to respect her privacy. On August 15, 2020, in Perth, Western Australia, just past midnight, the suburb was cloaked in darkness. Only the occasional flicker of streetlights gave faint glows to the empty road. A house on the outskirts was quiet and still, but inside, there was a muffled commotion. Under the dim light of a single lamp, shadows danced on the walls and raised voices echoed. It wasn't just a typical argument, it was more intense, something unsettling, almost primal in its fury. Suddenly, a loud crash broke the tension, as if something heavy had slammed into the wall. Then came the unmistakable sound of a gunshot. Time seemed to stop. The silence that followed was thick, almost suffocating. Outside, the streets were deserted, with no one around to witness the scene. But the sharp crack of the gunshot pierced through the stillness, cutting through the night like a shard of glass. 10 minutes after the gunshot, Perth police received a frantic call to emergency services. A woman, her voice shaking with panic, reported a shooting, saying someone had been hurt. "He's not moving. Oh my God, help," she screamed. The dispatcher sent a patrol unit immediately, and officers arrived at the scene within minutes. Their flashing lights illuminated a woman standing on the front lawn, pale, her body trembling uncontrollably with terror. Inside the house, officers found chaos. In the living room, the body of James Watson, 38, lay in a twisted, unnatural position. His eyes were wide open, and a dark pool of blood spread across the floor, soaking into the carpet and staining the walls and furniture. The officers quickly saw signs of a struggle. Chairs were overturned, and the walls and furniture bore clear marks of impact, pointing to a violent fight before the shot was fired. A shotgun lay next to the body, its barrel aimed toward the door. At first, it seemed like a break-in, but there were no signs of forced entry. The officers cordoned off the area and called in detectives and forensic teams to collect evidence. It was obvious this wasn't a random crime. There was something much more complicated at play. The woman they found outside was identified as Catherine Watson, James's wife. At first it seemed like a break-in. She was in shock, but there were no signs of tried to calm her down. Her hands were covered in blood, and she was too distraught to speak clearly. When she was taken to the police station, all she could say was, "I didn't mean to. I didn't know it would end like this." Investigators began searching for answers, starting with questioning the neighbors, but no one had heard anything unusual before. Mark Ridley, an elderly neighbor, mentioned that he saw Catherine and James coming home together that evening. He noticed they looked tense, but didn't think much of it at the time. The police took down his statement, though it didn't offer any major clues.
Inside the house, forensic experts found more evidence suggesting that the conflict between them had started long before the gunshot. On the kitchen table, they discovered an open envelope with several documents and photographs. Initially, the contents didn't seem significant, but upon closer inspection, the investigators realized the photos captured personal moments from the family's life. These images might hold the key to understanding what triggered the incident. Detectives worked to piece together what had happened that night. Around 8 p.m., Catherine and James had returned home after a tense dinner at a restaurant. According to people who knew them, the dinner had been uncomfortable, but there was no sign of the looming tragedy. At some point, James mentioned that he needed to leave to take care of something, but Catherine insisted he stay, saying they needed to talk. When they got home, Catherine suggested they relax with a drink and spend a quiet evening together. She went upstairs, taking the envelope with her, while James stayed in the living room, unaware of what was about to unfold. When Catherine came back downstairs, she was holding the documents tightly, her face emotionless. She placed the envelope on the table in front of him and waited. James saw it, and his expression shifted. Though he tried to stay calm, the tension between them was palpable. Catherine didn't say anything, but the look in her eyes said everything. A heavy silence filled the room before everything erupted. A heated argument broke out, quickly escalating into shouting. At one point, James tried to grab the envelope, but Catherine held onto it tightly, refusing to let go. As investigators examined the scene where the shot was fired, they found a broken chair that seemed to have been used as a weapon. Papers and photographs were scattered across the floor, some stained with blood. All the evidence pointed to a struggle over the documents. Detectives concluded that the shot was fired during this struggle, as James was trying to take something from Catherine. The marks on the carpet and the position of the shotgun made it clear that Catherine had pulled the trigger. When police later accessed the phones of both James and Catherine, more pieces of the puzzle began to emerge. As investigators dug further into the case, they uncovered several intriguing details. James's phone had been turned off at 10:30 p.m., which was unusual for him. Surveillance footage from a camera outside their house confirmed that he had left around that time, but returned just 10 minutes later. What he did during those brief minutes remained a mystery. Catherine, still in shock when she was brought to the station, couldn't clearly explain what had happened. According to her, the argument escalated, but she couldn't recall how she ended up holding the shotgun. Detectives noted the stress she was under, but sensed there was more to the story. As the investigation continued, detectives began exploring the Watsons' relationship in more detail. Catherine and James had been married for 10 years and had no children. On the surface, they appeared to live a peaceful life, but neighbours mentioned that James had been spending less time at home in recent months, which had raised suspicions for Catherine. No one knew exactly what was happening between them, but the tension in their relationship had not gone unnoticed by friends and neighbours. The investigation also revealed that just a week before the incident, Catherine had contacted a private investigator. The reason behind this was unclear, but it suggested she might have been gathering evidence against James. What she was investigating, however, was still unknown. Later that evening, the police received results from the forensic analysis of the shotgun found at the scene. James's fingerprints were on the weapon, but the prints appeared odd, as though he had only handled it briefly. This raised suspicions: could someone else have used the shotgun at the critical moment? The morning after the incident, Perth police returned to the Watson home, which remained sealed off. Forensic teams continued gathering evidence as detectives worked to piece together a clearer picture of what had occurred. On the surface, it seemed like a sudden outburst of aggression during an argument, but the details hinted at a more complex situation. Detective Richard Hale, leading the investigation, decided to review the surveillance footage again to ensure nothing had been overlooked. The footage confirmed that James had left the house at 10:30 p.m. and returned just 10 minutes later, but what happened in that short window of time remained an open question. There was a small inconsistency in the surveillance footage. The video showed James speaking with someone in a car parked by the curb, but the camera captured only a shadowy figure. The person's face was indistinguishable. Detective Hale realized this might be a crucial lead and started investigating who could have been outside the house at that moment. Meanwhile, detectives continued their second round of questioning with Catherine, but her mental state remained unstable. She insisted she couldn't remember how things had escalated, claiming everything happened too quickly. Her words were disjointed and her eyes appeared vacant.
However, Hale noticed a brief flicker in her expression when he asked about the car seen in the surveillance footage, as if she was hiding something. At the same time, investigators were carefully examining the contents of the envelope found at the scene. Inside were several photographs taken by a private investigator. The photos showed James with a young woman, but her face was always obscured. The investigators' report detailed several places where they had met: a cafe in downtown Perth, a shopping mall parking lot, and a motel on the outskirts of the city. However, the woman's name wasn't mentioned in the report. Hale concluded that Catherine had hired the private investigator to follow her husband, but how these photos tied into the crime remained unclear. Investigators decided to visit the office of the private investigator mentioned in the report. They found Thomas Morgan, the private investigator, who seemed uneasy when he saw the detectives. Morgan confirmed that Catherine had contacted him about 2 weeks prior, saying her husband had been acting suspiciously. She suspected he was being unfaithful, but didn't provide many details. Morgan showed the detectives copies of the photos taken during a week of surveillance. The images clearly showed James meeting with the woman, though her face was always concealed. She either turned away or wore a hood. Morgan said he had handed over all the material he'd gathered to Catherine just a day before the tragic event. Detective Hale returned to Catherine and showed her the photos taken by the private investigator. Though her face remained emotionless, Catherine admitted she had suspected James of being unfaithful. She explained that she intended to confront him with the evidence during a family discussion to find out the truth and decide the future of their marriage. However, she insisted she never meant to harm him. According to Catherine, things spiraled out of control when James saw the photos and accused her of spying on him. She claimed the argument turned physical, eventually leading to the fatal shot, though she couldn't clearly remember how it happened. As detectives tried to assess the truthfulness of Catherine's story, they received forensic results on the fingerprints found on the shotgun. While James's fingerprints were indeed present, forensic experts determined that they had been placed on the gun well before the shot was fired. Catherine had previously claimed the gun was kept in the house for protection and insisted she had never touched it. This statement contradicted the forensic evidence, raising suspicions that someone had tampered with the weapon to mislead investigators. The surveillance footage of James talking to someone in a car became a key piece of evidence. Detective Hale sent a copy of the footage for further analysis, hoping to identify the car's license plate and uncover who might have been outside the Watson home that night. While waiting for results, detectives reviewed Catherine and James's phone records for more clues. They discovered that on the night of the incident, Catherine had sent several text messages to her sister Lisa. The content of these messages raised red flags. They seemed like attempts to explain or justify something. One message read, "I didn't mean for it to happen this way," while another contained a request to meet. Lisa hadn't replied to these messages, which concerned Hale. Hale decided to call Lisa in for questioning. When she arrived at the station, Lisa appeared tense. She confirmed that she had spoken with Catherine the day before the incident, but not on the night it occurred. According to Lisa, their conversation had been about an upcoming family gathering, and she claimed to know nothing about what had happened. Lisa also insisted that she had been home the entire evening. Lisa's nervous demeanor and hesitant answers raised even more red flags for the detectives. Detective Hale decided to check her phone records and location data to verify her alibi, while the questioning continued. Soon after, investigators received the results from the analysis of the surveillance video. The license plate on the car parked outside the Watsons' house belonged to Lisa. This discovery intensified their suspicions, and Hale changed his approach during the interrogation, asking Lisa direct questions about her whereabouts that night. At first, Lisa tried to make excuses, but under pressure, she finally admitted that she had been outside the house when James stepped out. However, her explanation was vague and confusing. She claimed she had come to talk to her sister, but decided to leave after seeing James without ever getting out of the car. Hale knew something didn't add up. He dove deeper into Lisa's phone records and found that on the night of the incident, she had received a message from James urging her to come over immediately. This raised further questions. Why would James call Lisa while he was supposed to be with Catherine? What could they have been discussing privately? Meanwhile, forensic experts uncovered another critical piece of evidence in the bedroom where Catherine said the argument began. They found traces of blood on the door handle that didn't match either Catherine or James. A DNA analysis confirmed that the blood belonged to Lisa. This revelation proved that Lisa had been inside the house, contradicting her earlier denials. The police confronted Lisa with the new evidence. She tried to defend herself, claiming she had only come to protect Catherine. According to her, when the argument between James and Catherine began, she panicked and tried to leave. Lisa insisted she had no involvement in the shooting and didn't know who fired the fatal shot. However, her story grew more tangled as the interrogation continued. Detectives were beginning to suspect that Catherine and Lisa were hiding something. They developed a theory that James's possible affair might have sparked a deeper conflict between the sisters. Could the discovery of the affair have led to a plan that spiraled out of control? The investigation was starting to point to a much more complex motive behind the tragedy. Despite making progress, there were still too many unanswered questions. Detective Hale decided to temporarily let Lisa go, instructing her not to leave town. He sensed they were close to solving the case, but one crucial piece of evidence was still missing to fully understand what had happened that night. The next day, Detective Richard Hale and his team returned to the Watson home for a more thorough inspection. With each new clue, it became increasingly clear that this wasn't just a simple case of a family argument gone tragically wrong. Hale suspected there was much more beneath the surface. The police meticulously searched every room again, hoping to uncover more details that might illuminate the truth. They carefully re-examined the photographs found in the envelope. The detectives were convinced that the private investigator's photos, which Catherine had commissioned, were central to understanding the motive. However, the woman's face in the pictures remained obscured, complicating the investigation since they couldn't definitively identify her. While the forensic team continued their analysis, Hale made a strategic decision to bring Lisa back in for questioning. But this time, she was treated as a potential suspect rather than just a witness. Lisa appeared nervous but agreed to cooperate. Hale used a more confrontational approach, presenting her with the forensic results showing that her blood had been found on the door handle inside the house. He asked why her blood was there if she had claimed she never left her car. Once again, Lisa tried to explain, suggesting that she might have accidentally scratched herself while entering the house. But her story was flimsy and unconvincing. Sensing that pushing her too hard at that moment wouldn't be productive, Hale decided to give her some time to reconsider her story, though he was certain there was more to it than she was revealing. Meanwhile, investigators took a closer look at the phone records between Lisa and James. They found several messages that James had sent to Lisa just before his death. One of the texts read, "Come over immediately," and another gave the location for a meeting. The messages had a sense of urgency, almost desperation, leading Hale to believe that James suspected something serious was about to happen. Hale instructed his team to dig deeper into their past interactions to see if there had been other secret meetings or communications that might reveal more about their relationship and the events leading up to that night. Detectives also began reviewing James's emails and social media accounts, uncovering a string of messages between him and Lisa dating back several weeks. These exchanges discussed some serious steps that needed to be taken soon, hinting at a plan, though the details were vague. Detective Hale started to realize that the relationship between James and Lisa went beyond just family ties. As the investigation gained momentum, Catherine remained in a state of stress. Detectives returned to question her further, hoping to clarify the events of that night. Hale focused on her relationship with Lisa, but Catherine was hesitant to talk about her sister. She admitted they had once been close, but their relationship had deteriorated in recent months. Though she avoided specifics, Catherine hinted that family conflicts had arisen, not all of them involving James. Sensing an opportunity, Hale pressed harder, asking if Catherine knew that James had been meeting with Lisa. He showed her messages from James's phone, but her reaction remained neutral. She claimed no knowledge of these meetings and said her only suspicion was about James being unfaithful with another woman, not Lisa. At that moment, Hale realized that either Catherine truly knew nothing, or she was deliberately hiding the truth. Shifting focus, the detectives decided to search Lisa's home. They obtained a warrant and proceeded to investigate her residence, hoping to gather more evidence. During the search, they discovered a notebook filled with detailed notes about meetings and phone calls with James. The entries included names, dates, and addresses, including Catherine and James's home. This confirmed that Lisa had been keeping close tabs on James's every move and possibly planning her visits. Hale began to suspect that Lisa played a central role in the events of that night. Further digging uncovered a photograph at Lisa's house showing her and James together at the beach. The picture appeared recent, and they looked quite close. This became a critical lead. Hale now realized that James and Lisa had been involved in a romantic relationship, one that Catherine either hadn't suspected or had intentionally ignored. Meanwhile, forensic experts completed their analysis of the shotgun. The results indicated that Lisa's fingerprints were indeed on the weapon, but they were left after James's prints. This led detectives to believe that Lisa had handled the shotgun after James was already injured, raising suspicions that she may have tampered with the crime scene to mislead the investigation. Later that evening, detectives received a breakthrough from the forensic team. They had found a phone belonging to Lisa hidden under the mattress in Catherine and James's bedroom. This discovery raised even more questions, as Lisa had previously denied being inside the house during the altercation. Now, it seemed that Lisa had not only been present but was likely much more involved in the events leading up to James's death than she had admitted. Detective Hale summoned Lisa back to the station, now armed with the new evidence. When confronted with the phone and its location, Lisa's composure began to falter. She initially tried to explain that she had lost the phone, but under further questioning, her story became inconsistent. Hale knew that the discovery of her phone at the scene would be a turning point in the investigation. As the interrogation intensified, Lisa finally broke down. She admitted that she had been in the house at the time of the shooting but claimed she hadn't meant for things to go as far as they did. She said that when she entered the house and found James and Catherine in a heated argument, she panicked. According to Lisa, James had become aggressive, and in the chaos, Catherine grabbed the shotgun. Lisa confessed that she had tried to intervene, but when James tried to take the gun from Catherine, it went off. However, Hale wasn't convinced by her version of events. The evidence pointed to something more deliberate, especially with the discovery of the financial transaction between James and Lisa. The large sum of money transferred to Lisa's account shortly before the incident suggested that there was more at play, perhaps a plan they had hatched together. Detectives now had to consider whether Lisa had played a larger role in orchestrating the events that led to James's death. The phone, the money, and the hidden affair painted a picture of a much more complex and sinister situation. Investigators began to explore the possibility that Lisa and James may have been planning something involving Catherine, perhaps even a way to remove her from the picture. But whatever the plan had been, it had gone horribly wrong. With the new evidence piling up, the case took a darker turn. Detectives knew they were closing in on the full truth, but one final question remained: was James's death the result of a tragic accident during a family argument, or had Lisa been planning something far more calculated from the beginning? The discovery of Catherine's hair on the shotgun stock was a significant turning point in the case. This detail, which had previously gone unnoticed, suggested that Catherine had been closer to the weapon than anyone had initially thought. While Lisa continued to insist that she had no direct involvement in the shooting, this new evidence complicated matters. Detective Hale knew that this discovery could change the entire direction of the investigation. If Catherine had been close enough to the shotgun to leave behind a strand of hair, it indicated she had likely been involved in the physical struggle that led to the fatal shot. However, it didn't necessarily mean she had pulled the trigger. There was still the question of who ultimately fired the weapon. Hale ordered a complete forensic review of the gun, including ballistics tests, in the hopes of uncovering more clues. At the same time, he decided to question Catherine again, this time confronting her with the new evidence. Catherine had been emotionally distraught throughout the investigation, but now faced with the possibility that her own DNA was linked to the weapon, she grew even more agitated. During the interrogation, Catherine finally admitted that she had touched the shotgun in the heat of the argument, but insisted she never intended to use it. According to her, the argument with James had spiraled out of control after she confronted him about the affair with Lisa. She claimed that James had grabbed the shotgun in anger, and in the ensuing struggle, it had accidentally gone off. She maintained that she had no memory of pulling the trigger and believed that the entire situation was a tragic accident. Meanwhile, forensic tests on the shotgun revealed that while both Catherine's and Lisa's fingerprints were on the weapon, the positioning of the prints indicated that someone had held the gun deliberately before the shot was fired. This detail suggested that the shooting was not an accident as Catherine had claimed, but rather a deliberate act by someone in the room. With Lisa's confession about the plan to frame Catherine, and the new forensic evidence pointing to both sisters' involvement, Hale faced a difficult decision. It seemed that both women had been involved in a dangerous and deceitful web of manipulation and lies, but it was still unclear who had ultimately fired the fatal shot. Hale's final theory was that the plan between James and Lisa had fallen apart when emotions ran high during the confrontation. In the chaos, either Catherine or Lisa had pulled the trigger, possibly unintentionally, but the result was the same. As the investigation concluded, both sisters faced charges, with the full truth about that night likely to be revealed in court. The tragic ending of James Watson's life was not just the result of infidelity and betrayal, but a complex mix of secrets, desperation, and a plan that spiraled out of control. The footage revealed a chaotic scene, shedding light on the moments leading up to the tragic event. Lisa's voice echoed in the background, filled with desperation as she urged James to calm down and resolve the conflict peacefully. As the argument intensified, Catherine's frustration was palpable. The struggle over the envelope escalated quickly, with James physically overpowering Catherine, grabbing her wrists in an attempt to gain control. In the midst of this turmoil, Lisa entered the room, clearly intending to mediate but inadvertently escalating the situation further. The camera captured the moment when she seized the shotgun, likely believing that displaying the weapon would deter James. However, in her panic and the confusion of the moment, she unintentionally pointed it at him. The video was a crucial piece of evidence that painted a clearer picture of the events that night. It suggested that while all three were involved in a heated confrontation, it was an accident waiting to happen, a combination of miscommunication, heightened emotions, and a desperate attempt to control a rapidly deteriorating situation. Detective Hale realized that Lisa's actions, while reckless, were not driven by malice but rather fear and confusion. After reviewing the footage, Hale called a meeting with his team to discuss the implications of what they had seen. The detectives now had to grapple with the complexity of the relationships and the unintended consequences of their actions. The more they delved into the evidence, the clearer it became that each woman had played a role in the tragedy, but assigning blame was more complicated than initially thought. Hale also considered the possibility that Lisa had been caught in the middle of a conflict that was much larger than herself. She had been having an affair with James and was involved in a scheme that ultimately backfired. But did that make her culpable for James's death? Could Catherine be held responsible for any part she played in the escalation? As they prepared for the next steps in the investigation, Hale decided to confront both women with the new evidence from the security footage. He felt it was essential to get their reactions and see if this would lead to further admissions or clarification of their roles that night. When Catherine and Lisa were brought in separately, the atmosphere in the interrogation room was tense. Hale presented them with the footage, watching closely for their reactions. Catherine's expression changed as she watched the video unfold, her face pale as the realization of her own vulnerability hit her. She had never intended for things to escalate to this point, and the sight of Lisa wielding the shotgun filled her with a mix of fear and anger. Lisa, on the other hand, appeared remorseful. Watching herself in that moment of panic seemed to weigh heavily on her. She took a deep breath and confessed that while she had come to intervene, she never thought it would lead to this. She insisted that she had no intention of hurting James and had only wanted to protect both her sister and him. The detectives pressed them further, trying to determine if either had been the driving force behind the events that night. The revelation from the footage had shifted the narrative, and now they had to untangle the web of relationships and motivations to understand who, if anyone, could be charged with a crime. As the investigation continued, Hale felt he was getting closer to understanding the full scope of the tragedy. But the final decision about how to proceed would require careful consideration of the evidence, the intent behind each woman's actions, and the emotional complexities that led to that fateful night. In the aftermath of the trial, the fallout of the case reverberated through the lives of everyone involved. Lisa, now serving her sentence, grappled with the weight of her actions. The reality of her decisions haunted her as she navigated the prison environment, facing the consequences of a moment's panic that had irrevocably changed her life and the lives of those around her. She wrote letters to Catherine, expressing her remorse and attempting to explain the chaotic emotions that had led to that fateful night. But she knew the damage was done, and any attempts at reconciliation felt hollow. Catherine, meanwhile, struggled with her own grief and betrayal. The shock of losing James was compounded by the realization that her sister had been involved in a plot that not only threatened her marriage, but had ultimately resulted in James's death. The weight of this betrayal pushed her to re-evaluate her relationships and her own sense of self. Leaving Perth felt like the only option, a way to escape the memories that haunted her at every corner.
She moved to a small town, where she sought solace in the quiet and anonymity, focusing on rebuilding her life from the ground up. As time passed, both women found themselves grappling with the emotional scars left by the incident. Lisa's life behind bars forced her to confront her actions daily, while Catherine immersed herself in her work and community, striving to create a new identity separate from the shadows of her past. The case became a cautionary tale in the local media, serving as a grim reminder of how quickly life can spiral out of control when fueled by jealousy, secrets, and desperation. The complexities of love and betrayal, intertwined with a tragic accident, left an indelible mark on the community. Yet, in the end, the tragic events that had unfolded between the sisters served as a reminder that life is fragile, and the bonds of family can be both a source of strength and a potential catalyst for conflict. Both Catherine and Lisa were forever changed by the experience, navigating their own paths toward healing, understanding, and ultimately forgiveness both for themselves and for each other. Have you ever wondered how far someone might go for love? But what if that love isn't real? What if everything you see is a web of lies and manipulation? This story is about someone caught in their own fantasies, a wealthy businessman from Wales who seemed to have it all but ended up trapped in his own illusions. How did his life spiral into a nightmare, dragging others down with him? The answers aren't simple, and you might be shocked to see how emotions and passions pushed everything to a tragic end. Pay attention, there's less truth here than meets the eye. Peter Morgan, a multi-millionaire tycoon, once stood at the peak of success. With wealth and a seemingly perfect life, he hit a darker reality, a midlife crisis that shattered his routine and led him down a dangerous path. This story begins in 2016, on a quiet Welsh morning in an old manor. Inside, two women sat on a sofa, sharing secrets. In a secluded bungalow nearby, one woman admitted her lover, who once brought her happiness, had become a source of frustration. She was about to make a choice that would change everything. Meanwhile, miles away, a man sat in his home clutching his phone. His hands trembled as he replayed words that would alter his life forever. Peter Morgan's life, born in 1962 on a 300-acre farm near Newport, seemed destined for stability. His family was financially secure, and his future appeared set he would follow in their footsteps as a farmer. Even as a child, Peter showed signs of entitlement and a lack of interest in school. At 16, he dropped out to join the family business, which provided steady income despite his limited education. For years, Peter led a predictable life working on the farm, marrying a childhood friend, and raising two daughters in the small town of Usk. For a time, the comfort of family life was enough. But beneath the surface, shadows loomed, setting the stage for a dramatic fall. At 30, Peter decided to rewrite his future. Leaving the family farm behind, he built his own business. While not glamorous, it was incredibly successful. Starting with poultry barns, he created a network of industrial chicken houses. By 40, Peter sold the business for a massive sum, marking a major turning point in his life. What followed was a quiet midlife crisis that grew into something far more disruptive. Almost overnight, Peter shifted from a practical businessman to a man chasing life's extremes. He spent lavishly, buying Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and a mansion filled with extravagant items, including a tank and a helicopter. His fascination with weapons became apparent. He even kept an Alaska 47 on his office desk. But these outward displays of wealth were just the beginning. During a business trip to Amsterdam, Peter crossed a line for the first time. At a private club, he paid for an intimate service, committing his first act of infidelity. This sparked a desire that quickly consumed him. From then on, Peter lived a double life: stability and family on one side, indulgence and secrecy on the other. In 2011, a conversation with a friend at a private club introduced Peter to an app for booking elite escorts. This discovery accelerated his descent. Back home, Peter spent his free time scrolling through profiles and arranging meetings. He traveled across the country, from Newport to Cardiff, ensuring each encounter was unique by never seeing the same woman twice. To his wife Helen, it all seemed like work-related travel. Peter had mastered the art of deception, and Helen, preoccupied with her own responsibilities, remained unaware. Everything changed in 2012, as Peter celebrated his 50th birthday. It was then that he met Georgina Simmons, a vibrant 22-year-old woman. This meeting would set the stage for a series of events that would shatter Peter's life and those around him. Georgina Simmons grew up in Newport, the youngest in a family with 3 brothers. Headstrong and confident, she left school at 16 to work at a call center while studying cosmetology. At 17, her life took a major turn when she gave birth to her daughter, Emily. Determined to build a future, she moved in with her boyfriend Pete at his mother's house. Pete, 6 years older, was steady and family-oriented, content with a simple life. But Georgina wanted more. Their life together was far from ideal. Georgina's call center job barely covered the bills, and their damp, uninviting home only added to her frustration. Each morning, as she woke to another monotonous day, Georgina felt trapped. She craved more freedom, excitement, and, most of all, money. Pete's preference for stability and routine clashed with Georgina's growing desire for a life filled with luxury. Feeling stuck, Georgina decided to take control of her future using her appearance. She began focusing on her image, dressing boldly, experimenting with makeup, and pursuing cosmetic surgery. Over time, she underwent 2 breast augmentation surgeries and liposuction, enhancing her look to fit the glamorous lifestyle she dreamed of. She even took lessons in burlesque and exotic dancing, which opened the door to a world of wealth and indulgence. Georgina started working at a private dance club, where she earned more money than she ever imagined. For the first time, she felt a sense of independence. She used her income to move herself and Pete out of his mother's house into their own apartment. But the taste of freedom only fueled her ambitions further. Her thirst for a lavish lifestyle grew stronger with each passing day. Georgina became determined to attract the attention of wealthy men who could provide her with the luxury she yearned for. What started as a bid for independence soon spiraled into a relentless pursuit of wealth, changing her life in ways she couldn't have foreseen. Before long, Georgina's work at the club no longer satisfied her growing ambitions. She began considering the next step, becoming a high-end escort. She justified the decision as a way to secure a better life for her daughter. Using the alias Hannah James, she registered on a popular app, offering exclusive services for substantial fees. Confident in her looks and charm, she knew she would attract wealthy clients, and she was right. Pete, although aware of Georgina's plan, was strongly against it. He worried about the risks and the toll such work could take on their relationship. However, his deep love for her and fear of losing her led him to reluctantly compromise. They agreed to an open relationship, with Georgina promising to keep her escort work hidden from their families. She carefully managed her double life, ensuring her services were accessible only to select clients. In May 2012, Peter Morgan came across Georgina's profile. Struggling with his own midlife crisis, he was captivated by her beauty and confidence. He arranged a meeting, and during their first date, they shared a casual dinner. Peter felt an instant connection he had been missing in his life. What began as a $200 payment for a kiss quickly escalated into something much more for Peter. For Georgina, it was just another client. But for Peter, it was different. Up to that point, he had never met the same escort twice, preferring variety. With Georgina, he broke his own rule, arranging regular meetings that grew more frequent from once a month to weekly. He was drawn to her energy and charm, and soon he found himself falling for her. Peter's feelings turned into obsession. He began paying not just for her services but for her companionship. They went to movies, dined at expensive restaurants, and he lavished her with extravagant gifts, designer clothes, jewelry, and even a red Ferrari. Peter wanted Georgina in his life as much as possible, blurring the lines between client and companion. When his wife and children went away for the weekend, Peter invited Georgina to his family home, paying her $10,000 to stay with him. What began as a transactional relationship was quickly spiraling into something much more complicated and dangerous. Peter's wife, Helen, was completely unaware of the secret life playing out in her home moments that could destroy their marriage. For Georgina, it was all about business. She wasn't interested in Peter's growing obsession. Her focus was solely on the money he spent so freely. While Peter became more attached, Georgina continued to see other clients without guilt and even kept her boyfriend Pete in her life. Peter, however, couldn't bear the idea of Georgina being with anyone else. The thought of sharing her drove him to desperation. He offered her an exclusive arrangement she would see only him, and he would pay her an enormous sum.
Georgina, realizing the financial potential, agreed. She stopped meeting other clients and received $133,000 per month from Peter. This covered all her expenses, from living costs to personal luxuries. For a time, their arrangement seemed stable, but the cracks in their relationship began to show. Peter moved Georgina and her daughter into a small bungalow on his estate, claiming it was for their safety. He said the main house was too run down, but in truth, this move allowed him to control her life completely. As part of their deal, Pete, her boyfriend, was forbidden from visiting the property, further isolating Georgina. For 3 years, Peter created a fantasy world for Georgina. He showered her with gifts, took her on luxurious trips to London, vacations abroad including a lavish getaway to South Africa, and paid for cosmetic treatments. He tried to make her life feel like a fairy tale. They spent their days riding ATVs around the estate, watching movies, strolling through manicured gardens, and sharing intimate moments. To Peter, Georgina was no longer just an escort, she felt like family. But for Georgina, it was all still a job. Despite the wealth and glamour, she saw Peter as nothing more than a client. Meanwhile, her boyfriend Pete struggled with her growing distance. The time she spent with Peter left Pete feeling abandoned. Determined to win her back, Pete threw himself into self-improvement, working out, changing his appearance, and trying to rekindle her interest. While Peter basked in the illusion of happiness, the reality beneath was far less perfect. His attempts to control Georgina and mold her into his ideal only deepened the cracks in their precarious arrangement, setting the stage for an inevitable collapse. Pete Dean tried desperately to regain Georgina's affection. He lost weight, upgraded his wardrobe to include designer clothes, and even whitened his teeth, hoping to win her back. But despite his efforts, Georgina's feelings didn't change. Instead, she began referring to her partners as Rich Pete Morgan and Poor Pete Dean, a nickname that humiliated and crushed Pete's spirit. Meanwhile, Peter Morgan's wife, Helen, started noticing signs of her husband's infidelity. For years, she had turned a blind eye to his frequent business trips and odd behavior. But when she found a receipt for flowers sent to another woman, the truth became impossible to ignore. Rather than confronting Peter, Helen chose to retreat further into her routine, seemingly resigned to the situation or unwilling to face the truth head-on. As the dynamic between Rich Pete and Poor Pete played out, Georgina's relationship with Pete Dean deteriorated completely. Her focus remained on maintaining her luxurious lifestyle with Morgan, who continued paying exorbitant sums for her time. Each encounter came with additional fees that funded her indulgent life. To keep things interesting, Georgina began inviting other women into her meetings with Morgan. He found this thrilling and even encouraged her to bring new women each time, though he insisted that Georgina remain his primary companion. One particularly audacious moment came when Morgan, while his wife and children were away on vacation, invited Georgina and one of her escort friends to his family home. That night, they indulged in Morgan's fantasies in the marital bedroom. At one point, Morgan asked one of the women to wear Helen's dress, fulfilling a twisted scenario in which he imagined himself with both Georgina and his wife. Unbeknownst to him, Georgina was secretly recording the entire evening. She captured everything from her friend putting on Helen's dress to all the intimate moments that followed. This footage, though seemingly just another aspect of Georgina's detached view of their arrangement, would later become a pivotal piece in the unraveling of their lives. As Morgan became increasingly consumed by his obsession, cracks in his carefully constructed double life began to widen. At the same time, Pete Dean finally reached his breaking point, setting in motion a series of events that would lead to devastating consequences. Pete Dean could no longer bear seeing Georgina spend more time with Peter Morgan than with him and their daughter. Eventually, he decided to end their relationship, marking the first major crack in Georgina's seemingly stable life. Not long after, Peter Morgan's wife, Helen, discovered the truth. She stumbled upon messages between Peter and Georgina, exposing the full extent of her husband's infidelity. For years, Helen had chosen to ignore the signs, but now she refused to look the other way. Confronted with undeniable evidence, Peter admitted to everything, but Helen was done listening. She filed for divorce, demanding a substantial share of their assets. Meanwhile, Georgina's life began unraveling in other ways. In mid-2015, her father took his own life, leaving her devastated. Before she could recover, another tragedy struck her ex-boyfriend. Pete Deem also died by suicide. After their breakup, Pete had fallen into a deep depression, unable to cope with losing Georgina and being separated from their daughter. In November 2015, he was found hanging in a wooded area, leaving Georgina overwhelmed with guilt and grief. These two devastating losses sent Georgina into a spiral of depression. She turned to alcohol and drugs to numb the pain, but the darkness only deepened. Her once confident demeanor faded, and her life started to crumble. At the same time, her relationship with Peter Morgan began to deteriorate. Georgina grew distant, coldly dismissing his attempts to keep their bond alive. Deep down, she blamed Peter for the series of events that had ruined her life, particularly Pete's death. Seeking solace, she found comfort in another man, a longtime friend who offered her the support and care she desperately needed. This new relationship gave Georgina a sense of freedom from Peter's control, but it infuriated Morgan. He saw Georgina as his possession, frequently reminding her of the money he had spent on her and her daughter. In his eyes, his financial support entitled him to total control over her life. The more Peter tried to exert control, the more defiant Georgina became. She stopped tolerating his demands and accusations, pushing back at every opportunity. At events they attended together, she began openly insulting and belittling him, showing her growing disdain. Their relationship, once fueled by money and passion, was now a toxic power struggle spiraling toward disaster. Georgina's fiery personality, once her strength, now turned destructive. Her insults and public humiliations of Peter Morgan grew bolder, making him feel increasingly worthless. Simultaneously, her descent into substance abuse and alcoholism deepened. In her attempt to escape the pain of her losses, Georgina's lifestyle became more erratic and self-destructive. When rumors of her behavior reached Child Protective Services (CPS), an investigation was initiated to determine if she was fit to care for her daughter, Emily. Georgina, already on edge, was convinced Peter had tipped off authorities to tighten his control over her. Despite the lack of evidence linking Morgan to the inquiry, she refused to consider any other explanation. In her mind, Peter was the architect of all her misfortunes, and she confronted him in an explosive argument. This marked a turning point in their tumultuous relationship. Peter, unaccustomed to losing control, couldn't bear the idea of Georgina slipping away from him. He began obsessively spying on her, installing covert listening devices throughout her bungalow. These devices, equipped with SIM cards, allowed Peter to eavesdrop on her daily life from the comfort of his home. Peter's surveillance quickly spiraled into an all-consuming obsession. He called the devices up to 10 times a day, spending hours listening to her conversations, hoping to catch her being unfaithful or plotting against him. For weeks, he heard nothing significant, only mundane chats with her daughter and friends. But on January 10, 2016, everything changed. That day, Georgina had a friend over, and their conversation took a revealing turn. When Peter tuned in, he overheard Georgina venting about him. She described her life with him as a nightmare, blaming him for her troubles, including the CPS investigation. She confessed to feeling like a prisoner on the estate, trapped by his financial control. Despite the Child Services investigation concluding without incident, ensuring she would retain custody of her daughter, Georgina kept this information to herself. Realizing she could use Peter's fears to her advantage, she devised a plan to manipulate him further, playing on his emotions to extract even more money. The dynamic between them grew darker and more toxic. While Peter's obsession deepened, Georgina's resolve to exploit his vulnerabilities solidified. What had once been a transactional relationship of luxury and indulgence was now a dangerous power struggle, with each party trying to outmaneuver the other. The stage was set for a dramatic and potentially catastrophic confrontation. Peter Morgan's confession marked the tragic and inevitable conclusion to a series of destructive decisions that had spiraled out of control. In his statement, he explained that the mounting pressure of his relationship with Georgina, coupled with her threats and manipulations, had pushed him to a breaking point. His claim of being pushed to the edge was an attempt to justify his actions, but the severity of the crime and the coldness with which he carried it out revealed the depths of his obsession and emotional instability. The police quickly pieced together the evidence, including Georgina's phone records and security footage, which confirmed Peter's lies. The forensic investigation into the scene of the crime, along with the items he purchased beforehand, the rope, zip ties, and gloves, painted a chilling picture of premeditation. His meticulous planning and calculated actions revealed just how far he was willing to go to retain control over Georgina, even at the cost of her life. As the investigation progressed, Peter's desperation to avoid the consequences of his actions became apparent. He tried to minimize his involvement, claiming that he had only intended to frighten her, but the evidence against him was overwhelming. Ultimately, he admitted to everything: the murder, the disposal of the body, and his motives. The case became a high-profile trial that captivated public attention. The details of their tumultuous relationship, Georgina's manipulations, Peter's obsession, and the tragic events that led to her death were all laid bare for the world to see. Peter's defense team attempted to argue that his mental health issues and emotional distress should mitigate his responsibility, but the prosecution pushed back, emphasizing the calculated nature of his actions. The jury, after hearing all the evidence, found Peter Morgan guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 25 years. The public reacted with mixed emotions. Some expressed sympathy for the emotional struggles Peter had faced, while others were appalled by the brutality of his crime and his lack of remorse. For Georgina's family and friends, her death left an irreplaceable void. Her daughter, Emily, was left without both parents and would carry the scars of her mother's tragic end for the rest of her life. While Georgina's choices were far from flawless, her untimely death was a devastating blow that highlighted the dangers of toxic relationships, manipulation, and unchecked obsession. In the end, Peter's life was shattered by his own actions. What started as a desperate attempt to control a woman he thought he loved ended in a tragedy that destroyed the lives of many. It was a stark reminder of the dangers of emotional manipulation and the consequences of allowing obsession to overrule reason. The tragic end of this story serves as a stark warning about the destructive power of obsession, manipulation, and unchecked desires. Peter Morgan's attempt to justify his actions in court, blaming Georgina for his emotional pain and claiming he was merely trying to save their relationship, highlights how twisted perceptions of love and control can lead to devastating consequences. His mental health defense, though based on emotional distress, could not erase the overwhelming evidence of premeditated murder, nor could it undo the lives destroyed by his inability to cope with rejection and loss. Georgina, too, played a role in this tragedy, driven by her ambitions and a desire to create a better life for her daughter. But in her pursuit of financial security and a future free from hardship, she fell into a dangerous web of manipulation and control. Her choices led her deeper into a cycle of dependence and deceit, with no clear way out. The fatal decision to blackmail Peter with the compromising footage, while it may have been an attempt to escape his grasp, became the catalyst for the tragic end that unfolded. Perhaps the most heartbreaking aspect of this story is the impact on Emily, Georgina's daughter. A young girl who lost both of her parents, not to an accident or natural cause, but to the toxic dynamics of adult relationships that were built on lies, control, and manipulation. Ultimately, the story urges us to remember that control and manipulation are not foundations for healthy relationships. True love, trust, and respect can never be bought or forced. They must be earned and nurtured. It's a call to prioritize emotional well-being over material gain and to understand that, in the end, no amount of money or control can replace the value of genuine human connection. Another heartbreaking case involving someone who disappeared without a trace. We've all heard about people going missing. It's something we come across often, whether it's through posters on the street, TV broadcasts, radio segments, or posts on social media. These missing individuals can be of any age, gender, social background, or nationality. In most cases, it's older people who go missing, often due to mental health issues like dementia, which can cause confusion and lead them to wander off. Children are also highly vulnerable, with many disappearances linked to abductions. But what about young, healthy adults who also sometimes vanish without a clear reason? Sadly, some of these cases involve violent acts, where a person disappears because someone harmed them to hide a crime. There's an old saying, no body, no crime, but that doesn't mean there's no guilt if the evidence adds up. Let's look at a strange story that unfolded in Hermiston, Oregon, involving a family tragedy. Graciela Garcia, a well-known 49-year-old salon owner,
disappeared on November 8, 2019. That evening, she was supposed to have dinner with her 14-year-old son, Jacob, who was staying at his dad's place. Instead of his mom, though, Jacob was surprised to see his stepfather, Romero, show up with food around 7 p.m. Romero wasn't the type to go out of his way for the boy, so it was unusual. He explained that Graciela had fallen asleep and he was just delivering dinner. Jacob didn't think much of it at first. After they said goodbye, Jacob went to his room and noticed 2 missed calls and a text from his mom. When he tried calling her back, he reached her voicemail. This worried him since she was always reachable, especially when they had plans. Concerned, Jacob decided to let his older siblings know about the situation. That night, no one was able to contact Graciela. While they assumed she'd just gone to bed early, everyone grew more worried, especially since her phone wasn't available for clients, a lifeline for her business. The whole family was anxious, and the mystery of her disappearance began. Later on, Graciela's younger daughter, Gabby, remembered a strange conversation she'd had with her mom. At first, Graciela seemed excited about the meeting, but then she became serious and told Gabby that the kids should know where she kept important documents and money, just in case. She even showed Gabby the safe and shared the PIN code, saying that the money and the house deed belonged to her kids, not to her current husband, Romero Sanchez. This made Gabby feel uneasy, as her mother was healthy and still young. When Gabby asked why she was bringing this up, Graciela only replied, "No one ever knows what the future holds," and didn't go into any more detail. That was the last time they spoke about it. And over time, Gabby couldn't help but wonder if her mum had sensed something would happen, or if the whole thing was just a coincidence. Graciela Garcia's story began years before. Born on October 6, 1977, in Mexico, her family came from a working-class background. In hopes of creating a better life for their children, her parents decided to immigrate to the United States, eventually settling in Hermiston, Oregon. Graciela was still very young when they moved, so she didn't recall the challenges of relocating. She graduated from Umatilla High School, where many students were from low-income families. The school had a large Hispanic student body, and Graciela, with her outgoing personality, made friends easily. Later, she joined Blue Mountain College to study business. From an early age, Graciela dreamed of being a hairstylist, or better yet, owning her own salon. She was determined and hard-working, truly believing that with enough effort, she could make her dreams come true. By February 2006, she achieved her goal and opened Car's Beauty Salon. Graciela's talent and charm quickly made her well-known, and her stylish appearance helped build the salon's reputation. She loved her work and kept up with the latest beauty trends, so she never lacked clients. Over time, some of them even became close friends and were welcomed into her home. In her community, Graciela was admired not only for her professional success, but also for the happy moments in her personal life. When she was young, she fell deeply in love with a man, her first love, and they had 2 daughters, Annabelle and Gabriella, often called Gabby. However, their relationship didn't last, as he left the family after his feelings changed. Even as a single mother, Graciela didn't let this setback define her. She focused on self-improvement, earning a degree in cosmetology to build a stable future. Later, she met a kind-hearted man of Mexican descent who won her over. They married, and he embraced not only Graciela but also her daughters, treating them as his own. They had 2 more children together, sons named Arthur and Jacob. Despite not being their biological father, he called Annabelle and Gabby his girls, and Gabby even saw him as her real dad, always feeling protected and supported by him. As a couple, they worked hard to build a close-knit, joyful family. Raising 4 kids didn't stop Graciela from pursuing her dreams. In fact, she often brought the kids along on professional trips, turning these journeys into family adventures. Traveling together became a beloved tradition that allowed them to explore new cities, see local sites, and learn about different cultures. They also frequently visited Mexico, keeping their roots close to heart. These were happy, fulfilling years for the Garcia family, and everyone made an effort to keep each other smiling. After 17 years of marriage, however, Graciela and her husband decided to separate. Their love had cooled, and neither wanted to drag each other through a strained relationship. Despite the end of their marriage, they maintained the respect and care they had built over the years. They stayed close, sharing custody of their youngest son,
Jacob, while the older children, now adults, had moved out. Family gatherings, holiday celebrations, and supportive conversations continued, keeping them all connected. Graciela handled the divorce with a calm spirit and confidence, thanks in large part to her ex-husband's respectful and understanding approach during this challenging time. Even after parting, they both made sure the family bond stayed strong and intact. Graciela's beauty salon was running smoothly, and she devoted all her free time to growing the business. She only took Sundays off to spend time with family and friends. But on the morning of November 9, 2019, an unusual visit changed everything. Romero, Graciela's new husband, stopped by the home of her eldest daughter, Annabelle, with unexpected news. He said Graciela had vanished. Romero explained that the previous night, after visiting Jacob, he had returned home and laid down beside Graciela, who was already asleep. But when he woke up in the morning, she was gone. He said he had searched the house and tried calling and texting her, but she didn't answer. Visiting Annabelle, he hoped she might know where her mother could be, but Annabelle had no information and was stunned by the news. Seeing Romero visibly distressed was unsettling for Annabelle, as he had rarely shown any emotion around them before. He'd usually seemed indifferent. Romero added that Graciela had been behaving oddly lately, even suggesting she might have found someone else or simply needed space. He mentioned he wasn't sure she was happy with him, considering any possible reason for her disappearance. Annabelle, however, felt his words didn't seem genuine, and his sudden emotional display felt theatrical. This unusual behavior, along with the fact that Romero had rarely spoken to Graciela's children in the past, now made Annabelle more anxious. After Romero left, Annabelle quickly informed the rest of the family. They gathered at Graciela's house to see if they could figure out what had happened. Her car was still parked in the driveway, raising further questions. If Graciela had wanted to leave, she almost certainly would have taken her car. Inside, the house was unusually tidy. Everything was perfectly in place, too much so for it to be normal. Graciela typically left things around in a bit of creative chaos, especially if she were planning to go somewhere. Her children now grew increasingly concerned, sensing something was very wrong. Graciela was known for her love of dressing up, often spending time in front of the mirror each morning, carefully choosing her outfit and jewelry. However, when her children checked her things, they noticed that she hadn't taken her favorite rings or necklaces, which she wore daily. This was unusual, as she rarely left the house without them. It seemed strange and unsettling what could have made her leave in such an unprepared state. While going through the house, Gabby stumbled upon something even stranger: a large blanket stuffed into the washing machine. This caught her attention, as Graciela had always taught her children not to overload appliances, and the blanket was heavy enough that it was likely someone else had put it there, probably Romero. He wasn't one to do chores, as Graciela usually handled all household tasks. This left them wondering if he was trying to cover something up, yet he brushed it off as unimportant, claiming he didn't pay attention to such details. It was soon discovered that, along with Graciela, a few items were missing from the house, including her passport, driver's license, and mobile phone. Concerned, Annabelle went to the police on November 11th to file a missing person report. She was shocked to learn that Romero hadn't reported her disappearance, despite knowing about it since the 9th or possibly even earlier. As it turned out, Annabelle was the first to officially report her mother missing. So who was Romero? And why had Graciela's family never fully warmed up to him? Graciela met him after her divorce when he was a client at her beauty salon. At first, their connection was friendly, but eventually Romero asked her out. The relationship grew, and Graciela found herself drawn to him. Yet when she introduced him to her family, they noticed he was aloof and often seemed distant. Annabelle and Gabby tried repeatedly to connect with him, but Romero didn't reciprocate their efforts. Although his behavior puzzled Graciela's children, they brushed it off as a personality difference, especially in comparison to their mom's warm, past relationships. Graciela's children genuinely wanted to understand Romero and what she saw in him. To them, he often seemed distant and unsociable, which clashed with their mother's vibrant and joyful personality. Despite their doubts, they respected her choice and supported her when she announced she was getting married, especially wanting to see her happy and loved. On the wedding day, however, Romero's aloofness and arrogance stood out to everyone. Some guests even felt he was overly jealous, keeping a close hold on Graciela and monopolizing her attention. When her young grandchildren approached to congratulate the couple, Romero's cold response left an impression, as he seemed unwilling to share Graciela's affection with anyone, even her own family. This led to more open doubts among her relatives, with Annabelle later stating she didn't consider him a father figure. After the wedding, Romero and Graciela moved in together, along with her youngest son, Jacob. According to Jacob, it wasn't long before Romero started acting as though he owned the house. The brief honeymoon phase faded quickly, and tension started building. Jacob noticed that his mother initially tried to set boundaries, but she avoided confrontation and often gave in to Romero's wishes. Romero's temperament was short-fused, and he rarely apologized, making Graciela feel pressured to keep the peace by yielding to him. As time passed, Graciela confided in her children, admitting she felt trapped and restricted. Romero controlled much of her life, even limiting her movements and not allowing her to go anywhere alone. Yet, despite these complaints, she never spoke of wanting to end the marriage. It seemed she was still emotionally attached to him. Her children began to realize that Graciela might have rushed into a marriage with the wrong person. They suspected Romero was unemployed, as he was constantly around, apparently relying on Graciela's income. This reliance frustrated her hard-working family. Romero proved to be a skilled manipulator, monitoring Graciela closely. He kept an eye on her messages, questioned her friendships, and even tried to limit her outings with friends, effectively isolating her from the outside world. Romero's jealousy had grown so intense that he would sometimes appear unexpectedly, as if testing Graciela's loyalty. This possessiveness embarrassed her, and she began withdrawing from her social circles, leaving her family as her only real connection. This change started impacting her professional life, as her career required her to stay in touch with clients and attend events regularly. Friends and colleagues noticed the shift, remarking how Graciela, once radiant and cheerful, now seemed sad and tired. Her children observed that she had lost her independence and didn't look as vibrant as before. They discussed their concerns and felt uneasy about Romero, yet they ultimately respected Graciela's decision to stay with him, knowing she was an adult who had chosen her own path. Even other relatives expressed distrust of Romero, but no one knew how to help her. Gabby once suggested that her mother might consider professional help for their relationship. Graciela's response was to reassure Gabby that she could handle things herself. Then, in 2018, Graciela announced a surprising decision: she was moving her beauty salon to her home, saying it would be more convenient. Her family was taken aback, as she had never mentioned any intention to make such a change in all the years since the salon's opening. Some clients later shared that Romero often lingered around the salon, creating a tense atmosphere. People speculated that Graciela made this move to address an issue, but others thought it was Romero's idea, driven by his jealousy. Despite the doubts surrounding her decision, Graciela remained upbeat, saying that working from home allowed her to be closer to Jacob and Romero. By the end of the year, she and Romero started converting a room in the house into her new salon. But the project dragged on, with the setup only finishing in May 2019. Even with the temporary closure, her reputation remained strong, and word of the home studio's reopening generated excitement, drawing in both loyal and new clients, many eagerly booking months in advance. Despite her professional success, Graciela grew increasingly private about her personal life. One day she called Gabby, urgently asking if she could come pick her up. Gabby, who was far away, explained it would take some time. Graciela insisted, hinting at trouble at home. When they finally met, she downplayed the situation, attributing her request to a simple argument with Romero. As they spent time together, she seemed to relax, even reassuring Gabby with a smile that it was just a lover's quarrel. However, Gabby couldn't shake her concern for her mother's well-being. After Annabelle reported Graciela's disappearance to the police, tensions rose sharply between her family and Romero. He was upset that they'd involved law enforcement, dismissing the situation by saying Graciela simply needed time alone or had possibly gone to another man. Yet police took the report seriously, launching an investigation and treating her as a potential crime victim. They searched Graciela's home, where her family noted a few personal items missing, but nothing appeared out of place otherwise. Investigators interviewed her children, ex-husband, and close friends, though no one could provide new insights. Suspicion lingered around Romero, who, despite cooperating by allowing home searches and submitting DNA samples, continued to raise doubt among family members. As police examined Graciela's phone records, they traced her last signal to a bridge in Washington on November 9th at 12:30 p.m., after which her phone was turned off. Her bank accounts remained untouched, and there was no activity on her social media. Officers questioned hundreds of potential witnesses and searched all the places Graciela was known to visit, but found no leads. It was as if she had vanished without a trace. Approximately 4 months into the investigation, Hermiston police publicly admitted they had no confirmed information on Graciela's last known whereabouts. While Romero hadn't reported her missing, they didn't formally accuse him of wrongdoing, a stance that frustrated her family. The police communication with Graciela's children became infrequent, and they had to reach out themselves for updates. By March 2020, with no progress in the search and the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic complicating efforts, Graciela's family turned to the media. They hoped public awareness could generate leads, and Gabby primarily engaged with the press, voicing frustration over the investigation's slow pace. She urged the police to prioritize the case, as the family believed her mother had been the victim of foul play. Graciela's disappearance left many troubling signs, such as the unusual state of her belongings, the strange circumstances at home, and the absence of any attempts to contact family members. In their quest to find answers, the Garcia family posted flyers throughout the city, detailing Graciela's appearance as a 49-year-old Latina woman, around 1.6 meters tall, weighing approximately 62 kg, with dyed blonde hair. They also petitioned for a change in the detective team, suspecting possible bias due to alleged ties between Romero and the investigating officers. The family highlighted disturbing inconsistencies, including the fact that Romero's phone had also been turned off on the day Graciela vanished, and that he didn't appear to be reacting as a worried spouse would. The Garcia family pressed for Romero's arrest, leading to a response from Police Chief Jason Edmiston. He confirmed that Graciela's disappearance was considered suspicious and potentially involved foul play, though he emphasized this was only one possible scenario. Edmiston denied any social ties between Romero and law enforcement and mentioned that misinformation was hampering the investigation. To bolster efforts, the FBI became involved, and Edmiston expressed frustration over public criticism, explaining the case's legal complexities and the necessity for confidentiality. Meanwhile, Gabby initiated a fundraiser to hire a private investigator, a step seen by some as a critique of the investigation. On the first anniversary of Graciela's disappearance, her family held a memorial, attended by friends and acquaintances, where they prayed for her safe return and lit candles. They also placed signs outside the police station, urging the authorities to continue their search. The latest significant update came in September 2023, when Romero Sanchez was seriously injured in an attack, reportedly involving Graciela's brother, Mason Garcia. While specifics were not disclosed, it appeared that her family had reached a breaking point with the perceived lack of police action, potentially leading to a vigilante approach. The tragic event highlighted the ongoing anguish and frustration Graciela's family faces in the absence of answers. Graciela Garcia's disappearance remains an unsolved mystery, leaving her loved ones in agonizing uncertainty. For her children, the difficulty When one person goes missing, it's always heartbreaking for their family. But imagine the horror if an entire family disappears, especially when children are involved. The grief in such cases is beyond words. Issues concerning the lives and health of children are always handled with extra care, as they are innocent from birth. Sadly, there are times when these little angels endure the same hardships as adults. In the fall of 2013, a tragic event took place in Deltona, Florida, USA, involving the family of Yenia Suarez and Luis Toledo. Yenia, a 28-year-old mother, went missing along with her 2 children, 9-year-old Thalia and 8-year-old Michael Otto. Law enforcement quickly launched a search and investigation, but what they found left even the most experienced officers shocked. What happened between the night of October 22nd and the morning of October 23rd remains a mystery that defies all logic. The next morning, Felicita Perez, Yenia's mother, waited for her daily phone call. Yenia usually called between 8:30 and 9 a.m., but this time, no call came. Concerned, Felicita tried reaching her for 2 hours, but all attempts failed. The phone was off. Worried, she called the school, but they informed her that her grandchildren hadn't arrived. Her concern grew, and by 11 a.m., she decided to visit Yenia's home. No one answered the door, and Felicita, now very worried, contacted the police. Her concern convinced officers to act. When they arrived at Yenia's house, they began inspecting the home and surrounding area. Shortly after, 35-year-old Luis Toledo, Yenia's husband, arrived. He appeared surprised to see the police and was initially upset, but softened once he learned why they were there. Luis told the officers that he last saw his wife and children the night before after a minor argument. According to him, Yenia packed some things and left without saying a word. Their relationship had been strained, and they were on the brink of divorce. After their fight, Luis said he slept in his car, and by morning, the house was empty. He expressed sadness, saying that after years together, his wife didn't even say goodbye. His words seemed believable, and he allowed the police to search the home. Other than some scattered children's toys, everything looked in order, with no signs of forced entry or struggle. It was possible that Yenia had left willingly with her children. Her second car, a 2013 Honda Accord, was also missing, along with personal items, documents, and her phone. However, several things raised concerns. First, Yenia was very close to her family, so it was unlikely that she would leave without telling them where she was going. Second, there was a strange smell in the house, especially in the bedroom, bathroom, and the hallway. It smelled like cleaning products mixed with vinegar. Detectives considered two possibilities: either the family kept the house unusually clean, or someone was trying to cover up a crime. Third, Felicita's earlier account made the situation even more suspicious. She had told the police that on October 22nd, Yenia and Luis had a terrible argument during which Luis showed aggression and hit her daughter. Neighbors also added to the mystery. When they saw the police, they mentioned hearing strange noises from the house during the night. Some heard what sounded like a scream around 2 a.m., but they didn't think much of it at the time, as fights among teenagers in the area were common. It was only after the police arrived that they realized something serious had happened. As the investigation continued, more details about the argument came to light. Luis had suspected Yenia of cheating on him, so he installed a tracking app on her phone. He discovered that she was having an affair with her co-worker, Kevin Dren. On October 22nd, Luis confronted her at her workplace, publicly accusing her of infidelity and slapping her. He said he wouldn't stand in the way of her relationship with her lover. During the confrontation, one of Yenia's co-workers called the police to report the incident, but Luis left before officers arrived. When the police spoke with Yenia afterward, she admitted that her husband often acted out of control, but she had never asked for help. Her statements were documented and recorded. After work, Yenia went to her mother's house, where her children were waiting. They had dinner together, and then Luis called her. Felicita recalled hearing part of the conversation. Luis apologized and begged Yenia not to press charges against him. He also hinted that something bad might happen if she didn't listen. Yenia had been planning to get a restraining order against her husband, but after the call, she changed her mind, telling her family that it would only make things worse. Later that evening, Luis came to Felicita's house. He was upset, complaining about how his marriage was falling apart. He expressed his love for his family and his desire not to lose them. Despite this, Yenia was firm and told him that they were getting a divorce. After that, Luis left. Yenia initially planned to stay the night at her mother's house, but after meeting with Luis, she decided to take the children and return home. Tragically, that was the last time Felicita saw her daughter and grandchildren. Because of the incident at Yenia's workplace the day before and her sudden disappearance, the police had enough evidence to arrest Luis. At the station, he seemed shocked and confused. He repeated his story after arguing with Yenia at her mother's house. He went to a neighbor's place until 1 a.m. Then he decided to sleep in his car to avoid further conflict. He claimed that when he returned home at 7 a.m., no one was there. Despite the circumstances, Luis remained calm and didn't show much concern for his missing family. He explained this by saying he was sure they would come back soon or contact someone. He believed Yenia wasn't the type to stay in touch regularly, and this situation was just an unfortunate coincidence. Yenia and Luis met in 2009 during a street festival. They were instantly attracted to each other and quickly fell in love. However, their relationship was far from perfect. Those around them felt they weren't a good match. Yenya had already been through a failed marriage and, at 24, was a single mother of 2 young children. She was determined to provide a better life for her kids, ensuring they received a good education and a bright future. To achieve this, she re-enrolled in college while working full-time. Yenya worked for American K-9 Detection Services in Lake Mary, a company specializing in training dogs for military and police work. She balanced her job with her duties as a mother, striving to give her children the best possible life. Luis, unlike Yenya, was older and just beginning to rebuild his life. He had a criminal past with multiple convictions and had once been a prominent member of the Latin Kings gang. Thanks to his aggressive nature and fighting skills, he held a leadership position in the gang. However, after turning state's evidence and betraying his fellow gang members, Luis lost his influence and respect within the group. This led him to leave the gang, turn his back on crime, and enroll in barber school. He even got baptized and started attending church. Luis became a more sociable and caring person, known for helping others. After meeting Yenya, he transformed completely, becoming a loving partner and a caring stepfather to her children. Neighbors often saw him spending time with the kids and playing with them in the yard, and they spoke highly of him. The young couple married on January 1, 2011, and although their relationship was initially happy, things soon changed. The respect and understanding between them began to fade. Luis started to spend more time playing video games, neglecting his family responsibilities. Yenya frequently voiced her frustration, but any improvements in his behavior were temporary. Felicita, Yenya's mother, lived nearby and often visited, so she was well aware of the growing tension. The arguments between Yenya and Luis became more frequent, and Luis struggled to understand why things couldn't stay the way they were. One day, in a fit of anger, Luis physically assaulted Yenya, and from that point, their marriage began to fall apart. After Luis was taken into custody, detectives interviewed relatives and friends of the missing family. They also contacted Kevin, Yenya's lover. Kevin revealed that he had spoken to Yenya late on the night of October 22nd, worried about her after the incident at work. During their conversation, Yenya seemed tense, but she assured Kevin that everything would be fine and that it would just take time to settle down. Her voice occasionally sounded unclear, leading Kevin to suspect that she might have been drinking. Their conversation lasted about 5 minutes, and Yenya ended it by wishing him a good night and saying goodbye. Kevin didn't know where she was and was genuinely worried that something terrible might have happened to her. Later, the police received a call from a neighbor of Luis, Jackson Tishon, who lived across the street. Jackson had unintentionally witnessed some of the events that unfolded and reported seeing something at 6 a.m. that caught his attention. Luis came to Jackson early that morning, asking for help with an errand. He mentioned needing to pick up a neighbor on his way back from Lake Mary, but didn't provide any more details. Jackson watched as Luis got into Yenya's car, leading him to believe that her vehicle needed repairs and that they were heading to a garage. However, what happened next was far from what Jackson expected. They drove for about 30 minutes and stopped in the parking lot of a large supermarket. Luis got out and began meticulously cleaning the inside of the car. Jackson noticed how carefully he wiped down the entire cabin, including the doors and windows, using a cleaning agent. Afterward, Luis gathered the car mats, a rag and gloves, put them into a bag, and disposed of them in a trash container. At the time, Jackson didn't understand what was happening, but the thorough cleaning made him uneasy. He began to suspect that something serious had occurred the night before. Still, he was confused if Luis was hiding something. Why would he involve him? After finishing with Yenya's car, Luis and Jackson returned home. This time, Luis drove and Jackson sat in the back seat. The ride back to Deltona was tense and silent. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Jackson finally asked what had happened. Luis simply responded that he had lost his temper and refused to elaborate further. The incident weighed heavily on Jackson's mind throughout the morning. When he heard rumors about Yenya and her children's disappearance, he connected the dots and quickly contacted the police. Jackson was later interviewed by detectives, and he confirmed everything he had shared over the phone. He also guided the police to the location of Yenya's car and the trash container where Luis had disposed of the cleaning materials. With Jackson's testimony, detectives brought Luis in for further questioning. At this point, there was still hope that Yenya and the children were alive, and investigators pressed Luis to confess. They shared Jackson's account with him and asked for his side of the story. However, Luis seemed unfazed, suggesting that the police were bluffing, and he refused to cooperate. The detectives knew they needed solid evidence to make a case against Louise. Instead of rushing, they proceeded carefully. They went to the supermarket parking lot, where they found Yenia's car, just as Jackson had described. The car was empty, but Yenia's personal belongings were inside her purse, ID card, wallet, work pass, and mobile phone. Forensic experts examined the vehicle thoroughly, searching for DNA, blood, or fingerprints. Unfortunately, they found no significant evidence, likely due to how meticulously the car had been cleaned. Despite this, investigators were now certain that something serious had happened, but without conclusive forensic evidence, they couldn't make definitive accusations yet. It was discovered that the garage keys still held a single fingerprint, which matched Louise. In the trash bin Jackson had pointed out, investigators found a bag containing cleaning supplies, a rag, and some clothing. Additionally, bloodstains were found on the discarded car mats and men's shoes. A wet shower curtain and the same cleaning products were found in another container near the couple's home. Though finding traces in the house was difficult, experts located small blood spatters in the bathroom on the cabinet doors and the floor under the bathtub. DNA analysis revealed that the blood belonged to Talia and Michael. After this discovery, the lead detective began to doubt that the missing family members would be found alive, but the search pressed on. Relatives, friends, and volunteers joined the efforts, searching everywhere with the help of dogs and divers, but they found nothing. It became clear that Louise was the only person who might have answers, yet he continued to stay silent. Eventually, during the third interrogation, Louise broke down and confessed to Yenia's death, but he denied harming the children. He explained that Jackson had come over that evening to play video games when suddenly Yenia and the children showed up. Yenia, upset about the events of the day, was angry that Louise was still playing video games and demanded that they leave. Louise refused, and Yenia, in frustration, walked up to him and began shaking him by the shoulders. To stop her, Louise claimed he impulsively punched her in the neck. Unfortunately, he misjudged the force of the blow, and it proved fatal. She couldn't breathe. I saw her gasping for air, and I couldn't do anything to help. She ended up dying while looking at me, Louise recounted. The detective then asked him provocatively, "Do you miss your children? Would you trade places with them?" Louise nodded silently. When asked to explain how the children died, Louis' demeanor shifted. He stated that the children were not harmed by him but by a neighbor who was present after Yenia's death. According to Louis, after Yenia died, Talia and Michael ran into the room, saw their mother on the floor, and started screaming. In a panic, Louis claimed he asked Jackson to take the children to another room. Shortly after, Louis said he heard loud noises from the bathroom, and when he went to check on them, he found the tragic scene. He saw the children lying on the floor, and the neighbor was holding an axe. Louis burst into tears as he recounted the story. He added that after the incident, he was in shock and lost all sense of reality. According to Louis, Jackson took advantage of his dazed state and disposed of the bodies. There was a moment of silence in the interrogation room. The detectives realized that their last hope of finding the missing family alive was gone. All that remained was to locate the bodies, but the chances of doing so were diminishing quickly. The detectives doubted Louis' sincerity but had to check his claims nonetheless. Jackson was brought back for questioning. When confronted with Louis' story, the young man firmly denied the accusations, stating that after returning home from college, he hadn't left the house again. He emphasized that he had no reason to harm Yenia, Talia, or Michael, and even pointed out that he had gone to the police voluntarily. Jackson's alibi was soon confirmed, clearing him of any suspicion. The search for Yenia, Michael, and Talia continued with relentless effort. Despite the attention from the public and the involvement of many volunteers, there was no success. Investigators combed through neighborhoods, woods, bodies of water, and even local landfills, but no trace of the bodies was found. Detectives began to fear that without finding the bodies, there wouldn't be enough evidence to convict Louis. Then something unexpected happened. During one of the routine interrogations, Louis asked to use the restroom, accompanied by several officers. While walking to the restroom, he made a strange request. He wanted to be taken home so he could end his life. Naturally, the officers refused. Louis then asked them to remove his handcuffs so they could shoot him, pretending he was trying to escape. This request was also denied. One of the officers asked Louis where the bodies of his family were. Louis muttered that he would never reveal that information. Once inside the restroom, he managed to close the door behind him. Soon after, the officers heard the sound of breaking glass. It turned out that Luis had smashed the mirror over the sink and used the shards to slash his wrists. It was clear he was determined to take his own life, but the reasons behind it remained uncertain. Was it guilt and remorse for what had happened, or was he afraid of the punishment that awaited him? He didn't bother to get to the bottom of it, Jackson said. Despite the defense's attempts to shift blame toward him, all evidence pointed to Luis. Jackson's alibi and the fact that nothing incriminating was found during searches of his home and car helped clear him of any suspicion. Luis Toledo's trial took place in 2017. The prosecution argued that he committed the murders out of jealousy and rage after discovering Yenia's affair. Despite his repeated denials about harming the children, all evidence suggested that he was responsible for the deaths of Yenia, Michael, and Talia. His story involving a neighbor wielding an axe was dismissed as a desperate attempt to deflect blame. Yenia's sister, Kimberley Lanta, testified that Luis had threatened her in the past. She recounted how she had obtained a restraining order against him because of the constant fear he instilled in her through threatening text messages. During the trial, she presented the court with these saved messages in which Luis had threatened to take her children and even suggested he would send someone to harm her. Her testimony further solidified the prosecution's case. The defense attempted to undermine the credibility of the prosecution's case by focusing on Jackson's involvement, but the evidence against Luis was overwhelming. The lie detector tests and extensive searches of Jackson's belongings found nothing to support Luis' version of events, and Jackson remained a credible witness in the investigation. Ultimately, Luis Toledo was convicted of the murders. His attempts to manipulate the narrative and avoid responsibility failed, as the evidence of his meticulous efforts to cover up the crime and his contradictory statements only deepened his guilt. The court found him guilty, and he was sentenced accordingly. Though the bodies of Yenia, Michael, and Talia were never found, Luis' conviction brought some semblance of closure to the grieving families. His actions throughout the trial, from his erratic behavior during interrogations to his attempts to take his own life, revealed a man torn between guilt and fear of retribution from his past. Luis Toledo's story, marked by jealousy, violence, and betrayal, ended with justice being served, even though the full truth about what happened to the missing family might never be known. The trial concluded with Luis Toledo being sentenced to 3 life terms without the possibility of parole, found guilty of second-degree murder for Yenia and first-degree murder for Talia and Michael. Despite his attempt to request the death penalty to avoid retaliation from his former gang members, Toledo was denied, and the jury ensured he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. Yenia's family, along with the biological father of the children, attended the trial, deeply impacted by grief. Though they wished for answers regarding the whereabouts of the missing bodies, Toledo continued to deny any involvement in the children's deaths and claimed ignorance about where they were. His lack of remorse and focus on protecting himself from prison retribution only deepened the family's anguish. After the trial, Yenia's college, Rollins College, posthumously awarded her a bachelor's degree in human resources management. Her active role in her church community and her commitment to her education were commemorated, though her tragic fate overshadowed what would have been a bright future. To this day, as of April 2024, Toledo remains incarcerated, still claiming that he was not responsible for the deaths of Talia and Michael. In one of his letters from prison, he cryptically referenced sending 3 boxes. 1 large and 2 small, which many interpret as an allusion to the fate of his victims. Whether this was a coded confession or another attempt to mislead remains unclear. Despite Toledo's claims, the evidence against him, including his prior criminal history, has left little doubt in the minds of authorities and the public that justice has been served. In conclusion, this case highlights the devastating impact of domestic violence, jealousy, and unresolved anger. Yenia, a dedicated mother and aspiring professional, and her innocent children lost their lives, leaving a lasting mark on their community. While the physical bodies may never be found, the memory of their lives continues to resonate with those who love them. Story of a woman's revenge. They say that when a woman is humiliated and insulted, she can become capable of almost anything, and revenge can be the most terrifying of all. Cruel, clever, and sometimes unexpected, revenge depends a lot on the woman's mental state, but the depth of her pain can't be overlooked. This powerful emotion can be hidden for years, but when it finally erupts, it can destroy everything in its path. One of the most famous cases of this is the Bobbitt couple from the early 90s, which shocked the world. Their last name even became a verb to bobbit, meaning to cut or chop. This case brought attention not only to domestic violence but also to the sensitive issue of marital assault, a topic many avoid discussing. Let's break it all down step by step. Who is Lorena Bobbitt? Born Lorena Leonor Gallo on May 15, 1970, in Buque, Ecuador, near the Chimborazo province, she was the youngest child in a modest family. During her elementary years, her family moved to Caracas, Venezuela. Lorena was bright, hardworking, and focused. In her teenage years, she lost her father, and her relationship with her mother, Elvia Gallo, became strained. After finishing school, Lorena decided to move to the United States to live with her cousin, Jana Basti. Her cousin welcomed her and helped her get a student visa. However, Jana was very strict, so Lorena had to follow house rules and help with chores. Even with these challenges, Lorena chose to stay in the US, knowing it offered her more opportunities than Latin America. She was drawn to the beauty industry and decided to become a manicurist. Fortunately, her cousin owned a beauty salon in the city center and had lots of experience. She was happy to help Lorena by letting her watch the professionals and practice her skills. Later, her aunt even arranged for Lorena to work part-time at the salon. It was during this time, about 8 months after arriving in the US, that Lorena met John Bobbitt. Lorena had settled into her new life, enrolling in college and working as a manicurist at her relative's salon while saving money. In September 1988, she was getting ready for a party with some friends. Her aunt gave her strict rules about how to behave and what time to be home, and Lorena promised everything would be fine. She was nervous since it was her first time going out to a nightclub. She picked a modest outfit compared to her friends, applied makeup, and styled her hair fashionably. When Lorena arrived at the nightclub, she was amazed by the lively atmosphere. The place was full of young people dancing, having fun, and socializing. As she looked around, she couldn't help but think that maybe this was the kind of place where she could meet the man of her dreams. That thought became reality just minutes later when she noticed a handsome young man smiling at her. He waved, and she waved back. The man approached her, introduced himself as John Bobbitt, and immediately showed interest in her. John was tall, charming, and couldn't take his eyes off Lorena, who had a unique and exotic beauty. He cracked jokes, gave compliments, and she found herself drawn to his charisma. They spent the night dancing and talking, and afterward, John walked her home. Before leaving, he asked for her phone number and promised to call her soon. John Wayne Bobbitt was born on March 24, 1967, in Buffalo, New York. He was the youngest of 3 children. When John was just 3 years old, his father tragically died. His mother, overwhelmed by grief, had a severe mental breakdown and was placed in a psychiatric clinic. With no one to care for them, John and his siblings were taken in by their religious aunt and uncle, who stepped in during this difficult time. John was still very young, but these events left a deep impact on him. His aunt and uncle raised the children with strict discipline, following strong religious beliefs. The family attended church every Sunday and participated in charity work, always striving to help those in need. While John wasn't an exceptional student, he did fairly well in school and got by overall. As a teenager, John decided to pursue a career in the military. After completing the necessary training and special preparation at a military academy, he joined the Marines. John quickly proved himself to be brave, disciplined, and determined. However, after a few years, the strict routine and constant need to follow orders began to wear him down. Once he left the service, equipped with military skills and experience, John found work as a security guard at a popular city establishment. Yet, he soon started changing jobs frequently, never staying at one place for long. The day after their first meeting, as promised, John called Lorena to ask her out. For their first date, they took a simple walk in the park, chatting easily about various topics. John made it clear that he wanted to continue their relationship, and Lorena didn't mind. However, according to her aunt's rules, Lorena had to introduce her new boyfriend to her aunt before they could have a serious relationship. John agreed to these terms and came to dinner at her aunt's house as scheduled. John was polite, thoughtful, and courteous, yet he made sure to appear serious during the meeting. He made a good impression on Lorena's strict aunt, Jana. After a private conversation with John, Jana gave her approval for the relationship to continue. 6 months into their romance, John proposed to Lorena, and she happily accepted. Lorena was thrilled, as she had always dreamed of having a family, children, and a home of her own. They began preparing for the most important day of their lives. In June 1989, shortly after Lorena turned 19, the couple got married. Their wedding was modest, as they didn't have enough money for a grand celebration, choosing instead to spend their savings on a honeymoon at the beach. Despite their happiness, the absence of both their parents cast a slight shadow over the event. Instead, their aunts and uncles attended to celebrate with them. After their wedding and a beautiful honeymoon, the couple moved to Virginia, settling in a quiet and cozy neighborhood in Manassas. The first few months of their married life were like a fairy tale. They enjoyed each other's company, showing mutual love, care, and tenderness. However, as the new year of 1990 approached, things began to take a turn for the worse. At first, Lorena tried to brush off some of John's rude remarks, believing it was just part of the adjustment period in their marriage. One day, after Lorena served cold soup for dinner, John exploded in anger. He threw the plate on the floor, yelled at her, and insulted her, calling her a terrible homemaker. Lorena tried to defend herself, explaining that she had called him to the table several times, but he was too distracted by the TV. In response, John slapped her, and Lorena, determined not to be mistreated, slapped him back. However, as time passed, John's control over her grew stronger, and Lorena found herself increasingly dominated. He established strict rules in their home, treating her like an object rather than a partner. He constantly criticized her, physically abused her, and coerced her into intimacy even when she was unwilling. Lorena hoped that having a child would soften John and put an end to his cruelty. However, John had no desire for children. When Lorena told him she was pregnant in 1992, he became furious and demanded she get an abortion immediately. They never revisited the topic. Lorena delayed the decision for several weeks, hoping John would change his mind, but he remained adamant and pressured her relentlessly. Eventually, he forced her to go to the hospital to terminate the pregnancy, which devastated Lorena. It took her a long time to recover from the emotional trauma. John, on the other hand, only cared about living for his own pleasure. He didn't hold a steady job, making ends meet by working as a bouncer at entertainment venues. When he needed money, he would shamelessly take it from Lorena, who worked hard as a manicurist and was a highly sought-after makeup artist in a beauty salon. Although Lorena tried to hide her struggles, her friends and colleagues began to notice a change in her. The once joyful, smiling girl had become a quiet, haunted version of her former self. People around her suspected that something was wrong in her marriage, but they had no idea how severe it had become. John's behavior grew more controlling by the day. He monitored where Lorena went and who she talked to. At home, she had to follow his rules, and intimacy happened only when John wanted it, regardless of her feelings. Lorena felt trapped, unable to share her pain with anyone, as she found the situation too shameful and humiliating. On June 22, 1993, John and one of his old military buddies decided to go out to an entertainment venue, leading to the events that would soon shake the world. The men partied and drank late into the night while Lorena was home alone. She didn't wait up for her husband and went to bed around midnight, soon falling asleep. Around 3 a.m, a drunk and aroused John returned home. Without hesitation, he ripped the shirt off his sleeping wife. Lorena barely understood what was happening as John forcefully assaulted her. She cried and begged him to stop, but he ignored her pleas, completely indifferent to her tears. Afterward, John passed out beside her. Shaking and sobbing, Lorena went to the kitchen. She drank some water to calm herself, but her eyes fell on a stand of sharp kitchen knives. Almost unconsciously, she grabbed a large carving knife. Still in a daze, she returned to the bedroom, where John lay snoring on his back. Without hesitation, she grabbed his genitalia with her left hand, squeezed hard, and swiftly sliced through it with the knife, severing a large part. John woke up screaming in pain. Meanwhile, Lorena calmly walked out of the room, went to the garage, and got into her car. She sped through the quiet, deserted streets of the city. At an intersection, as she waited at a red light, she glanced down at her blood-covered hands and realized she was still holding the severed piece of John's body. Horrified, she rolled down the window and threw it out before continuing to drive. Lorena went to a close friend's house. Her friend, shocked by Lorena's state and the story she shared, quickly understood the seriousness of the situation. She called the police and an ambulance, alerting them to what had happened. Meanwhile, John, in immense pain, was trying to stop the bleeding by pressing a sheet against his wound. The injury to the groin vein, a major blood vessel, is often fatal due to rapid blood loss. However, John was somewhat fortunate as a clot had formed, slowing the bleeding significantly. Medics arrived just in time and rushed him to the nearest hospital, where he received immediate medical care. The medical team soon raised the critical question, where was the severed part of John's genitalia? There was still a chance to reattach it and restore its function. Lorena, after being questioned, indicated the general area where she had thrown it from the car. Lorena told the police where she had thrown the severed part of her husband's anatomy. After a long search, officers found it. The amputated organ was cleaned with antiseptic, placed in a special container with ice, and rushed to the hospital where John was being treated. A surgeon from the state capital arrived and, though shocked by the nature of the case, performed a groundbreaking surgery. The procedure lasted over 9 hours, and remarkably, despite the organ having been left on the road for more than an hour, the surgery was successful. All the tissues and blood vessels were reattached, and John began to recover quickly. That same night, Lorena was arrested and brought to the police station for questioning. She immediately confessed, sharing the harrowing details of her marriage, explaining how 4 years of emotional, physical, and sexual abuse had pushed her to this desperate act. Lorena also revealed how a year earlier, John had forced her to terminate a pregnancy, even though she had desperately wanted to have the child. The abortion had deeply traumatized her. Regarding the night of the incident, Lorena recalled little. She described being in a fog, only remembering John coming home drunk, taking advantage of her while she pleaded for him to stop, and going to the kitchen for water afterward. The next thing she remembered was hearing John scream, the roar of her car engine, and realizing she was holding a part of his genitalia in her hand. The case created a media frenzy. Women who had suffered domestic violence, along with feminist organizations, rallied around Lorena, seeing her as a symbol of the struggle against abusive relationships. At the time, in the early 1990s, many wives suffering from abuse often remained silent. Society tended to blame the victims, suggesting that they had provoked the violence or had failed to act properly. There was still an expectation that wives should be submissive and obedient to their husbands, and if a man resorted to violence, many believed it was the wife's fault. After Lorena was acquitted due to her mental state, the couple officially divorced in 1995, and she reverted to her maiden name. As for John Bobbitt, his life took a series of twists and turns following the highly publicized case. In the immediate aftermath of the trial, John attempted to capitalize on his newfound notoriety. Despite undergoing a successful surgery to reattach his severed genitalia, his life continued to spiral downward. He appeared on talk shows and even starred in adult films, trying to make a career out of the infamy that surrounded the case. However, John's legal troubles didn't end with the trial. He was later arrested several times for domestic violence against other women, showing that his issues with aggression and violence persisted beyond his marriage to Lorena. His attempts to maintain a stable life and career largely failed, and he struggled with unemployment and personal issues for years after the trial. Lorena, on the other hand, managed to rebuild her life. She became an advocate for victims of domestic violence, using her traumatic experience to help others in similar situations. Over the years, she has spoken publicly about the importance of raising awareness of domestic abuse and has been involved in various organizations that support survivors. In later interviews, Lorena expressed relief at being able to move forward and help other women through her advocacy work. Her case remains one of the most famous examples of domestic violence, continuing to spark conversations about marital abuse, women's rights, and how society handles such sensitive topics. The Bobbitt case left a lasting legacy, highlighting the often overlooked struggles of victims of domestic violence and the drastic lengths to which someone might go when pushed to their emotional and physical limits. 6 months after returning to Ecuador in 1996, Lorena Bobbitt, who had reverted to her maiden name, Lorena Gallo, made headlines once more. This time, however, it was not due to a scandal, but rather because of her philanthropic efforts. Lorena became a strong advocate for domestic violence survivors, using her experience to raise awareness and support other women in similar situations. She returned to the United States and began working with organizations dedicated to helping victims of domestic violence,
Lorena created the Lorena Gallo Foundation, which provides support and resources for those affected by abuse. Her mission was to transform her traumatic experience into something positive, helping to educate and empower women who felt trapped in abusive relationships. Lorena frequently participated in speaking engagements and interviews, but she chose to focus on her advocacy work rather than seeking fame from her past. She expressed regret over the violent actions that occurred during her marriage, but maintained that she had been pushed to the breaking point by years of emotional, physical, and sexual abuse. In 2019, Lorena's story once again attracted widespread attention with the release of a 4-part documentary series titled Lorena on Amazon Prime. Directed by Jordan Peele, the series revisited the infamous case while also highlighting Lorena's activism and shedding light on the broader issue of domestic violence. In the documentary, Lorena opened up about the abuse she endured and her journey to healing, making it clear that her life was now dedicated to helping others. While John Bobbitt's post-trial life was marked by repeated legal troubles and failed attempts to cash in on his notoriety, Lorena took a different path, one focused on healing, advocacy, and making a difference in the lives of domestic abuse survivors. In 2009, nearly 15 years after their sensational legal battles, Lorena and John Bobbitt met face-to-face for the first time on the TV show Insider. During the meeting, John publicly apologized to Lorena for his abusive behavior during their marriage. In a surprising turn, he declared that despite everything, he still loved her. Lorena appeared visibly emotional during the exchange but maintained her composure. She confirmed on the show that every year on Valentine's Day, John still sent her flowers and cards, despite their tumultuous history. Lorena, however, emphasized that she had moved on from that chapter of her life. At that point, she was happily remarried to Dave Bellinger, and they shared a daughter together, born in 2006. Lorena preferred not to dwell on her past with John Bobbitt, focusing instead on her family and advocacy work. This emotional reunion marked the last significant public interaction between the two, with Lorena continuing her work to raise awareness about domestic violence through her foundation, Lena's Red Wagon. The incident that had once shocked the nation had, in many ways, been transformed into a platform for change and empowerment for Lorena, though for John, the memory of the case lingered in a different light.
Folded back in 2004, right in the heart of New Jersey, USA. Our central figure here is Brittany Gregory, born on April 1st, 1988, in Brick Township. She was the youngest among her 5 siblings. Due to her parents' divorce, she ended up living with her father, but she maintained a strong bond with all her siblings, especially her sister Brianna, who was 4 years older. Now in school, Brittany was no ordinary student. Teachers saw immense potential in her and believed she could excel academically. But here's the twist. Her dream wasn't to become your usual scholar. No, Brittany's dream was to become a forensic scientist, someone who studies crime scene evidence. It's quite an unusual dream, isn't it? Brittany had a reputation as the baby of the family. Her mother described her as spoiled, but not in a vain or arrogant way. In April, when she turned 16, she held her mother to a promise she had made, to let her get her belly button pierced. She had a deep admiration for pop icon Britney Spears, with posters of her adorning her bedroom walls. And let's not forget her love for cartoons, particularly SpongeBob SquarePants. But above all, she couldn't get enough of TV shows centered around forensic science, the very field she aspired to enter. She and her mother had this lovely tradition of watching these shows together and then discussing them over the phone. Fast forward to 2004, where 16-year-old Brittany and her 20-year-old sister Brianna were living with their father Joe Dunn and his new girlfriend Laurie Peterson in a cozy little house close to their school. Brittany's father's house was at the end of the street, nestled near a wooded area. Now, Brittany had been dating John Fitzgerald, an 18-year-old gentleman, for almost 2 years. He was the kind of guy Brittany's family absolutely adored, and their relationship was the envy of many. They seemed like the perfect couple, but things took a dark turn on Sunday, July 11th, 2004. Brittany's mother, Deborah, and her sister Brianna had gone on a visit to South Toms River, which was about 15 miles away from Brittany's home. They were visiting Brittany's older brother and his wife, who had recently become parents themselves. Around 8:30 p.m. that evening, Brittany made a distressing call to her mother via her cell phone. She needed a ride to her boyfriend John's house, and her voice was filled with anxiety, hinting at some possible trouble. However, her mother was out of town and couldn't come to her rescue. Instead, she suggested that Brianna could be there in about an hour. Brittany agreed to wait for her friend Brianna, who was running about 45 minutes late. When Brianna finally called, Brittany didn't answer. Brianna thought maybe Brittany was asleep or someone had taken her to John's place. The next morning, when Brianna returned home, she was shocked to find Brittany missing. Her belongings, including her phone, were still there. Brianna wondered if Brittany had spent the night at her boyfriend's house, but it was unusual because Brittany never did this without telling someone. Desperate for answers, Brianna began calling all of Brittany's friends, but no one knew where she was. Unable to reach her sister, Brianna decided to call John. He mentioned that he had last spoken to Brittany on Sunday morning, and they hadn't been in touch since. Laurie Peterson, a friend of Brittany's father who lived with them, confirmed that Brittany hadn't returned home around 10 p.m. Sunday night. Brianna sensed something was wrong and immediately went to the police to report Brittany missing. Initially, the police didn't take Brianna's concerns seriously, thinking Brittany might have run away or was with friends. But Brianna convinced them that she had already contacted everyone Brittany knew, and no one had information about her whereabouts. Brianna knew her sister wouldn't run away on her own. Brittany was an honor student who spent most of her time at the library. She never left home without notice, and all her belongings, including money and her phone, were left behind. After Brianna convinced the police that Brittany couldn't have left willingly, they began their investigation. They checked Brittany's room for clues and ensured that her purse with her phone, ID, and makeup was left undisturbed. Nothing suspicious was found in her room. Interviews with everyone in the house ruled out the possibility of someone close to Brittany being involved in her disappearance. The police embarked on an extensive search around the vicinity of the house. Their thorough investigation included scrutinizing all the houses in the neighborhood, patrolling the property, and engaging with the local residents. They were on the lookout for potential witnesses who might possess crucial information about the case. Notably, the house in question was situated at the end of the street, with a dense wooded area across from it. Strangely, none of the neighbors had observed anything unusual, except for one observant woman. She claimed to have seen Brittany walking towards her home late on a Friday evening under the cloak of darkness. What's intriguing is that this sighting occurred 2 days before Brittany's disappearance. At first glance, this seemed trivial, but investigators couldn't ignore it. It clashed with the image of Brittany as a modest young girl who predominantly spent her time in the library and typically adhered to her parents' curfew. This raised questions. Why was Brittany out so late, and did her parents permit her to be out at such an hour? The police were determined to dig deeper into Brittany's life to understand if she was indeed the homegirl her sister had described her as. Countless interviews with family members, neighbors, and teachers revealed a consistent portrayal of Brittany as an exemplary individual. Everyone spoke highly of her. During these interviews, Brianna, Brittany's sister, disclosed a concerning aspect of Brittany's life. She mentioned that Brittany and her boyfriend, John, had been experiencing turbulence in their relationship recently. Arguments had become a regular occurrence between them. Curiously, on the very day of Brittany's disappearance, they had another heated exchange. This left Brittany distraught, and she expressed her desire to reconcile with John that evening. This revelation prompted investigators to scrutinize John more closely. They invited him to the police station to gather information regarding his last interaction with Brittany on the day she vanished. John recounted that their final phone conversation took place on Sunday morning while he was at the beach with friends. Brittany was upset that he had gone without her, leading to a bitter dispute. Following this argument, they ceased communication. John also disclosed that he had terminated his relationship with Brittany a few days prior. However, Brittany had difficulty accepting this breakup, despite John being involved with another girl by that point. The reason for their breakup was a rumor circulating that Brittany had kissed another guy at a party. Although John had not witnessed this himself, the rumor prompted him to end their relationship and pursue a new romantic interest. This twist in Brittany's personal life added complexity to the investigation, casting suspicion on John and the dynamics of their troubled relationship. It seems we've stumbled upon a pivotal lead in this perplexing murder mystery. On July 10th, the day before Brittany vanished without a trace, she handed a letter to John, expressing her regrets about her behavior and how she had broken his heart. In the letter, Brittany also asked John to remain friends. John, seemingly concerned about Brittany's welfare, cooperated with the detectives when they requested to see the letter. However, there was a twist. John revealed an intriguing detail. He mentioned that Brittany used to visit his house through a path in the woods behind her father's place. This path was about a mile from her father's house. Now, picture this. It was nighttime when she possibly made this journey. The darkness in the woods could have been scary and treacherous. The question that loomed was why Brittany, a young girl, was not afraid to navigate through the woods in the dark. Despite their suspicions, the police had no concrete evidence linking John to Brittany's disappearance. He even passed a lie detector test, which led to his removal from the list of suspects. The police, however, were faced with an ever-complicating puzzle. Their investigation took an unexpected turn when a woman contacted them. She had been in a park in the same area on the night Brittany disappeared. The park was eerily quiet, except for one distinctive vehicle, a Chevrolet pickup truck with unique wheels. The woman memorized the license plate, and when the investigators looked into it, they discovered it belonged to a 23-year-old named Anthony Geiger. As the police dug deeper into Anthony's background, they unearthed a startling connection. Anthony was the ex-boyfriend of Brittany's sister, Bobby Joe. According to Bobby Joe, they had broken up about a month prior because Anthony had become excessively jealous and paid too much attention to Brittany. Bobby Joe even suspected that Anthony, who was significantly older, had romantic feelings for her younger sister. Adding to the intrigue, Brittany's friends remembered instances when Anthony acted strangely around her, trying to flirt. The last encounter occurred during a lunch where Anthony made advances towards Brittany. With mounting suspicion, the detectives decided to question Anthony. During the interrogation, Anthony denied being in the vicinity of Brittany's home on the evening of July 11th. In Anthony's version of events, he claimed he wasn't around until the following day, July 12th, when the police had already started looking for the girl. He admitted to knowing her and seeing her at gatherings, but insisted they were only friends, and he never flirted with her. Anthony also mentioned that he considered Brittany too young for a romantic relationship and cared for her as a friend. According to Anthony's testimony, on the evening of July 11th, he was at home with his new girlfriend. Although his girlfriend confirmed his story, investigators still suspected him because his house was close to Brittany's residence. The investigators revisited the letter Brittany had written to John and noticed troubling indications that she might be saying farewell to her loved ones. They began to worry that Brittany might be harming herself after her breakup with her boyfriend. However, Brittany's parents disagreed, believing their daughter was strong-willed and wouldn't abandon her dreams because of a breakup. They thought she was passionate about life. When the investigation hit a dead end again, the police turned to the media for help in finding potential witnesses. Additionally, police from neighboring areas joined the search efforts. Brittany's parents decided to actively participate in the search as well, tired of waiting and doing nothing. They started going door to door in their neighborhood, but this approach didn't yield any results. The police decided to return to Brittany's home, where it all began. Even if she had planned to meet her boyfriend in the woods, it was puzzling why she had left her phone in her room. Could someone have abducted her from her own house? If so, did she know the person, and did she trust them? During a thorough search of Brittany's room, the police found something crucial: her personal diary, containing a handwritten letter. This letter held great significance for the police as it revealed hidden aspects of her family life. In the letter, Brittany described her life, her friendships, her boyfriend, her school, and she also delved into her family. She mentioned coming from a troubled family, visiting her older brother in jail every Sunday, her mother's struggles with drug addiction, her mother leaving her when she was 9, and now living with her father, with whom she wasn't very close, and his girlfriends. In another letter, she mentioned that she's not perfect and has had to do things she's not proud of, but she's determined not to follow in her parents' footsteps and wants to succeed in life. Her dream is to become a forensic scientist and help solve crimes. After reading this letter, the police decided to broaden their list of possible suspects. They shifted their focus to Brittany's family, who hadn't been considered suspects before. Detectives began investigating each member of Brittany's family. Surprisingly, they discovered that a male massage parlor was operating within the same house where she lived. A friend of Brittany's father, Laurie Peterson, was involved. She was seeing different men daily, but it was no secret that she wasn't providing traditional massages. She offered intimate services for money. This information became public knowledge as Laurie distributed her business cards around the neighborhood. Neighbors also reported suspicious activities at Brittany's father's house, including gatherings of people using illegal substances. This hinted at a troubled atmosphere in Brittany's home. Many men, most of whom Laurie didn't even know, visited the house for her services. It raised the possibility that one of her clients might have kidnapped Brittany from there. Over 100 police officers took on the challenging task of identifying everyone who had visited Joe Dunn's house in the past month. It was an arduous job, but just a week after Brittany's disappearance on July 18th, the police made a startling announcement. They had arrested a murder suspect. This news shocked Brittany's family since she was still missing and her body hadn't been found. When a picture of the suspect appeared on television, Brittany's mother, Deborah, recognized him. It turned out to be her longtime friend, 38-year-old Jack Fuller Jr., who had been close to the family for 20 years. Jack's daughter was engaged to Brittany's brother, who was in prison. Deborah was in disbelief. Why had Jack been arrested and charged with murder when Brittany's body had never been found? The family couldn't fathom that Jack could be involved in this case, especially since his children were friends with Brittany. They still clung to the hope that Brittany might be alive. Fuller had a history of criminal activities, having spent most of his adult life in trouble. Court records and interviews revealed that he had a record of breaking into cars, houses, and garden sheds, as well as dealing drugs. He had even threatened a man with a baseball bat and had confrontations with the police. He had also given false information about his identity after being arrested for drunk driving. Over the past decade, he had been arrested more than a dozen times and had served time in state prison for theft and parole violations. In the neighborhood, many people didn't report the crimes Jack committed because they were scared of him. He had been in jail for about 5.5 years and got out a year before Brittany disappeared. Brittany's parents thought he might steal money or jewelry to buy drugs, but they didn't think he would harm their daughter. After Fuller was arrested, the police figured out how he was connected to Brittany's disappearance. It all started with a call to the police. The caller said he had talked to Jack a few days earlier, and Jack had complained about back pain. He said he'd buried a girl's body in sandy soil and was worried animals might smell it. The police asked the caller to meet Jack while wearing a listening device to find out more. At the meeting, Fuller admitted to burying the girl but didn't say her name. He also said he needed to get rid of someone named Tommy because they knew too much. Detectives went to Tommy's house and took him to the police station for questioning. At first, Tommy didn't want to help, but when he heard a recorded conversation where Jack talked about killing him, Tommy got scared and cooperated. Tommy explained that the night Brittany disappeared, he and Jack were driving around using drugs. They stopped at Brittany's house, and Jack went inside to talk to her father. Jack came back with Brittany, and she sat in the back seat. Tommy didn't know what was happening, and when he asked, Brittany didn't answer. Jack said he would take Tommy home. Tommy said that when they got to his place, Brittany got out of the car and moved to the front seat. They drove off, and the next day, Jack acted like nothing happened. They even went to a car wash, which was unusual because Jack had never done that before. When the car wash attendant joked about it, Jack got angry and warned him to mind his own business. When Tommy found out Brittany was missing, he realized Jack might be involved. He asked Jack what happened, and Jack got furious, saying he'd taken her home and warned Tommy not to ask again. In our investigation, Tommy suspected that Jack had taken Brittany into the woods with bad intentions. You see, Jack had plans to spend the evening with Laurie, but she wasn't home. The detectives became convinced that Jack was their prime suspect when they arrested him and found him holding a can of gasoline near his car. It raised the question, was he trying to destroy evidence by setting his car on fire? Their suspicions deepened when they discovered blood in Jack's car, which forensic experts confirmed was Brittany's. They also found out that Jack had visited a car wash after his trip with Brittany. When they inspected the vacuum cleaner he used, they found sand particles held together by blood. Further tests confirmed it was Brittany's blood. Despite all this evidence, Jack remained silent, refusing to confess to Brittany's kidnapping and murder. The detectives decided to interview everyone who knew Jack, and many of them believed he was capable of such a crime. Despite having no visible means of employment, Jack always seemed to have money. During the investigation, it came to light that a patrol officer had encountered Jack's car parked near the woods on the night Brittany disappeared. At that time, they didn't know she was missing. Jack had told the officer he was looking for his dog that had run into the woods. This led the search for Brittany's body to focus on that area, involving police officers, K9 units, helicopters, and volunteers, but it yielded no results. Investigators began to speculate that Brittany had been desperate for a ride to her boyfriend's house that night. When Jack arrived at her house, she asked for a lift, and he agreed. However, instead of taking her where she wanted to go, he dropped off his friend Tommy and decided to take advantage of the situation by committing a terrible crime. To prove this theory, they needed to find Brittany's body. While the police were trying to extract a confession from Jack, another witness came forward. A woman who had once been held hostage by Jack for several months claimed that she might know where he had hidden Brittany's body. She had come to know Jack well during her captivity, and she knew all his secrets, where he went and what he did. She recalled that Jack had once shown her a place near some power lines, suggesting it was a good spot to bury someone, and that no one would ever find the body there. Initially, the detectives were skeptical, but when she mentioned the location as Lakewood with sandy soil, it triggered a memory. They remembered an informant who had told them about Jack's complaint regarding the difficulty of burying a body in sandy soil. The authorities decided to search the area the woman had pointed out, which was only 3 miles from Brittany's home. Despite several days of searching with no results, they persisted. Experts compared the sand from the vacuum cleaner Jack used at the car wash to the soil in the area, and it was a perfect match. More than 100 people a day scoured the thick forest on the border of Monmouth and Ocean counties in their quest for answers. In the search for young Brittany, who had gone missing, her grave was finally found on a July morning in 2004, 15 days after she was reported as missing. 3 officers from New Jersey, along with their K9 dogs, discovered her. Brittany's lifeless body was naked and concealed in a hole, with a necklace bearing her name around her neck. Upon finding her, detectives were certain that they had located Brittany. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy confirmed that it was indeed Brittany Gregory's body. However, determining the exact cause of her death proved challenging due to signs of strangulation and head trauma. Ocean County's assistant prosecutor Robert Gasser clarified that the head trauma was not the cause of death. The body had decomposed significantly over 2 weeks, making it difficult to ascertain the precise cause of death, though strangulation or suffocation could not be ruled out. There were no apparent signs of sexual assault on Brittany's body, but the possibility of rape was not entirely ruled out by the medical examiner. Jack Fuller ultimately chose to accept a plea deal after consulting with his attorney. Brittany's family also agreed to this arrangement to avoid a protracted and grueling trial. Brittany's mother expressed her wish not to see the death penalty imposed on Jack. Instead, she wanted him to spend the rest of his life in prison, tormented by remorse. According to Jack, Brittany had asked him to take her to her boyfriend's house, and he had initially agreed. First, he dropped off Tommy, and then he intended to take Brittany to her boyfriend. However, he deviated from this plan, stopping on the side of the road to smoke crack cocaine. This decision angered Brittany, and she started yelling at him, even slapping him on the arm. This infuriated Jack, and he began to physically assault Brittany. He admitted to hitting her in the face and head at least twice because she tried to prevent him from smoking crack. After the beating, Brittany began making gasping and gurgling sounds. Jack, still under the influence of drugs, paid little attention as blood flowed from her nose and mouth. It was only when he finally turned his focus to her that he realized Brittany had stopped breathing. Understanding that she was dead, Jack decided to dispose of her body. However, his account of events was met with skepticism. The medical examiner had found evidence of strangulation on Brittany's body, which Jack had not mentioned. As a result, an Ocean County grand jury indicted Jack.
really steal their twins' identity and live their life. Twins naturally attract a lot of interest, especially when they're seen together. It's no surprise they're also a big focus in scientific research, as studies on twins help us understand the genetics behind their behaviors. From biology to psychology, many twins say they can sense each other's moods, health conditions, or even physical pain, even if they're miles apart. Some twins even seem to share the same fate. Identical twins, in particular, have a unique connection. Since they come from a single fertilized egg, they look nearly identical, and even their fingerprints have very similar patterns, though they're not exactly the same. The story of twin sisters Sunny and Gina Han could easily be the plot of a thriller, but it's all real. Separated when they were very young, they eventually reunited, but instead of feeling happy, they were overwhelmed with jealousy and rivalry. Each saw the other as more successful and lucky, and their relentless competition led to a tragic outcome. Sunny and Gina Han were born on April 30th, 1974, into a modest family in a South Korean province. Their parents, who struggled financially, began fighting often, and when the girls were almost 2, they decided to separate. During the divorce, their father took Gina and moved to a nearby city, while their mother stayed in their home province with Sunny. For the next 4 years, the ex-spouses had no contact, so the sisters also didn't see each other. In 1980, Mr. Han met a woman who wanted to marry him and start a family but disliked Gina immediately. She insisted that he send Gina back to her mother as a condition for marriage. Eventually, he agreed, sending Gina to live with her mother so he could start a new life with his new wife. In the fall of that year, their father brought Gina back to his ex-wife's home, dropped her off without explaining anything, and left. He didn't stay in touch with his daughters or help them financially after that. By this time, their mother had developed serious alcohol issues, didn't have a stable job, and was heavily in debt from gambling. She often disappeared for days, leaving Sunny and Gina alone with little or no food. The girls were scared, hungry, and left to depend on each other, yet their relationship grew tense. They started fighting over everything, constantly competing for their mother's attention. Their arguments often turned physical, leaving them with bruises and torn hair. Their mother didn't try to stop the fights, later explaining that sibling fights were common in Korea, so she didn't intervene. In the early 1980s, Mrs. Han decided to escape to the United States. Overwhelmed by debts and worried for her family's safety, she wanted a fresh start in California, a place she'd only seen in pictures. She packed lightly, bought one-way tickets, and moved with her daughters to Irvine in Orange County. But life there wasn't easy. With no friends or family, no English skills and limited money, they struggled. The girls had a hard time at school without knowing the language, and the family barely survived on a small allowance. Their future looked bleak. After several difficult years, they finally began to settle in. But just as things seemed to improve, Mrs. Han fell back into her old habits of drinking and gambling. Her mental health started to decline as well, and she struggled to care for her daughters. By 1986, she even considered putting Sunny and Gina in an orphanage or foster home. Mrs. Han's sister moved to California with her husband. The couple had no children and, upon hearing about her niece's troubled home life, offered to take in 12-year-old Sunny and Gina. Mrs. Han accepted the offer without even discussing it with her daughters. She quickly packed their things, took a bus with the girls to her sister's town, and simply dropped them off at a bus stop nearby, directing them to their aunt's house. Confused and frightened, the girls made their way to their aunt, who welcomed them warmly. Life at their aunt's house was like a dream come true. Sunny and Gina, for the first time, had plenty to eat, wore nice clothes, and attended a prestigious school. Their aunt and uncle went out of their way to make them comfortable and happy. However, rather than bringing the sisters closer, this new environment fueled their rivalry. Attending the same class, they competed fiercely in academics, sports, and even friendships. They both excelled, becoming top students, strong athletes, and well-groomed, well-liked girls. Their drive to outdo each other pushed them to excel, but there was no warmth between them. Each believed the other had the better life and was determined not to fall behind. Sunny, more outgoing and friendly, found it easier to make friends and build relationships. Teachers and even their aunt and uncle, without intending to, seemed to favor her. Gina, on the other hand, grew increasingly resentful, motivated by anger and a need to prove herself. Her competitiveness with Sunny bordered on obsession, and she went to great lengths to demonstrate that she was the best. After high school, the sisters took different paths. Gina, physically strong and determined, joined the U.S. Air Force, signing a 4-year contract, eager to find her own way. Meanwhile, Sunny explored other options, seeking a life away from the fierce competition that had defined her youth. Gina quickly realized military life wasn't for her. The strict discipline, orders that couldn't be questioned, and lack of personal freedom left her feeling trapped. After a year, she tried to break her contract but failed. 6 months later, she claimed her father was gravely ill and needed her care, hoping to be released, but when her superiors demanded a medical certificate, she couldn't provide one. Another 6 months dragged by, and Gina felt more suffocated than ever. Eventually, her unit was transferred to Lackland Air Force Base in Bexar County, Texas, the primary training base for the U.S. Air Force and Space Force. While many recruits dreamed of training there, Gina saw it as a prison. Desperate to get out, she came up with a plan. In 1994, she approached a senior officer and disclosed that she had an unconventional sexual orientation, a statement that, at the time, could lead to immediate discharge. Her contract was terminated, and she returned to California, relieved to be free. Back in California, Gina settled in a Los Angeles suburb. Now 20, she quickly found work at a popular casino, earning around $20,000 a year. Though modest, her income was bolstered by generous tips that sometimes exceeded her daily wages. For a while, it seemed like life was looking up. She could buy clothes and cosmetics from brand-name stores, rented a place in a nice neighborhood, and even had her own car, though it was used. But the good times didn't last. Before long, Gina developed a drinking habit, consuming alcohol almost daily. The real trouble began when, one day after work, she decided to gamble her paycheck and tip money at the casino's slot machines. In just a few hours, she had lost all her earnings. Yet, instead of regret, she felt a thrill, a desperate urge to win back her losses and hit the jackpot. This became a daily ritual. After every shift, she would drink, head to the slot machines, and gamble away her entire paycheck and tips. Gina's gambling addiction spiraled out of control, leading her to borrow money from friends and co-workers. Soon, she was deep in debt, but she didn't realize she was following in her mother's footsteps. Alcohol and gambling had once driven her mother to flee South Korea with her 2 young daughters. Eventually, people stopped lending Gina money because she never repaid it. Desperate, she turned to theft. She started by stealing cash from a co-worker's purse. When the co-worker noticed, she sympathized with Gina and didn't press charges. But when Gina stole again, she was caught and given a fine with a suspended sentence. A few months later, Gina stole from her aunt, the very woman who had raised her. In mid-1995, she was convicted of theft and sentenced to 3 months in jail, though she was released early after less than a month. Over the next few months, Gina was arrested a couple more times for public intoxication, but she only spent a few days in jail each time. Meanwhile, her twin sister Sunny was thriving. After high school, Sunny went to college, then entered a prestigious university where she studied law. She earned a scholarship, built connections with successful, wealthy friends, and moved in elite circles. Her life looked flawless, the kind of life people admire on social media. She rented an upscale apartment with a pool and gym in a luxury complex and shared it with her close friend and fellow student, Helena Smith, who came from a wealthy family. Sunny had her own white BMW and was dating a promising young man from a respected family, a medical student aspiring to become a surgeon. In every way, Sunny seemed to have achieved the life she dreamed of, with a bright future ahead. Sunny barely thought of her sister, as they hadn't seen or spoken to each other since high school graduation. She knew from her aunt that Gina had been in trouble with the law, struggled with drinking, and was in debt from gambling. But Sunny was too wrapped up in her studies, relationships, and her seemingly perfect life to dwell on Gina's troubles. Sunny hadn't tried to find Gina or offer help over the years, but in early 1996, Gina unexpectedly reached out, asking for support. In April, Gina called Sunny, and they met in a cafe, seeing each other for the first time in 4 years. Sitting across from each other, they drew attention from the crowd, looking almost like mirror images. Gina told Sunny she was in a desperate situation. She was unemployed, drowning in debt, homeless, and had no one else to turn to. Sunny, feeling genuinely sorry for her sister, offered to let Gina stay in her apartment temporarily, without consulting her roommate Helena. That same day, Gina moved in with only a small bag of belongings. She knew Sunny had a comfortable life, but wasn't prepared for the luxury of her sister's apartment in a high-end residential complex. For over a month, Gina stayed there, entirely at Sunny's expense, her envy growing day by day. She became fixated on how different their lives were, and questioned what made Sunny more deserving. Then, Gina had an idea that seemed crazy but also enticing. Since she and Sunny were identical, and only their mother and aunt could easily tell them apart, Gina wondered what if she took over Sunny's life. She imagined that no one would even notice the switch, and Gina herself could disappear without anyone caring. This idea began to consume her thoughts. Soon, Gina's musings turned into an obsessive plan. She studied Sunny's life closely, observing her interactions, where she went, her style of speaking, and even her clothes. She started imitating her sister's appearance, makeup, and mannerisms, trying to blend in with Sunny's friends and learn as much as she could about her sister's life and connections. To make sure no one would notice the switch, Gina kept studying Sunny's behavior and habits. However, the sisters never truly got along and often argued. Every time they clashed, Sunny would threaten to kick Gina out, but Gina had nowhere to go, so Sunny would relent. Gina's resentment only grew. On August 18, 1996, after a heated argument, Gina, who had been drinking, took advantage of Sunny's and Helena's absence. She scoured the apartment for cash and then went straight to a casino. When Sunny and Helena returned and found the mess and missing money, they immediately knew what Gina had done and reported her to the police. Gina was arrested that night at the casino, convicted, and sentenced to 6 months in jail. However, after 2 months, she was allowed out for 6 hours each day to work, with the condition she returned to the prison each night. She complied briefly. But then she saw this as her chance to escape and finish her plan. Once free, Gina hitchhiked back to Orange County. Since she wasn't classified as a dangerous criminal, there wasn't a high-priority search for her. Broke and unable to stay anywhere else, she ended up in a homeless shelter in a rough neighborhood. Driven by her obsession, she was now desperate to kill Sunny and take over her life. But she needed help. Unable to hire a hitman, Gina recruited 2 troubled local teens she met in the area, Archie Bryant and his friend, Joni Siat. She promised them $100 each if they helped her pull off the murder. The teens agreed, gathering supplies like rope, duct tape, and even an unloaded gun they could use to intimidate Sunny. On November 15, 1996, Gina borrowed money to rent a used Ford Mustang for the job. Her plan was set to take place on Wednesday, November 20th, when she knew Sunny would be home alone. In the apartment, Sunny's instincts had kicked in. Hearing the disturbance and realizing that something was terribly wrong, she quickly grabbed the cell phone from the hallway and retreated back to the bathroom. There, she dialed emergency services, managing to give her address and mention an armed break-in before the line suddenly went dead. The cut-off call had alerted the operator, who dispatched police to the location immediately. Meanwhile, Johnny returned to Gina with Sunny's bank card, nervously asking her what to do about Helena, who lay tied up in the living room. Gina, realizing that the original plan was crumbling, hesitated. The unexpected witness complicated things, but she was desperate to proceed with her plot to eliminate Sunny and take her place. As they deliberated, the sound of distant sirens began to pierce the silence, growing louder by the second. Panic set in among the intruders, and Gina urged Johnny and Archie to leave the apartment. They fled quickly, abandoning the stolen card and leaving Helena bound but unharmed. Moments later, the police arrived, finding Helena restrained but safe and Sunny shaken but unhurt. The sisters' reunion had spiraled into a nightmare, and Gina's dark ambitions had been derailed for now, and purchased a modest sedan using Sunny's stolen identity. The sales staff, unaware of the deception, were more than happy to assist the young woman who seemed to be in a hurry. With a new car and a new plan, Gina and Johnny sped away, determined to put as much distance between themselves and the scene of the crime as possible. Meanwhile, back at the apartment complex, the police were piecing together the chaotic situation. Sunny and Helena were finally freed from their restraints, still shaken but grateful to be alive. Sunny explained the series of events, describing her sister's desperate actions and the identity switch that had nearly turned deadly. As the investigation unfolded, law enforcement began to realize the complexity of the case. They were dealing not just with a robbery gone wrong, but with a deeper, darker sibling rivalry that had spiraled into a plot of betrayal and attempted murder. Back on the run, Gina and Johnny drove south toward the border, the weight of their actions settling heavily on them. Gina was conflicted. Part of her was thrilled at having executed her plan, but another part felt the chill of fear creeping in. What if they got caught? What if they couldn't escape the consequences of their actions? After a long drive, they finally arrived at a secluded area near the border. Here they planned to find a way to cross over into Mexico and start anew, leaving behind the life and identity of Sunny Han. But as they pulled into a secluded parking lot to switch vehicles again, they had no idea that the police were already on their trail, gathering intelligence from the ATM transactions and descriptions of the fleeing suspects. The clock was ticking, and with every moment that passed, the risk of being caught loomed larger. Gina, however, was willing to do whatever it took to secure her new life, even if it meant resorting to more desperate measures. She had tasted the luxury she craved through her sister's life, and there was no way she was going to let that slip away. Meanwhile, Sunny, now safe but haunted by the incident, couldn't shake the feeling of betrayal from her sister. As the authorities began to investigate more deeply, Sunny realized that she had to help catch Gina, not just for her own safety but for her sister's redemption. She knew deep down that there was still a chance to reach out to Gina and save her from the darkness that had consumed her life. Determined, Sunny shared all she could remember about Gina's habits, past locations, and the people she associated with. With this information, the police were able to draw a clearer picture of where Gina might be headed, leading them closer to a potential confrontation between the twins that neither of them could have anticipated. As the authorities raced against time, the stage was set for a dramatic showdown between good and evil, family ties and fractured relationships. The lives of the Han sisters, once parallel, were now on a collision course that would change everything. The trial came to a close, and the verdicts were handed down. The courtroom was tense, with both sisters sitting side by side, their lives intertwined yet drastically different. Gina was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and identity theft. The judge, taking into account her previous criminal history, sentenced her to several years in prison, emphasizing the seriousness of her actions. Archie and Johnny, having pleaded guilty to lesser charges, received significantly lighter sentences, their involvement deemed as misguided but not inherently malicious. Sunny, on the other hand, faced her own struggles in the aftermath of the trial. The revelation of her job as a dancer shocked her friends and family, shattering the facade of her perfect life. As the media coverage exploded, she found herself in the public eye for reasons she had never anticipated. She had to confront the reality of her sister's choices and the impact they had on her own life, grappling with feelings of betrayal and sadness. Despite the tumultuous events, the trial forced both sisters to re-evaluate their lives. For Gina, the time in prison became a period of reflection. She began attending therapy sessions, confronting her addictions, and learning about the root causes of her destructive behavior. With the help of counselors, she started to understand the cycles of addiction and how they had controlled her life for so long. Sunny, meanwhile, sought support from her university, embarking on a journey to reclaim her identity outside of her sister's shadow. She focused on her studies, determined to rise above the challenges that had come her way. The experience pushed her to advocate for mental health awareness, using her story to help others understand the struggles of addiction and the complexities of family dynamics. As time went on, Gina's perspective began to shift. While she was in prison, she maintained a journal, detailing her thoughts and feelings about her sister, their upbringing, and the paths they had taken. She wrote letters to Sunny, expressing her regret and a desire for forgiveness, hoping one day they could rebuild their relationship. On the outside, Sunny slowly began to heal from the trauma. With the support of friends and a newfound sense of purpose, she started a community initiative aimed at helping individuals struggling with addiction, recognizing that her sister's battle was not just her own,
but a reflection of larger societal issues. She wanted to channel her pain into something constructive, and in doing so, she began to find her own voice and strength. Years passed, and the sisters' lives continued on separate paths. Gina's prison sentence came to an end, and as she prepared for release, she was filled with mixed emotions. Part of her was anxious about facing the world again, while another part was hopeful for a fresh start. She had changed during her time behind bars, and she wanted to prove that she could be someone better. In a surprising turn of events, Sunny decided to reach out to Gina. She wrote a letter, sharing her own journey since the trial and expressing her wish to reconnect. It was a tentative step toward healing, a flicker of hope in a relationship that had been marred by betrayal and pain. As Gina read the letter, tears streamed down her face. She felt a surge of gratitude and remorse. Perhaps there was a chance for redemption, not just for her but for both of them. The sisters were still bound by blood, and despite the darkness that had once consumed them, there was a glimmer of light on the horizon. Their journey toward reconciliation would be difficult and fraught with challenges, but the seeds of forgiveness had been sown. As they each navigated their new realities, they began to understand that life could offer second chances, and perhaps together, they could rewrite their story. The story of Gina and Sunny Khan is a profound exploration of the complexities of identity, familial ties, and the impact of choices on one's life trajectory. It serves as a stark reminder of how easily envy and desperation can lead to destructive actions, and how the consequences can reverberate not just within an individual, but also throughout their family and community. Gina's journey from addiction and crime to incarceration is a tragic narrative that underscores the often hidden struggles of those battling substance abuse and mental health issues. Her actions, driven by jealousy and a desire to escape her circumstances, reflect a desperate attempt to reclaim a life she believed was stolen by her sister's success. This aspect of the story sheds light on the sometimes invisible battles individuals face and the ripple effects of those battles on their relationships. Conversely, Sunny's transformation from a seemingly perfect life to one fraught with challenges illustrates the pressures of maintaining appearances in a world that often values success and perfection over authenticity. Her journey, particularly her eventual willingness to forgive Gina, emphasizes the power of compassion and understanding, even in the face of betrayal. It highlights the idea that healing and reconciliation are possible, even in the most strained relationships. Ultimately, the tale of the Khan sisters serves as a compelling reminder of the complexities of human relationships and the potential for both destruction and redemption. It encourages us to look beyond the surface, to recognize the struggles that often lie beneath, and to understand the profound impact that forgiveness and compassion can have in healing.
Today we've got an intriguing story that unfolded in 2022, spanning across different countries, and the final verdict came down just under a month ago. What began as a fairy tale soon turned into a chilling tale. Our story kicks off with Katerina Bulgova, born on May 13, 1989, in Leningrad, which was later renamed St. Petersburg, one of Russia's largest cities. The sequence of events leading to something horrifying all started back in 2009 during Katerina's family vacation to Turkey. It was there that she crossed paths with Walter Baumann, a German citizen 13 years her senior. Now, Walter, despite being fluent in Russian, had a less than ideal personal life. He lived with his parents, didn't pay much attention to his appearance, and didn't come across as particularly appealing. However, he frequently connected with Russian women online. One of these online connections led him to plan a visit to Russia to meet someone in person. Unfortunately, that meeting didn't go well, and they parted ways. Fast forward to Turkey, and Katerina, young and beautiful, entered Walter's life like a breath of fresh air. Love blossomed during their holiday romance. The story felt like something out of a fairy tale, with two lonely hearts finding each other. After Katerina returned to Russia and Walter to Germany, they kept their connection alive through social media and long phone conversations. Walter couldn't stop talking about how wonderful Katerina was, how they'd spend hours on the phone, and even exchanged poetry. He frequently traveled to see her in St. Petersburg, spending a considerable amount of money on these visits. Around this time, Katerina was in her second year of university in St. Petersburg,
studying business administration. Walter was deeply committed to their relationship and assisted her in transferring to Hamburg University in Germany. Katharina made the move in 2010, settling in the port city of Bremerhaven on the North Sea. People described her as intelligent, attractive, and cheerful. Even after moving, she stayed closely connected with her family in Russia. In Germany, she continued her studies in business administration, which she'd started back in Russia. She had a passion for running and yoga, and often sought out serene spots. Months passed, and their love grew stronger. Walter and Katharina tied the knot in a lavish ceremony. According to Walter's friend Alexander, who attended the wedding, it was a grand affair. Alexander, who used to work as a wedding photographer, mentioned that he had seen many weddings, but Katharina was the most beautiful and happiest bride he'd ever witnessed. The celebration was undoubtedly extravagant, featuring a unique twist. The couple had their registration at a lighthouse, and then rode off in a grand white horse-drawn carriage, a spectacle unlike anything seen before in Germany. In the beginning, there weren't many guests at their wedding, which was a bit unusual. The wedding ended early, and Dawn noticed this. Their wedding photo captured a lovely moment. Walter looked like a supportive husband, and Katharina, his young wife, hugged him gently with a blissful smile. They seemed like a perfect match, like a fairy tale come true. However, instead of moving into a fancy castle, they moved into Walter's parents' home. This was when Katharina faced her first challenge in Germany. Living with Walter's parents wasn't easy. Walter's mother, Ludmila Baumann, played a significant role in how their story unfolded. Ludmila had spent the first 38 years of her life in Kazakhstan. She excelled in her studies and worked as a chemist, then an engineer, and later as a teacher. She got married young and had a son, Walter, who was her only child. When the Baumann family, with German roots, immigrated to Germany, Ludmila continued her career at a marine institute, studying global warming and going on many expeditions, even to the Arctic. Her migration story was celebrated and displayed at the Immigration Center in Bremerhaven, but Ludmila struggled to accept that her son Walter was no longer a child but a grown man in his 30s. When he was away, she constantly called him, wanting to know where he was, when he'd be back, and who he was with. As her only child, Walter was her world. Katharina also faced prejudice from Ludmila but tried her best to please her husband's mother. Ludmila frequently interfered in her son's marriage, criticizing Katharina for not being a good homemaker. Katharina tried to stand up to this attitude, but it was challenging. When she went out, she dressed conservatively to avoid criticism from her mother-in-law. Walter worked at the port, earning around 4,000 euros a month. He often worked weekends and holidays for extra pay. He wasn't a workaholic but was rather frugal, saving most of his earnings. In 2017, when Katharina became pregnant, Walter decided to use some of his savings to buy a house and move away from his parents. Finding the right house took a while because Walter wanted to spend as little money as possible. Katharina hoped the move would improve their relationship, but Ludmila continued to be a frequent guest in their home, meddling in all aspects of her son's life. Around the same time, Katharina gave birth to their daughter, which put more strain on their relationship. Walter became stricter with her, not allowing her to learn to drive or to speak German to their daughter, insisting she only spoke Russian. Katharina couldn't understand why her husband's behavior was changing so drastically. He became more jealous and controlling, making it hard to predict his moods, even over small things. In the beginning, the relationship between the couple got really strained. Walter, who was physically stronger, started to harm his wife. This happened at the end of 2019 when the authorities first learned about the Baumann family because of domestic violence reports. However, the case was closed when the couple told the social worker that they had patched things up. But Katharina and her husband continued to argue, often in front of their child. Walter began secretly recording their arguments on his phone. He even asked someone he knew to hack Katharina's phone, but they refused. They both accused each other of various things. Katharina said Walter was a bad father who worked too much and was always tired. She couldn't live like this anymore, so she sought help from a support center for victims of domestic violence in the fall of 2020. After Katharina and their daughter left, Walter did everything to get them back. He promised to change, admitted his mistakes, and said he couldn't live without them. Katerina forgave him, and they returned home. But the fighting didn't stop. When Walter realized he was wrong, he would give gifts or plan family trips. He also changed the way he treated their daughter. He became overly controlling, always wanting her close, even though she was 3 years old. He reduced his work hours to spend more time with her, took her to kindergarten, and cooked for her. She even slept in their room. People who knew Walter described him as a schemer who liked to manipulate others. Money was really important to him, and he often seemed nervous. As a mother, Katerina visited her family in Russia a few times, and Walter always went with her because he was afraid she might not come back with their daughter. Eventually, Katerina thought about divorce as Walter's behavior became even more abusive. She also realized that her important documents had disappeared. Later, she found out that Walter had taken them to his mother's house. One day, after a heated argument, Katerina was kicked out of the house when Walter's mother was visiting. She went to the police and the situation was resolved. Another time, they had a big fight right before dropping their child off at kindergarten, and child support services got involved. They received support for 6 weeks, and a family crisis counselor watched over them. The counselor decided it wasn't safe for the child to stay with them. The only reason Katerina stayed with her husband was because of their daughter. She couldn't go back to Russia with her unless Walter agreed, and he didn't want their child to leave the country. In August 2021, a woman named Katerina faced a difficult situation. She had taken her daughter away from her home for the second time and sought help at a women's crisis center. She told them that her husband posed a threat to her life. Social services wanted to place her 5-year-old daughter in an orphanage because the situation was considered very serious by the Department of Youth Affairs psychologist. Katerina initially agreed to let the Youth Affairs Service take care of her daughter temporarily. However, her husband Walter and his mother opposed this decision. As a result, both parents had to take care of the child for a few days. The little girl alternated between living with her father and staying in a women's shelter with her mother. There was a condition that their daughter should attend kindergarten to learn German during this time. After a few weeks, the family reunited. Some sources suggest that Katerina had trouble with her roommates at the women's shelter, and the kindergarten her daughter was supposed to attend was too far away. Consequently, she returned home. However, the couple had started the process of getting a divorce and they lived in separate rooms. Katerina's desire to return to Russia grew, and Walter didn't oppose it, but he insisted that their daughter stay with him in Germany. So, Katerina traveled to St. Petersburg in early 2022 alone. While in Russia, she went on a date with a man she had met online. He was from Omsk, a city in Siberia, and worked as a pilot. Katerina returned to Germany in mid-January 2022 and continued to communicate with the Russian pilot daily. They exchanged many loving messages. However, a few weeks after her return to Germany on February 4, 2022, the 32-year-old woman abruptly stopped contacting her family and her new lover. When she disappeared, she took only an empty suitcase and 13,000 euros from her husband's savings. She left behind her phone, keys, clothes, and most importantly, her 5-year-old daughter. Walter reported this version of events to the police on February 6, 2022, when Katerina's parents were unable to reach her for 2 days. They contacted the German police to request a welfare check. We found out about her disappearance in a strange way. I couldn't reach her by phone for a few days. Walter picked her up and said he hadn't seen her since February 5th. He also mentioned that she couldn't respond because she didn't have money in her account, explained Svetlana, Katerina's mother. The entire city mobilized to search for Katerina. People searched every inch, put up flyers, and considered every possible scenario. Surprisingly, Walter, Katerina's husband, seemed unconcerned about her disappearance. While concerned citizens plastered the city with flyers, he was busy renovating his house. The disappearance of Katerina and the actions of her husband immediately drew the attention of the police. They searched the Baumann family's house only 4 days after Katerina supposedly ran away. At that time, Walter had completed his renovations, including painting the guest room's floors and replacing a couch. He was also observed buying a significant quantity of cleaning supplies from a local store. The police had a real puzzle on their hands. The security cameras in the house where the incident occurred mysteriously lost their recordings. For 3 long hours, officers combed through the house, hoping to find any clues that might shed light on what had happened. They even brought in a trained dog to help, but it didn't provide any useful signals. Initial tests by forensic experts turned up nothing in the house or the garage, except for a surprising discovery in a cluttered car. A knife and an electric device that could potentially be significant evidence. Oddly, Walter, the person at the center of this case, didn't seem particularly concerned about his missing wife. Instead, he seemed more interested in the custody of their 5-year-old daughter if his wife didn't return. The search for Katerina continued day after day, but there was no sign of her. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. This raised suspicions, as it's highly unusual for a young mother to disappear, leaving behind her important documents and phone, especially in a foreign country. Walter's behavior also raised eyebrows, particularly his claim that Katerina had run away with an empty suitcase. This story deeply worried people not only in the city but far beyond. Even individuals who had never met Katerina organized a search effort, determined to find answers. "We'll keep looking until we uncover the truth," declared one of the organizers. About 2 weeks after Katerina's disappearance, around 400 volunteers from all over North Germany came together to search for her in Bremerhaven, assisted by search dogs. The incident also gained significant attention on social media, and Katerina's family reached out to Russian media outlets for help. Her mother revealed a troubling history of domestic abuse in Katerina's marriage, saying, "My daughter was with this man for 12 years, but their marriage had been nothing but arguments and violence for the past 1.5 years. He isolated her, took away her identification and bank cards, and prevented her from seeing anyone." Then, on March 1, 2022, a shocking discovery shook the community. A passerby stumbled upon a strange suitcase that had washed ashore while walking along the local river Weser. When he opened it, he made a horrifying find fragments of a woman's body wrapped in garbage bags. Notably, not all of the body parts were inside the suitcase. Some were missing. Tragically, the victim was identified as 32-year-old Katerina Baumann. What made this discovery even more eerie was the location. It was found near the lighthouse where she had gotten married. The fact that the suitcase had washed ashore was in some ways fortunate for the investigation. Experts believed it could have drifted into the North Sea, leaving Katerina's fate forever unknown. With this gruesome discovery, any hope of a happy resolution to Katerina's mysterious disappearance was shattered. Now her loved ones could only say their final goodbyes. The local residents came together to create a small, heartfelt memorial. People who cared about what had happened left flowers, lit candles, and even wrote heartfelt letters. In the midst of this unfolding tragedy, Walter Baumann was arrested as the primary and sole suspect in this perplexing case. Upon discovering the body, the family home underwent a second search, this time with experts spending several days investigating. The police stumbled upon a bottle containing a potent sedative that was also found in Katerina's bloodstream. They also uncovered single-use gloves, foil, adhesive tapes, a substantial amount of garbage bags, and various cleaning agents. Additionally, they came across canisters filled with acetic acid, solvents, bleach, keys to a suitcase, and the pink scarf that Katerina had in her last selfie, which was wrapped around her neck. Investigators noticed the conspicuous absence of Katerina's personal belongings. Most of her clothing had been discarded, and her wedding photo, a cherished memory, was hidden behind a piano. Furthermore, the police located the white jacket Katerina wore in her final selfie in a trash container at Ludmila Baumann-Walter's workplace, the mother of the man taken into custody. While in custody, this individual frequently penned letters to his mother, expressing his love for her and referring to her as "my son." These letters contained urgent pleas such as, "Help us all, mother, save us, you can do it, you are my only hope for the future, please save me." The true meaning of these appeals only became clear 8 months later. On Friday, February 4th, 2022, Katerina's life came to a tragic end. At 4:30 p.m., she went for a brief 10-minute stroll wearing a light-colored jacket and a yellow skirt, which was captured by neighborhood surveillance cameras. That evening, the family shared a meal consisting of tuna, halibut, mashed potatoes, olives, and a bottle of wine. According to Walter, Katerina only had a single glass of wine, and he consumed the rest. Consequently, he retired to bed at 8 in the evening, Court records revealed that Katerina's phone was last connected to the network at 7:41 p.m. At 8:25 p.m., she made a video call to her new partner from her computer, expressing her cheerful disposition and indicating she would call again after tucking her child in for the night. However, she failed to make that subsequent call and didn't contact anyone else that evening. 2 hours later, the Russian pilot sent her a goodnight message, which went unanswered. A forensic examination determined that Katerina passed away 2 hours after dinner, with traces of powerful sedatives and alcohol found in her blood. Her hyoid bone was fractured, leading to the conclusion that she was strangled. Other actions performed on the body, according to experts, involved the use of extremely sharp tools. The following morning, Walter briefly accessed his car at 7:22 a.m., and at 10:20 a.m., the car left only to return at 4:49 p.m. 3 days later, Walter phoned his wife's cell, seemingly trying to confirm his fabricated story that she had run away. He also sent her several messages asking the obvious question, "Where are you?" Before Katerina's disappearance, Walter and his mother engaged in frequent and intense WhatsApp conversations. However, after February 4th, an unusual silence fell between them. In February, Walter drove his car to an auto service shop. He asked an employee to thoroughly clean the car's interior from top to bottom. Then, in August 2022, a trial began. The prosecutor claimed that Walter put sedative drugs into his wife's drink. When she fell asleep, he strangled her. Walter had a plan for what to do with her body beforehand. The prosecutor's office mentioned that Walter had fears about losing custody of his daughter if he divorced his wife, along with financial troubles as possible motives. They also revealed that they found traces of blood in the garage. These traces were under a shelf, on the floor, on the stairs, and in the seams. There was even blood on the carpet in the trunk of Walter's car. Despite thorough cleaning, experts from the Institute of Forensic Medicine confirmed that it was his wife's blood in all these places. The police seized Walter's phone and computer. These devices provided answers to many questions. Shortly before the tragedy, he searched for topics like avoiding punishment for taking a life, dissolving meat with acid, the amount of acid needed to fill a bathtub, and reading other people's WhatsApp chats. He also looked up how long it takes for sedatives to cause death, and whether someone could be convicted without evidence in Germany. Between December 2021 and February 2022, Walter made around 500 search queries. All of these pointed to the fact that he had planned this crime. On the day his wife disappeared, he searched for electric shocker twice. Forensic experts found signs of electrocution on his wife's body. Investigators suspect that Walter used a shocker to check if she was still alive. During the trial, Walter wore his wedding ring and claimed to be a widower. For 2 months, he remained silent and didn't comment on the charges against him. Sometimes, when witnesses testified, he plugged his ears as if the proceedings had nothing to do with him. The most emotion he displayed was when he saw his mother in the courtroom. He cried when she was questioned as a witness. He stared at her with his hands folded, almost as if he was praying for her to help him get out of this situation. In a letter, Walter begged his mother to assist him, and it seems she agreed. During her testimony, Ludmila Baumann, Walter's mother, shocked the court by admitting that she had taken her daughter-in-law's life. She explained that she came to their house in the middle of the night because her son called and asked her to care for their granddaughter. When she arrived, she found her daughter-in-law asleep on the couch. According to Ludmila, when she tried to wake her up, a fight ensued, and in the course of it, she accidentally choked her son's wife. Ludmila also claimed responsibility for the actions performed on the body. She said, "I loved her like a daughter. I didn't want this." But it's possible that Ludmila decided to take the blame for her son due to her immense love for him. As mentioned earlier, they had a very close relationship and spoke on the phone frequently. The WhatsApp chat between them filled a whopping 1699 pages in the investigation files. Despite Ludmila's self-incrimination, she left the courtroom as a free citizen. The jury and the prosecutor's office didn't believe her statement, assuming that she only wanted to protect her son. Even experienced lawyers were stunned by her confession. The attorney for the 66-year-old woman demanded her arrest, while Walter's defenders requested his release. However, in the end, Ludmila was set free, and her son remained in jail. She wasn't ready to give up and wrote a letter to the court detailing what she did with the body. Once more, she stated, "My son did not do this." She really wanted the court to ask her questions again, and even charge her, but the court didn't agree with her request. They didn't believe her once more. Ludmila had managed to prove that she was involved in the situation. Remember, not all the pieces of evidence were found in the suitcase. Ludmila Baumann showed the investigators where to find the missing evidence that didn't fit in the suitcase. The information she provided turned out to be true. The police found another bag, and it was heavy so that it wouldn't float. This bag was found exactly where Ludmila had pointed. Ludmila's phone had a pedometer, and it showed that around 0:40 a.m. on the night of the incident, she walked 220 yards. Cameras near Walter's and Katerina's house recorded someone passing by. Also, Walter's father's phone showed activity at that time. He had driven Ludmila to his son's house. He had originally told the investigators that he was asleep at that time, but experts proved that Katerina was already deceased by then. This means that the 66-year-old woman had provided false testimony. Now here's a strange detail. Ludmila Baumann came to her son's house when Katerina was already dead. She was present during the actions related to the body. Even if she didn't actively participate, she helped clean the house. In essence, she assisted her son in hiding evidence related to the situation, which makes her an accomplice. Surprisingly, Ludmila wasn't arrested or charged with anything, which seems unusual, right? As the verdict day approached, the mother became increasingly desperate in her attempts to save her son. She wrote another letter to the judge, where she once again claimed that she was the one who committed the actions, not Walter. In the letter, she wrote, "I disliked Katerina, but I couldn't tell my son. He was fighting for his wife's love, and I was afraid she might want to harm him. That's why I decided to make it seem like Katerina poisoned herself due to her tragic love for a Russian pilot. I wrote a farewell letter in Katerina's name and planned to place it next to her. I added various drugs to her juice and gave it to my son without telling him what it was. I asked him to give it to his wife during dinner." Ludmila mentioned that she came to her son's house to leave the farewell note in Ekaterina's name, but Ekaterina woke up, and Ludmila had to strangle her. However, the court didn't believe her confession because all the evidence pointed to her son. Walter remained silent throughout the entire process and didn't speak even during one of the final hearings. In his statement, he wrote about his life in Kazakhstan and his love. He mentioned that he always cared for Katerina, his wife, and their daughter. However, their relationship was strained due to Katerina's emotional and psychological issues. He briefly talked about a fateful night when his mother took Katerina's life and moved her to the garage. He blamed his mother for this terrible act, feeling betrayed and wrongly imprisoned. He also mentioned his concern for their daughter, who had lost her mother and should not lose her father as well. What's even more chilling is that their 5-year-old daughter witnessed this horrifying event. Currently, the Russian grandmother is not allowed to communicate with her granddaughter, who is believed to be with a German foster family. Walter and his daughter were at home when this tragic incident occurred, leaving a deep psychological impact on the little girl. She often talks about what she saw, causing her grandmother Svetlana to worry. The child is now in a facility for traumatized children, and her identity has been changed to shield her from her family's story. Svetlana is trying to gain custody of her granddaughter, but German authorities are not permitting even phone contact. On May 23, 2023, Walter Baumann was sentenced to life in prison. According to German law, he could be eligible for parole after 15 years. Katerina's ashes were laid to rest in her hometown of St. Petersburg. The case of Ludmila Baumann, Walter's mother, remains open, and there is a possibility
into a tragic story about a young mother who never imagined her own husband would take her life. This story is a heartbreaking example of manipulation, where one person tries to control another's thoughts and actions for their own benefit. Manipulators often use lies, threats, and emotional or physical abuse. Their tactics can be so subtle and clever that the person being manipulated doesn't even realize it. This is especially true when the victim is in love with and completely trusts the manipulator. The case of Maria Fernanda is considered femicide, a deliberate act of violence against a woman by a man. What makes this case so disturbing is that it seemed inevitable to those around her. Maria loved her abusive husband and wanted to keep their family together for their children's sake. So she trusted him despite her fears. When he invited her to what would be their final meeting, she couldn't see the danger. Maria Fernanda was born on June 18, 1994, in Lorita, a town in the Guanacaste province of northern Costa Rica.
She was her parents' only child, and her birth was seen as a miracle. Her mother had struggled with infertility, and doctors had lost hope that she could ever have children. But against all odds, Maria was born healthy. Her parents adored her, doing everything they could to protect and provide for her. Growing up, Maria dreamed of a big family with brothers and sisters, but her mother's health prevented her from having more children. Determined, Maria decided that one day she would have a large, happy family of her own with at least 3 children. Her parents worked hard, and by local standards, they were well off and able to give Maria a good life. Maria's parents wanted to give her the best education and supported all her talents. They lived in a spacious, cozy home where Maria had the chance to study music and attend art school. She had a warm, trusting relationship with her family, especially her aunt, her mother's younger sister, who was like a close friend to her. They were only 6 years apart and shared many secrets, growing up almost inseparable. Maria was a standout in school, with a creative spirit and a love for painting and sculpture. Friends and family described her as a kind, empathetic person who easily connected with others and was always willing to help. She had many friends and was well liked for her friendly and bright nature. At 18, Maria began dating a former schoolmate. Their relationship moved fast, and he appeared loving and dependable. However, things changed when Maria found out she was pregnant. Her boyfriend, who was her age, was unprepared for fatherhood and quickly suggested she terminate the pregnancy. When Maria refused, he ended the relationship. Heartbroken, Maria hoped he would come back after the baby was born. But by that time, he had already moved on and wanted no part in his son's life. Maria's parents and aunt became her main support, helping her financially and emotionally as she adjusted to being a single mother. Realizing she couldn't depend on her family forever, Maria decided she needed a way to support herself and her son independently. She wanted a job that would make her happy, so she started exploring options. Eventually, she discovered online tutorials on soap making and candle crafting, which appealed to her creative side. Inspired by the potential in this craft, Maria threw herself into making handmade candles and soaps, selling her unique creations online. Maria created social media pages to promote her handmade candles and soaps, offering custom designs based on each customer's preferences. Her business quickly took off, with a growing online following that brought in more orders. She constantly refined her skills, aiming to be a top artisan, and dreamed of saving enough to open her own shop. In addition to selling her products, Maria began teaching online classes on soap making, which provided her with a steady income. She lived with her parents and son, saving money and hoping to eventually buy a home and pursue further education. Despite her focus on work, Maria longed to meet someone she could build a loving family with, someone who would accept her son as his own. Her family shared her hopes, but they became worried when she introduced them to a new man. In the fall of 2017, Maria had gone to the city to buy soap and candle supplies when she was approached by a young man named Esteban Rivera Vargas. He complimented her, saying he was captivated by her beauty, and struck up a conversation. Esteban seemed polite and genuine, quickly winning Maria's trust, so she agreed to have coffee with him. After chatting briefly, she gave him her phone number, marking the start of a surprising romance. Esteban was 12 years older than Maria, but the age difference didn't concern her. She fell deeply in love, though her friends and family found the relationship puzzling. Esteban was Maria's opposite, harsh, rude, often using foul language, and with several bad habits. He rarely discussed his past and officially had no job, yet he seemed to have significant savings, which many suspected came from questionable activities. Esteban also carried a firearm in the glove compartment of his old pickup truck, rarely parting with it, though he never explained why. Maria sensed that he might be involved in something illegal but was too afraid to ask. She knew almost nothing about his past or any former relationships. After about 4 months of dating, Maria began seeing red flags in her relationship with Esteban, yet her deep feelings and hopes for a family kept her in it. Maria decided it was time to introduce Esteban to her family. Nervously, she hoped for their approval but was quickly met with disappointment. Esteban was rude, used offensive language, and reacted angrily to any questions or comments from her parents. His behavior scared them, and as soon as he left, they urged Maria to end the relationship, fearing for her safety. However, Maria was deeply in love and refused to see the truth. She believed that with her love and support, Esteban would eventually change, becoming a good husband and a caring father to her son and future children. A few weeks later, Esteban decided to introduce Maria to his own family, inviting her to a dinner at his mother's house. The evening quickly turned into a nightmare. His family was as aggressive and disrespectful as he was. They spoke loudly, used foul language, and even made rude comparisons between Maria and Esteban's ex-girlfriends. They didn't hide their disapproval that Maria already had a child, treating her with open disdain. Maria fought to hold back tears, feeling humiliated. Adding to her discomfort, Esteban's family had a habit of drinking heavily, which made them even more unpredictable and hostile. Maria confided in her parents about her distressing experience with Esteban's family. Once again, they urged her to leave him, warning her about the potential dangers of staying involved. Still, Maria clung to hope, believing that Esteban's behavior might improve over time, especially since he made an effort to be calm around her. In December 2018, Maria discovered she was pregnant with Esteban's child. Though he wasn't enthusiastic about the news, he agreed it was time to make their relationship official. They married on April 6, 2019, when Maria was 4 months pregnant. The wedding was beautiful, with Maria in a white dress and a beachside ceremony. Afterward, they moved into a small house owned by Esteban, marking the start of what Maria hoped would be a happy new chapter. From the very beginning of their marriage, Esteban began revealing his true nature. His fits of rage escalated, and he didn't hold back his anger. He threw violent tantrums over trivial matters and began using physical violence. Insults, beatings, and humiliations became a regular part of Maria's life, all witnessed by her 5-year-old son. For months, Maria endured this abuse alone, hiding the bruises from her family and neighbors. She avoided visiting her parents to prevent them from seeing her injuries, wore long sleeves even in hot weather, and used makeup to cover her bruises. Despite the abuse, Maria held on to the hope that Esteban might change after their baby was born. She believed fatherhood would soften him, so she continued to endure the daily mistreatment, accusations, and manipulation. Esteban often reminded her that he had accepted her and her child, knowing this would make her feel guilty and obligated to stay. Maria was terrified of being alone with 2 children, a fear Esteban used to control her. But just before the birth, after one particularly violent episode, Maria had enough. She quickly packed her belongings, took her son, and fled to her parents' home. Her parents were horrified by her condition. There was hardly a spot on her body that wasn't bruised. They urged her to report Esteban to the police, but Maria refused, still holding on to some hope that things might change. In the final weeks of her pregnancy, Maria stayed with her parents. Her family encouraged her to file for divorce, but she couldn't bring herself to make that decision. On August 11, 2019, Maria gave birth to a son. She informed Esteban of the birth, and he arrived at the hospital within minutes, looking happy yet nervous. Falling to his knees, he begged for her forgiveness, pleading with her to come back home and promising that things would be different. Maria, still hoping he would change, believed him and decided to return home with the children. Her parents were deeply disappointed, realizing this was just another attempt by Esteban to manipulate her. They saw through his false promises but felt powerless to change her mind. Maria's parents urged her to reconsider, but she firmly chose Esteban over them, saying she'd rather be with him if forced to choose. Not wanting to lose their daughter or be separated from their grandchildren, her parents reluctantly accepted her decision. For the first few months, Esteban seemed like a changed man. He spent a lot of time with Maria and their newborn, helped around the house, and appeared to show genuine care. However, he remained distant from Maria's older son, treating him politely but with clear discomfort. Esteban even found a job, giving Maria hope that they were finally building a stable, happy life together. This newfound happiness was short-lived, but it briefly convinced Maria's family that perhaps Esteban had truly changed. Sadly, after their son's first birthday, Esteban's true nature re-emerged. His suppressed anger and violence exploded, transforming their home into a nightmare. He brutally beat Maria, breaking several ribs and nearly causing her to lose an eye. Terrified, she ran to her parents' house once more, and they again begged her to report him to the police. Yet she refused, clinging to the hope that he might still change. A few days later, Esteban came to apologize, pleading with her to return home, and shockingly, Maria agreed. She explained that she still believed in him and wanted to reclaim the happiness they once had. Over the next few months, Maria frequently ended up in the hospital, always explaining her injuries as accidents to avoid police involvement. Neighbors often heard screams and violent noises from their home and had even seen Esteban hitting her, but Maria begged them not to report it. Many people feared Esteban, uncertain of what he might do if angered. In November 2021, the situation finally reached a breaking point. Maria, terrified for her life and the safety of her children, could no longer deny the danger they were in. Desperate, she contacted the police, taking the first step to break free from the nightmare her life had become. Maria realized she couldn't endure living under the same roof as a man who was violent and manipulative, so she moved back in with her parents, bringing her children along. She managed to secure a restraining order against Esteban, prohibiting him from approaching her and the boys. Medical exams documented extensive bruising, cuts, and other injuries on her body, revealing the extent of the abuse. Her family and neighbors confirmed that Esteban had been abusive, often threatening her. Because of this evidence, the court restricted him from seeing her or contacting their child without her permission. However, Esteban disregarded the restraining order. He continued showing up at Maria's parents' home, waiting outside and insisting on talking to her. To avoid him, Maria only left the house accompanied by family members, fearing he might attack her again. Determined to protect herself and her children, Maria filed for divorce, setting off a complex process involving custody and division of their assets. She submitted a domestic violence claim, supported by medical evidence and witness statements. She hoped this would help her secure sole custody of their son, but Esteban had other plans. On March 3, 2022, Esteban appeared at Maria's parents' home, calm and polite, asking to speak with her. Although her parents tried to turn him away, he was persistent. A few moments later, Maria stepped out to speak with him and, after a conversation, surprisingly agreed to go with him to settle some matters at their former home. Esteban convinced her to bring their son along, saying he missed him and wanted to spend time together. Her parents strongly opposed it, fearing for their safety, but Maria reassured them that everything would be fine. She took her son, got into Esteban's car, and drove away. Tragically, that was the last time her parents saw her alive. The tension between Maria and Esteban quickly escalated into an argument as they drove. By the time they reached their house, it was clear that something terrible was about to unfold. Esteban's anger escalated as he and Maria, along with their son, entered their home. Neighbors heard him yelling and breaking furniture. The noise intensified with Maria's desperate cries for help and the sound of their son crying. Alarmed, neighbors called emergency services, and a nearby man ran over to assist. Just then, Esteban appeared at the door, covered in blood, holding a knife in one hand and their crying son in the other. His wild expression scared the neighbor, who backed away, fearing for the boy's safety, as Esteban sped off in his car. When police arrived, they found Maria's lifeless body in the kitchen, brutally attacked with multiple stab wounds. Blood spattered across the walls, ceiling, and furniture revealed the sheer brutality of the assault. Forensic experts counted 11 stab wounds, concentrated on her upper torso and hands, indicating she had tried to defend herself. It seemed Esteban had attacked her from behind, delivering several blows to her neck and shoulders. Maria likely attempted to flee, but he continued his assault, ultimately delivering fatal stabs near her heart. With Maria's murder and the child's abduction, a search for Esteban began immediately. Hours later, authorities found his abandoned car on a deserted road, stained with blood, and containing the knife used in the crime. Esteban had evidently discarded the car, knowing it would be quickly identified. Authorities speculated he had either stolen another vehicle or gone into hiding, as he would not have risked using public transport in his bloodied state. The search for him and the child continued urgently. A manhunt was immediately launched as authorities suspected that Esteban intended to flee to Nicaragua with the child. Within hours, photos of Esteban and his son were circulated to all border checkpoints. That evening, he was apprehended at passport control, attempting to cross the border in a stolen vehicle with the child. Although he had changed his shirt, bloodstains remained on his jeans and sneakers. Esteban did not resist arrest and promptly requested a lawyer. The authorities also found his handgun, marked with his fingerprints, in the stolen car. The crime was classified as femicide, a particularly grave offense in Latin America, carrying severe penalties, often life imprisonment. The case against Esteban was strong, with physical evidence linking him to the murder, the bloody knife bearing his fingerprints, blood on his clothes, and testimonies from neighbors who confirmed that no one besides him, Maria, and the child had been in the house. During the investigation, Esteban's defense crafted a narrative, claiming that Maria had attacked him first, and he acted in self-defense. He alleged that he panicked, grabbed the knife, and couldn't remember inflicting the wounds, only realizing what had occurred when Maria fell silent. Additionally, Esteban's family attempted to tarnish Maria's character, labeling her as a poor mother, unfaithful, and argumentative, aiming to cast him as a victim pushed to his breaking point. The Vargas family further alleged that Maria's family intended to claim all of Esteban's assets and sever his relationship with his son. This portrayal of Esteban as a victim was strongly contested. Investigators conducted a thorough forensic examination, even exhuming Maria's body, to assess the validity of his self-defense claims. Independent experts, however, refuted Esteban's version, confirming that the injuries were inflicted in a brutal, deliberate manner that contradicted any claim of self-defense. The investigation confirmed that Maria was attacked from behind, with the initial blows inflicted without any chance for her to defend herself. Trial and sentence. The trial began in March 2023. Esteban and his lawyers had considerable time to prepare a defense, but Maria's family received support from women's rights organizations, and crowds rallied, calling for justice. During the trial, Maria's older son, now 9, bravely testified about the abusive treatment his mother had endured. Psychologists also testified on behalf of her younger child, who at just 2.5 years old had developed an intense fear of kitchen knives, often crying out, "Daddy, don't." The child's words, along with descriptions of the horrifying day, were submitted to the court, though he was not made to testify in person to spare him from further trauma. The prosecution brought numerous witnesses, including neighbors, family, and friends, who recounted witnessing Esteban's aggression and seeing the physical marks of abuse on Maria's body. Police documentation of Maria's injuries leading up to the divorce proceedings provided additional evidence. The case clearly established a pattern of violence, culminating in this premeditated crime. On May 15, 2023, Esteban Rivera Vargas was found guilty of the brutal murder of his wife and sentenced to 36 years in a maximum security prison. Custody of Maria's 2 sons was granted to her. Being deceived by someone we trust can be shocking, especially when we think of them as close family or friends. Criminologists know that in brutal murder cases, the suspect is often someone close to the victim. But what happens if the plan to kill doesn't go as intended, and the victim survives, unable to testify due to their serious condition? Meanwhile, the attacker scrambles to cover their tracks without raising suspicion. This scenario might sound like a thriller movie plot, but sadly, it actually happened a few years ago. This is the tragic story of Wang Nan, a pregnant woman from China whose case became infamous in Thailand. Her husband attempted to kill her in a national park, trying to stage the incident as a tragic accident. But in an unexpected twist, nature itself seemed to intervene, saving her and her unborn child. When the truth came out, it stunned the detectives and doctors involved, especially as her husband had shown apparent concern for her and their baby. The motive behind this cruel act was even more shocking. Sadly, this isn't the only case like this. Around the same time in Thailand, a similar story unfolded with another Chinese couple, though in that case, the man succeeded in his deadly plan. Let's start with Wang Nan's background. Born in Nanjing, China, in 1987, she was raised in a well-off family who wanted the best for her. Her parents supported her education and encouraged her talents, especially in school subjects she excelled in, like the exact sciences. After high school, she attended a prestigious university, where she studied business and finance and took courses in several foreign languages. With her diploma in hand, she secured a job at a major travel agency. At her job, Wang Nan quickly became known as a hard-working, motivated employee. She moved up the career ladder and was soon sent to Thailand to head a new branch of the company, focusing on its growth. After a few years as a top manager, she left the travel agency to start her own business. She opened a Chinese restaurant, which she managed so successfully that it soon became a small but popular chain in Bangkok. Despite her professional success, Wang had sacrificed her personal life for her career. As she later mentioned, her last serious relationship was during her university days. With her busy schedule, she rarely had time for dating and wasn't too bothered by being single, even as she neared 30. Her life was all about work, always moving from one project to the next. She had lived in Thailand for a while, and though she spoke the language well, she decided to improve her skills by taking additional Thai language courses. During these classes, she met a young man named Yu Xiaodong. He stared at her for a moment, then struck up a conversation in Chinese. They talked briefly, and Yu asked why she was learning Thai. Wang explained it was for her business. Yu suggested they exchange business cards to stay in touch. Wang wasn't especially interested, but out of politeness, she gave him her card and received his in return. His business card revealed that he worked in the import-export business in Bangkok, but Wang wasn't impressed. She tossed the card in her purse and quickly forgot about it. However, Yu seemed genuinely interested in her, calling her the very next day. Busy with work, Wang could barely spare a few minutes for the conversation and politely declined his invitation for coffee. A few days later, Yu tried again, asking Wang Nan out, but she declined, explaining she was preparing for a business conference. At the event, Yu surprised her by showing up with a beautiful bouquet of flowers. After waiting for her to finish her meetings, he approached her and asked her out once more. Wang Nan was touched by his persistence. No one had ever tried so hard to get her attention before. This time, she agreed to have dinner with him. What started as a polite acceptance soon became an unexpected romance. Yu didn't just fall for Nan, he seemed completely smitten. He went out of his way to impress her with thoughtful surprises, sending flowers with romantic notes to her door each morning, calling to say good morning and good night, and showering her with attention. Wang had mixed feelings. Part of her found his devotion overwhelming, but another part was flattered by his efforts. Before she knew it, she was experiencing a love she hadn't felt in years. Yu didn't just romance her, he genuinely tried to be her perfect partner. He took an interest in her hobbies, learned to cook her favorite dishes, planned special outings, and was always willing to help with her work or at home if she needed anything. Wang Nan couldn't believe her luck. It felt like a scene out of a movie. But as time passed, she began to notice that Yu was moving a little too quickly. After only a few months of dating, he was already talking about marriage and picking names for their future children. While Wang was a bit uneasy with this, Yu would bring up how they were both in their 30s, saying it was time to settle down and start a family. He was eager to plan a wedding, yet Wang felt unsure how to respond. She knew he had a point about their age, but deep down, she wasn't sure if he was truly the right person for her to marry. After another deep and emotional conversation, Wang Nan shared her doubts with Yu, who promised to prove his love to her. That same night, he wrote her a heartfelt letter, expressing his love, his dreams of being the best husband, and his dedication to their future family. The next morning, he showed up at her door with flowers, declaring that he was completely serious about marrying her. Half-jokingly, Wang pointed out that the courthouse wouldn't open for another hour and a half, but Yu suggested they go anyway to see if it might be open. Much to Wang's surprise, when they arrived, the doors were indeed open, and an officer was already at the desk. As it turned out, Yu had arranged for the office to open early just for them. They got married in an impromptu ceremony, no guests, no rings, no dress, no photos. Wang felt a sense of unreality about it all, especially because she hadn't even introduced Yu to her family, including her mother, who she was close to. But before she could fully process her feelings, she found herself holding a marriage certificate, with her new husband smiling beside her. In June 2019, when Wang was 3 months pregnant, Yu suggested they take a vacation, reasoning that it would be their last chance to travel for a while. Reluctantly, Wang agreed, and they chose a famous Thai national park known for its beautiful forests and ancient rock paintings. On the morning of June 9th, tragedy struck. While they were at one of the park's observation decks, enjoying the sunrise, Wang suddenly fell from a significant height. When rescuers arrived, Yu ran to them in tears, begging them to save his wife and unborn child. He explained that they had been admiring the first light of dawn when the accident happened. As rescuers attended to Wang Nan, Yu explained that she had suddenly felt dizzy and stepped to the side, losing her balance and falling. She had plunged from the height of a 10th floor, and the situation looked dire with multiple fractures. But then, against all odds, Nan groaned and opened her eyes. Yu's reaction changed immediately. His crying ceased, and a look of horror flashed across his face. He quickly composed himself, loudly expressing thanks that she was alive. But he leaned close and whispered something unsettling to her in Chinese. To understand the tension that led to that tragic day, let's go back 6 months. Wang Nan regretted her marriage almost from the moment it was official. She had hoped Yu would be a supportive partner, someone she could rely on. But her hopes were quickly dashed when he revealed his true self. He spent most of his time at home playing video games and showed no interest in contributing financially, relying on Wang's income instead. When she asked why he wasn't working, Yu claimed his business was in a seasonal lull and that he'd return to it soon. However, the lull dragged on, and Wang grew suspicious, eventually discovering that his so-called import-export business was just a front with nothing behind it but printed business cards. It dawned on Wang how big a mistake she had made, especially since they hadn't arranged a prenuptial agreement. This meant Yu could legally spend her money and even claim her assets if they divorced. In a serious conversation about finances, Yu cried and insisted he was simply going through a rough patch and would find work soon. But time passed, and Yu showed no interest in getting a job. Instead, he continued to behave childishly, spending his days gaming and only helping around the house or restaurant if Wang paid him for his own expenses. Eventually, Wang had enough. She told him she would no longer give him any money until he started earning his own. This refusal only led Yu to become more desperate, leading him to start secretly taking money from her earnings. Wang also discovered that Yu wasn't excited about their unborn child, making it clear that his primary interest in the marriage was financial. The day after their argument, Yu disappeared, along with Wang Nan's marriage certificate and ID card. She didn't notice the missing documents until her accountant called to ask about a large transfer from her account. Shocked, Wang realized she hadn't authorized any transfer and immediately suspected Yu. He had taken over $500,000, using her ID and their marriage certificate to convince the bank it was their joint money. Without delay, Wang reported the theft to the police, who quickly tracked Yu down as he attempted to withdraw some of the stolen funds. At the station, Yu broke down, pleading on his knees for forgiveness. He confessed he'd lost a huge sum gambling and was under threat to pay back his debts. To Wang's dismay, she learned he'd previously served 8 years in China for robbery, something he had kept hidden from her. She felt deeply ashamed, realizing she had married a man she barely knew. However, Wang believed that gambling was an illness, and she felt responsible for helping him overcome it. She agreed to pay off half of his debt and even gave him a managerial role at one of her restaurants. At first, Yu seemed appreciative, taking his role seriously, and even developing a promising business strategy. But his enthusiasm soon faded. He slipped back into his old habits, spending more time gaming and indulging in personal entertainment. Around this time, Wang discovered she was pregnant. When she told Yu, his response was unexpectedly cold and even hostile. He said he wasn't ready for a child and pressured her to get an abortion, which Wang firmly refused. Furious, Yu threatened to divorce her and said he'd fight for a share of her property in court. They didn't speak for days, but then Yu suddenly apologized, claiming he'd acted out of emotion. He assured Wang he was genuinely happy about the baby, resumed showing care, and began cooking and helping around the house. For 2 months, things seemed to improve, and Wang felt a renewed sense of happiness. Wang Nan felt incredibly happy her marriage was nearly perfect. Yu seemed to have transformed, becoming the attentive, caring partner he had promised to be. He responsibly handled his role as a manager, prepared their home for the baby, and even suggested that Wang take out life and health insurance, given her pregnancy. Wang agreed, appreciating his thoughtfulness. The insurance policy was arranged the next day. A few weeks later, Yu proposed they take a short vacation to relax, saying they hadn't had a honeymoon and that traveling with a baby would be difficult. He insisted they needed time to reset after a rough period, which which sounded reasonable to Wang, so she agreed. Yu took charge of the plans, selecting the destination, booking accommodations, and organizing activities that would be enjoyable yet gentle enough for Wang. When Wang Nan declined to join him on the edge of the cliff that evening, concerned it was too dark and risky, Yu grew visibly irritated. A few minutes later, he came back to her, suggesting they return at sunrise to fully enjoy the view. They left the park late that night and rested, setting an alarm for early Sunday. On June 9th, they woke around 3 a.m. and returned to the park, finding it nearly empty at that hour. As they watched the sunrise from an observation deck, Yu urged Wang to follow him down a small path to see the ancient rock paintings up close. Hesitant at first, Wang eventually agreed, trusting him when he assured her of the safety. The view was stunning, and they stood together for a few quiet moments. Yu then asked her, seemingly out of nowhere, if she regretted anything in life. Surprised, Wang replied confidently that she didn't. Then, in a sudden move, he brushed his hand through her hair, kissed her cheek, leaned close, and whispered, "Die," before she could react. He loosened his hold and pushed her off the cliff. Assuming there were no witnesses, Yu walked back to the park's exit, planning to report an accident after ensuring enough time had passed. However, a group of hikers had discovered Wang's injured body below and alerted park rescuers. As he neared the exit, Yu saw emergency vehicles rushing into the park. Realizing they might be for Wang, he returned to the scene, dramatically crying and begging for her to be saved, convinced she was already dead and that no one would uncover the truth. During her fall, Wang Nan's descent was slowed by tree branches, bushes and rocks, which ultimately saved her life and that of her unborn child, though she suffered severe injuries. As Yu cried theatrically over her lifeless body, Wang opened her eyes. Seeing her awake, he momentarily froze in horror, then leaned in and hissed in her ear, warning her to stay silent if she wanted to live. Wang was rushed to the hospital and diagnosed with extensive injuries, head trauma, multiple fractures, severe internal injuries, and spinal damage that doctors feared could leave her paralyzed. She was in a coma for days, during which Yu remained constantly by her bedside, appearing to be a devoted husband. Medical staff were touched by his dedication, unaware that he was using this time to look for ways to discreetly harm her further. When Wang finally regained consciousness, Yu's fear grew. He barely left her side, intimidating her whenever they were alone, warning her to keep quiet. During her first police interview, she echoed Yu's story, claiming dizziness had caused her fall. But when he stepped out briefly, Wang seized the moment, asking a nurse to summon the police again and to keep Yu away from her room. When Wang Nan told the police her story, she recounted how her husband had pushed her off the cliff, attempting to end her life. As Yu barged into the hospital room, he claimed that Wang was delusional from her injuries and would never harm her or their child. His outburst, however, only raised further suspicion, and he was swiftly taken into custody and charged with attempted murder and intimidation for threatening Wang. As her husband awaited trial, Wang began her long rehabilitation, grateful to finally feel safe. Sadly, despite the initial survival of her unborn baby, the necessary treatments, surgeries, anesthesia, and strong medications made it impossible to continue the pregnancy. The loss was devastating for Wang, but doctors reassured her that her life was the priority. At his trial, Yu denied all accusations, insisting the fall was accidental. In custody, he appeared calm, hired skilled lawyers, and was optimistic that he would either escape punishment or face a lenient sentence. Prosecutors, however, were certain he had acted out of greed, aiming to benefit from a substantial insurance payout and inheritance of Wang's $2.5 million fortune. But during a surprising moment in one of his interrogations, Yu shocked investigators by revealing an additional motive: resentment. He confessed that he felt Wang's refusal to cover his entire gambling debt was proof she didn't truly love him. Enraged by this perceived slight, he felt justified in punishing her. After revealing his true motives, Yu fell silent, realizing the gravity of his words. However, his confession, combined with Wang Nan's testimony, was enough to secure a conviction. In March 2021, he was sentenced to life in prison for attempted murder and the loss of the unborn child. But in an unexpected twist, just 6 months later, the Thai court reduced his sentence to 10 years after Yu and his lawyers filed multiple appeals. The decision shocked Wang and her loved ones, who felt the leniency set a dangerous precedent,
especially considering a similar case on Phuket Island, where a man had drowned his wife for insurance money and was sentenced to death. While Yu served his reduced sentence, Wang continued to challenge the court's ruling, striving to ensure that justice was truly served. Despite Yu's appeals, the evidence against him was undeniable. Yu also tried to maintain his innocence, claiming that Wang married him for his wealth, though it was widely known that he had nothing but debts. Meanwhile, Wang defied all odds. Despite doctors' grim predictions, she underwent a series of complex surgeries and a long rehabilitation process. Through sheer determination, she regained her ability to walk. By 2023, she had returned to work, revitalizing her once thriving business. In addition to her professional comeback, Wang founded and led an organization dedicated to supporting women who have suffered from domestic violence. She also became an influential voice, using her blog to warn other women about the dangers of falling into similar traps. Her strength and resilience inspired many, and while her legal battles with Yu were still ongoing, Wang's determination to rebuild her life and help others remained unwavering. The case of Wang Nan served as a powerful reminder of the importance of justice,
In this weird and troubling situation, we often witness a phenomenon where people, when faced with a criminal's face, tend to overlook the dark deeds that person might have done. Social media, as we know, can sometimes be more harmful than helpful, especially when the external appearance of an accused criminal leads us to dismiss or ignore the gravity of the crime. This becomes more problematic when good looks take precedence and attractive criminals get praised and elevated simply due to their accepted features. This tendency leaves us with a dangerous ignorance about the potential evil lurking in their minds. The clip you just watched illustrates this point vividly, featuring footage from the trial of 18-year-old Isabella Guzman. Although her case dates back to 2013, the significant footage from her court appearance has recently resurfaced, particularly on TikTok. One would expect that this footage would serve as a stark example of a criminal devoid of any remorse. However, what has actually transpired is quite different. The video has gained infamy on TikTok, with users finding Isabella's demeanor cute. The court footage has been overlaid with the hit song Sweet But Psycho by Ava Max, implying that Isabella's looks somehow make her deserving of admiration. Since going viral, this video has given rise to a disturbing TikTok challenge. Young girls, who resemble Isabella, participate by dressing up in orange t-shirts to mimic a criminal's jumpsuit and imitate her infamous facial expressions. What makes this Sweet But Psycho challenge particularly unsettling is that those taking part in it seem oblivious to the heinous crime committed by the young woman they are idolizing. Today, we're delving into the intriguing story of a woman whose life took an unexpected turn, and the internet couldn't get enough of it. Who is she, and what's the deal with Arapaho crew? Well, buckle up as we unravel the mysterious tale of Isabella Guzman. Our aim with this video is to shed light on a gripping narrative where emotions got out of control, all while emphasizing the importance of understanding the backstory behind true crime stories. If you're a fan of true crime and mysteries, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. Isabella Guzman, a native of Aurora, Colorado, had a childhood marked by the complexities of her family dynamics. Born to Yunmi Hoy and Robert Guzman, her parents decided early on that their journey together had to end. A divorce ensued when Isabella was just a toddler, a challenging experience for any child. As fate would have it, Yunmi, Isabella's mother, found love anew with a man named Ryan Hoy. Despite the legal stepfather status, Isabella wasn't exactly thrilled about her mother's decision to remarry. Throughout her early years and adolescence, arguments between mother and daughter reached intense levels, causing concern for those witnessing these clashes. By the age of 7, the constant discord between Isabella and her mother led to a breaking point. Unable to handle the ongoing conflict, Yunmi and Ryan made a tough decision. Isabella was sent to live permanently with her father, marking a significant chapter in her tumultuous journey. In some crucial years of Isabella's growing up, she spent most of her time away from her mom's care in an attempt to ease the unexplained tension between them. Back then, no one could foresee how damaging this choice would turn out to be, as the gap between Isabella and her mom only widened due to their separation. In her late teens, Isabella eventually moved back in with her mom and stepdad, finding a somewhat regular routine, splitting time between her mom's and dad's places. Yunmi and Ryan had hoped that the overall relationship between Isabella and her mom would get better as Isabella matured, but they were disheartened to discover that the time apart didn't make their bond stronger. Instead, Isabella reportedly became more challenging and disrespectful towards her mom. Despite the seriousness of Isabella's actions, everyone in the family believed that these attitude problems would eventually fade away, but they were wrong. Around noon on Wednesday, August 28, 2013, Yunmi got a somewhat ominous and troubling email from Isabella seemingly out of nowhere. After reading the cryptic message meant just for her, Yunmi shared her increasing worry with Ryan. As Ryan went through the email that essentially said, "You will pay," a shiver ran down his spine. Ryan was an onlooker, always found Yunmi's daughter's behavior towards her mother quite disturbing. The constant cruelty, for no apparent reason, puzzled him. Yunmi, aware that the verbal abuse wasn't normal, never anticipated anything dangerous would come of it. But that perception changed when she received a threatening email from Isabella. Reading Isabella's ominous message repeatedly left Yunmi increasingly nervous. Was it the culmination of years of strained arguments, or did the tone of the email itself send shivers down her spine? Feeling the need to protect herself, Yunmi took a crucial step. She picked up the phone and dialed 911, admitting that she was genuinely concerned about her daughter's behavior and that she needed help and, possibly, protection. As authorities swiftly arrived at the Hoy household, Yunmi explained her worries to them. The officers, gaining insight into the troubled mother-daughter relationship, entered the house to converse directly with Isabella. The conversation was more of a lecture, with the police emphasizing the importance of treating one's mother kindly and the potential impact of empty threats. Little did they know, Isabella's threats were far from empty. The police warned her that if she didn't change her disrespectful behavior, Yunmi could kick her out of the house. While Isabella faced the consequences of her ill-mannered attitude, the simmering anger within her continued to grow. Little did anyone suspect the dark turn this family drama was about to take. After the police finished their visit to the Hoy residence, Yunmi did something unusual before heading to work. She decided to give her ex-husband a call. While making her way out, Yunmi dialed Robert and shared the day's happenings with him. Robert, aware of the strained relationship between Isabella and her biological mother, listened intently and assured Yunmi that he would have a conversation with Isabella himself. Later that day, after Yunmi had left for work, Robert visited Isabella at her home. They sat in the backyard, surrounded by nature, as Robert began a heartfelt talk about the importance of respecting parents. He emphasized the need for obedience over rebellion, urging Isabella to listen more. The conversation seemed to go well, with Robert feeling he had made progress. Little did he know that hours later, a shocking incident would occur. The chilling crime scene Isabella had created in her own home. As Yunmi returned home from work around 9:30 p.m., she found her husband, Ryan, having dinner downstairs. Following her usual routine, she ascended the staircase, planning to take a soothing shower. Upon reaching the top, she noticed Isabella's bedroom door closed, indicating that Isabella was likely inside and wanting some privacy. Grateful for a moment of peace after a long and emotional day, Yunmi entered the bathroom down the hall, preparing for her shower. Shortly after the water started running, Ryan, in the dining room downstairs, heard an unusual sound, catching his attention. The events that unfolded next would reveal a mysterious and unsettling turn of events in the Hoy household. One day, Ryan was downstairs, just sitting at the dining room table, when he heard this strange noise. It was like a dull thumping sound, and then, out of nowhere, he heard screaming. The noise was coming from upstairs, near the bathroom. Ryan got this chill down his spine because he realized it was his wife calling his name, mixed with faint cries for help. Suddenly, a sense of terror hit him hard, and he jumped up, rushing upstairs as fast as his legs could carry him. The shower was running, making it tough for him to figure out exactly what was happening behind the closed bathroom door. Desperate to get in and help, Ryan pushed with all his might, but the door wouldn't budge more than an inch. It kept slamming back against him, like some unseen force was resisting him. In the struggle, he caught a glimpse of Isabella, his stepdaughter. Her eyes were lifeless, and she pushed back, managing to close the door against him. Stuck on one side, clueless about the horror unfolding just a few feet away, Ryan saw blood seeping out from under the door. Panicking, he dashed downstairs to grab his cell phone, left on the couch. With the phone in hand, he dialed 911, the helpless screams still echoing from upstairs. Talking to the operator, Ryan explained his fear that his wife was under attack, not by a stranger, but by his stepdaughter. Still on the line, he rushed back upstairs, hoping this time the door would yield. As he neared the bathroom, he heard Yunmi's faint voice saying, "Jehovah," and magically, the door opened. But what he saw was chilling. Isabella, holding a knife, with blood at her feet, standing over her lifeless mother. She said nothing, just stared ahead, walking past Ryan with the knife pointing downward in her hand. In a shocking turn of events, Isabella Guzman didn't spare a second glance at her victim or her bewildered stepfather. She calmly descended the stairs, making a swift exit through the front door, dressed in a pink sports bra and turquoise shorts. The horror of the scene left Ryan feeling trapped in a nightmarish horror film, desperately longing for it to end. Following the 911 dispatcher's guidance, Ryan attempted CPR, trying to open Yunmi's airway. Despite his efforts, her blank expression hinted at the grim reality. She was already gone. Upon the police's arrival at the Hoy residence, the gruesome extent of the crime became apparent. Yunmi had suffered 31 stab wounds to her face and 48 to her neck, marking her as deceased upon arrival. Struggling to hold back tears, Ryan recounted the tragic events to the police. The investigation into Yunmi's brutal demise commenced immediately, with Isabella, the primary suspect, mysteriously missing. It wasn't until the following morning, August 29, 2013, that investigators uncovered clues about Isabella's whereabouts. The haunting mystery deepened as they delved into the shocking details of this horrifying crime. Aurora police got a tip from an anonymous 911 call around 11:30 a.m. The caller mentioned a discovery of something suspicious inside a car in the parking garage on South Parker Road. To investigate, the police brought in undercover officers and a K-9 search team. Upon approaching the car, they didn't find a body but discovered other evidence pointing toward Isabella and a possible homicide. Isabella's attempt to stay hidden didn't last long. Soon after, she was spotted leaving the garage, prompting 3 officers to draw their guns. Following a 16-hour search, Isabella was arrested without much incident, accused of being involved in the death of her 47-year-old mother. In a widely circulated video of her court hearing, Isabella, dressed in an orange jumpsuit with shackles on her wrists and legs, listened attentively as the judge read the charges against her. Despite expectations, Isabella didn't fit the stereotypical image of a criminal or murderer. Towards the end of the hearing, she seemed to get emotional, but then she looked directly at the courtroom camera, almost making light of her tears. It was evident that she felt little remorse for her actions. As the trial progressed, Isabella entered an insanity plea.
The Akaya house in Basius stood out because of its elegance and well-kept grounds. It represented the success that Halil Kaya had worked hard to achieve over the years. The tall gates, wide driveway, and luxury car all indicated the wealth of its owners. However, behind those gates were not just riches, but also hidden tensions. Halil, 42 years old, had a story of perseverance. He was born in a small town in southeastern Turkey and helped his father at a family-owned auto repair shop from a young age. Despite his humble beginnings, Halil always dreamed of something greater. After serving in the military, he moved to Istanbul and started working as a mechanic. He gained the trust of his clients and eventually opened his own repair shop. His business flourished, growing into a successful chain of auto repair centers, making Halil a self-made man. However, with success came new ambitions. Elif, his wife, was 7 years younger. As a child, she aspired to be an actress, but life had different plans for her. Coming from a wealthy family, she was taught to maintain a perfect image and later moved to Istanbul to pursue a career in marketing. It was at a corporate event where she met Halil. She was drawn to his confidence, and he admired her grace. To outsiders, they appeared to be the perfect couple, he, a successful businessman, and she, a graceful and elegant wife. Elif quickly adapted to high society, but her heart felt distant, and their marriage resembled a formal arrangement. At first glance, they seemed like an ideal couple. They attended social events together, contributed generously to charities, and projected the image of success. Behind closed doors, however, Elif felt their relationship was more of a partnership than a true marriage. They spent most of their time apart in the house, and only spoke when necessary. Halil was focused on his work, while Elif worked on maintaining their public image and handling family matters. A few months ago, things began to change. They decided they needed a housekeeper. Elif explained this by saying she was too busy organizing charity events, but the truth was she was simply tired of doing the everyday chores. Through acquaintances, she found Ayse, a young woman from a rural area who had come to Istanbul looking for work. At 24, Ayse seemed like the perfect choice for Elif, pleasant, modest, and hardworking. Ayse quickly adapted to the routines of the Akaya household. She was born in a small village in eastern Turkey and came to Istanbul with high hopes, determined to earn enough money to support her parents. Landing a job with Halil and Elif felt like a lucky break, providing her good pay and stability that allowed her to plan for her future. Ayse kept a low profile and focused on cleaning, cooking, and organizing the house. She tried to avoid drawing attention to herself, but that wasn't always easy. From the very first day, Halil began to show interest in Ayse. He didn't make obvious comments or express dissatisfaction, but the way he watched her and moved around the house spoke volumes. Elif, either oblivious or pretending not to see, was absorbed in her social commitments. Ayse did her best to avoid interactions with Halil, but the tension in the house was growing. Soon, Ayse noticed Halil looking for chances to talk to her. He would pop into the kitchen while she was cooking, asking odd questions about her life and future plans. She would respond briefly, trying to hurry with her tasks, but she could sense the pressure building. Halil's attention made her uneasy, and she wasn't sure how to react, fearing it might cost her the job. Meanwhile, Elif remained unaware of what was happening at home during her absences. To her, Halil was predictable and reliable. She trusted him because their marriage was based on mutual agreements where everything had its place. Yet, within this seemingly stable world, an invisible crack was starting to form. The household kept up its usual routine, but changes were in the air. Elif was busy planning events and meeting friends, while Halil spent more time at work. Ayse followed her schedule, doing her duties as expected of a housekeeper, but there was growing tension in this routine. Halil started staying home more often, especially on days when Elif was out for meetings. His attention became intrusive and his behavior more persistent, yet he carefully kept this hidden from his wife. Neither Elif nor Halil anticipated that their comfortable lives were about to change. Ayse continued to fulfill her responsibilities, trying to stay out of sight whenever Halil was around.
However, she noticed that he seemed to be around far too frequently, finding reasons to engage her or be in the same room. Her instincts told her it was best to keep her distance, but she couldn't afford to quit a job that had become her only stable income. She sent money back home to her family in the village and didn't want to worry them with her troubles. Despite Halil's unsettling behavior, Aisha kept coming to work, but it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to hide her anxiety. One evening, while she was preparing dinner, Halil unexpectedly walked into the kitchen and stood uncomfortably close. She caught a whiff of his cologne, and a chill ran down her spine. He asked if she needed help, but there was an edge to his voice that made his question feel more threatening than kind. Aisha answered briefly and quickly slipped away to another room, trying to avoid eye contact. Elif remained unaware of any of this. She was too wrapped up in her own affairs to notice small details. Aisha didn't dare to share how she felt, sensing that her place in the house was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. She considered leaving but feared losing her job and being unable to support her parents. The fear of Halil held her back, and whenever he appeared unexpectedly, her hands would tremble. As days passed, the tension peaked. Aisha grew more cautious, avoiding long conversations with Halil, quickly leaving the room when he got too close, and making sure not to stay at the house longer than necessary. One day, when Elif was out for the entire day, Halil unexpectedly stayed home. He hadn't given any notice, and when Aisha arrived in the morning, he was already waiting for her in the living room. She tried to keep her composure and went about her tasks, but his presence felt like a heavy, invisible weight on her shoulders. Halil began to question Aisha more and more, asking increasingly personal questions. He wanted to know who she talked to, who her friends were, and where she went after work. Aisha replied with short, vague answers, but his persistence frightened her. One day, he moved too close and grabbed her hand, causing her to freeze in fear. She quickly pulled away, excusing herself by saying she needed to get back to work, and hurried off to the kitchen, her heart racing. These uncomfortable encounters were happening more frequently, leading Aisha to seriously consider quitting. However, she didn't know how to bring it up with Elif. She was terrified that if she left, Halil might find a way to harm her. One evening, after a particularly tough day at work, she called her mother and couldn't hold back her tears. But even then, she didn't dare to share what was really happening, fearing the potential consequences. The night things finally reached a breaking point started off like any other. Elif was out at a meeting, and Halil stayed home. Aisha was preparing to finish her work and leave when Halil suddenly appeared at the kitchen doorway, blocking her exit. He spoke calmly, but there was a menacing undertone in his words that made her feel trapped. When he tried to step closer, panic took over and she shouted something without thinking. It startled him, causing Halil to step back, but the look in his eyes hinted that this wasn't over. The next day, Aisha didn't show up for work. Elif was surprised but thought maybe the young woman was sick and hadn't had a chance to inform her. Another day passed and Aisha was still absent. When Elif asked Halil if he had seen her, he remained calm and indifferent, briefly saying that Aisha had probably found another job or returned to her hometown. However, days continued to go by with no word from Aisha. She wasn't answering calls or messages, and her phone was turned off. Elif began to worry, and her attempts to reach out through mutual contacts led nowhere. Finally, she decided to contact Aisha's parents, only to discover they were frightened and just as confused. They, too, had lost contact with their daughter. Elif was puzzled by Aisha's sudden disappearance. It wasn't like her to vanish without a word. As days passed without any news, Elif's anxiety grew. She reached out to one of Aisha's friends, who occasionally helped her, but they hadn't seen Aisha in a while either. Aisha's parents were distraught, calling Elif for answers. She promised to keep them informed, though she had no leads herself. However, Elif began noticing odd behavior from Halil. He was unusually calm about Aisha's disappearance, staying home more often, and had shown an unexplained interest in her before she vanished. These thoughts unsettled Elif, but suspicion alone wasn't enough. She needed evidence. Meanwhile, Aisha's parents involved the authorities. Investigators began by questioning acquaintances and relatives, but progress was slow. Elif described Aisha as reliable and mentioned her sudden absence, but nothing suggested foul play. The case stagnated until a neighbor recalled seeing Halil's car parked outside late the night Ace disappeared, an unusual occurrence for him. This clue, though small, hinted at a potential lead. Yet, the picture remained unclear, leaving everyone searching for answers. Elif felt increasingly unsure of her suspicions about Halil. One evening, while nervously scrolling through her phone, Halil approached her. He brought up the rumors surrounding Ace's disappearance, warning her that they could harm their reputation, especially his business. He urged her to stop worrying. Elif wanted to confront him but hesitated. Halil's calm, confident demeanor always seemed to suppress resistance. She nodded reluctantly but couldn't shake her growing anxiety. The investigation continued. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from around the Akaya home and along Ace's usual route. Footage showed Ace leaving work as usual but offered no insight into what happened after. Cameras at Elif and Halil's home confirmed Ace leaving that evening, but nothing suspicious surfaced. Elif's unease grew. Halil's calmness about Ace's disappearance seemed unnatural. One afternoon, after returning home from a meeting, she noticed the garage was disorganized, a stark contrast to its usual order. It looked as though someone had moved things around. She started to investigate but froze when Halil suddenly appeared. His tone was calm, but his piercing gaze made her uneasy. He told her not to involve herself in his affairs and assured her there was nothing unusual in the garage. Elif couldn't ignore the tension in his voice or his unusually harsh demeanor. The moment left her unsettled. Though she had no proof, her suspicions deepened. Over the next few days, she watched Halil closely, searching for signs of dishonesty, but he maintained his composed facade. As Ace's disappearance gained local media attention, reporters unearthed troubling details. Ace hadn't taken any belongings or said goodbye to her family. This added to the mystery, making it clear she hadn't left willingly. Elif felt increasingly trapped between her fears and the growing evidence that something was terribly wrong. The police intensified their questioning, focusing on those who had last seen Ace. They returned to Elif and Halil, asking sharper, more targeted questions. Elif answered truthfully, but Halil remained composed, though there were cracks in his demeanor. Beneath his calm exterior, tension brewed. He realized the investigation was digging deeper than he had anticipated. One evening, Elif overheard Halil on the phone. His tone was low and hurried, and she caught fragments of his conversation. "It'll be handled." No need to worry, the cryptic phrases lingered in her mind, feeding her unease. She tried to dismiss it, but couldn't shake the feeling that something was slipping through her grasp. When the police arrived with a search warrant, Elif knew everything was about to change. Standing at the doorway, she watched investigators comb through the house with meticulous care. When they moved to the garage, Halil's body language shifted. He stood rigid, his usual confidence faltering. Elif noticed immediately. The investigators entered the garage, a seemingly mundane space housing tools and a parked car. But when one officer pointed to a large wooden crate in the corner and asked to open it, the atmosphere grew charged. Halil tensed visibly, clenching his fists. Elif's heart raced as she watched, torn between fear and curiosity. The process of opening the crate took mere seconds, but to Elif, it felt like an eternity. When the lid was removed, all it revealed were old, dusty tools. The tension evaporated, replaced by a mix of disappointment and relief. Halil gave a small laugh, brushing it off as though he found the situation absurd. The investigators continued their search elsewhere, but Elif couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the crate, or perhaps Halil himself, was hiding more than it seemed. Though nothing incriminating had been found, the unease in her heart only grew stronger. Here's a revised version of your text, keeping it concise and under 2,500 characters. Elif noticed how tightly Halil gripped the phone in his pocket during the search, further fueling her suspicions. Though the police found nothing and eventually left, Elif felt relief mingled with lingering dread, as if something critical had narrowly been avoided. Halil quickly regained his composure, urging her to move on and dismissing the ordeal as a misunderstanding. But Elif couldn't shake the feeling that something vital remained hidden in their home. After the search, Halil's behavior changed. He became more secretive, leaving without explanation and returning late at night. This wasn't like him, and it made Elif uneasy. She began to fear for her safety, knowing Halil's need for control. If he was hiding something,
She suspected he would go to any lengths to keep the truth buried. Meanwhile, the police continued investigating Ace's disappearance, exploring theories from abduction to voluntary escape. They interviewed neighbors, colleagues, and friends but found no solid leads. Yet, they sensed the case was more complex than it appeared, and their suspicions deepened. One afternoon, Elif came home from a business lunch to find Halil gone and his phone oddly left on the kitchen counter. Beside it were the garage keys. Her heart raced. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she grabbed the keys and quietly stepped into the garage. At first glance, everything seemed unchanged, orderly, and well-maintained. But then she noticed something new: faint stains on the floor. They resembled paint or dirt and led toward the back wall. How had the investigators overlooked these during their search? Elif followed the marks, her breathing quickening. At the back of the garage, she discovered a small, hidden section cluttered with junk. To her shock, there was a padlocked door she hadn't noticed before. The lock looked new, its shiny surface contrasting with the dusty surroundings. Fragments of Halil's cryptic conversations replayed in her mind. Her hand trembled as she reached out to touch the padlock. What lay beyond this door, she wondered, and was she ready to uncover the truth? Elif recalled fragments of conversations she'd overheard when Halil thought she wasn't around. Suddenly, everything started to make sense. Determined not to leave without answers, she used the keys to unlock the padlock on the hidden room in the garage. Slowly, she pushed the door open, revealing a small, narrow space. The room was dimly lit, with faint light seeping through a crack in the ceiling. Plastic bags were scattered across the floor, and old newspapers covered the walls, casting an eerie shadow over the place. The silence was suffocating, and the cold air made her shiver. Her eyes landed on one of the bags, and what she saw made her blood run cold. She stepped back, nearly stumbling, and quickly closed the door behind her. Heart pounding, she hurried back into the house. Elif knew she had to act fast. She needed to contact someone she trusted, but her hands trembled as she tried to make a call. The thought of Halil returning at any moment paralyzed her. Halil came home late that night, and Elif pretended everything was normal. The next morning, she went directly to the police and reported what she had seen. Her statement prompted an immediate response. Investigators returned with a new search warrant, granting them full access to the hidden room. When the door was opened, its dark secrets were laid bare. Inside, they found plastic bags containing Ace's belongings, her personal documents, phone, and other items. But the most damning discovery was the traces of blood among the possessions, confirming Ace had been there and suggesting something horrific had occurred. The room, which Halil had gone to great lengths to conceal, became the focal point of the investigation. As the police began piecing together evidence, Halil realized Elif had exposed him. He didn't return home that evening. Instead, he attempted to flee the city. Authorities, anticipating his move, had set up surveillance at all possible exits. Halil's car was spotted on a side street at the city's edge. When the police apprehended him, he didn't resist. He surrendered quietly, aware that the truth was now out in the open. Once Halil was in custody, investigators delved deeply into his connection to Ace's disappearance. Hours of interrogation chipped away at his composed demeanor. At first, Halil maintained his innocence, denying any involvement and claiming ignorance about Ace's whereabouts. However, the investigators pressed him relentlessly. They presented the evidence: Ace's belongings found in the garage, her documents, phone, and the traces of blood. Though Halil had tried to clean it, small, incriminating spots remained. The investigators argued that it all pointed to one conclusion: something terrible had happened, and Halil had gone to great lengths to conceal it. After hours of pressure, Halil finally broke. Exhausted, he leaned forward and sighed deeply, his voice low as he began to confess. He explained that on the night before Ace disappeared, they had been alone at the house. Elif was at a meeting, and he had taken the opportunity to approach Ace once again. Halil admitted that he had tried to get closer to her, but she firmly rejected his advances. She warned him to stop, or she would tell Elif and the police. His expression darkened as he recounted the events. Overwhelmed by anger and humiliation, he tried to silence her. Ace fought back, managing to escape and gather her belongings. She left the house, heading toward her own apartment. Halil paused, as if reliving each moment with bitterness. Investigators took this confession and compared it with security footage. Initial reviews had shown Ace leaving the Akaya home for the last time, appearing to head home. However, further analysis of nearby cameras revealed a startling new detail. Ace hadn't made it far. A camera from a neighboring property captured Halil following her in his car moments after she left. The footage showed him stopping a short distance away, where Ace disappeared from view. This revelation confirmed investigators' worst suspicions. Halil's confession, combined with the evidence, painted a grim picture. They now believed Halil had intercepted Ace after she left, and something had occurred that resulted in her tragic fate. The case was far from over, but the truth behind Ace's disappearance was beginning to take shape. Halil's dark secrets were unraveling, piece by piece. The police uncovered how Halil had orchestrated a sinister plan to cover up his crime. That evening, Ace had indeed left the house, but Halil had set a trap. Security cameras captured her walking down the street before she vanished from view. Investigators found that minutes later, Halil's car left the driveway, seemingly unrelated. However, further analysis revealed Halil's car stopped in a secluded corner of the neighborhood, out of the range of most cameras. It was here that he waited for Ace. Feigning remorse, he convinced her to accept a ride home, promising to apologize for his earlier behavior. Trusting his words, Ace got into the car, unaware of the danger. Halil deviated from the usual route, instead driving back to the house through a hidden rear entrance rarely used and not covered by security cameras. Once inside, Halil's rage surfaced. He assaulted Ace and, in his fury, struck her head against the wall. The impact was fatal. Realizing the cameras had recorded her leaving earlier, Halil believed he could use this as an alibi, making it seem as though she had disappeared on her way home. To strengthen his deception, he moved her body to the garage, where he had prepared a hidden space. Late that night, he transported her remains to an abandoned warehouse, concealing them in an old container, convinced no one would find them. Halil maintained his innocence during initial interrogations, but the pressure from investigators was relentless. Piece by piece, they unraveled his meticulously planned cover-up. By analyzing his car's routes and matching them to the timeline of Ace's disappearance, they dismantled his story. Eventually, Halil broke down and confessed. He detailed how he had lured Ace, committed the crime, and disposed of her body, all while believing he could outsmart the authorities. However, he underestimated the police's diligence and their ability to connect the evidence, including the blood traces in the garage and the carefully analyzed driving routes. Following his confession, investigators searched the abandoned warehouse and found Ace's body. Though Halil had attempted to erase all evidence, the state of the remains and the clues from the garage solidified his guilt. Halil's arrest and the discovery of the truth brought some resolution to the case, but the tragedy of Ace's untimely death cast a dark shadow over everyone involved. For Elif, the revelation was devastating, a betrayal that shattered her world. The medical examiners confirmed Ace had suffered multiple injuries, with a fatal blow to the back of her head. Bruises and abrasions on her body revealed prolonged violence, not a single strike. Biological evidence linked Halil to the crime, eliminating any doubt about his involvement. Halil, during extended interrogations, claimed he acted in a moment of emotional turmoil, insisting he hadn't intended for things to escalate. However, investigators demonstrated how his actions were deliberate, meticulously hiding Ace's body, cleaning evidence, and attempting to fabricate an alibi. His narrative of being a victim of his emotions was dismantled by irrefutable facts. In court, Halil remained composed, but his arguments failed to garner sympathy. The prosecution laid out evidence, surveillance footage, blood traces, and Ace's belongings recovered from his hidden room. Witnesses, including neighbors, testified to his unusual behavior around the time of her disappearance. Elif attended every hearing, her face unreadable. The weight of guilt for missing the signs bore down on her. Though she told herself she couldn't have known, deep inside, she felt complicit for ignoring Halil's controlling tendencies and her own growing suspicions. She realized her life was irreparably shattered. Halil received a life sentence, his appeals dismissed. His confession, paired with overwhelming evidence, sealed his fate. He remained outwardly stoic as the verdict was read, but his despair showed as he was led away. Everything he had built, his freedom, business, reputation was lost forever. For Elif, the end of the trial marked the start of a new struggle. She moved to a new city, leaving Istanbul and its painful memories behind. Determined to rebuild her life, she threw herself into advocating for women's rights, channeling her pain into helping others. Yet, despite her outward strength, she was haunted by guilt and questions. Could I have prevented this? Did I miss the signs? The Akaya house in Bikaz, once a place of success, now stood empty, a haunting reminder of hidden darkness. Neighbors avoided discussing it, but its emptiness spoke volumes about the secrets it held. Elif's work earned her respect in the community, transforming her into a strong voice for women's safety. But even as she saved others, she carried the weight of her past and the memory of Ace, the victim who became a symbol of vulnerability and strength. The stories of Ace and Elif became intertwined in the public mind, one as a victim, the other a survivor seeking redemption. Their legacy served as both a warning and a call to action, ensuring that silence and deception would no longer conceal the truth.
In this chilling murder mystery, we delve into the disturbing case of a 73-year-old grandmother who allegedly killed her own grandson. The tragic incident was horrifyingly captured in a 911 call, where the grandson pleaded desperately for help as he faced a barrage of gunshots from his own grandmother. The woman later claimed self-defense, but we'll investigate whether there's more to this story. The victim, Jonathan Hoffman, was just 17 years old, residing in the affluent suburb of West Bloomfield near Detroit, Michigan. Known for his sense of humor and kindness, Jonathan was finishing his final year at Farmington Central High School and had dreams of attending Eastern Michigan University. He had a passion for technology and could even build computers from scratch. Jonathan's iconic white t-shirts and gray sweatpants were a reflection of his desire to be known for who he was, not his appearance. However, 2011 was a challenging year for the Hoffman family. Jonathan's parents, Michael and Jennifer, were undergoing a divorce and planned to move the family to Arizona. Unfortunately, their younger daughter, Jessie, was diagnosed with a non-malignant brain tumor, requiring extensive medical attention. This upheaval left Jonathan feeling lonely and longing for his friends back home. In this difficult situation, Jonathan's grandma, Sandra Lane, came to the rescue. She offered to take him in until he completed his senior year, ensuring he could stay with friends and familiar surroundings. Sandra, a former school teacher, lived in a condo in West Bloomfield with her husband, Fred Lane. She was known as a loving and caring grandmother to her 5 children from a previous marriage, including Jennifer, Jonathan's mother. Jonathan's parents trusted Sandra to care for their son, believing he would be safe and happy under her watchful eye. Little did they know the tragic events that would follow. On a chilling evening in May 2012, around 5:30 p.m., the West Bloomfield Township Police received a distressing 911 call from a man named Jonathan. He was living with Sandra, his grandmother, for several months. The anguish in Jonathan's voice was evident as he pleaded with the dispatcher for help. What happened next was truly horrifying. When the officers arrived at the scene, they were met by Sandra, who had her hands up and she screamed, "I murdered my grandson!" She led them into the house where they encountered a gruesome sight with blood and gore everywhere. Jonathan lay on the floor unresponsive, having sustained multiple gunshot wounds. Beside him, a Glock 9mm semi-automatic handgun and 9 spent ammunition cartridges were found. Jonathan was rushed to the hospital, but tragically he was pronounced dead at 6 p.m. An autopsy later revealed that he had suffered multiple gunshot wounds to his chest, abdomen, and left arm, though some sources claimed there were 5 or 6 bullet wounds. The grandmother, Sandra Lane, is currently on trial for murder, and the horrifying moments after the shooting were captured in a frantic 911 call made by Jonathan himself. Incredibly, he managed to call the police while he was being shot. Adding to the shock, Jonathan identified his own grandmother as the shooter. The court heard the emotional 911 call, which led to Sandra's tearful reaction. The family and the entire community were shaken by the violent and tragic death of 17-year-old Jonathan Hoffman. They struggled to comprehend the reason behind his grandmother's actions. It was revealed that Jonathan had been experimenting with narcotics, specifically synthetic marijuana known as Spice or K2, which had caused friction between him and Sandra. In fact, there had been a previous incident where Sandra called the police on Jonathan for his aggressive behavior. However, she had also tried to protect him from arrest, claiming she would handle the situation herself. Sandra later confided in her husband about her fear of her grandson and his friends, which was further evident in another incident that occurred in March 2012. Jonathan, who had allegedly consumed mushrooms for the first time. This led him to panic, and he made a rather unusual decision. He called the police on himself. When an officer arrived, Jonathan apparently hugged him tightly, showing signs of distress. Consequently, he was taken to the hospital for hallucinogen use and later faced charges of possessing narcotics. Although he received a suspended sentence of 93 days and 2 months of probation, the situation took a dark turn when he was eventually killed. During the investigation, police discovered synthetic marijuana and other substances in Jonathan's room. Tests on his body also came back positive for marijuana. Sandra, Jonathan's grandmother, took the stand in court and claimed that she armed herself with a gun and confronted him in his upstairs bedroom loft. She hoped that this act would compel him to pay attention to her and engage in a conversation. However, things escalated quickly, leading to a heated argument between Sandra and Jonathan. The situation turned violent, with Jonathan allegedly attacking his grandmother. Fearing for her safety, Sandra fled from him and sought refuge in the basement. After a few minutes, she returned to check on Jonathan. Sadly, their confrontation resumed, and Sandra fired the gun once again, this time with tragic consequences. During the trial, an interesting twist emerged when Sandra's husband, Fred Lane, testified for the prosecution. He claimed to have been completely unaware of his wife's possession of a gun. He expressed shock and surprise at this revelation. Fred stated that although Jonathan had faced difficulties, Sandra was determined not to send him back to his parents, even after he had requested it. An intriguing revelation occurred about an hour before the tragic incident. Sandra had asked Fred to take the dog for a walk after they returned from Jonathan's narcotics test. This raises questions about her intentions and whether the murder had been premeditated. The trial lasted approximately 2 weeks, and during this time, the jury listened to the distressing 911 call made by Jonathan, wherein his grandmother fired bullets at him without showing any signs of remorse. The prosecution argued that despite Sandra claiming to be afraid of her grandson, she made no effort to escape from the house or call for medical help during the incident. Sandra claimed that she acted in self-defense when she pulled the trigger, shooting her teenage grandson Jonathan 6 times. However, during her arrest, the nurse who examined her found no injuries and was surprised to hear Sandra speaking lovingly about Jonathan. Sandra's defense tried to portray her as a frightened elderly woman, taking care of a troubled teen who was involved in narcotics and bringing strangers into her home. They argued that Sandra felt she had no choice but to protect herself. Nonetheless, the jury wasn't convinced, and she was ultimately found guilty of second-degree murder. Her husband wept upon hearing the verdict, but it was her daughter who had a different stance. Jonathan's mother considered Sandra a monster and urged the judge to impose the maximum sentence. During the sentencing, Judge Denise Langford Morris raised critical questions that had troubled the jury. Why didn't Sandra call the police instead of resorting to such extreme measures? Why did she keep shooting Jonathan repeatedly if she truly felt violated and afraid? In the end, Sandra Lane was sentenced to a minimum of 20 years in prison for killing her grandson, with an additional 2 years for the use of a gun. Jonathan's mother expressed her approval of the decision, stating that she was relieved her mother would be behind bars for the rest of her life. As we wrap up this case, I'd like to hear your thoughts in the comments section. Do you believe Sandra's story of self-defense, or do you think there's more to the story?
A shocking crime in Byron Bay has revealed hidden struggles within the Miller family, a well-known household in this small coastal town. Byron Bay, with its famous beaches and relaxed Australian vibe, is home to just over 9,000 residents, many of whom are middle-class families. The Millers were particularly admired for their apparent harmony and stability. Living on the quiet outskirts of town, they seemed to enjoy a peaceful life away from the tourist crowds. David Miller, 45, worked as an engineer for a major construction firm managing projects along Australia's east coast. His job involved frequent travel, but he always made a point of being home on weekends to spend time with his family. Colleagues respected David for his serious, dependable nature. However, in recent months, they had noticed a change. He had become more reserved, avoided personal conversations, and frequently stayed late at the office, even when he could go home. Sarah Miller, also 45, was a history teacher at the local high school and was known for her dedication. She was heavily involved in the school community, regularly organizing events and taking part in charity activities. Outwardly cheerful, Sarah's friends noticed subtle signs of stress. Rumors circulated that she had been taking more time off and spending more hours at home, despite her usual active lifestyle. Their son Jake, 20, was studying architecture at the local university, carrying on in his father's footsteps. Quiet and introverted, Jake spent much of his time with books and computers, rarely joining social gatherings. While his parents were proud of his academic path, they worried about his isolation, as he was rarely seen outside and often appeared to be alone. In the weeks before the tragic incident, he had become even more withdrawn, often leaving home late at night and returning in the early morning. Their daughter Emma, 18, had just graduated high school and planned to pursue a degree in journalism. Emma, 18, was outgoing and sociable, the opposite of her reserved brother. Known for her confidence, she had a large group of friends, took part in school activities, and maintained a lively social media presence. Recently, however, her posts had noticeably declined, and she started going out less frequently. Though her friends noticed, no one knew the reason. Despite this, she still seemed her usual cheerful self in public. The day of disappearance. The sudden disappearance of the Miller family stunned everyone who knew them. On a typical weekday in March 2018, friends and colleagues noticed something odd. David and Sarah were missing. They hadn't shown up at work and had not mentioned any upcoming absences. Calls to their phones went unanswered. Sarah's absence was especially unusual, given her dedication to her job at the school. When no one heard from the family the following day, close friends and co-workers grew worried. 3 days after the family was last seen, Byron Bay police were notified of their disappearance. When officers arrived at the Millers' home, they found the house locked up, with no signs of a struggle or disturbance. Both David and Sarah's cars were still in the driveway, suggesting they hadn't gone far. Inside, everything seemed perfectly in order. The appliances were off, the dishes were put away, and unpaid bills sat on the table. However, one strange detail stood out. The family's cell phones were all left on the kitchen counter, as if abandoned on purpose. Initial investigations. The police launched an immediate investigation, questioning neighbors and gathering information. No one had heard or seen anything unusual. There were no strange noises, no shouting, and no unfamiliar cars around the house. Nearby surveillance cameras also revealed nothing significant. The only detail that caught investigators' attention was that, in the weeks leading up to the disappearance, several neighbors had seen Jake leaving the house alone late at night. No one could recall where Jake had gone or whom he had met during his late-night outings. A review of the family's bank accounts showed no activity after their disappearance. However, investigators discovered that Jake had withdrawn a large sum of money just 2 days before they vanished, though the purpose of this withdrawal was still unknown. Investigators began reaching out to people in the Millers' lives, speaking with Emma's friends and David and Sarah's colleagues, but none could provide any clues. Jake's friends also proved unhelpful, as he had grown increasingly distant and hadn't kept in touch recently. Aftermath of the disappearance. A week after they were last seen, the Miller family was officially declared missing. News of their mysterious disappearance spread across local and national media. Police, joined by volunteers, searched the surrounding forests, and speculations led to a search of the ocean, considering the possibility that the family might have gone for a walk and drowned. However, neither evidence nor bodies were found. Rumors and theories circulated quickly among the locals. Some believed that the family might have gone into hiding because of debts or financial issues, while others thought it could be a planned disappearance connected to David or Sarah's work. Yet none of these theories had any solid proof to back them up. Weeks after the disappearance. Weeks passed with no new leads. The investigation had stalled despite thorough searches, neighborhood checks, and multiple interviews. Local news outlets reported the continued lack of progress, and public interest began to fade. However, an unexpected event would soon shock not just Byron Bay but all of Australia. In early May, over a month after the family disappeared, local police received a call from hikers in Nightcap National Park. The hikers had stumbled upon charred remains of multiple bodies near a completely burned-out vehicle, located far off the main trails on a narrow, almost forgotten dirt road. When police arrived, they were met with a disturbing scene. In a small clearing surrounded by dense trees lay 3 charred bodies, alongside the completely burned wreckage of a vehicle. Early assessments suggested the remains had been there for several weeks, if not longer. The intense fire had destroyed nearly all potential evidence, making it difficult to identify the bodies. Investigation begins. Police immediately began investigating if these remains were linked to the Miller family's disappearance. Though there were no specific leads, Forensic experts collected the remains for analysis, hoping to confirm the identities. Challenges in identification. Identifying the bodies proved difficult. The fire had destroyed most distinguishing features, and the remains were so degraded that there was almost no direct evidence. DNA testing became the only feasible method to determine the identities. The vehicle was also examined for clues, but in the early days after the discovery, forensic teams struggled to extract usable DNA due to the fire's impact. Local media quickly picked up the story, and interest in the Miller family's case was renewed, leading to numerous theories, including the idea that the bodies could belong to other missing persons. Police attempted to interview nearby residents, but the area was remote, dense with forest, and accessible only by a rarely used road, making witness reports scarce. Breakthrough in the investigation. Nearly 2 weeks after the bodies were found, DNA results provided a breakthrough. It was confirmed that 2 of the charred bodies were David and Sarah Miller. The third body belonged to a young woman, later identified as Emma Miller. However, one critical detail emerged: Jake Miller was not among the deceased. Despite initial assumptions that the entire family had perished, this revelation shifted the focus of the investigation. Jake's continued absence now took on a darker and more mysterious tone, prompting police to intensify their search and reconsider the case. The investigation intensifies. Police and forensic experts returned to the site, prepared to search for any additional clues that could. At the scene where the bodies were found, police searched for any clues that might reveal Jake's whereabouts. But they found no additional evidence, aside from the single burned vehicle and nearby bodies. As they reviewed the situation, it became clear they needed a deeper look into the Miller family's lives, especially Jake's. His disappearance, coupled with the discovery of his family's remains, raised fresh questions about the events leading up to the tragedy. Jake's behavior under scrutiny. Investigators began focusing on Jake's actions in the months before the incident. Bank records revealed he had withdrawn a large amount of cash just days before the family vanished. Friends observed that he had grown even more withdrawn, and neighbors reported spotting him out late at night more often. Police began considering the possibility that Jake might somehow be connected to his family's tragic end. However, no direct evidence linked him to any crime. It remained uncertain whether he was involved, a witness, or simply missing. New evidence emerges. Attention soon shifted to the burned vehicle, which forensic experts confirmed had belonged to Jake. Although the car was in good condition before the fire and showed no signs of forced entry or mechanical damage, it was determined that a fuel leak caused the fire. However, the cause of the leak remained unexplained. The search for Jake intensified as authorities checked all possible hiding spots in and around Byron Bay, but they found no trace of him. He hadn't rented any rooms or checked into local hotels, and the search efforts extended to major cities without success. With no direct evidence but growing suspicions, investigators leaned toward the theory that Jake may have played a role in his family's deaths. His financial situation, coupled with his mysterious disappearance, raised serious questions that explain Jake's absence and the grim fate of the rest of the family. One unresolved element remained: there was no confirmed sighting of Jake after his family disappeared. To gain more insight, investigators consulted psychologists to develop a detailed profile of him. Analyzing his recent behavior, experts noted signs of deep depression and increasing isolation, hinting at an internal conflict Jake had been hiding. His late-night outings reported by neighbors added to the mystery. Some speculated that external influences, perhaps people unknown to the family, could have affected him, leading to potentially tragic outcomes. Despite these theories, however, no clear leads emerged. Jake's mental state and diagnosis. Jake's symptoms included unusual beliefs, obsessive thoughts, severe social anxiety, and intense isolation. Over time, his reality began to distort. He became convinced his family was controlling his mind, manipulating his thoughts, and orchestrating his life. Jake developed the belief that his family was conspiring against him, and even their attempts to talk and support him only reinforced his suspicions. As his condition worsened, Jake's behavior became more aggressive and unpredictable. In the year leading up to his disappearance, he spent most of his time alone in his room, withdrawing further from his family. He began keeping journals documenting his thoughts and beliefs in great detail.
These entries became increasingly paranoid, revealing the full extent of his mistrust and detachment from reality. In his journals, Jake recorded his thoughts on how the world around him was designed, expressing a deep-seated belief that his family had joined a cult and was using him as a test subject. He became convinced that devices in the house were monitoring him, leading him to destroy any electronics he could find. As the investigation progressed, a psychiatric analysis and a review of Jake's medical history revealed he had been suffering from schizotypal personality disorder, a complex condition that distorts one's perception of reality. Subtle signs appeared in his childhood, making early diagnosis challenging, but symptoms grew more noticeable during his teenage years. Though the Miller family initially tried to avoid seeking professional help, Jake's behavior became increasingly concerning. Family struggles. Over time, Jake's paranoia turned to violence. The Miller family, known for their privacy, tried to keep these issues hidden. Sarah Miller, in particular, put on a brave face for others, but her stress became more evident as she spent increasing time at home to watch over Jake. Her efforts, however, did little to calm the situation. Jake began clashing regularly with his parents. What started as calm conversations would often escalate into shouting matches and, at times, even physical aggression. Emma, witnessing the tension, tried to escape the turmoil by taking long walks or spending time with friends. However, she too became a target of Jake's anger. David Miller, hoping to take a more decisive approach, urged that Jake should be hospitalized for treatment. Jake, however, saw this as a final betrayal, convinced his father was actively trying to harm him. Their relationship deteriorated completely, with Jake convinced that any attempt to intervene in his treatment was an attempt to erase his identity. In the months leading up to the tragic events, family conflicts became routine, escalating to threats and physical altercations. Despite fearing Jake, the Millers still hoped to help him without involving authorities. Yet Jake's writings became increasingly alarming. He wrote of wanting to free himself from his family's perceived control, detailing plans to break away entirely. Jake's mindset. In his mind, Jake saw himself as a trapped victim who could only achieve freedom through drastic measures. He believed that only by ending his family's influence could he find peace. These disturbing thoughts, later uncovered in his journals, gave investigators a disturbing glimpse into his mindset, helping them piece together the internal struggle that had been brewing within the Miller home. Jake became convinced that eliminating his family was the only way to end his suffering. In his notes, he outlined various methods for carrying out his plans, with several references to using fire. His writings suggested he not only wanted to end his family's existence, but also erase any trace of them to prevent anyone from reviving the torment he believed they caused him. Uncovered evidence. As police conducted a deeper investigation of the Miller home, they uncovered troubling evidence. In the basement, which had once been used for storage, Jake had created a secret hideout filled with his journals, drawings, and detailed plans. Photos of his family members were pinned to the walls with their faces crossed out, transforming the basement into a visual representation of his inner turmoil and strategic planning. Authorities also found evidence of Jake's activity on various online forums centered around conspiracy theories and paranoia. On these sites, he interacted with others who reinforced his beliefs that he was being watched and that his family was part of a vast conspiracy against him. Investigators concluded that these online conversations likely deepened his convictions and fueled his urge to take drastic action. Discovery of Jake. After several weeks of searching, police finally located Jake in an abandoned building in Sydney, about 500 miles from Byron Bay. He was found disoriented and extremely thin, carrying personal items belonging to his family, including photographs and belongings of his mother and sister. Jake was too mentally distressed to resist arrest, offering no confession and displaying a complete disconnect from reality. The discovery of Jake's location puzzled investigators. How he managed to travel so far and why he chose that particular building remained a mystery. It appeared that, following his actions against his family, he had attempted to hide. Yet, his deteriorating mental state left him unable to form a coherent plan, leading to erratic movements across Australia. The day of the crime. Following his family's murders, Jake acted on his meticulous plan to destroy evidence. He moved their bodies to his father's car and drove to the remote location in Nightcap National Park, where he intended to dispose of them. However, the situation became chaotic when he struggled to maintain control over his own actions. His plans, though calculated, became muddled as his paranoia intensified, making each step more frantic. Arriving at the isolated spot, Jake placed his family's bodies near the vehicle and doused them with gasoline. He then set fire to both the car and the remains, intending to eliminate all traces of his actions. The fire burned fiercely, consuming much of the evidence as Jake had hoped, but it left behind enough for police and forensic experts to identify the remains. Investigation breakthrough. Through Jake's accounts, his journals, and forensic evidence, investigators began piecing together the events that unfolded on that tragic night. The details from his writings and statements during psychiatric evaluations provided the full picture of his motivations. Jake saw his actions as a form of liberation, driven by intense delusions of his family controlling him, leading him to commit an unthinkable act in the name of self-preservation. In the end, Jake's fragile mental state and long-standing paranoia had pushed him to a dark, irreversible path. His confession and the police's detailed reconstruction brought clarity to the disturbing mystery that had haunted the town and left the community shaken by the tragic end of the Miller family. The trial. During Jake's trial, his mental health became the focal point of the defense. His attorneys argued that his severe psychotic condition, schizotypal personality disorder, had impaired his ability to distinguish reality from delusion. They claimed that Jake genuinely believed he was in mortal danger and was acting in self-defense against perceived threats. Psychiatrists testified that Jake's condition had worsened over time, manifesting in distorted perceptions, paranoia, and violent ideations. His journals and statements were presented as evidence of his conviction that his family sought to control and destroy him. They illustrated his belief that the murders were not only justified but necessary for his survival. The prosecution, however, contended that Jake's actions demonstrated premeditation. His detailed planning and execution of the murders indicated an awareness of his actions, which suggested he knew, on some level, that what he was doing was wrong. Verdict and aftermath. Ultimately, the court ruled that Jake's mental illness had indeed contributed significantly to his actions, leading to a verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity. He was ordered to undergo long-term psychiatric treatment in a high-security facility, where he would receive ongoing mental health support and supervision. The case left the community and the nation shocked, sparking discussions on the intersections between mental health, family dynamics, and the legal system. Jake's story, marked by isolation and untreated mental illness, served as a somber reminder of the importance of mental health support and early intervention. Public response and media coverage. The Miller family tragedy captured national attention, igniting discussions about mental health awareness, familial responsibilities, and the societal implications of untreated mental disorders. Many in the public were divided. Some expressed sympathy for Jake, recognizing the complex nature of mental illness, while others felt outraged by the court's decision to prioritize treatment over punishment. The media extensively covered the trial and its aftermath, frequently highlighting the stark contrasts between Jake's calm demeanor during proceedings and the horrifying nature of his actions. This juxtaposition bewildered many, leading to public debates about the nature of evil and whether mental illness could absolve someone of responsibility for such extreme actions. Community members and mental health advocates began pushing for more resources for mental health support, emphasizing the importance of early intervention and the need for families to seek help before situations escalate to tragic outcomes. Vigils were held in memory of the Miller family, where attendees mourned the loss of life and expressed hope for better mental health resources in the community. Long-term consequences. In the years that followed, Jake remained in the psychiatric facility, undergoing therapy aimed at managing his disorder. Periodic evaluations were conducted to assess his mental health and determine whether he posed a risk to himself or others. Some experts believed that with proper treatment, there might be a chance for rehabilitation, while others argued that the severity of his actions should forever mark him as a danger to society. The case led to changes in local and national mental health policies, including increased funding for mental health programs and public awareness campaigns. Schools and community organizations began implementing mental health education to help children and families recognize warning signs and seek help early. Reflections on the case.
The Miller family case served as a sobering reminder of the complexities surrounding mental illness and the dire consequences that can arise when such conditions go unaddressed. It also highlighted the need for society to engage in deeper conversations about mental health stigma, family dynamics, and the legal system's role in handling such cases. As time passed, the tragedy of the Miller family remained etched in the hearts of many, prompting ongoing discussions about mother is a special person in everyone's life, and the word mom sounds loving and kind in any language. It represents care and understanding. In moments of pain, fear, or joy, mom is often the first word a person calls out. But sadly, children aren't always the top priority in every mother's life. A shocking crime took place in 2016 in Texas, one of the largest states in the US. A 42-year-old woman named Christy Sheets, known to be young and successful, shot and killed her 2 adult daughters in their backyard. But why did this happen? Let's start from the beginning and try to understand what led a loving mother to commit such a terrible act. Christy Bird was born in Decatur, Alabama, in 1974 to her mother, Rebecca Bird. Christy's parents separated when she was very young, and her mother worked hard to give her daughter a life free of poverty. Christy's grandfather played a big role in raising her. She adored him because he spoiled her and taught her unusual things, like how to use a gun. As a retired officer, her grandfather had a large collection of firearms. They would spend hours in a dimly lit basement, admiring his collection while he told her captivating stories. As children grow, they search for their place in the world, build relationships, and get an education to use later in life. However, Christy wasn't very interested in school, even though she attended one of the best schools in the state. She struggled with her peers and had many conflicts that scarred her emotionally. Due to bullying and difficulties with classmates, Christy barely graduated high school. After graduation, Christy moved to northern Alabama to attend college in Lawrence County. While working as a secretary at a transportation company, she met Jason Sheets, a young and talented professional. They spent a lot of time together, exploring the city, hiking, and vacationing in Christy's hometown. Their relationship grew strong, and after a few years, they got married and bought a house on a quiet street. On April 19, 1994, their first daughter, Taylor, was born. Jason was thrilled because he had always dreamed of having a little girl. The Sheets family seemed happy and financially stable, with Jason working as a consultant for a major oil and gas company. Christy was a dedicated mother and homemaker. On October 21, 1998, she and Jason welcomed their second daughter, Madison. Their family life remained peaceful, with Jason working and Christy caring for the children. But in 2012, their lives were shaken by tragedy. Christy's beloved grandfather, who was like the father she never had, passed away. This loss deeply affected her, and she struggled to cope. Seeking comfort, Christy turned to psychologists and antidepressants. Then, just 2 months later, while still grieving, Christy lost her mother as well. This second blow devastated her, and she was hospitalized for the first time with a mental disorder. Christy's emotional state remained fragile for a long time. She moved from one clinic to another, and her antidepressants were soon replaced by heavy drinking. Throughout this period, Jason and their daughters did everything they could to support her. Slowly, it seemed like she was starting to recover. Christy eventually returned to work as a manager at a laser cosmetology clinic that specialized in tattoo removal. Her job kept her busy, while her husband and daughters continued to be her source of love and support. On September 25, 2015, Christy posted a picture of Taylor and Madison on Facebook, along with a heartfelt message. She called her daughters amazing, sweet, kind, beautiful, and smart girls, expressing how much she loved and cherished them. Earlier that year, in January, she had posted another message, but this time in support of gun ownership rights. The post featured a polished gun on a table next to 7 bullets and read, "I have 10 guns. Obama wants 8 of my guns. How many guns do I have?" When people commented on the post, Christy proudly replied, "That's right, I have 10 guns." Christy was outspoken about her support for the right to bear arms and was a strong advocate for keeping firearms easily accessible to the public. She opposed the Democratic Party's attempts to restrict the sale of semi-automatic handguns, claiming it would violate her family's right to protect themselves. Tragically, it was Christy's own deep attachment to guns and her belief in the right to own them that ultimately led to the heartbreaking loss of her 2 daughters and her own life.
On June 24, 2016, Jason's birthday, Christy invited her daughters for what was supposed to be a family dinner. The entire family gathered in the living room, but instead of celebrating, Jason wanted to tell his daughters about his decision to divorce Christy. She overheard their conversation, and chaos erupted. Christy started yelling and cursing, then stormed out of the room. Jason tried to reassure his daughters, promising things would improve, but moments later, Christy returned with a gun in hand. Jason immediately tried to shield his daughters as panic spread throughout the house. Madison hid behind the couch and discreetly called 911. When the dispatcher answered, all they could hear was Madison pleading with her mother, "Mummy, Mummy, don't shoot, don't shoot." There were sounds of gasping and moaning, followed by silence. Her last words were, "Don't shoot, there are children." "I'll do what you want, don't shoot." The call was abruptly cut off. In a second 911 call, 22-year-old Taylor tried to speak, but she was too overwhelmed by the terror and chaos in the house. She was shot twice by her mother, and Christy delivered the fatal shot as Taylor lay dying outside the house. As she stood over her daughters, Christy fired several more shots at both Taylor and Madison. By 5 p.m., the police arrived at the scene after receiving multiple emergency calls. They found the lifeless bodies of 17-year-old Madison and 22-year-old Taylor on the ground outside. Christy was standing over Madison's body with a gun, preparing to fire again. The officers ordered her to drop the weapon, but she ignored their commands. Left with no choice, the police opened fire, killing Christy on the spot. The autopsy revealed that Madison died instantly from her injuries, while Taylor, though initially still alive, was airlifted to the hospital. Unfortunately, despite the emergency efforts, she didn't survive. The only person to survive the horrific event was 45-year-old Jason. Christy had also shot him, but he managed to escape to a neighbor's house, where he was able to call the police. The tragic incident left Jason as the sole survivor, while the rest of his family was torn apart in the blink of an eye. Neighbors recalled hearing Jason plead with Christy, saying, "Don't hurt them." "They're our kids," but Christy ignored him and fired several shots in his direction. Jason was incredibly lucky to survive, as the bullets narrowly missed him. However, the police couldn't immediately question him about the reasons behind the incident because he was in a state of deep shock and had to be rushed to the hospital. The area around the house, where the horrific family tragedy unfolded, was quickly cordoned off by authorities. Neighbors and witnesses were repeatedly interviewed as police tried to piece together what had happened. According to the most accurate accounts, the argument began with sounds of shouting and fighting coming from the house. Witnesses reported seeing Christy physically assaulting her daughters before grabbing a .38 caliber shotgun and shooting Madison, then Taylor, at point-blank range. Both girls, wounded and bleeding, attempted to flee the house. Madison managed to take only a few steps outside before collapsing in pain. Despite this, Christy fired again, hitting Taylor. She then went back inside the house, reloaded her shotgun, and returned to deliver a final shot to Taylor at close range. Witnesses described Christy as cold and emotionless during the entire ordeal. After the first shots rang out in the living room, the entire family ran outside, turning what began as a family argument into a full-scale tragedy. Investigators were left with a grim scene to examine. The first version of events shared with TV news crews described a family dispute that spiraled into unimaginable violence, but the exact reasons behind Christy's actions were still unclear. Detectives were trying to understand what could have driven 42-year-old Christy Birdsheets to commit such a brutal and senseless crime. While they didn't have all the answers, they knew that tensions had been simmering in the Sheets household for years. There had been numerous conflicts, with police being called to the family's home more than a dozen times over the years. Eventually, Jason, the father of both girls, could no longer handle the situation, and at 45 years old, he made the decision to leave Christy, which might have been a final trigger for the tragedy that followed. Despite the growing tensions, Jason had recently returned to Christy, and on the day of the tragedy, the whole family gathered for dinner at her invitation. Even Taylor, a college student who had a recent argument with her mother, came home to celebrate Jason's birthday with the family. The tragic event left neighbors and acquaintances in shock, struggling to understand how and why a mother would kill her own daughters. Neighbor Gino Hernandez, who knew the family well, recalled, "I knew both girls since they were 10 years old. They were always so nice and outgoing, always waving and saying hello when they walked by. Fighting back tears, he added, Christy, though, was different. She never stopped by the barbecue. She always seemed to be in her own world. Jason's a good guy, and the girls were wonderful. Another neighbor expressed similar sentiments, saying their problems were all about Christy. The investigation confirmed that Christy had been in conflict with both of her daughters. Authorities also revealed that Christy suffered from mental illness. On June 29, 2016, at the first press conference, Sheriff Troy Nails told reporters that Christy was depressed and had made several attempts to take her own life, especially after learning of her impending divorce. According to the sheriff, the couple's marriage had been deteriorating since 2012, the year Christy's beloved grandfather, who had raised her, passed away. Christy used a gun she had inherited from this same grandfather to commit the murders. Another possible source of tension in the family was Christy's strong opposition to her eldest daughter Taylor's upcoming marriage. Just days before the tragic shooting, Christy and Taylor had a heated argument where Christy attempted to impose a house arrest on her 22-year-old daughter, forbidding her from seeing her fiancé. Jason disagreed with Christy's extreme actions, arguing that it was not appropriate to restrict a grown adult in such a way. Taylor had been dating 23-year-old Juan Sebastian Logo for 4 years. Both were college students in the art department and were deeply in love. Their social media profiles showed them happily preparing for their wedding, which was scheduled to take place on June 27th, just days after the tragic shooting. There is speculation that Christy may have opposed Taylor's marriage to Sebastian, who was of Hispanic descent. Jason disagreed with his wife's strict approach, especially her attempt to confine their adult daughter as punishment. Later, Jason testified, stating that Christy had gathered their daughters to inform them of the impending divorce, but instead of talking to them, she pulled out a gun and shot them multiple times. She never aimed the gun at Jason. As Jason explained, Christy's motive wasn't to kill him, but to make him suffer. Jason shared that his wife's downward spiral began in 2012 after losing both her grandfather and mother within 2 months of each other. The gun Christy used to kill their daughters was a gift from her grandfather. Jason also revealed that Christy had applied for a gun license, but her request was denied due to her mental illness. This raised troubling questions. What had driven Christy to punish her husband by taking the lives of their daughters? Was it the breakdown of their marriage or the feeling that she had lost control over her life? Her frustration was evident in her Facebook posts, where she often spoke about self-protection and the need to defend her family. Or perhaps her decision to kill her daughters was fueled by the medication she was taking and her deteriorating mental state. Jason told police that Christy suffered from severe depression. She took medication regularly and was seeing a therapist. Over the years, she had been admitted to a psychiatric hospital 3 times following suicide attempts. Despite these struggles, Christy had multiple opportunities to kill Jason during the incident, but she chose not to. Jason realized this was because she wanted him to endure the agony of losing their daughters. Sheriff Troy Nails confirmed Jason's account, stating that Christy's actions seemed aimed at causing him as much emotional pain as possible. Christy knew how much Jason loved Taylor and Madison, and she wanted to make him suffer. The sheriff said, echoing Jason's belief about his wife's intentions. Christy's decision to target her daughters rather than her husband was rooted in the deep emotional toll she intended to inflict on him. Perhaps the complete collapse of Christy's family life, combined with the realization that she was losing not only her husband but also her daughters, pushed her already fragile emotional state over the edge. A close family friend, Madison Davey, gave an insightful interview about the family dynamics. He described Jason as the best dad in the world, saying, "I used to hang out with them, and he loved being around us. They were so funny together. You'd think the sisters would fight, but no, they loved each other very much and were always laughing." Davey highlighted the close bond between the sisters and their father. Jason adored his daughters and would do anything to protect them, but Christy had already decided to kill that day. Davey also mentioned that during one of Christy's past suicide attempts, she had pulled out a gun, tearfully saying goodbye to her family. Jason, reacting indifferently, had responded, "If you want to shoot yourself, then do it. Just don't touch us." Christy replied coldly, "No, that will be your punishment." Friends, relatives, and neighbors suspected something tragic might happen in the Sheets family, but never imagined that Christy would go as far as to kill her daughters. It was clear to many that Christy was mentally unstable and causing harm to her family. The sheriff's department revealed that since January 2012, police had been called to the Sheets household 14 times, with 3 of those instances involving Christie threatening to take her own life. Maria, the inconsolable sister of Taylor's fiancé, Juan Sebastian, was devastated. She shared that the Sheets sisters were some of the kindest, most sensible, and good-hearted girls she had ever known. "It's hard to believe," Maria said, "that not long ago Taylor and I were having carefree fun at a party and looking forward to her wedding day to my brother in her grief." Maria expressed that Taylor had already become part of their family, and the sudden, heartbreaking loss was incomprehensible. Maria, the inconsolable sister of Taylor's fiancé, expressed her sorrow, saying, "You were a light in this crazy world, and we will always remember you. The day of the brutal crime that took the lives of 2 young girls with bright futures ahead of them has haunted the public for a long time." People mourned with Jason Sheets, who had lost his 2 daughters in the most unimaginable way. Taylor Sheets, the older sister, was a college student who also worked as a caregiver for Care.com. She dreamed of a long and happy life with the man she loved. Madison, the younger sister, was still in school and worked as a nanny. On the day of their funeral, the entire city mourned the girls, while social media and TV news once again highlighted the tragedy. Questions arose about whether this horrific event was yet another example of the dangers posed by the easy availability of firearms in the US. As debates over gun control continue without resolution, another tragedy occurred with an ordinary Texas woman, Christie Sheets, shooting and killing her own daughters during a domestic dispute. This case, unfortunately, isn't unique in the US, where gun violence is a persistent issue. With Republicans and Democrats locked in disagreement over gun legislation, more lives are lost, and tragedies like this one keep happening. Although the exact causes behind this tragedy may never be fully understood, it's clear that the Sheets household had ongoing issues. Police were called to their home multiple times because of conflicts, yet the family still had access to firearms. To conclude, it's hard to grasp how a mother, who is typically the closest and most nurturing person to her children, could commit such an act. Christie Sheets' story stands out as an exception rather than the norm. Amid her deep emotional turmoil, it seems her maternal instincts completely shut down, and tragically, no one was able to intervene in time. Her plan was fulfilled, leaving Jason Sheets to live with the painful memories of that day for the rest of his life. This story takes place in Spokane, Washington, the second largest city in the state. While the city may look beautiful and inviting to tourists, it can be just as dangerous for its residents. Spokane County has the highest crime rate in Washington, double the state average. Today's story of young Cinderella mirrors this contrast between outward beauty and inner bitterness. The Holden family, a typical American family, had lived in Spokane for many years. Judy and John Holden loved children, so their home was always filled with them. They had 2 adult daughters who had long since moved out and lived on their own, as well as an adopted son named Joshua. Joshua, a gloomy and withdrawn young man, still lived with his parents. He struggled to start a family of his own, which left him reluctantly staying with them. To receive financial benefits, the Holdens decided to foster more children. One day, a sweet little girl named Courtney joined the family. Courtney Corin Holden was born on February 28, 1992. At just 2 years old, she ended up in an orphanage. Like many other children, she dreamed of finding a loving mum and dad. One day, her wish seemed to come true, and she was taken to Spokane to live with the Holden family. However, after moving in with the Holdens, Courtney's dreams of a happy family quickly faded. Life with them turned into a nightmare. From a young age, Courtney was forced to do all the housework. She cleaned the entire house and washed dishes after every meal for the whole family. Strangely, the Holdens treated the other foster children much better, and no one could understand why they were so harsh with Courtney. Judy Holden was already quite old, and Courtney was the last child they took in, perhaps explaining some of their resentment. Courtney wasn't even allowed to go outside without permission. Visitors to the house often overheard Judy and Joshua mistreating Courtney, calling her Cinderella, as if she were a character from the fairy tale, serving her stepmother and wicked stepsisters. Courtney was indeed in a similar situation, but despite the mistreatment, she grew used to the harsh conditions and remained kind-hearted. Over the years, she learned to endure the cruelty from the Holdens. Courtney lived in constant fear of her foster mother, Judy, and her brother, Joshua, whose mere presence terrified her. Joshua forbade her from socializing with people her age, and she had no cell phone or any modern conveniences. She rarely left the house, only going outside when absolutely necessary or when she had permission. The only time she could enjoy some fresh air or interact with neighbors was when the house was empty, allowing her to sneak into the backyard. This harsh, isolated environment shaped Courtney as she grew up. Over time, she adjusted to her life and never became bitter. She continued to show respect toward her foster parents because she had no idea what a normal, loving family was supposed to be like. Courtney finally found some relief when Joshua, after having a falling out with his parents, moved in with his sister for an extended period. This was the happiest time of her life, as she finally got a taste of freedom. She could leave the house, go for walks, and meet people her age. During this time, she finished high school and fell in love for the first time with a man named Michael. For the first time, Courtney experienced genuine care and attention from someone. Their relationship flourished, and in 2011, they had a son. Michael pleaded with Courtney to move in with him and live together as a family, but for reasons unknown, Courtney refused. She chose to stay at the Holden house and ended her romantic relationship with Michael. By this point, the Holden home was nearly empty. The other foster children had grown up and moved out, and Courtney's foster father, John Holden, had passed away. Courtney lived alone with her foster mother, Judy, for a while. Michael could only visit their son with Judy's permission, and their life was relatively peaceful during Joshua's absence. However, when John Holden died in 2014, Joshua returned and took over the household again. He installed numerous surveillance cameras around their home on Hero Avenue, near Rogers Middle School in northeast Spokane. Signs around the yard read, "Smile, you're being filmed," with cameras pointing in all directions. These cameras made Courtney anxious, as she knew that stepping outside could lead to trouble with Joshua. Her brief period of freedom ended, and her life once again became unbearable under Joshua's strict control. Around 2015, Courtney confided in a neighbor that Joshua had once again banned her from having a cell phone, using social media, communicating with anyone outside the family, driving, or even leaving the house without his permission. The birth of Courtney's son had made Joshua furious, and he forced her to cut off all contact with Michael. Courtney quietly complied. Neighbors started noticing bruises on Courtney's face and arms. When they asked her about them, she admitted, "Joshua beats me," concerned for her. The neighbors wondered why she put up with such abuse and tried to help in any way they could. They contacted the police to bring attention to her situation, but each time, the Holdens managed to keep things quiet. Courtney never openly admitted that her brother controlled her, making it difficult for authorities to take action. Eventually, Courtney was no longer allowed to interact with her neighbors. They only saw her outside during the evenings, as Joshua forbade her from going out during the day. Once again, Courtney complied in silence. She knew Joshua better than anyone else, a tall, large, and obese man with immense physical strength. He didn't hold back in his cruelty. Joshua's friends described him as paranoid, violent, and unpredictable. He had even boasted publicly about how easily he could end a life and dispose of a body without difficulty. Joshua had a troubling criminal history. In 2005, he was charged with assault and harassment, but due to insufficient evidence and the victim's unwillingness to cooperate, the charges were dropped. In 2003, he was suspected of assaulting a woman, but the perpetrator couldn't be identified. Then, in 2006, he was arrested for assaulting his mother and burglary, which led to him being forced to leave his parents' home for several years. When he returned, Joshua became even more controlling. He installed surveillance cameras, not only outside the house but also inside to monitor Courtney constantly. Courtney gradually stopped socializing with friends, admitting that she was afraid to go anywhere in case Joshua found out and things got worse. One friend communicated with her daily through Facebook until Joshua discovered she had the account. Courtney's last message read, "I have to leave. I have to leave." Josh is coming after that. Her account was permanently shut down. People familiar with the Holden family described their dynamics as strange. They were puzzled as to why Courtney's son referred to Judy as Mom and Joshua as Dad, while he called his biological mother only by her first name. This led some to speculate that perhaps Joshua was the boy's father. Neighbors were left disturbed by the situation but unsure of how to intervene. Acquaintances had long criticized the Holdens for their unusual and antisocial behavior, and most people preferred to keep their distance from the family. In August 2018, after yet another argument, Courtney packed her belongings and tried to leave. As she ran outside with her suitcase, Judy yelled at her to come back. Courtney responded, "I'm not staying here anymore." Just moments later, a furious Joshua, towering at over 6 feet tall and weighing around 300 pounds, grabbed Courtney, picked her up, and forced her back inside the house. Judy slammed the door shut. A neighbor witnessed this, and it was the last time anyone, including possibly her family, saw Courtney. Courtney, who had always lived a life of invisibility, seemed to vanish completely. Yet, it took nearly 2 years before neighbors and acquaintances began to truly worry about her disappearance. In October 2019, a year and a half after she was last seen, Michael, the father of Courtney's son, and his current girlfriend expressed concerns. They hadn't seen Courtney in almost 2 years, and Michael was anxious to reconnect with his son. He filed a missing persons report with the police on October 24, 2019. Armed with a search warrant, police officers went to the Holdens' home, only to be surprised that Courtney was not there. Both Joshua and Judy were uncooperative. Judy allowed the detectives to check Courtney's room, but then quickly asked them to leave. Even search dogs were brought in but found nothing. The Holdens claimed that Courtney had abandoned her son and run away, but they couldn't explain who was continuing to cash her Social Security benefits or use her electronic food stamps. Interestingly, the same day police searched the house, Judy and Joshua withdrew the remaining $600 from Courtney's bank account. The next day, a woman identifying herself as Courtney called the National Crime Information Center of America, claiming she was safe and didn't want to be found. However, police traced the call and discovered it was one of Courtney's half-sisters, not Courtney herself. Afterward, Judy and Joshua gave multiple conflicting stories about her disappearance. In one version, they said she had run off with a truck driver. In another, they claimed she was hiding with a secret lover. The inconsistent stories and Courtney's prolonged absence made the Holdens look increasingly suspicious. By late October 2019, Joshua and Judy abruptly left Spokane, raising even more questions about what had happened to Courtney. Their hasty departure only deepened suspicions that they were hiding something significant. The Holdens' sudden departure only deepened detectives' suspicions about their involvement in Courtney's disappearance. They were eventually tracked down in Texas, staying with one of Judy's adopted daughters. Authorities arrested them for cashing benefits intended for Courtney and for identity theft. This led to their incarceration in a Texas jail in early October. Initially, the Spokane Police Department had conducted a welfare check on Courtney, but it quickly escalated into a missing persons case. The investigation was handed over to Major Crimes Detective Randy Lesser. Lesser gave updates on the case after search warrants were filed in Spokane County Superior Court. The information about Courtney's disappearance and the investigation comes from police interviews and court documents. Courtney was officially reported missing, with alerts sent to multiple states and news programs broadcast details of her case, sparking a search effort. Despite the ongoing investigation, Joshua and Judy refused to cooperate when officers and detectives visited their home. Their lack of cooperation was unusual, especially in a welfare check or missing persons case. On the same day that Courtney was reported missing, a woman called Crime Check, claiming to be Courtney and stating she was fine. The police dispatcher later realized that the woman was actually one of Courtney's sisters, impersonating her to likely draw suspicion away from Judy and stop the search. Detective Lesser expressed his growing concern that Courtney might be dead, citing Joshua's violent history as a major worry. Joshua had previously been charged with assault, though the case was dropped when the victim stopped cooperating. Investigators were still working to obtain DNA evidence, and court documents revealed Joshua was also a suspect in another assault in 2003. Joshua's violent tendencies and mental health issues were well known to neighbors and family. He had been described as unstable, diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, and was known for his unpredictable behavior. Neighbors mentioned that Joshua was unemployed, and even Judy, his mother, was afraid of him. Joshua had been arrested in the past on charges of unlawful imprisonment and burglary. Family members reported that Joshua and Judy often bragged about knowing how to evade police, and that Joshua frequently talked about how easy it would be to kill someone and hide the body. Detective Lesser highlighted a crucial fact: people don't just disappear, especially if they have a son. Court documents noted that Courtney was a devoted mother who would never willingly abandon her child. For a year and a half, no one had seen Courtney outside the Holden home. Joshua and Judy had told neighbors and family that she was traveling with a boyfriend, a story that many doubted given the circumstances. Rumors about Courtney's whereabouts circulated. Sometimes, people speculated that she had run off with a truck driver, though no one knew who he was. Other times, the story was that she had eloped with a fiancé or was simply at home but unavailable for visits. When Detective Randy Lesser knocked on the Holdens' door in early October, Judy claimed Courtney had only been home for a few days before leaving on foot with her son. However, when Lesser asked for Courtney's phone number, Judy slammed the door in his face. She eventually let police inside to check Courtney's room, but she was visibly nervous. The house was cluttered, with piles of belongings everywhere. Courtney's room was similarly messy, and the mattress was bare, making it seem like no one had lived there for some time. At one point, Judy panicked when she lost sight of one of the detectives and quickly ordered the officers to leave. Lesser asked them to search the house for Courtney's son, but later that day, neighbors told him they had seen Joshua, Judy, and one of Courtney's sisters leave in a van with the boy. Adding to the suspicions, Courtney, who had a chronic medical condition, had not seen a doctor since October 2017. Her last prescription was filled in July 2018, although she had regularly received medication before her disappearance. Despite these medical gaps, money continued to be withdrawn from Courtney's bank account, and her card was used to buy groceries. Surveillance footage showed Joshua and Judy shopping with Courtney's son and withdrawing the last of Courtney's money from her account on the day she was officially reported missing. By October 24th, Joshua and Judy had left their home. When police arrived to execute a search warrant, they found that the DVR from the home's surveillance system had been removed, and all 6 of the family's pets were gone. Phone numbers associated with Joshua and Judy were deactivated in mid-November, but new numbers with Texas area codes were activated the same day. About a month after the Holdens left, one of Judy's daughters and her husband flew in from Texas to check on the house. They told police they hadn't seen Courtney in 2 years and said that Judy had retired. The man even claimed that Joshua and Judy had a child together, while Judy's daughter insisted the boy was Courtney's son. In mid-December, Detective Lesser traveled to Texas to continue the search for Joshua and Judy. Police eventually found Joshua and Judy Holden at Judy's daughter's home in Texas, where Courtney's son was also located. Both Joshua and Judy were arrested on charges of identity theft, custody interference, and using Courtney's bank accounts while hiding her son. Fortunately, the boy was safe and was returned to his father, though no charges were filed against other family members. Despite multiple searches, including their Spokane home, a Texas property, and a car and trailer parked in Oklahoma, police found no trace of Courtney. Joshua, aged 40, and Judy, aged 74, were jailed in Texas but refused to be interviewed by police or extradited to Spokane. Authorities were waiting for a governor's warrant to bring them back to Washington. Since police could not prove their direct involvement in Courtney's disappearance, the two were likely released. Detective Randy Lesser noted that the investigation into Courtney's case was one of the most extensive missing person cases, spanning months and filling several notebooks of information. Yet, despite their strong suspicions, police have not been able to charge Joshua and Judy in connection with Courtney's disappearance. Many believe Joshua and Judy know what happened to Courtney. Joshua, known for his violent tendencies, had often bragged about his ability to end someone's life and hide the body from authorities. Investigators strongly believe Courtney is dead but lack the evidence to make arrests. Courtney Holden's tragic story highlights how she, a young woman who longed for family and love, remained trapped in a toxic and abusive household. She couldn't find the courage to stand up for herself, believing that the Holdens, who mistreated and controlled her, were still her family. It's heartbreaking that Joshua's public threats about murder and hiding a body couldn't be used as proof of his involvement, particularly since she vanished after the last time he was seen forcing her back into the house. No one knows what horrors she faced behind those closed doors or the fate that ultimately befell her. There are speculations that if Courtney was harmed, her body might have been hidden using methods that even experts or police dogs couldn't detect. If that's true, Courtney's spirit may remain bound to the Holden home, where she sought family but found only suffering. Her son now lives with his father, away from the Holdens, while Courtney remains missing. If anyone has information that could help solve the mystery, they are urged to contact the Spokane Police Department.
The case of Austin Heroff, a handsome honor student, athlete, and cannibal, raises unsettling questions. Can a young, healthy man suddenly lose his mind and act like a wild animal? And if this happens, where should we look for the cause of such a drastic change? Experts often link severe mental disorders to genetics, traumatic experiences, substance abuse, or social isolation.
However, Austin's case stands out as more than just a sudden mental breakdown or personality disorder. Medical professionals have diagnosed him with clinical delirium, a rare condition known as lycanthropy, where a person believes they are transforming into an animal. The press has labeled him a cannibal. Though some believe he suffers from this psychiatric syndrome, the families of his victims argue that Austin faked insanity to avoid responsibility. Austin admitted to using various drugs in the past, but tests showed he was clean at the time of the crime. To understand this complex case, let's go back to the beginning and see how Austin, the son of a wealthy, respected family, an honor student, and an athlete, turned into someone with a shocking urge to taste human flesh. Austin Malcolm Harif was born on December 21, 1996, in the beautiful resort town of Palm Beach, Florida. He was the eldest of 2 children in a well-off family of medical professionals. His father was a well-known dentist with a network of clinics, and his mother was a leading pharmaceutical expert. The Harif family lived in a large, luxurious home by the ocean. A year and a half after Austin was born, they welcomed his younger sister, Haley. The siblings were very close, calling each other best friends. Despite their wealth, Austin and his sister weren't spoiled. Their parents made sure they had a good education and supported their creative interests and talents. Austin excelled in school, getting straight A's. He was passionate about playing guitar, dedicated to wrestling and football, and even performed in a local theater group. He saw himself as creative and ambitious. His family traveled often, spending vacations in different places around the world. In high school, Austin once wrote an essay describing himself as a happy and optimistic person with a vivid imagination, someone who could dream up anything he wanted. Austin Harif also mentioned his dedication to excellence in both academics and sports, but he admitted that his shyness was a personal weakness, making it difficult for him to connect with peers. When Austin turned 13, his parents decided to separate. His father moved out, leaving the family home to his ex-wife, and relocated to another luxurious residence with his new partner, who soon became his wife. The children stayed with their mother, but their father remained involved in their lives and continued to provide financial support. Not long after, Austin's mother also remarried, and her new husband moved into their home. Austin struggled emotionally with his parents' divorce, but it didn't affect his schoolwork or his success in sports. He dreamed of a career in medicine, hoping to follow in his parents' footsteps by helping others and saving lives. His goal was to attend a prestigious college with a focus on medical studies. In high school, Austin was an honor student and somewhat of a social outcast. However, as he grew taller, reaching 6'A", and developed a strong, muscular build, he became a heartthrob. His charming smile and innocent expression gave him an almost angelic appearance, but inside he was still the shy, reserved person who found it hard to socialize or form romantic relationships. In his personal diary, Austin wrote about having few friends in school, as many of his classmates saw him as a nerd and teased him. Despite this, he remained hopeful that things would improve once he went to college, made new friends, and moved out of his parents' home. A few months before graduating high school, Austin received the news that he had been accepted into the University of Florida's prestigious 4-year medical program. He was overjoyed, as this program would open up many career opportunities and allow him to continue his education at any medical school in the country. Toward the end of August, his parents took him to the university campus to begin his studies, marking the start of his independent adult life, something he had eagerly anticipated. In a vlog, Austin opened up about his new college experience, but despite the fresh start, his shyness persisted. He still found it hard to connect with others, though he briefly dated a girl. However, the relationship ended because she felt something about his behavior was unsettling, prompting her to break things off. During his freshman year, Austin developed a deep interest in bodybuilding. He spent a lot of time at the gym and achieved impressive results, transforming his physical appearance. However, despite these outward changes, the internal struggles remained. Austin had developed impressive muscles, but his success wasn't just from hard work. He openly admitted in his YouTube vlog that he was regularly using steroids, which helped him bulk up. His channel, which he started in the spring of 2016, featured a variety of content. Some videos focused on sports and bodybuilding, while others showcased his musical talents, with Austin singing guitar covers or imitating famous artists. He also shared personal reflections and philosophical musings on life. Over time, his videos became increasingly troubling. Austin began warning his viewers against using steroids, claiming they could drive a person insane. He admitted that he felt torn between a crazy and a normal side, which confused him. In later videos, he began speaking in different accents and personalities, sometimes changing the tone of his voice mid-sentence or even breaking down in tears for no clear reason. His facial expressions and moods also fluctuated, with him making strange faces at the camera. Experts who later reviewed his videos believed that Austin was essentially pleading for help. His vlog had become his only outlet, as he was struggling to form real friendships during his time in college. His video content began to reflect his gradual mental deterioration, with his behavior becoming more erratic, provocative, and even aggressive. Some of his subscribers noticed these changes, suspecting that he might be using drugs. Though Austin denied this in the comments, insisting that as an athlete he would never use substances, his behavior suggested otherwise. One subscriber even speculated that Austin might have a dissociative identity disorder, wondering, what's wrong with Austin? When Austin returned home for summer break, his mother and sister, who hadn't seen him in almost a year and hadn't followed his vlog, were shocked by the changes in him. Physically, he had transformed into a massive muscular figure, but the changes went far beyond his appearance. His behavior had become increasingly bizarre. He started speaking nonsensically and claimed he no longer needed sleep. At first, his family didn't take his strange statements seriously. But when night came, Austin announced that he would patrol the house to protect them from some dark forces. True to his word, he wandered the house all night, keeping watch until morning. This odd behavior deeply worried his family, as they realized something was seriously wrong with him. Every hour throughout the night, Austin would check on his mother and sister, loudly assuring them that they could sleep peacefully because he was on patrol. The next morning, his mother decided to have a direct conversation with him, asking if he was using any drugs. Austin admitted that over the past year, he had experimented with nearly every drug and explained how each one had affected him. He mentioned taking a powerful synthetic drug that caused severe hallucinations, fits of rage, and could even lead to a fatal overdose. Despite this confession, he swore that he had stopped using drugs and no longer touched anything that had driven him insane. After listening to her son, Mrs. Harouf made a critical mistake. She chose not to seek professional help. Instead, as an experienced pharmacist, she believed she could handle the situation on her own. She gave Austin a sedative and a sleeping pill, hoping it would help him relax and sleep after his sleepless night. However, Austin only slept for a couple of hours before waking up and resuming his nighttime patrol around the house. Once again, he spent the night checking on his family, assuring them that everything was quiet and they were safe. This strange behavior continued for several weeks, yet his mother still refused to contact a psychiatrist or inform Austin's father about what was going on. Early in the morning of August 13th, Austin showed up at the door of a former classmate who lived a few blocks away. The girl was shocked to see him, as they hadn't been in touch for over a year, and he hadn't told her he was coming. When she asked why he was there, Austin said he had forgotten what year he was born and needed to know urgently. Confused, the girl told him he was born in 1996, after which Austin abruptly turned around and left without saying anything more. The incident deeply unsettled her, so she immediately called Mrs. Harouf to share what had happened and asked if Austin might be using drugs. It was only then that Mrs. Harouf realized the gravity of the situation. She called her ex-husband, who was working in another state, and told him about her concerns. Austin's father flew back to Florida the next day. After talking with his son, he suggested that Austin voluntarily check into a clinic for an evaluation, but Austin adamantly refused. His father then had a heart-to-heart conversation with Mrs. Harouf, and they agreed that their son needed to be sent for compulsory examination and treatment, either at a drug rehabilitation or psychiatric facility. However, they were unable to follow through with their plan before the situation took a tragic turn. The next day, Austin's friends invited him to join them at the beach. With the hot and sunny weather, his mother insisted that his sister Haley go along to keep an eye on him. Austin seemed excited but dressed strangely for the occasion, wearing a thick athletic hoodie, matching pants, boots, and even ski goggles, as though he were preparing for winter, not a beach day. His friends were puzzled and teased him, asking why he was dressed like that and if everything was okay. Austin became seriously angry, shouting that if they thought he was crazy, he would prove them right and end one of their lives. Although they didn't take his outburst seriously, they decided to give him some space. Haley, noticing her brother was nearing a breakdown, pulled him aside for a private conversation. Austin confided in her that he wasn't entirely human but half-wild animal, immortal, and possessed superhuman strength. His bizarre claims frightened Haley, but she stayed calm, hoping not to provoke him further. At the beach, Austin's mood seemed to improve. He played volleyball, joked with friends, and acted like his usual self. As the evening came to a close, everyone parted ways. Austin and Haley headed toward a small restaurant near the coast, where they were supposed to meet their father and his wife. On the way, Austin suddenly declared that he wanted to test his immortality and started walking toward a busy highway, intending to cross through the fast-moving traffic. Haley, realizing what he was about to do, ran after him and pulled him back, begging him to hurry as they were expected at dinner. Austin agreed and followed her. At dinner, Austin's behavior took another strange turn. He repeatedly got up from the table and went outside, nervously looking around as if someone was watching him. When he returned, he told his father and stepmother about his supposed immortality. His father, trying to remain calm, suggested that Austin seek professional help. In response, Austin exploded with rage, shouting that he wasn't insane. He shoved his father hard and stormed out of the restaurant. What followed after Austin left was like something from a nightmare. He later claimed to have no memory of what happened and couldn't believe what he had done. Austin wandered for several miles and eventually found himself in an unfamiliar neighborhood. There, the bright light from an open garage caught his eye, and he walked towards it. The house belonged to an elderly couple, 59-year-old John Stevens and 56-year-old Michelle Mishkon Stevens. John and Michelle Stevens were a happy, retired couple who enjoyed relaxing in the evenings, often barbecuing and watching movies in their spacious garage, which they had turned into a cozy living room. Married for over 25 years, they had 3 grown children and were now savoring their quiet life together. That evening, John had taken their dog for a walk while Michelle stayed home, preparing for their usual movie night. When Michelle saw a young man she didn't recognize standing on their lawn, she didn't feel threatened and asked if he needed help. But things quickly spiraled into horror. Their neighbor, Jeffrey Fisher, lived across the street and was on good terms with the couple. Around 9 p.m., he heard strange noises outside. Then, he heard Michelle scream in agony. Without hesitation, Jeffrey ran over to help. What he saw was shocking: a large, young man attacking Michelle by the open garage. Jeffrey tried to intervene, but the attacker was incredibly strong, knocking him to the ground and stabbing him multiple times in the back and shoulder. Realizing he was outmatched, Jeffrey made a quick decision to draw the attacker's attention away. He ran inside the Stevens house, exited through the back, and made his way to his own home. Once safely inside, Jeffrey realized the attacker hadn't followed him. Instead, the assailant had gone back to Michelle. Desperate, Jeffrey called 911, reporting the attack and his injuries. After speaking with emergency dispatch, he listened in fear, hearing strange animal-like growls and horrifying screams coming from the Stevens property. By the time the police arrived, just 10 minutes later, it was tragically too late. The scene they found was beyond comprehension. 2 officers approached the garage with weapons drawn, but they froze in shock at what they saw. Lying in a pool of blood was the lifeless body of Michelle Mishkon Stevens. The autopsy later revealed that Michelle had suffered multiple blunt force traumas to the head and a stab wound to the chest. A bit further into the garage, the officers saw 2 more people on the ground. It took a moment for them to grasp what was happening. One man, John Stevens, was reaching out, barely able to speak, while another man was on top of him, gripping his neck with one hand and tilting his head back with the other. The officers yelled at the attacker to release John, threatening to shoot if he didn't comply, but he ignored them. Firing was too risky since John was so close, so one officer pulled out a taser, warned the attacker, and moved in. That's when he saw the horror. The attacker wasn't just holding John, he was biting his face. The officer was stunned. John's left cheek was gone, ripped off. His lip, nose, and ear had been mutilated and chewed off. The elderly man, immobilized and barely able to move, silently begged for help. The officer fired the taser, but it didn't seem to faze the attacker, who continued biting into John's face. Kicking the attacker in the face only made him growl loudly and bite down again. Additional officers arrived, including a police dog, which was unleashed on the crazed young man. The dog bit the attacker's arm, but he seemed immune to pain, shaking the dog off and injuring himself further.
A powerful kick finally disoriented him long enough for the officers to handcuff him. At that moment, the young man muttered something about feeling sick, saying he might have eaten something bad before losing consciousness and convulsing. Emergency medical teams arrived and transported all 4 people from the scene. Sadly, Michelle Stevens could not be revived, and her husband John died on the way to the hospital from extensive blood loss caused by his injuries and the shock of having his flesh consumed. The neighbor, Jeffrey Fisher, survived but suffered permanent damage to his right hand due to nerve and tendon injuries. As for the attacker, he slipped into a coma after apparently ingesting a substance from a bottle found in the garage. Austin Harroff, the perpetrator of the brutal attack, was in a coma for nearly 2 weeks after ingesting a substance that severely burned his esophagus and stomach. When he regained consciousness, he claimed to remember nothing of the horrific events that took place that night. He gradually began to recall the argument with his father at the restaurant and how he walked away, but his memory of what followed was fragmented and dreamlike. He described seeing a ghost-like figure that led him through dark alleys until he encountered a bright light the lantern in the Stevens garage. According to Austin, Michelle Stevens was startled when she saw him, and as she called for help, he claimed that he struck her several times, eventually drawing a knife and declaring he would rid her of evil. When neighbor Jeffrey Fisher intervened, Austin reportedly mistook him for a demon and retaliated by stabbing him. After Fisher fled, Austin continued his assault on Michelle Stevens until she stopped moving. He also admitted to mistaking a bottle for alcohol, drinking half of it, which led to the burns and subsequent coma. Despite initial speculation that Austin was under the influence of powerful drugs, toxicology reports showed no traces of drugs, medications, or alcohol in his system, leading experts to believe that he had suffered a psychotic break. His inability to recall the most violent moments of the attack raised questions about his mental state. The case received widespread media attention due to the extreme brutality and uncertainty surrounding Austin's mental condition. The children of the deceased couple, as well as the neighbor's family, believed that Austin was faking insanity to avoid severe punishment. This sentiment was echoed by much of the public. Dr. Landrum, a state-appointed psychiatrist, determined that Austin's mental illness had triggered an acute psychotic episode, which resulted in the deaths of Michelle and John Stevens. However, the prosecution argued that Austin did not meet the legal criteria for insanity at the time of the crime. The court would need to decide whether Austin Harroff's actions were the result of a severe mental disorder or if he was responsible for his brutal behavior, a distinction that would have profound implications for his future. Austin Harroff's case highlighted complex issues surrounding mental health and criminal responsibility. During court hearings, Austin's father revealed a family history of schizophrenia, raising concerns that this genetic predisposition might have contributed to his son's erratic behavior. Despite Austin's previous substance abuse issues, at the time of the crime, toxicology reports showed no traces of drugs or alcohol in his system, leading to the conclusion that his aggression stemmed from other causes. There were speculations about Austin suffering from a rare condition known as clinical lycanthropy, a psychological disorder where individuals believe they can transform into animals. This could potentially explain his animalistic behavior during the attack. However, none of the psychiatrists who assessed him confirmed this diagnosis. After undergoing treatment, Austin was transferred to jail, but the legal proceedings surrounding his case remain unresolved. He continues to await trial, with his defense team asserting that he is mentally ill. In contrast, the families of the victims, John and Michelle Stevens, along with the injured neighbor Jeffrey Fisher, expressed their desire for justice, hoping that Austin would be deemed competent to stand trial and face severe penalties, including the possibility of the death sentence. As the case unfolds, it continues to draw public attention, reflecting broader societal concerns about mental health, accountability, and the complexities of the legal system. The ambiguity surrounding Austin's mental state and the brutality of his actions have sparked discussions about the intersection of criminal justice and mental health treatment. This crime, which happened in late summer 2016 at Spring Creek Park, left the community outraged. Residents had been warning city authorities for years about dangerous individuals frequenting the park. Some of these people gathered in groups, while others wandered alone, but their presence often made locals feel unsafe. Unfortunately, it took a terrible crime for the city to finally take action.
The incident also sparked widespread conversations about the safety of female runners, especially those who jog alone. According to a survey, 54% of women feel anxious when going out, fearing verbal harassment or even physical attacks. The story of Karina Vetrano is particularly chilling and puzzling for several reasons. First, nothing seemed out of the ordinary on the day it happened. The attack occurred in broad daylight in a fairly busy area. Second, the details of her death were deeply disturbing. And third, the investigation and sentencing of her killer left many questions unanswered. On Tuesday, August 2nd, 2016, Karina planned to meet her father after work. Family gatherings had become rare since Karina moved out, and both she and her parents had busy schedules. Besides, Karina was juggling 2 jobs. Her father, Philip, picked her up and took her to his home, where the family spent some quality time catching up on the week's events. Before heading back, Karina asked her dad if he wanted to go for a jog with her, as they often did together. "I can't this time," he replied. "My back is hurting so badly. Maybe I need a new prescription, or it's just the weather." He even offered to call her a cab, but Karina declined. The weather was pleasant, with the heat easing off, and the air smelled fresh. She wanted to enjoy the run and was training for an upcoming marathon. The young woman had recently ended a relationship and was hoping to clear her mind. Running, she thought, would help her feel better. That evening at 5:45 p.m., Karina set out for her jog. It was the last time her parents saw their youngest daughter alive. Karina left her house for a jog, heading to Spring Creek Park, a peaceful oasis surrounded by the city's bustle. The park was known for its greenery and serenity, but only parts of it were open for walking. The rest was dense with thickets and swamps. Before she left, her father urged her to stick to her usual route and avoid unknown paths and strangers. Sadly, Karina ignored his advice. Seeking solitude, she ventured into a secluded, grassy area. While jogging, Karina's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a sharp blow to the back of her head. She collapsed, and in that moment, her life took a tragic turn. Back at the Vetrano home, worry was growing. It had been 2 hours since they'd last seen Karina, and she wasn't answering her phone. Her parents were growing frantic, making repeated calls to her number. She had promised to keep her phone close, and her failure to respond felt alarming. Sensing something was terribly wrong, her father reached out to a neighbor who happened to be the chief of the New York City Police Department. Knowing Philip wouldn't overreact without reason, the officer quickly took action. Karina was officially reported missing, and a large-scale search began. Police combed through Spring Creek Park and the nearby streets, using every resource at their disposal, including experienced canine units. They understood how critical the first 24 hours are in a missing persons case and worked tirelessly before nightfall. Meanwhile, Philip Vetrano couldn't sit idly by. Together with a group of volunteers, he searched the park himself, walking its paths and trudging through tall grass while making phone calls in desperation. As darkness fell, he noticed a faint light in the grass. Approaching it, he realized it was Karina's phone. Clinging to hope, he thought she might have simply lost it and hadn't been able to let them know. Determined to find her, Philip continued searching. He pushed further into the thicket, stepping carefully through the grass, until he came across something soft. It was a partially undressed body lying face down. When Philip turned it over, his worst nightmare became a reality. It was Karina. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from his chest as he held his daughter. She hadn't simply lost her phone as he'd hoped. His little girl wasn't answering her calls because her life had been cruelly taken. The devastating reality of what had happened sank in for Mr. Vetrano. His screams of anguish alerted the police, who rushed to him and carefully pulled him away from Karina's body. They explained that the area was now a crime scene and every detail could be critical evidence. They urged him not to touch anything to preserve the integrity of the investigation. On his way home, Philip's mind was consumed with grief and memories. He agonized over how to break the news of Karina's death to his wife. Moments from the past flashed through his mind, like a vivid slideshow. He remembered July 12, 1986, in Queens, the day their second daughter was born. Karina had always been a source of pride for him. From a young age, she was obedient, well-mannered, and driven. He thought of her first day of school, how diligently she pursued her education,
and how it paid off when she graduated from St. John's University with a master's degree in speech pathology. She had always dreamed of helping children and worked tirelessly with autistic kids. Karina was a vibrant and multifaceted individual who loved to travel, write, and run. Running was a passion they shared, which deepened their father-daughter bond. Philip recalled how protective he had been of her, particularly when it came to her relationships. He wanted her to be cherished and to build a family as strong as the one he had with Kathy. He had dreamed of seeing her happy, settled, and eventually giving him grandchildren. The journey home felt endless. As Philip reached the house, he paused at the door, gathering his strength. "I need to be strong for my family," he told himself, trying to muster the courage to face what was ahead. Kathy met him at the door, and as soon as she saw his face, she knew. He didn't need to say a word. Overwhelmed, she began to cry and embraced her husband. The news of Karina's death quickly spread among family and friends, leaving everyone in shock. Accepting her sudden and violent death was almost impossible. Investigators concluded that Karina had been subjected to a brutal attack. It was clear she had fought back. Her fists were still clenched even in death. Her body bore bruises and abrasions, and her athletic clothing was torn. The autopsy confirmed the horrifying details. The back of her skull had been shattered by a blow from a blunt object. Though a blunt object, likely a stone, caused severe injuries, the actual cause of death was asphyxiation. A clear mark on her neck pointed to strangulation. Additionally, the forensic report confirmed the attack's intimate and violent nature. Earth and grass were found under Karina's fingernails, evidence of her desperate struggle to escape. Her mouth showed signs of trauma. Several teeth were cracked or knocked out, likely from biting her attacker in self-defense. Her neck was covered in scratches, where she had clawed in a frantic attempt to break free. Karina fought fiercely for her life, refusing to give up, even in her final moments. Karina, the youngest Vetrano daughter, was known for her vibrant personality and diverse interests, especially her love for writing. In 2013, she starred in a short film by her friend Petro Georgiadis, based on a poem she had written called Paradox. On her blog, Karina often explored deep topics like love and mortality, showcasing her thoughtful and creative nature. Not long after this tragedy, another shocking discovery made headlines. In Princeton, Massachusetts, the body of another jogger was found hidden among tall grass. The circumstances were eerily similar. A young woman attacked in a secluded area during a run. Speculation arose: was a serial offender preying on female joggers? The cases were handed over to geneticists, who compared DNA samples collected at both crime scenes. Surprisingly, the DNA analysis revealed no connection between the two crimes. The attackers were determined to be different individuals, ruling out the possibility of a single perpetrator. In Karina's case, DNA evidence was key. Small quantities of unidentified DNA were collected from under her fingernails, her back, and her phone. Though limited, experts deemed the samples sufficient for analysis. For months, this DNA remained the investigation's most promising lead, giving hope that it might eventually point to the attacker. The discovery of this crucial evidence kept the investigation alive, even as the case grew increasingly complex and emotionally charged for all involved. The DNA evidence provided a chance to identify Karina Vetrano's killer. Since many violent crimes are committed by someone close to the victim, police considered all possibilities. As part of the investigation, Karina's father, who had discovered her body, provided a DNA sample. Unfortunately, this procedure took place on the day of her funeral, compounding the family's grief. Later, all of Karina's relatives also underwent DNA testing, but none matched the samples found at the crime scene. Investigators then interviewed her friends and family to determine if Karina had any enemies or ill wishes. The results were consistent. Karina was universally loved and respected, with no apparent conflicts in her life. With no clear suspects, detectives theorized that the crime was driven by base motives. They speculated that someone had encountered Karina in the secluded area of the park and attacked her. Desperate for a breakthrough, law enforcement turned to the public for help, offering a $10,000 reward for any information leading to the perpetrator. The response was widespread, but frustratingly, it yielded no actionable leads. Detectives pursued around 250 tips, conducted 600 genetic tests, and compiled over 1,700 reports. Despite their efforts, they were unable to make progress. It appeared the attacker had no prior criminal record, or at least had never been caught before, making the investigation even more challenging. On August 31, 2016, a utility worker approached the police with a potential lead. He reported that, on the day of Karina's murder, he had been in a restricted area of the park and saw a man emerge from the bushes before running northward. Using his testimony, the NYPD developed a sketch of the individual in December 2016. However, investigators acknowledged that the man in the sketch could have been an innocent bystander in the wrong place at the wrong time. Unfortunately, the release of the sketch brought no new information, leaving the investigation at another standstill. In light of the stalled progress, the Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI) joined the case on December 4, 2016, bringing additional resources and expertise to the search for Karina Vetrano's killer. Despite the mounting challenges, authorities remained determined to find justice for her and her grieving family. The FBI began by developing a psychological profile of the perpetrator. Experts believe the individual was highly familiar with the area, especially Spring Creek Park, suggesting he likely lived or had lived nearby. However, fearing capture, it was assumed he now avoided the location. The choice of the quiet, overgrown area for the crime indicated careful planning. Based on this theory, police conducted screenings among local African American men, but this led nowhere. Chanel Lewis, a young African American man from Brooklyn, eventually came under scrutiny. Living in a low-income housing complex about 4 to 5 miles from Spring Creek Park, Chanel shared an apartment with his mother, 3 sisters, and their children. He was unemployed and diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. But this didn't prevent him from graduating from a private school for students with emotional and behavioral challenges. Former classmates described Chanel as a quiet loner who was often the target of bullying. The kids constantly picked on him, said one peer. Even girls intimidated and punched him. He had no friends. Another former student mentioned that while Chanel occasionally fought back, it wasn't effective, and he was often ridiculed for his appearance and clothing. Chanel's habit of wearing a hoodie and walking away with a smirk in tense situations earned him the nickname African Lizard. Despite this, some peers recalled a different side of Chanel. Danielle Munes, a fellow student, remembered him as a smart kid with good grades. She added, "He liked to show me funny videos on the bus. I never saw him be cruel." However, unsettling details about Chanel's past surfaced. Some sources claimed that during middle school, he expressed violent thoughts, allegedly stating he wanted to cut all the girls. He was also rumored to have asked, "What happens if I bring a knife to school?" Dr. Edward Dana, the executive director of the private school Chanel attended later, countered these claims. "We received no reports of threats in middle school," he said. "During his time at our school, he had no disciplinary sanctions. I never heard him make threatening statements towards other students." These mixed accounts painted a complicated picture of Chanel Lewis, a young man whose life had been marked by isolation, bullying, and rumors, but also by moments of normalcy and academic potential. This complexity would later play a crucial role in the investigation into Karina Vetrano's tragic death. Chanel Lewis was a troubled teenager who often faced bullying. Despite his challenges, he had aspirations of working in social services, wanting to help those in need. When conflicts arose at home, Chanel would wander the streets, frequently visiting Spring Creek Park. Over time, he had a few minor run-ins with the police. These included 2 violations in the park and 1 incident for urinating in public. In May 2016, he was reported by a local merchant for loitering in a store while holding a crowbar. The police checked his ID but let him go, as he had no prior criminal record. However, this interaction would later prove significant in the investigation of Karina Vetrano's murder. In February 2017, Detective John Russo recalled something important about the case. He had previously noticed a young man in a hoodie frequently wandering through Spring Creek Park. Russo had even tried following him once, intrigued by his unusual behavior. The young man walked slowly, often stopping in front of houses near the park, as if observing them for potential burglaries. However, Russo lost sight of him during the pursuit and couldn't follow up. After Karina's murder, Russo's memory of this individual resurfaced. Investigators revisited Chanel's file and found peculiarities that piqued their interest. Russo's hunch led the police to investigate Chanel further.
They spoke to his acquaintances and former teachers, uncovering troubling information. Chanel had reportedly expressed harmful thoughts toward girls, which deepened investigators' suspicions. During the investigation, detectives discovered that on the day of Karina's death, Chanel was not at home. He had left after an argument with his family and gone to the park. When he returned, his clothes were torn, and he had visible bruises and abrasions. When his mother asked about his appearance, Chanel claimed he had been attacked. His account aligned with a witness's description of a man fleeing the park. Additionally, on August 3, 2016, the day after Karina's murder, Chanel's father, a former school principal, took him to the hospital to treat severe wounds. These details significantly strengthened the police's focus on Chanel as a suspect, setting the stage for further investigation. Chanel Lewis's story unfolded in shocking detail. Investigators discovered that on August 3, 2016, the day after Karina Vitrano's murder, he was treated for cuts and an injured hand, injuries consistent with a violent altercation. The medical records further corroborated this timeline. On February 4, 2017, Chanel voluntarily provided his DNA to investigators, leaving detectives puzzled. Would someone guilty willingly do this? The interrogation began on February 5, 2017. Chanel admitted to being in the park around 5 p.m. On August 2, 2016, he described walking along dirt paths and listening to music when he encountered Karina jogging with her phone in hand. When asked if anything happened during the encounter, Chanel nodded and quietly said, "Yes." His initial response was vague, leading investigators to press further. Eventually, he confessed, "I was angry. One thing led to another. What happened, he then elaborated, providing a chilling account of the events. Chanel explained that he was walking in the park to distract himself from a family argument when he saw Karina jogging alone. He decided to follow her. When she passed him, he grabbed her shoulders, threw her to the ground, and hit her face multiple times to silence her. My punches knocked out several of her teeth, injuring my hand, Chanel recalled. The struggle lasted about 5 minutes. Despite fierce resistance, Karina scratched and bit him, trying desperately to fight back. To avoid attracting attention, Chanel dragged her off the path into tall grass, where he attempted to undress and assault her. Even in shock, Karina continued to resist. Eventually, Chanel strangled her until she stopped moving. When asked if he knew Karina beforehand, he replied, "I did not know her before this. It all happened by chance." The motive behind his actions shocked investigators even further. Chanel revealed that his uncontrollable aggression stemmed from loud music played incessantly by a neighborhood gang member. This music, he claimed, triggered intense hatred and rage, which ultimately culminated in his attack on Karina. The confession provided the police with a clearer narrative of the crime, but it also raised questions about Chanel's mental state and the randomness of the act. Investigators knew they had a confession, but they also understood the importance of corroborating evidence to build an airtight case. These doubts and allegations of contamination were central to Chanel Lewis's defense strategy during the trial. His legal team argued that the evidence, including DNA traces, might have been compromised due to the significant number of individuals who had interacted with the crime scene. They also claimed that the DNA evidence alone, though compelling, was not sufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Despite Lewis's initial confession, the defense cast doubt on its validity, asserting that it had been coerced under pressure and questioning whether he fully understood the implications of his statements due to his mental health issues. They highlighted his history of paranoid schizophrenia, suggesting it could have impacted his behavior and decision-making during interrogation. The prosecution, however, presented a strong case, emphasizing the DNA evidence as conclusive. The microscopic traces found on Karina's body and phone were an exact match to Lewis's DNA, linking him to the crime scene. They also reiterated the details of his confession, arguing that it included information only the perpetrator would know, such as the extent of Karina's injuries and the sequence of events. Witness testimonies and Lewis's behavior leading up to and following the crime further strengthened the prosecution's argument. His suspicious actions in the park and the injuries he sustained around the time of the murder aligned with the timeline of events, according to the prosecution. The media closely followed the trial, dividing public opinion. Some viewed the case as an open and shut matter due to the overwhelming evidence,
while others believed the defense's claims of racial bias and procedural misconduct warranted further scrutiny. Advocacy groups also became involved, debating the broader implications of the case for race and justice in America. On April 1, 2019, after deliberating on the evidence, the jury reached a unanimous verdict. Chanel Lewis was found guilty on all counts, including the murder and sexual assault of Karina Vetrano. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The verdict brought some closure to the Vetrano family, but questions about the motive behind the crime and the broader societal issues surrounding the case continued to linger. For Karina's loved ones, the trial's outcome was a step toward healing, even if the senseless loss of a young, vibrant life could never truly be reconciled. Forensic biologist Linda Rosano testified that the odds of the DNA found on Karina Vetrano's body belonging to someone other than Chanel Lewis were 1 in 6 trillion. The prosecution also presented evidence from Lewis's phone records, which revealed searches related to second chances and forgiveness in Catholicism. This prompted a key question: what sin was Chanel seeking forgiveness for? The release of Lewis's confession video added fuel to the controversy. His defense team argued that the confession had been coerced under extreme pressure, with the police allegedly using improper tactics. They claimed the recording began only after significant off-camera interrogation and suggested that the search of Lewis's home may not have followed protocol. The defense's case also relied on accusations that investigators, desperate for an arrest due to mounting public pressure, used Lewis as a scapegoat. The trial took an unexpected turn when the jury, swayed by the defense's compelling arguments, could not reach a unanimous verdict. On November 21, 2018, the judge declared a mistrial. A writ trial was initially scheduled for January 22, 2019, but was postponed to March 2019. During the writ trial, the prosecution presented the same robust evidence, including DNA matches, Lewis's confession, and circumstantial details that tied him to the crime scene. This time, the jury deliberated for 5 hours before finding Chanel Lewis guilty of all charges related to Karina Vetrano's death. On July 23, 2019, Lewis was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Even after the verdict, the case continued to generate heated debate. The defense raised concerns about the trial process, alleging jury misconduct based on information from an anonymous source. They claimed jurors were pressured into a guilty verdict, and some even referred to the trial as a lynch mob. What initially seemed like a straightforward case unraveled into a narrative that exposed deep societal fears and prejudices. Karina Vetrano's death left a lasting impact on her family, her community, and society at large. For many women, it became a somber reminder to remain vigilant while pursuing simple pleasures like jogging in the park. Did justice truly prevail? While the court found Chanel Lewis guilty, questions linger. Was he the real perpetrator, or did systemic flaws in the investigation lead to the conviction of an innocent man? In either case, two families were devastated. Karina's life was tragically cut short, and Chanel Lewis's family lost him to a life behind bars. The hope remains that the judicial system uncovered the truth and delivered justice. If not, the real perpetrator may still be free, evading accountability for a heinous crime.
In this chilling picture, a hidden and eerie tale unravels. In the background, a little girl named Heidi Jones, only 4 years old, beams with innocence. Little did she know, her life would soon be shadowed by a horrific incident. This photo captures her innocence, juxtaposed against a grim crime scene. The outline of a lifeless body marks the place where Heidi's mother, Loretta, tragically lost her life. The haunting incident occurred just days before this photo was taken, forever imprinting Heidi's young mind. On that fateful night of July 30th, 1970, not far from where Heidi's world shattered, a 10-year-old girl named Lori Kulo faced a terrifying assault. Her screams for help echoed through the night as she was attacked merely 3 blocks away from the tragedy. Startlingly, the perpetrator fled towards Loretta's residence. A month later, on August 31st, the police apprehended Tom Egley, Loretta's alleged lover. His connection with Loretta made him the prime suspect. However, a mere 3 months later, Egley was released due to lack of evidence. The case went cold for over 4 decades, shrouding the circumstances of Loretta Jones' demise in mystery. The answers remained elusive until Heidi, Loretta's daughter, grew up with a determination to solve her mother's case. Little did she know, a crucial clue lay hidden within this very photograph. As we examine the details, we notice Loretta's hand resting in a pool of crimson, hinting at the horror of that night. Heidi, now an adult, reflects on her mother's last moments and the cryptic signs she left behind. It's as if Loretta, in her final breaths, tried to communicate with the world, leaving behind vital clues. In the year 1970, Loretta, a single and devoted mother, strived to provide a good life for her beloved daughter, Heidi, in Price, Utah. Their home was filled with love and simple joys. However, on that summer night of July 30th, 1970, their peaceful lives were shattered forever, setting off a chain of events that would haunt the family and the community for years to come. Around 11:40 a.m., the police received a call about an incident at 468 East 4th Street. They discovered that Loretta Jones, a 23-year-old, had been fatally injured by a stabbing. What made this even more heartbreaking was that she had a 4-year-old daughter named Heidi, who was found frightened and alone at a neighbor's house. Heidi's father, upon arriving home and learning of the tragic event, was in deep shock. Loretta's first concern was for Heidi's safety. During the ongoing investigation, Heidi was placed under her grandparents' care for her protection. There was a growing fear among both the police and Heidi that the perpetrator might target her next. Shockingly, the authorities later revealed that another assault had taken place the night before. This time, a 10-year-old named Lori Kulo was attacked just 3 blocks away from Loretta's residence. The police strongly believed that these 2 crimes were connected, sending a wave of anxiety through the community of Price, especially among parents concerned for their children's safety. The community was gripped with fear, grappling with the reality that the person who had taken Loretta's life was still at large and had targeted another young girl. People were desperate for answers and apprehensive about the unknown assailant's whereabouts and intentions. Days later, Heidi found herself at her mother's funeral, heartbroken and gazing at Loretta in the casket. She wore a blue dress with a high collar, revealing the tragic wounds on her neck. Despite the horror of the situation, Heidi saw her mother as a peaceful figure, reminiscent of Sleeping Beauty. This loss was devastating, especially for young Heidi, who struggled to come to terms with her mother's absence. Loretta's tragic end left a lasting mark on her daughter, who couldn't forget the silence that shrouded her mother's final moments. Heidi realized that her mother had endured the unimaginable pain without screaming or calling for help, all to protect her daughter. As Heidi lived with her grandparents, she grappled with her grief and the urge to keep her mother's memory alive. However, discussing her mother was difficult, as it brought tears to her grandmother's eyes. Despite the pressure to move on, Heidi found it impossible to let go of the memory of her mother, her true hero that fateful night. Over the passing years, Heidi is burdened by a heavy conscience, knowing that the person who harmed her mother is still out there, escaping justice for what was done to Loretta. The frustration builds within her, fueling a desire to take matters into her own hands. But how could she do it? Heidi feels a deep sense of indebtedness to her mother, who would have gone to great lengths to protect and support her, as evidenced by the tragic night of her demise. She felt a duty to act on her mother's behalf. In the year 1989, Heidi reaches the age of 23, the same age her mother was when she met her unfortunate fate. Inspired by a TV show called Unsolved Mysteries, she initiates an extensive letter campaign, directing her letters to the Price City Police Department, the Carbon County Sheriff, and the FBI. Unfortunately, none of these entities responded. Still, Heidi persists, writing letter after letter. Heidi's motivation was to keep the conversation and attention alive regarding her mom, hoping it might eventually lead to the resolution of her mother's case. Despite years passing, Heidi doesn't receive any response from the authorities. Almost 36 years have gone by, and the person responsible still walks free. As she approaches her 40th birthday, Heidi makes a bold choice to leave her life behind and return to her hometown of Price, Utah, with one sole purpose: to solve her mother's mysterious demise. Back in her hometown, Heidi grapples with her grandmother, urging her to let go and find peace. But part of Heidi remains driven to find the person who took her mother away. In 2009, Heidi reconnects with a childhood friend, David Brewer, by chance through a comment on her social media post. Learning that David is now a detective, she confides in him, sharing everything she can recall about that dreadful night. Heidi's traumatic journey begins on July 31st, 1970. She vividly remembers hearing a thud that night and rushing to her bedroom door. Looking through the keyhole, she initially thought she saw a pile of laundry on the floor, only to discover her mother, Loretta, lying in a pool of blood. The image shocks her, leaving her unable to comprehend the horrors before her. She stumbles out of the house in distress. David Brewer listens attentively as Heidi recounts her harrowing tale. He is astonished that he had never known about Loretta's tragic end, realizing Heidi had kept this horrific memory locked away, never speaking of it, even during their school days. The depth of trauma a child endured, witnessing her own mother in such a horrific state, is almost beyond imagination. Heidi believed David might reject her because solving the crime seemed unlikely, but David was moved by Heidi's emotional tale. He could sense her lingering distress, even after all these years. Officer David Brewer from Carbon County Police decided to reopen the Loretta Jones case from 1970. His first move involved reviewing the original case records. But here's where the road got rocky. The case files had vanished. David exclaimed, "I found out I had no proof or case file, which is unusual because you usually keep homicide files forever." Besides some old newspaper clippings, David managed to get written statements from the first responders, who were at the scene of Loretta's tragic end. They found her lying on her side, surrounded by blood, with 17 stab wounds in her back and 2 in her chest. Oddly, there were no signs of forced entry implying Loretta might have known her assailant. Another startling revelation emerged from the medical examiner. Loretta didn't fight back. Typically, a person with multiple stab wounds would display defensive wounds, but there were none. This raised a perplexing question: why didn't Loretta defend herself? David speculated she might have remained quiet to protect her child, fearing her daughter might also be harmed. Despite these new details, David still had no concrete evidence from the crime scene or leads on a suspect. The odds of solving the case seemed bleak. David had to inform Heidi without substantial evidence, leaving him feeling empty-handed. During their conversation, David mentioned the lack of crime scene photos. Heidi then remembered a box her grandmother had preserved for years, containing anything related to her daughter's murder. Among the contents was a powerful photograph of Heidi near the outline of her mother's body. The blood stain was visible, making this the sole crime scene photograph they had. Additionally, there was a newspaper clipping featuring a man named Tom Egley, accompanied by a police officer. Tom had been the sole suspect in the case, spending 3 months in jail awaiting trial. However, he was released due to insufficient evidence, being in the wrong place at the wrong time. While exploring the newspaper clippings, David stumbled upon another astonishing discovery. On the night Loretta was murdered, there was an attempted abduction just 3 blocks away. David Brewer knows this can't just be chance. It's highly probable that the incident was caused by the same person who harmed Loretta Jones on July 30th, 1970. At approximately 9:30 p.m., Laurie Kulo and her brother were cycling in front of their house. The light was fading, and Laurie noticed her brother had already gone inside. She quickly decided to head in as well, dropping her bike and moving towards the door. However, she wasn't alone. Just before she reached the safety of her home, a man attacked her. He covered her mouth, silencing her attempts to scream. Despite her desperate struggle, his grip loosened briefly, allowing Laurie to scream for help. Based on Laurie's account, the man fled in the direction of Loretta's house. Detective Brewer is aware that Laurie witnessed the assailant that night. Contacting her is crucial. She's their best bet in identifying a possible suspect. Simultaneously, Heidi uncovers a startling revelation while going through her grandmother's belongings. Within her grandmother's box, she finds a journal where her grandma had recorded everything 4-year-old Heidi had said after that fateful night. The initial entry was made on the same night Loretta was found deceased. It described Heidi mentioning a person named Tom being involved in her mother's tragedy. Heidi remembered having a bad dream where she heard footsteps and frightening words from this individual. Heidi also recalled how her mother, in her last moments, had advised her not to leave her room. As Heidi grapples with these resurfacing memories, the terrifying events of that night come back to her. These long-suppressed memories begin to emerge, and Heidi recalls the last words her mother said to her that night. This revelation is incredibly impactful. Realizing that Loretta sensed something ominous might occur, and yet tried to shield her daughter. While Heidi struggles to recollect more details about the man she referred to as Tom, David Brewer moves ahead to meet Laurie Kulo, who was attacked on the same night Loretta lost her life. Laurie's account of the events could provide a crucial description of the man she encountered that night. Brown hair, lighter eyes, around 5'10" to 5'11", in height, not tall but not short either. Later, the police had Laurie identify the suspect, a moment that made her feel extremely uneasy but confirmed the identification, linking him to the dreadful incident. Laurie was able to point out the person who attacked her from a group of suspects. This person was named Tom Egley, who had been arrested back in 1970. Loretta, known as Laurie, had gone on a date with Tom Egley once, but she didn't like him and wanted nothing to do with him. Heidi, Laurie's daughter, had always heard the same story from her, that Tom caused harm to my mum. Detective Brewer was quite sure that Tom was the right suspect, but he didn't have enough proof to take the case to court. If he couldn't get a confession, his only choice was to gather a DNA sample. After consulting with forensic experts and other experienced detectives, David Brewer received an unusual suggestion. The only place to find DNA evidence would be in Laurie's body. The idea of digging up Laurie's remains troubled them, but they were running out of options. David called Heidi and asked for her permission. She was ready to assist in any way, even offering to help dig. They needed to find the truth. In Carbon County, investigators were getting closer to identifying the person who had assaulted and caused harm to a young mother almost 50 years ago. In June 2016, they exhumed Laurie Jones's body, causing Heidi a great deal of emotional pain. She felt like she was losing her mother all over again, but they needed the truth. The whole process was highly publicized, and even Tom Egley was informed. During the exhumation, a friend of the Jones family shared a surprising detail. Loretta had written the killer's initials in blood. It was a T and an O, Tom Egley's initials. 46 years ago, Laurie ensured that her case would be solved, leaving these vital clues. However, when the lab results came back, they received devastating news. There was no DNA found. Their plan had failed, but they remained determined. They decided to bluff, making Egley believe they had found something. There was a breakthrough when a woman claimed to be Tom Egley's neighbor, and disclosed that he had confessed to her after the exhumation. Tom Egley was finally brought to justice and sentenced to 10 years to life behind bars for the crime he committed in Carbon County in 1970. For Heidi, it wasn't just closure, it was justice. She spoke about how her mom missed significant moments in her life, but now her mother could finally rest. This was the end of a long journey for Heidi Jones Assay. Tom Egley was convicted, and Heidi vowed to ensure he never got parole. Heidi couldn't express enough how much Detective Brewer meant to her. He was her hero, and he helped bring justice for her mom. Some heroes don't wear capes, but they make a real difference. David Brewer was one such hero for Heidi and her family. Laurie's life mattered, and justice was served.